Sunlight bathes Dilan Royal School as a stern voice calls for focus before class begins. A teacher addresses his students, about to reveal something remarkable from history. The topic surfaces, the legendary Age of Heroes. He announces it has been 5,000 years since the hero record first appeared. During that span, the lower realm changed dramatically across generations. He ties the past to the present, noting Dilan Royal School now hosts this year's Lumern entrance exam. Excited, he insists future heroes are surely seated among them. He raps the desk, catching a sleeping student Leo off guard. Leo lifts his head, unbothered by the sudden attention. The teacher demands to know what ancient rituals made someone worthy of the hero's title. Leo Plav, 15, remarks that fame alone once earned people reverence, unbothered by the weight of the question. The teacher, frustrated, asks if anyone else has a proper answer. Gulliver raises his hand and states that in ancient times, no method existed to earn the gods' acknowledgement. A hero kneels in golden light, chosen through sacred rituals long lost to time. Gulliver adds that the blood ritual stood as one clear example, drawing Leo's silent stare. The teacher praises the answer, calling it excellent before the class. Gulliver Traden basks in recognition, hailed as the kingdom's greatest magic prodigy. Later, the teacher confides that expectations run high for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Leo, reading quietly, recalls how easily gods were once met. His memory drifts to the ancient heroes who once stood against Erebus. Long ago, the gods gifted the lower realm a miracle known as the hero record, its power reaching even into shadow. In the present, a hand closes the ancient book marked with a forgotten note, Reincarnation of the great hero, Kyle. Leo wonders why everyone treats him like he doesn't exist. Excitement erupts through the school as students crowd the windows, spotting the crest of the Zerdinger family arriving. The procession draws gasps of amazement, and among them walks Celia Zerdinger, drawing every eye. An announcement orders all students to the auditorium, since the Zerdinger family is visiting the school. Gulliver teases Leo, asking if he plans to impress the Zerdingers, doubting they'd ever care about him. Leo simply replies that he's heading home, uninterested in the spectacle. He adds that unlike Gulliver, this kind of thing holds no appeal to him. Flustered, Gulliver insists he isn't interested either, claiming he only wants to size up Celia as a rival. Elsewhere, memories surface of Leo training hard in the rain, spear in hand, forging the strength of his past life. In a memory of his old life, a hand presses against a wooden wall, honed by years of physical discipline. As young Leo, he walks the same path, reflecting that his current body feels far stronger than before. A sharp voice asks what he's thinking about so deeply, right before a blade cuts down at him without warning. He blocks the strike just in time, steel clashing hard against steel. He insists it's nothing serious, only that it's been a while since he last sparred with a sword. His trainer warns him that mediocre talent will never be enough to reach Lumern. Gripping the hilt tighter, she declares this the final test he must pass. The clash intensifies, and she asks almost playfully if she should push him harder. Leo is sent flying from the force of the blow, straining to hold his stance. Catching his breath, he complains that she's raising him far too harshly, calling her mother. She raises her blade, blocking every strike Leo throws at her without effort. He counters furiously, demanding to know what she means by her earlier words. Suddenly alarmed, she realizes she used far too much strength in that last exchange. Her attack bears down on him with full force, and the outcome hinges on whether he can dodge in time. Leo braces himself, sword raised, refusing to back down from the blow. He watches sharply as the strike closes in, his focus unshaken despite the danger. The clash ends with her collapsed on the ground, and he anxiously asks if she's all right. Injured but stunned, she wonders just how deep his talent truly runs. Later, she asks him directly if he still intends to enroll at Lumern. The story turns toward Lumern Academy, the human hero academy standing tall as his next destination. Standing before a shadowed figure, Leo reflects that among the 4 hero academies holding hero records, this is the one most likely to still hold traces of his past. He affirms his resolve, certain of the path he intends to take. His mother informs him that the Zerdinger family is visiting Dilan and will be staying at their estate, leaving Leo stunned by the news. She admits she isn't thrilled about it but agrees to ask Vice Lord Dus Zerdinger to let Leo inherit the Zerdinger aura technique. She promises that with it, he'll be strong enough to enter Lumern next year. Leo hesitates before revealing that he actually plans to take the entrance exam this year. The scene shifts to the grand estate readying itself for the Zerdinger family's arrival. Celia, riding in the carriage, questions why her uncle would rely on a family as small as this one. Stepping down, she wonders aloud why they didn't simply rent an entire hotel instead. She insists she only wants to focus on the Lumern entrance exam, confused about why they've come to such a minor household as her name is called, Celia. Gis Zerdinger teases his niece, asking if she isn't at least a little curious about Leo, the boy who claimed no interest in their family. Celia scoffs, dismissing him as just another knight aspirant who can't even handle aura, joking he's probably not much to look at. The Zerdinger party arrives at the Plav estate, greeted with formal honors befitting nobility. Reyna and Dade Plav welcome Gis Zerdinger warmly into their home. Dade gestures for his daughter to greet their guests, introducing the Marquis Plav. Celia steps forward and introduces herself properly as Celia Zerdinger. She states plainly that she'll be in their care for the coming week. Reyna greets her kindly, remarking that she resembles her father and uncle. Celia suddenly stops, catching sight of something unexpected: black hair, red eyes. Stunned, she wonders if what she's seeing could belong to the family she thought she knew. Celia is introduced to Reyna Plav, learning that the woman standing before her is her own aunt. Reyna recalls stopping by Dilan Royal School first, only to find it packed with gathered students. Gis remarks that he heard Leo claimed no interest in them and simply went home, joking that the mighty Zerdinger's dignity now lies in shambles. Reyna laughs it off, apologizing on her son's behalf, explaining he's only ever been interested in training. Gis asks curiously what kind of child Leo truly is, watching a memory of him sparring fiercely. Reyna answers simply that he possesses unbelievable talent. Gis presses further, questioning whether she truly believes Leo has the right to inherit Zerdinger's flame. She insists it isn't because he's her son, she genuinely believes he's more than qualified. Gis smiles, saying her confidence makes him look forward to it, though he adds that there's a catch. He declares he'll personally test the boy's potential himself, memory flashing to Leo already locked in fierce combat. Leo sat alone in the abandoned hall, his fallen sword beside him, as faint blue energy stirred around his clenched fist. The glow faded and he opened his eyes, breath shaking. The vessel to hold his full power was finally complete. He recalled why aura had eluded him for so long, and understood the moment it was accepted, everything would change. A body that accepted aura would naturally specialize in it, shaping the fighter's strength around that single truth. But that same choice meant losing the chance to build mana and spiritual power, a trade his past self never mastered. He remembered his fallen comrades, scattered and lifeless, a memory born from power he had never handled perfectly. Standing over the ruin he had once caused, he swore this life would be different, starting again with aura. Footsteps echoed toward him, and a voice called out, asking if he was truly Leo Plav. He turned, wary, while a girl with long black hair approached through the sunlit hall behind him. She smiled, noting his solid basics, and offered to personally teach him swordsmanship, hinting it would please his aunt too. Leo asked her name, and the woman answered simply, introducing herself as Celia Zerdinger. She was known across the world as the Sword Lady, a title carrying weight and reputation. Leo replied without hesitation, thanking her for the offer but refusing to be taught by someone weaker than him. Celia's expression snapped, demanding if he truly believed he was stronger than her right now. He admitted that in a real fight for survival, she would win, since he still couldn't use aura. But he added that a pure swordsmanship duel would tell an entirely different story between them. Her eyes narrowed as she walked toward the training racks lined with practice swords. She grabbed a blade and challenged him directly, daring him to prove his confidence in a duel. She scoffed, asking if aura alone made him think he could stand above her, vowing to show him the wall of reality. Leo proposed the stakes, that if he won, she would serve him for the whole week he stayed there. Celia raised her sword before them, and countered with her own terms, promising to become his maid if she lost instead. Leo agreed without delay, gripping his blade and telling her they would begin the duel right away. Their swords clashed in a burst of light, both fighters pushing forward without hesitation in the opening exchange. Celia noted his speed wasn't bad, sensing he was faster than she first expected him to be, but she pressed on, declaring that speed alone wouldn't be enough to secure his victory over her. Sparks flew as their blades locked again, and Leo wondered what kind of power he was suddenly facing. The clash sent shockwaves through the hall, throwing both fighters back from the force of the impact. Celia stood tense, realizing with shock that she could no longer block his next attack. A brilliant light exploded from their collision, blades screeching as the duel reached its peak intensity. Leo narrowed his eyes, questioning aloud why aura armor had appeared in what was meant to be a pure swordsmanship duel. Startled by her own reaction, Celia admitted she had only moved on instinct against his sudden strike. She quickly recovered her composure, insisting it changed nothing, and that she would still win the duel. Leo tightened his grip on his blade, stating plainly that having aura made a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Celia shattered the weight bracelet she had been wearing, revealing it had been slowing her down the entire time. With the restriction gone, she surged forward at full speed, closing the distance in an instant. Their blades collided with tremendous force, the impact rippling out from where their weapons met. Celia cried out in shock, thrown off balance by the sheer strength behind his strike. Leo pressed the advantage, his eyes burning red as she muttered that he fought like a brute, calling him a crazy bastard. Later, in the calm of the estate garden, a couple strolled past marigolds before a voice called out Leo's name. Turning to see the visitors, Leo was told to come greet the guests who had arrived to visit the family. Leo bowed politely, introducing himself simply as Leo Plav to the stranger standing before him. The man extended his hand, revealing himself as Gis Zerdinger, Leo's uncle, whom he likely already knew of. They shook hands, exchanging a brief greeting as two members of the family finally met face to face. A woman nearby asked casually if Leo had already met Celia, catching him slightly off guard. His attention shifted as knights carried a stretcher past them, prompting a confused reaction from Leo. Celia lay unconscious on the stretcher, her eyes rolled back, as attendants panicked over her sudden condition. Gis turned sharply, demanding to know what exactly had happened to leave her in that state. He then asked Leo directly if he had truly defeated Celia without ever relying on aura. Gis praised him, admitting that beating Celia was impressive, while Leo replied that she had simply underestimated him. Curious about their earlier wager, Gis asked what the two of them had agreed on, learning the loser would become the winner's servant. Leo declared with a grin that Celia Zerdinger was now his maid for a full week, while Celia fumed at the arrangement. Gis grew serious, reminding him that promises were important, but Celia belonged to the Zerdinger family. His tone darkened as he stated plainly that Leo could not force her into maid work. He asked Leo to revoke the promise, offering another reward in its place as compensation. Leo refused outright, insisting that as long as Celia carried the Zerdinger name, she had to take responsibility for the promise between them. Gis pressed further, asking if Leo would still refuse even if he offered to teach him the family's aura cultivation technique. Leo smiled, calling it a technique meant only to cover up his niece's disgrace, and said it seemed unworthy of him learning. Gis's expression turned cold, pointing out that Leo had just declared he would keep a direct member of the Zerdinger family as his maid. He asked if Leo had also meant to call their family's aura technique worthless, and Leo answered simply, yes. Gis asked if that statement wasn't rash, and Leo replied he had no intention of insulting the Zerdinger family. Leo explained calmly that if Gis had offered the aura technique as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have gladly accepted it. But instead, Gis had offered it as a gift to cover up Celia's mistake, and that changed everything. Leo pointed out that Gis believed Celia only lost because she had let her guard down against him. Celia interjected, insisting that even if she had taken the duel seriously, Leo still would have won. Gis studied him closely, asking if he had refused the offer simply because he disliked his attitude, admitting Leo was quite something. He turned to the guards nearby, declaring that such a defiant child truly existed within the Zerdinger family. He ordered the stunned guards to send Celia straight to the maid's quarters without delay. Gis called out to Leo directly, and Leo answered respectfully, addressing him as Sir Gis. Gis told him that in private he could simply call him uncle, and Leo agreed warmly. As night settled over the estate, Leo walked ahead through the courtyard while Gis watched him from behind. Gis approached his sister, reminding her that he had asked her to teach Leo the family's aura cultivation technique. He explained his plan for Leo to learn Phoenix Breath, promising to try persuading their elder brother on his behalf. Morning light spilled into the quiet bedroom, where birds chirped outside as the estate began another day. Trembling with humiliation, Celia accepted her fate, declaring she would serve as Leo's maid for 1 week. Standing dressed in a full maid uniform, Celia introduced herself flatly, admitting only that her name was Celia. Leo sits reading, dressed sharply in black, teasing Racines about how well an outfit suits her. Racines stands stiffly in a maid uniform, blushing as she quietly agrees the plain outfit somehow flatters her elegance. Flustered by the compliment, she snaps back in embarrassment, and Leo quickly backpedals, apologizing for making her uncomfortable. Leo reflects privately, admitting he picked up his habit of praising beauty from a certain unforgettable companion. His mind drifts to a radiant coffin-shaped relic glowing with color, tied to a belief that eternal beauty outshines all else. He remembers a gentle giant resting peacefully among forest creatures, dreaming of a future spent sharing beauty with the world. Leo recalls thinking such devotion to beauty was admirable, though the sincerity behind it often crossed uncomfortable lines. Alongside that memory, he pictures Racina's and Luna walking together. Racina's strict yet strikingly graceful despite her sternness. Another memory surfaces of an old ally muttering about sacrifices made for the sake of art. That same friend once boldly asked the group to pose nude for a sketch, leaving everyone speechless. A demon lay defeated on the ground as her allies stood over the fallen fiend, weapons drawn, while Leo watched the battle's end from behind. Back in the mansion, the maid glanced at Leo's worn book, asking if it was some kind of special training manual. Leo smiled and held it up, explaining it was a story he'd read often as a child, titled The Hero of Beginnings. A memory surfaced of Sangria at 5 years old, flipping through a fairy tale while her older self watched, puzzled by the sudden vision. Snapping back to the present, she composed herself and returned to her duties, walking briskly across the library floor toward him. She remarked that he must be a fan of The Hero of Beginnings, studying the towering shelves surrounding them. Leo admitted that even scholars devoted to studying great heroes wouldn't match his collection, since he'd simply gathered every copy he found. She noted there were countless books written about Kyle, pulling one from the shelf as the light caught its worn cover. She added that among the great hero's many feats, some were recorded without any confirmed source behind them. Leo's expression softened as he quietly admitted he believed those unclaimed achievements truly belonged to Kyle himself. She declared that the man in the book must have been a fraud, someone who tried to steal credit for the great hero's feats. Leo repeated the name quietly, watching her reaction with interest as the sky darkened outside the window. She confirmed that was the common belief, adding she shared that same opinion of the man. Leo remarked that was exactly what she thought of him, then casually suggested they begin her training right after breakfast. Another maid stepped forward eagerly, asking permission to join the training too, determined to uncover the secret behind his strength. Leo warned it would be difficult to keep up, as the newcomer introduced herself proudly as Celia Zerdinger. Not long into the session, Celia collapsed onto the training floor, gasping and completely drained of energy. Leo explained that once stamina runs out, reactions slow down, movements grow careless, and the back becomes an easy target. Struggling to catch her breath, Celia questioned whether this brutal exercise could even be considered proper training. Leo agreed calmly, admitting the current group of trainees still seemed far too weak for what lay ahead. Leo explained that aura techniques had advanced greatly while physical conditioning had been neglected, calling aura the power that maximized the body's true strength, leaving the exhausted trainee grumbling about weaklings. He continued that strengthening the body would ultimately enhance aura as well, shaking his head at the result of their current efforts. Fired up, she lunged forward with her wooden sword, shouting for him not to underestimate her. Cursing the white-haired instructor under her breath, she pushed through exhaustion and charged again with everything she had left. Their blades clashed in a burst of light, the impact sending shockwaves through the training hall. The force of the collision sent her tumbling backward across the floor, weapon flying from her grip. Frustrated, she demanded to know why she still couldn't win, and Leo simply asked if it felt tough. He held out a small metal bracelet, offering it to her as she reached out to accept it. The moment it activated, she dropped instantly under crushing pressure, screaming as the weight bore down on her. Grinning wickedly, Leo told her that from tomorrow onward, she'd be wearing it through every training session. Morning light spread across a quiet outdoor training ground nestled among the trees, the calm setting hinting at the events about to unfold. Celia knelt exhausted on the ground while a man watched from a distance, and she called out in warning as someone approached. The man mused to himself that this experience would be good for Celia, believing a little humility before entering Lumerne wouldn't hurt her pride. Leo turned toward the voice calling his name, spotting the man standing near Celia as she remained collapsed on the ground. Celia greeted him respectfully as her uncle, while the man smiled and revealed his intention to petition the family head to let Leo inherit the Phoenix Breath. The name struck the air with weight, the Phoenix Breath carrying meaning far beyond an ordinary technique. It was revealed to be the very origin of every aura technique within the Zerdinger family's history. A shadowed figure stood with arms raised, as it was explained that only those acknowledged by the family could ever inherit such power. Celia snapped in protest, insisting her father wouldn't approve of such a thing so easily. Her uncle replied calmly that was exactly why a condition existed, leaving Leo to ask what that condition could be. The uncle revealed the condition was passing this year's Lumerne entrance exam, leaving Celia stunned since the exam was a demanding practical test. Celia argued that someone who couldn't even use aura would be in danger attempting it, insisting it was too risky for Leo. Leo simply smiled, admitting the one thing he truly lacked was practical experience. A memory surged forward of his past life, a warrior charging fiercely into battle, driven by the vow to do things differently this time around. His uncle asked what he thought, gently mentioning that his parents were part of the decision as well. Leo replied that since they said they'd respect his choice, he would accept the challenge and take the exam. His uncle smiled knowingly, admitting he already suspected Leo intended to take this year's entrance exam. After a short rest, Celia challenged him to continue training, snapping back proudly that no one could say she'd fall behind. A week passed, and the halls buzzed with murmurs as students gathered for the day of the Lemurn Academy entrance exam. Students whispered, recognizing Celia Zerdinger as the Sword Maiden and wondering who stood beside her, while she teased Leo about his nerves, and he calmly denied feeling any at all. Celia teased Leo, suggesting he'd be better off fixing his blunt way of speaking, leaving him caught off guard by the remark. As they walked through the academy halls before the exam, a voice called out, addressing her respectfully as Miss Celia. A red-haired student stepped forward, recognizing Leo by name and questioning his presence with obvious surprise. He pressed further, asking why someone unable to use aura would even be there, while awkwardly greeting Celia and asking if she'd been doing well. Celia brushed past him without a word, completely ignoring his greeting as she walked on with Leo at her side. Flustered, the student introduced himself as Gulliver Traden, reminding her they had already met once before during her visit to the school. He praised her as the greatest magic genius of Dallin, only for Celia to respond flatly that she didn't remember him at all. She took Leo's hand and bid Gulliver a curt goodbye, leaving him stunned as they walked off together. Another voice called out her name, and Celia turned to find two familiar figures approaching from across the hall. They introduced themselves as Avad and Chelsea Llewellyn, greeting her warmly and noting it had been a while since they last met. A gloved fist knocks sharply on the door. A voice from inside calls out, "Who is it?" The answer comes fast. The Llewellyn siblings have arrived. Celia recognizes them instantly, another hero noble family from the Rodran Empire, members of the Llewellyn bloodline. Celia declares the Zerdingers cannot afford to lose to the Llewellyns in the upcoming test. Beside her, Leo mutters he's only from the humble Plav family. Avad Llewellyn greets his old rival with a sly smile, his younger sibling standing quietly at his side. Celia returns the greeting formally, then asks who the boy accompanying Avad is. She explains he hails from a marquis family of the Delrod Kingdom, introducing Leo Plav, while Leo's mind drifts to thoughts of home. A cold eye narrows on a screen, dismissing Leo as nothing more than a small fry. Avad vows the top position will be his, then leads his sibling Chelsea away. Furious, Celia crosses her arms and swears she'll defeat them all. As everyone gathers in the grand hall, a voice announces the test is about to begin. Albi Geron, professor of Lemurn Academy, introduces himself to the gathered students with a lazy wave of his hand. Whispers spread through the crowd as students recognize him, Albi, the mage of the evil eye. A student explains to Leo that Albi is a hero listed in the hero record, a legend of this era. Leo studies him closely, sensing the mana gathered within his left eye. Albi announces the test will consist of 2 trials, combat against others and monster subjugation, to be taken in order. He summons flame in his palm, calling the method troublesome before igniting the sky above the students. He opens the hero record itself, unleashing its power and revealing Albi's world, a realm shaped from his own memories. The chapter begins, the prologue titled Forest of Beasts, as the students are swallowed by the summoning circle's light. Albi declares inefficiency intolerable as he channels his full power, startling Celia beside him. He decides to combine every trial into one and proceed all at once, his declaration drawing Leo's sharp attention. In an earlier lecture, Albi taught that the hero record is no simple archive. Its true value lies in preserving the trials once faced by past heroes, letting others recreate their world. He adds that conquering a hero's world grants more than mere memory. Those who succeed can inherit the very power of the heroes who came before. Leo silently realizes this system functions as a true hero's training ground. Now inside the Forest of Beasts, the students recognize this as the hero's world, and understand the test is about survival. They're told they may cooperate or turn on each other, and may quit only by breaking their orb, as Leo senses something stirring nearby. A massive foot lands in the ruins of what was once the elves' forest, corrupted long ago by the beast queen Silatuna. A student screams in terror at the creature towering before them. Panicked cries to retreat ring out, but Leo remains unmoved, calling it nothing more than a pathetic illusion. Leo corrects the panicked claim of illusion, reminding them that though this world was recreated from Proctor Albi's memory, everything happening within it is genuinely real. A warning echoes through the crimson haze, If they face a life-threatening situation, they will truly lose their lives here. A blast of green energy tears through the forest as Leo reacts, watching the attack rip past him. Alone on the path, Leo senses a presence and speaks into the shadows, certain they've crossed paths before. A girl steps forward, pleased at the chance to strike down someone from the rival Zerdinger family. Leo calmly states his own name, declaring himself a member of the Plav family. She lashes out, accusing him of being with Celia earlier as turquoise energy swirls around her hand. She unleashes her spell, Wind Shear, sending a crescent blade of air hurtling toward him. Leo notes coolly that the spell she used didn't exist in the past. Still, he adds that the fundamentals of magic remain unchanged from what he once knew. She sighs, surprised at how calm he remains standing in front of her. Raising both hands, she gathers a fresh surge of wind magic around herself. The spell spirals outward, twin rings of energy converging toward Leo's position. He deflects the strike with a burst of his own force, shattering its momentum. He blocks another slash entirely, leaving her stunned that she sensed no aura being used at all. Smiling, Leo tells her the attack was far too simple and proposes cooperation instead. He points out that surviving longest earns higher scores, and as a magician, she could use a swordsman by her side. She laughs it off, declaring herself a battle magician who needs no one's help. Leo turns back toward her, asking if she truly called his attack simple. He teases that her wind spell, despite its power, was monotonous in execution. She scoffs, asking if he dares lecture her on magic when she stands as a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family. She unleashes her true power, casting Wind Sickle and Wind Arrow together, daring him to survive what he called simple. The devastating combo vanishes into nothing before her eyes, leaving her stunned as the attack simply disappears. She trembles, unable to sense any trace of mana left behind, demanding to know why her spell failed. Leo closes the distance in an instant, his fist raised as she stares in shock. She screams as he strikes true, sending her flying through the sunlit trees. She groans on the ground while Leo approaches, coldly asking if she'd now like to politely cooperate. Back in the academy hall, students marvel as the massive viewing screen finally activates. She wakes bound tightly to a wooden post, confusion and fear crossing her face. Leo tends a small fire beside her, calm and unbothered by her restraints. He looks up with a chilling grin, his eyes cast in shadow beneath his white hair. Tied to a wooden stake above a growing fire, a girl with pale hair struggled against the ropes binding her. Flames rose higher, and panic filled her voice as she realized her situation. A young man with white hair stood before her, offering a simple choice: cooperate with him, or continue burning. A second captive, a blue-haired boy bound nearby, refused outright. He screamed that he needed no one but his own brother, unleashing a gust of wind magic called Wind Sickle in defiance. A crimson magic circle flared to life across his captor's palm. The white-haired boy explained it was a sealing formation, warning that his limited mana wouldn't hold it long. The blue-haired boy strained against his bindings, confident they'd snap easily. His captor smiled coldly, asking if he really expected to be given time to concentrate. The girl's flames roared closer, and she begged for it to stop. Under the searing heat, she broke and agreed to cooperate. The boy demanded she swear on her family's name. She agreed instantly. She cried out, swearing on the name Llewellyn that she would comply if the fire ceased. Satisfied, her captor remarked that it had been easy, given she was still a child. With a single strike, he cut the blue-haired boy free from the post. Calm now, the girl looked ahead, saying she looked forward to working together. The white-haired boy was introduced as Llewellyn's mage, his red eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Time shifted to a grand courtroom, where judges reviewed footage of past events on a glowing screen. Elsewhere, two fighters clashed in combat, one dismissing their opponents as low-level and unworthy of competition. A bespectacled blonde observer noted that only two individuals present truly grasped the essence of what mattered. Amid floating debris, two figures stood identified as Celia Zerdinger and Avad Llewellyn. A massive beast towered over its opponent while judges commented that the Empire's future looked promising, watching the fighter dodge with practiced ease. The white-haired mage moved with sharp precision, and observers questioned whether this competitor was truly Leo Plav. Judges acknowledged that despite the strange scene at the bonfire, earning Chelsea Llewellyn's cooperation counted as a passing mark, noting he lacked the raw talent of Celia or Evad but still stood out. His image was displayed before the full assembly, marked as an unpredictable dark horse in the competition. A concentrated blast of energy tore through the arena, striking his monstrous opponent directly. The beast roared in fury as the attack cut across its chest. Leo and his female teammate moved swiftly through the dark forest, cutting down obstacles together. She asked what kind of aura he wielded, since she'd sensed no mana from him at all. He admitted plainly that he didn't know how to use aura. Confused by this contradiction, she pressed further. He explained that understanding the essence of a technique mattered more than the method itself. He extended the same logic to wind magic, asking her directly what she believed its true essence was. Her eyes glowed with focus as she unleashed a technique called Windbreak, tearing through the forest ahead. The spell shredded through unseen terrain with devastating force. A rival scoffed, calling it ridiculous that anyone would discuss wind magic in front of the Llewellyn family. Leo acknowledged the power was impressive but insisted her execution needed correction. Irritated by his critique, she reached out to stop him mid-sentence, catching herself before finishing her outburst. Investigating a decayed footprint, they identified the creature responsible as something resembling a mummy based on past encounters. A close-up on a widened eye revealed sudden realization about the true condition needed to pass their test. Leo was violently thrown backward through the air, debris exploding around him. His attacker sneered, admitting they had wanted to eliminate Chelsea Llewellyn first, standing over Leo protecting her on the ground. The enemy declared that once Chelsea was gone, Leo himself would be nothing worth fearing. A red-haired student smirked with confidence, ordering his group to attack together. Their opponent stood ready, sword drawn, facing them down alone in the misty forest. A brutal exchange of blows erupted, blue energy crackling as the fighter took a direct hit. Leo turned sharply as bodies dropped around him, while the red-haired attacker called out for Chelsea to support him. Startled by the sudden request, Chelsea agreed nervously. Leo demanded to know what she was doing, while the enemy urged his allies to strike quickly before she could act. Lightning-like energy split through the darkness as the clash intensified. Beaten and hanging from the trees, the red-haired boy refused to accept defeat, insisting he couldn't fall like this. Frustrated, he decided he'd simply find another group to join instead. A black-haired girl with red eyes spotted him from a distance and suggested they head another way. She and her white-haired companion exchanged a wary glance, sensing danger nearby. The pair walked through a battlefield littered with fallen fighters, surveying the aftermath calmly. Chelsea beamed brightly, calling out to her brother in relief. Leo reassured her she was safe now, while the black-haired girl asked how the two of them had ended up together. Leo explained he had simply proposed cooperation. His companion teased that he must have persuaded her well, prompting the girl to ask what exactly he had done this time. Kneeling together afterward, Leo was questioned about why he was helping the others at all. One fighter reassured a fallen ally that competition was no longer necessary between them. Leo repeated the words back, uncertain, asking if conquering the world was truly the plan. The two girls exchanged glances as one revealed the forest of monsters had fallen into a dangerous anomaly, pointing toward scattered corpses nearby. Examining a corpse's boot, one of the group noted that its moisture had been completely drained, adding that this wasn't the only strange detail they'd found. Approaching a mysterious figure in the rain, the group questioned why so few monsters remained in a forest meant to be full of them. Realization crossed the black-haired girl's face as she recalled something significant. It appeared the monsters had been devoured by something far stronger, a higher-ranked predator, terrifying enough to drive the rest into hiding. The white-haired man concluded that this meant Hero Albi's first achievement would be subjugating that higher-ranked monster. A pair of glowing red eyes locked onto Leo from the darkness. The group stood frozen as the creature's presence loomed over the swamp. Sensing danger, the four fighters readied themselves as the threat revealed its position. Alone in the darkness, the pink-haired boy raised his weapon toward the glowing light. Sweating and shaken, he swore that somehow, no matter what, he would eliminate Leo. Something struck him from the shadows, and he cried out in confusion, questioning what had attacked him. Fluid dripped down his weapon as an unseen creature latched onto him in the dark. A pair of golden eyes blinked slowly amid the shadows, watching him with unsettling patience. A massive fanged beast loomed above him, ready to strike. Professor Albi oversees a team of pupils in a tough test, with solely 50 students remaining. As the test proceeds, the pressure mounts. The professor is stern regarding the standards, clarifying that if the pupils fail to meet them, they will be disqualified. He reflects on the current team's performance, acknowledging that many have previously failed. His confidence in the remaining pupils is unyielding, believing solely those who can endure trials will prove their worth. As the pupils are tested, Leo Plav, one of the few remaining candidates, observes something odd in the forest close by. Regardless the distraction, his sharp instincts remain on lofty alert. He appears to sense something beyond the ordinary, an ominous aura looming forward. His thoughts are packed with worry, but he pushes ahead, determined to handle whatever comes next. Abruptly, the test claims a striking turn, the surroundings become shadowy, the atmosphere tense, and the formerly tranquil environment turns pitch black. Leo and the remaining prepare themselves for whatever lies forward. In the afar, they see a mighty foe emerge, her weapon glowing with menacing energy. The pupils prepared themselves for the combat, knowing their survival depends on quick thinking and teamwork. Leo confronts the trial head-on, sensing the intensity of the situation escalate as the battle begins. Leo's combat intensifies as he confronts a mighty dark force that emerges from the shadows. His teammates struggle to maintain up with the immense pressure as they try to coordinate their assaults. The forest about them grows more ominous, and their enemies seem to slowly grow stronger, drawing on shadowy energy. Leo, however, is resolved not to let the gloom consume him or his allies. One of his allies, employing a wind-based magic spell, unleashes a fierce assault, hoping to push rearward their enemies. But regardless their finest attempts, the attack doesn't seem nearly enough. The foe, a grotesque figure packed with malice, barely flinches. Its power proves to be more than a match for their powers. As the combat proceeds, Leo recognizes the real threat is even more terrifying. It isn't merely the monstrous creature in front of them, it's the strength emanating from something darker and further. Amidst the turmoil, his teammate observes the actual source of the threat, a crystal in the enemy's possession, a key to their power. They realize the solely method to win is by destroying it. The team fights rearward fiercely, pushing their limits. A last mighty strike with the merged attempts of Leo and his allies targets the crystal. The impact is explosive, shaking the very earth under them, but their merged strength is enough to shatter the crystal, breaking the foe's hold on the battlefield. The combat rages on, with the team desperately trying to survive versus the relentless power of the creatures that have descended upon them. Leo and his allies are struggling to maintain command as they confront an increasingly immense enemy. As their powers clash in the darkened forest, an unforeseen turn of events occurs when one of the monstrous creatures, a giant spider, lashes out with deadly power. Leo's brother is knocked rearward, a victim of the spider's assault. His form slumps as he crumbles under the pressure, his wound severe. His teammates rush to his aid, but the spider's power is frightening. Leo, packed with terror and resolve, pushes ahead, calling for a last-ditch effort to save his brother and his friends. In the midst of the turmoil, an unforeseen ally emerges, Chelsea, with her ability to heal rapidly. She swiftly steps in to support Leo's brother, even as the foe's claws threaten to tear them apart. Her strength appears to turn the tide, but the spider is not completed. In a last instant of desperation, the genuine nature of the combat is exposed. The spider, known as Tarantula, is connected to an age-old, powerful force that has kept it alive for centuries. But with this knowledge comes a solution. As they press on with all things they have departed, they realize they must shatter the Ring of Life, an artifact of immense strength that is sustaining Tarantula's life. The team gathers their power and unleashes a last coordinated assault to ruin the cursed ring and stop the creature once and for all. With the overcome of the monster seeming nearly unthinkable, Leo, alongside his teammates, starts to come up with a strategy to counter its regeneration ability. As the spider's health regenerates at an alarming rate, one of the pupils suggests that the solely method to stop it is to outlast its mana. The realization is that the monster feeds on magical energy, and if they can drain it, they might have an opportunity. However, they likewise confront a dilemma. If the monster's regeneration is departed unchecked, it will solely continue until it defeats them all. The stakes are evident currently. Leo, in his usual boldness, trials the remaining, asserting that if this creature is the key to passing their test, he will be the one to overcome it. But his confidence is met with resistance from his fellow pupils, who worry regarding the recklessness of such a plan. Regardless their concerns, Leo remains firm. He's willing to do whatever it claims, even if it means sacrificing himself for the larger good. "I know I solely have 5 minutes to buy time," Leo says, resolved, "but I'll make sure we have an opportunity to win." His teammates, whilst reluctant, know they must trust him. Jointly, they prepare for a last showdown, with Leo making the initial move. The atmosphere is tense, and the monster watches them with an eerie calmness, as if it's anticipating their following advance. The last instance of the combat unfolds as Leo, sensing the weight of his decision, prepares for the ultimate confrontation with the monster. With resolve in his gaze, he unleashes his most mighty assault, an fierce, focused burst of energy that cuts through the air with raw power. The power of his strike creates a vortex of wind and fire, the clash resonating with an explosion of glow and sound. As the monster is momentarily stunned, Leo assuredly declares, "Monster of Tartarus," his voice packed with unwavering resolve. His teammates glance on, prepared to rearward him up, but the fight isn't over yet. The genuine test lies in whether their merged power can break across the creature's dark defenses and bring an end to the chaos. The youthful boy struggles in a shadowy, eerie forest. Webs entangle him as he tries to break free, his panic rising. A looming figure is rapid nearing, its monstrous form causing Leo to plead for aid, his voice desperate. With his heart racing, he calls out for his mother, hoping for a miracle. Merely as the creature is regarding to strike, a splendid light emerges, shining through the dark. Leo's gaze widens, shock mixed with relief. The figure appears to recoil from the glow as a voice commands it to retreat. Leo, yet trapped in the webs, can hardly comprehend what's happening. But the glow is undeniable. The creature, enraged, attempts to fight rearward, but the power of the glow is overwhelming. A mighty aura erupts, causing the surroundings to tremble. Leo's faith starts to rise as he watches the combat unfold, realizing that this may be his opportunity to survive. Abruptly, the glow grows blinding, an enormous explosion echoing through the forest. Leo watches in awe as the shadowy figure is struck down. As the dust clears, Leo remains, disoriented but alive. A figure in the afar asks, "Are you all right?" A fresh aura has entered his life. The combat intensifies. Leo, currently fully aware of the gravity of the situation, rushes towards his aim. Regardless his haste, his companion warns him to be cautious not to advance too swiftly, lest he risk injuring himself during the chaos. Yet, Leo's resolve doesn't waver. He assuredly tells his ally not to worry, assuring that he will handle the situation. As the fight rages, Leo notices a faint sound from the turmoil and recognizes that the weapons scattered about the area are the key. He expertly picks up the close-by weapons, guided by his senses. With a swift motion, he uses his surroundings to his edge, throwing the weapons with precision. One by one, the assaults land, pushing the foe rearward. The foe snarls, rising desperate as Leo proceeds to advance. Each advance he makes is calculated, precise, as he starts to overwhelm his foe. But merely as the last weapon strikes, Leo's look hardens. He knows this isn't over. The combat is distant from one, but he's resolved to finish it. Following, he mutters, as the foe's resistance starts to crumble. The heat of combat is distant from over. In a flash, an immense burst of fiery energy erupts from the foe, scorching all things in its path. The flames rage uncontrollably, consuming the air about them. As the flames settle, a figure in the afar calls out a name, her voice laced with urgency. She wonders what Leo plans to do following, as the realm about them has erupted into chaos. But Leo doesn't hesitate. He remains tall, his resolve unwavering regardless the inferno encircling him. His gaze narrow with focus, a sense of duty pushing him ahead. He proceeds to advance across the destructive energy, his body becoming a blur as he dodges the attacks. Merely as the foe tries to near in again, Leo makes his move. With a swift motion, he retrieves an enigmatic ring, shining with an ethereal glow. The instant the ring touches his hand, the atmosphere shifts. The strength within the ring resonates with his energy, enhancing his power. A splendid flash of glow surrounds him as he taps into a further force within. Leo's look hardens as he readies himself for what lies forward. He currently holds the strength to confront the foe in a way he never could before. But his triumph is distant from certain. The countdown for the following stage of the combat has begun, and time is running out. The aftermath of the combat hangs heavy in the air. Leo remains yet, his focus fixated on the glowing text before him. The reward for the evident is the Fairy King's pledge. His mind races as the weight of this reward sinks in. A sense of achievement fills him, yet the promise of more trials lies forward. Merely as he processes the message, a voice interrupts his thoughts. He seems up to locate an unforeseen presence in the distance. In different sight, we shift to a cityscape, where the sounds of life proceed as if unaffected by the turmoil. At a prestigious academy, Principal Alan Bedian and his pupils debate the outcome of the recent test. There's a sense of relief, but likewise surprise, as they note the candidates who performed exceptionally well. Sela and Abad, familiar names to everybody, are mentioned, but there's one name that remains out, a fresh candidate recommended by instructor Albi. The principal's look hardens. He senses something intriguing regarding this fresh individual. As the discussion proceeds, they realize that this student's aura might merely be the key to the following phase of the academy's challenges. In the serene and luxurious room, a youthful boy relaxes in a soothing bath, the warm water enveloping him. He reflects on the agony he's endured and the time it claims for recovery. The silent, tranquil instant is interrupted when his thoughts are consumed by something strange. As he relaxes further, something odd catches his eye underwater, an ethereal glow. Leo is puzzled as an unfamiliar sensation fills the air. Abruptly, a vision emerges before him, a woman with an enigmatic presence. She appears to know him, her voice resonates in his mind, and her cryptic message leaves him in uncertainty. Leo questions all things, unaware of the fresh realm that is opening up before him. As the vision fades, his surroundings shift, and he locates himself beyond, an entirely different setting. He steps onto the lush grass of an unfamiliar city, greeted by an enormous, futuristic gate, a portal to a fresh realm. A voice echoes, guiding him towards the entrance. In front of him remains an impressive structure, Lumina Academy, where many like him will study and confront fresh trials. His journey starts currently, and questions loom, but his purpose here is clearer than ever. Leo locates himself in the midst of a heated debate within his family, the topic encircling the significance of phoenix breath. Regardless the tension, Leo is steady and focused on the issue at hand. His uncle, standing by his side, hints at the weight of the choice forward. As the conversation shifts, Leo is handed an item, an ornate subspace key. The elders had previously been amazed by his performance on the infamous Western test, but currently there is a new task awaiting him. As Leo grips the key, he's tasked with unlocking an enigmatic object. With resolve, he opens it, revealing a secret book that is bathed in flames. The book's pages seem to be alive. As Leo's gaze burns with an inner fire, he knows that the contents of this book are meant solely for him to read. It holds the secrets to mastering a mighty technique from the Zerdinger family, a trial he's prepared to confront. Beyond, Leo steps into the realm of Lumina Academy, currently an official member of the Zerdinger house. His uncle congratulates him, acknowledging his fresh responsibility. As they walk across the academy, Leo's thoughts turn to Celia, wondering if this is the place she had mentioned wanting to meet. The road forward is uncertain, but his purpose is currently clearer than ever. Leo locates himself on a silent street when a stack of books abruptly falls in front of him. The unforeseen disruption catches his focus, and merely as he's regarding to react, a girl approaches him, apologizing for not paying focus to where she was going. Her glasses sparkle as she apologizes, and Leo, yet seized off guard, watches as she swiftly picks up a photograph. It's a picture of herself, Chloe Muller, a freshman at Lumina Academy. Before Leo can inquire further, she hurriedly walks aside, leaving him with lingering questions. The enigmatic book he holds, yet heavy with secrets, weighs on his mind. As he walks across the academy, Leo reflects on his recent training with the mighty Zerdinger technique. He has eventually begun to feel a connection with it, but an unforeseen explosion of fire from his hand startles him. It's the manifestation of his training, something distant, more mighty than he expected. His mentor Celia watches in shock as Leo remains surrounded by flames. He has mastered the technique in record time, but she has departed in shock. "What are you?" she asks, unable to comprehend the sheer strength Leo currently commands. Leo's gaze glows with a fiery fury as he steps ahead, confident and ready for the challenges ahead. The ship approaches the academy, and the pupils gather on the dock, marveling at the enormous vessel that has carried them to Lumina Academy. The excitement in the air is palpable, as fresh pupils prepare for the beginning of their journey. Amid them is Leo, standing following to Chloe, who is swift to point out how impressive the ship is. An instant afterward, a towering figure steps ahead, Ain Elendiu, a professor at Lumina Academy. With a powerful charismatic aura, he welcomes the pupils aboard, instructing them to board the ship and prepare for their voyage to the academy. As the ship sails, the pupils relax and socialize, whilst Leo stays quiet, contemplating the trials ahead. Abruptly, a voice cuts across the steady atmosphere. A fellow pupil, Card, emerges to be in high spirits, chatting with Leo and making light of the situation. He points out the welcoming feast, noting that it's quite odd for the academy to be so kind to freshmen. However, the tranquil instant is shattered as the ship is abruptly rocked by a violent force. The ocean waves churn violently as an enormous monster emerges from the profound, threatening to ruin all things in its path. Leo's hand instinctively reaches for the magic he's been training with, the flames igniting about him as he readies to confront the threat head-on. The steady is gone, and the initial actual test of his strength is here. In the turmoil, Leo calls out to Professor Ain for aid as the monster wreaks havoc. However, Ain stays steady, sipping his wine with a realizing smile. "You are every pupils of Lumina Academy, hero candidates," he says. "When there's threat, you need to overcome it yourselves." His words leave Leo and the remaining with no choice but to confront the monstrous threat head-on, pushing them to tap into their inner power. An enormous kraken appeared on the training field, catching the academy pupils off guard. Celia launched ahead recklessly, ignoring warnings to stay steady. Leo leapt into move, analyzing the creature's motion and predicting its reaction. Regardless his swift thinking, the kraken responded aggressively, swinging a tentacle towards him. Celia, enraged and resolved, charged in, but the creature's strength overwhelmed her. Close by, different pupil observed the kraken's behavior and deduced it was reacting to heat. A female classmate attempted a water-based spell to divert its focus, but before she might finish, a tentacle snatched her from the earth. The beast roared as it lifted her, whilst the white-haired boy cursed the situation and readied to retaliate. As turmoil spread, multiple pupils mobilized. Leo, accompanied by remaining, launched a coordinated aerial assault, Simultaneously, different girl arrived, her magic freezing the Kraken's limbs mid-attack. Observers on the sidelines were stunned by her power, notably since she wasn't known as a top-tier student. She unleashed an enormous ice burst, encasing the Kraken's appendage entirely. While some pupils panicked, remaining realized how outmatched they were. As the fight escalated, solely a few stayed composed, capable of standing versus the monstrous threat looming before them. As the turmoil escalated, the pupils started coordinating attacks. Amid a deadly clash, one pupil protected a girl from the Kraken's assault. Remaining responded swiftly, jumping into combat to support their classmates. Tension flared between fighters, notably as competitive spirits appeared even under pressure. Whilst the combat unfolded, a distant observer casually remarked on the spectacle, viewing the Kraken not as a threat, but as entertainment. Simultaneously, the strongest pupil captains exposed their true power. Chen Yeo of the East wielded precision and speed, Celia Zaradenga struck with fury, and Rita Iloan unleashed directed frost magic. Chloe Muller of the North froze the war zone, whilst Walden Hayden of the South glowed with green energy. From Central, Duran Mora dominated with lightning magic. Jointly, the captains overwhelmed the beast, working with synchronized precision. Yet, every gaze gradually shifted to an unknown freshman, the white-haired boy. His movements, timing, and restraint stood out even amid elite ranks. Following the Kraken's overcome, pupils returned to the mainland. The incident had finished, but departed a lasting impression. As they entered Lumaine Academy's grand halls, orientation resumed. Currently at the Elektra training grounds, the entrance ceremony started, with pupils lining up by region, top scorers taking the lead. With every freshman assembled, Headmaster Elijah started his mighty opening address. He said of the Academy's role in raising future heroes, challenging pupils to surpass their limits and put themselves on the line. His tone shifted sharply, warning that those unwilling to grow had no place at Lumini Academy. To emphasize his words, he demonstrated immense strength, sending a shockwave throughout the grounds that stunned the entire crowd. Whilst the pupils struggled to comprehend the raw power, Elijah lightened the mood briefly, wondering aloud if he'd gone too distant. The tension broke momentarily, but pupils swiftly regained composure as the ceremony proceeded. A faculty member stepped up to declare the following segment, a speech from the freshman representative. When the name Leo Plav was named, uncertainty spread amid the students. Most had not once heard of him, yet Leo quietly strode up to the stage. His composed demeanor seized the focus of both pupils and staff. The proctor confirmed the choice with a quiet nod. Taking the podium, Leo delivered his speech with clarity and confidence. Whilst some questioned his ranking, his aura departed an undeniable impact. Observers noted his sharp gaze and assured tone, qualities that hinted at power under the surface. Following finishing his formal speech, Leo Plav was questioned to share his goals as freshman representative. The moderator expected a polite response, but Leo sensed the unspoken doubts encircling his selection. With steady resolve, he introduced himself anew, this time delivering a bolder message. Turning to confront the crowd, he openly tested anyone who questioned his position to come and claim it, regardless of who they were. His words caused a stir. Amid the pupils, several top performers took notice, some intrigued, remaining offended. But Leo's confidence not once wavered. Afterward that evening, the pupils returned to the Lumaine Academy dormitories. A week of orientation and self-guided exploration awaited them. They were free to choose their courses and disciplines, but punctuality stayed mandatory. As Leo reached his assigned room, he silently took in his surroundings. Night fell. Whilst other pupils glanced forward to the next day, Leo lay in bed reflecting. His thoughts weren't on classmates or academics, but on something further. As he stared at the ceiling, a distant image formed in his mind, a towering monument, and echoes of a forgotten former. What he sought from Lumaine was not recognition, but the recovery of his misplaced hero record. Leo silently enjoyed his meal in the academy cafeteria, accompanied by a cheerful friend who insisted they eat jointly. Regardless the lively environment, Leo stayed composed, quietly accepting the invitation. Their lunch was shortly interrupted by the abrupt call for the freshman representative, which Leo initially ignored lacking concern. Instance afterward, Duran Moira, the Central Region captain, neared with a serious expression. He insisted clarification on Leo's bold speech from the previous morning. Leo, unfazed, admitted his words may have provoked remaining. Rather than escalate the situation, Leo dismissed the hostility and returned to his meal. Duran, frustrated by the dismissal, narrowed his gaze, barely able to contain his irritation. Lacking warning, Duran launched an assault, sending the cafeteria into turmoil. Trays and food flew across the air. Leo effortlessly dodged, protecting his meal mid-air, whilst his friend observed in awe. Amid the turmoil, Duran crafted an elaborate king double cheeseburger to taunt Leo. Leo responded quietly, condemning the waste of valuable food. Duran, fuming, declared he'd crush Leo's pride. Enraged by Leo's steady demeanor and disregard for hierarchy, he readied to fight seriously. As tension peaked, Leo stayed yet, seemingly prepared to show the true extent of his strength. Merely as tension between Leo and Duran reached its peak, a mighty figure emerged between them. The unforeseen arrival of a senior instructor stunned both pupils. He declared their identities aloud. One was the Central Region captain, and the other, the freshman representative. The instructor scolded them for fighting on their initial morning, implying they'd currently face consequences. Afterward, at the night department's outdoor arena, pupils assembled for their first class. The instructor, Elandiu, readied to start the lecture. Some pupils observed Leo was absent and started to worry. Abruptly, Leo arrived at complete speed, out of breath but composed, having barely created it on time. When questioned what delayed him, Leo offered a vague smile, his earlier confrontation unmentioned. With everybody present, Elandiu formally introduced himself and started the session, noting the tension between certain pupils as something to watch closely. As the lecture began, Elandiu clarified the core foundations of mana. He broke down the three primary types: magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Whilst clarifying, he questioned the class why aura was the hardest to master. One pupil correctly replied, "It's because aura requires a unique conversion process." Elandiu praised them, continuing to explain how aura adapts mana to suit the body. Instructor Elandiu activated a visual demonstration, encircling himself with shining aura as he questioned how it's used. One pupil guessed it's released throughout combat, but Leo assuredly explained aura's power comes from burning mana. Elandiu confirmed the reply and pushed further, questioning what was most crucial when burning mana. Leo replied, "Stamina," lacking hesitation, surprising the remaining and earning praise. Curious, Elandiu questioned if Leo had studied aura before. Leo admitted he hadn't, which amazed the instructor even more. He noted how rare it was for someone to instinctively understand aura's essence. Lacking pausing, Elandiu shifted the lesson to physical demonstration. He showcased aura step, a technique that channels aura into the legs for motion. Pupils observed in amazement as he soared across the air with enhanced speed and power. He clarified that the potential of aura is nearly limitless. The training intensified as pupils started sparring and testing their abilities. One girl teased Leo, offering aid solely if he named her sister, but he refused, claiming the basic principles were enough. Elandiu, observing silently, observed Leo swiftly grasp motion without assistance. As the class regained command, Elandiu addressed the morning's incident. He hinted at consequences, making it evident that behavior could be closely observed from now on. As the morning training wrapped up, pupils chatted regarding Leo's earlier clash. One enthusiastic boy recounted the fight with striking flair, drawing focus from remaining. Before long, the instructor named both Leo and Duran ahead, signaling the issue hadn't been settled yet. Elandiu questioned Duran regarding the cause for his earlier rage. Duran claimed he wasn't mad, but the instructor plainly didn't buy it. Rather of further discussion, he proposed a solution: a race. Leo and Duran could settle their differences across a one-on-one running competition to determine the class representative. Elandiu declared that they might use aura freely in the match. The class murmured with excitement as the stakes became evident. Duran, the heir to a heroic bloodline and master of lightning aura, stood as the favorite. Leo, an enigmatic outlier from the outskirts, had stunned many previously, but his complete potential remained unknown. Pupils placed their bets as the two competitors stepped up. The race could not solely decide status, but likewise test real combat fundamentals. As anticipation became, Elandiu signaled the start. Duran surged ahead in a flash of lightning. But even as he led, observers couldn't aid but focus on Leo, his stance, his steady, and the unknown depth beyond his steady gaze. Duran sprints ahead with immense speed, leaving other pupils behind in the magical academy stadium. The earth blurs under his feet as lightning-like energy trails his movements, highlighting his extraordinary strength. The audience watches in awe, amazed by Duran's agility, whilst the representative freshman struggles to maintain up. Close-by pupils comment on the astonishing speed and skill Duran displays, doubting the freshman's ability. A pupil cheers loudly for Leo, displaying support amidst the fierce competition, emphasizing the academy's enthusiastic atmosphere. Duran's legs ignite with energy anew, propelling him ahead whilst leaving scorched marks on the track. Different pupil observes in shock as Duran reaches the halfway point in record time, his momentum unrelenting. Duran accelerates further, each stride creating a golden trail of energy throughout the track. The freshman struggles to match him, desperately chasing the blurring figure of Duran as the stadium gasps. A female observer reacts in alarm, trying to track Duran's unthinkable speed throughout the field. Duran proceeds to leave beyond vivid streaks of energy, his motion precise and unstoppable. The track glows from his strength, displaying the remarkable physical and magical force he exerts. Duran leaps into the air, smashing a magical projectile with a single strike of immense strength. Explosive power radiates outward, scattering debris as his assault leaves a trail of destruction. The crowd and competitors stare in shock at the immense display, confirming Duran's legendary power. Leo bursts ahead with remarkable speed, surprising Duran, who tries to respond. His footsteps crack the track as a streak of red energy trails beyond him. Duran watches in shock as Leo rapidly closes the gap, displaying unmatched skill. The impact of Leo's speed leaves cracks in the earth, displaying the power of his movement. Observing pupils are stunned, whispering regarding the extraordinary display of strength. A female pupil recognizes the technique Leo employed, identifying it as the Phoenix Step. Cheers erupt from allies as Leo wins, their excitement highlighting the immense triumph. Duran's performance is acknowledged as splendid, combining lightning aura and speed to dominate the short race. Viewers note that though Leo is slower than Duran, he uses precise aura focus to maximize impact. Leo praises Duran for the match, identifying his exceptional skill. Duran responds with frustration but admiration, acknowledging Leo's superiority in strategy. A senior remarks that a hero may emerge from the current generation of pupils. Leo's allies enthusiastically celebrate his triumph, displaying admiration for his strength and talent. Duran and different pupil observe, contemplating why their peers are drawn to Leo's skill. The team leaves the stadium jointly, heading to a cafe, displaying camaraderie and the end of the intense event. Leo tells his allies to go on lacking him and walks aside from the stadium calmly. He heads beyond, moving towards the region where summoning classes are held. Duran and the remaining are departed confused, questioning why Leo is curious in summoning lessons. Leo reflects silently, considering the pledge he obtained from the Fairy King as a reward. He recognizes the reward is connected to the realm's strength and the summoning system. Realizing it will be useless for currently, Leo contemplates traveling to the fairyland afterward. Whilst walking across a scenic region, Leo notices someone approaching and turns with curiosity. Chen Xia, East Test's top scorer, introduces herself and greets him politely. Leo responds, and Xia invites him to call her merely Xia, signaling a friendly connection. Xia expresses surprise at Leo's curiosity in summoning regardless being a night pupil. Leo explains his curiosity regarding spiritualism, displaying his thoughtful and independent mindset. Xia asks regarding the spirit he created a contract with, revealing her own skill in summoning. Leo admits he hasn't formed a contract yet, and Xia offers advice and guidance. She emphasizes that she can aid him afterward, displaying her supportive nature. The two debate their ages and experience, with Leo noting that Xia is 17 whilst he is 15. Leo observes Xia's youthful appearance and recognizes she seems younger than expected. He internally compares her to Chelsea, reflecting on the surprising maturity gap. Xia observes Leo, suspicious of his thoughts, but he reassures her internally that nothing rude is on his mind. Xia admits to being amazed by Leo's match versus Duran, displaying respect for his skill. Leo reacts with slight surprise, acknowledging her observation with a steady demeanor. Xia firmly trials him to a future match, signaling resolve and competitive spirit. Leo smiles assuredly, accepting Xia's future trial with assurance. Xia returns a warm, pleased smile, marking the start of mutual respect. The site shifts to the Summoning Division Exploratory class, establishing the fresh setting. Leo and Xia arrive at the class location, observing the surroundings and other pupils. Leo scans the pupils, assessing the environment and noting the variety of participants. Both prepare for the session, displaying readiness and curiosity regarding the summoning techniques. Xia remarks on the simplicity of the class, expressing mild surprise at its setting. Leo reflects on the nature of summoning as a less popular choice amid pupils. Abruptly, a huge dragon flies overhead, startling everybody and demonstrating the real-world application of summoning. A black wyvern abruptly emerges in the sky, startling the pupils and causing panic. One pupil falls rearward in shock as the wyvern approaches, its gaze fixed on him. Leo commands the wyvern to rearward off, his aura and authority forcing it to obey. A youthful woman, Yura Marin, introduces herself as the summoning instructor for first-year pupils. Yura energetically explains her role, displaying confidence and warmth whilst riding alongside the wyvern. Observing pupils admire her aura and charisma, sensing inspired and motivated to learn from her. Under the crescent moon, a man and his beast companion prepare close the academy's forest edge. He observes the nearing pupils, identifying their potential as summoners who must master their magical partners. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, the instructor commands everybody to advance towards the wide training field for practice. At the field, griffins await under Carlo's supervision, their wings shimmering under the morning sunlight. Pupils form pairs, nervously nearing the creatures as Carlo introduces them to basic riding procedures. One pupil's hesitation draws Carlo's sharp gaze, warning them not to underestimate the lesson's difficulty. Carlo demonstrates flawless command, urging his griffin into flight, as pupils watch in awe. Abruptly, a shadowy shape emerges from the clouds, descending rapidly towards the practice area. The impact shakes the field, forcing the pupils rearward as Carlo steadies his stance. Different instructor arrives, offering cheerful guidance to steady the shaken class and maintain command. Leo and his partner mount their griffin assuredly, ready to test what they've discovered. With steady hands, Leo allows his companion to claim command of the reins. The griffin claims flight, soaring throughout the vast sky as pupils follow behind. Leo maintains balance whilst observing the horizon, ensuring his teammate stays steady during ascent. Jointly, they glide gracefully overhead the academy, mastering harmony between rider and magical beast. Leo steadies the reins as the wind rushes forward, his partner gripping tightly in surprise. He glances rearward with a steady look, reassuring her as they soar higher through the sunlight. Below them, Carlo watches in quiet approval, amazed by the smooth coordination between rider and griffin. Abruptly, one griffin screeches violently, its gaze shining yellow with agitation and unrest. The creature thrashes mid-air, throwing its rider off balance as panic spreads amid the pupils. Their cries echo throughout the field, summoning desperately for Carlo's aid as the griffin loses control. Carlo intervenes from overhead, scolding the panicked pupils whilst maintaining perfect command over his own griffin. He trials them to regain command themselves, forcing them to rely on their training. Leo acts swiftly, steadying his partner whilst calming the beast across careful, confident movements. Taking command, Leo guides the griffin ahead with precision, his resolve shining through the chaos. The creature stabilizes mid-flight, responding to his firm yet gentle order as they glide smoothly. Carlo observes from afar, amazed by Leo's natural mastery and composure under pressure. Carlo confirms Leo's identity as a first-year pupil, startled by his exceptional riding skills. Other instructors debate his background, realizing he has no noble lineage or previous griffin training. Carlo smiles faintly, identifying Leo's pure, innate talent, marking him as a genuine prodigy of the academy. Following the successful griffin training, Leo earns the instructor's focus, recognized as a rare, gifted pupil. The following morning, the academy class arrives at the Island of Summons, a sacred training earth. Leo silently surveys the surroundings, noticing other pupils gathering close the forest's edge in curiosity. Whilst exploring, Leo examines an orange fruit and locates an enigmatic feather resting on it. He senses something odd in its aura, briefly misplaced an idea about its origin and meaning. When his partner asks regarding it, Leo brushes it off, choosing to maintain his discovery secret. Shortly following, the class assembles as the instructor calls everybody to gather for their next task. Pupils are informed that an abrupt practical test will begin immediately, causing surprise and tension. Regardless uncertainty, they prepare for the trial, realizing the academy wastes no time testing new talent. The instructor explains that the summoning major demands mastery beyond simple mana command and power. She emphasizes that genuine summoners must form spiritual affinity to order and bond with summoned beings. Golden glow flares from her hand, illustrating the balance of spirit, focus, and mana required. She further clarifies that summoners' paths are challenging but hold immense potential compared to other disciplines. A vision of former summoners shines beyond her words, symbolizing unity and strength in their contracts. The pupils, inspired by her speech, vow to prove their worth and surpass their limitations. A pupil with silver hair steps ahead, assuredly asking about the nature of the upcoming exam. The instructor introduces her as Eliza Hergen, descendant of a northern hero family and skilled summoner. She explains that the test will claim place on the Island of Summons, famous for its spirit beasts. Eliza elaborates that the island contains numerous summons, each waiting for a capable master. The task is simple: tame a summon, form a contract, and carry it rearward as proof. Pupils cheer with excitement, prepared to trial themselves under Lumaine Academy's demanding standards. As preparations start, Eliza approaches Leo, intrigued by the rumors of his dual triumph. She teases him assuredly, implying that she expects him to prove his skill formerly anew. Leo responds humbly, walking off towards the forest with silent resolve to test his limits. Eliza observes Leo's steady demeanor, identifying his composure and talent amid the first-year students. She predicts that Leo and a few remaining will become key figures in their generation. Simultaneously, Leo advances further into the forest, unaware of the quiet presence watching from above. Other pupils notice Leo heading farther in, doubting his choice to venture so profound. They assume arrogance drives him, believing he will fail the summoning test entirely. Solo in the forest, Leo locates the enigmatic feather once again, its glow faintly pulsing with power. Profound within the forest, Leo's feather glows brightly, summoning fiery energy that surrounds the clearing. A youthful man close by channels his mana, forming a burning circle that radiates fierce magical power. Leo steps nearer, gaze fixed on the phenomenon, realizing that a perilous summon is emerging before him. Morning glow shines throughout the Academy's island camp, where instructors prepare breakfast and monitor the test's progress. One instructor flips bacon and eggs quietly, assured that the students are managing their trials safely. She wonders aloud if Leo, known for his steady nature, is doing fine in the forest. Different instructor reassures her, reminding that it's solely the initial day and there's nothing to fear yet. He questions her worry, whilst she seems uneasy, sensing something unusual through the mana flow. Simultaneously, distant aside, Leo faces searing flames as the magical disturbance intensifies around his position. The instructor smiles faintly, unaware of the rising threat unfolding miles aside from camp. At that same instant, Leo struggles within the burning vortex, shielding himself from the immense heat. The air ripples with strength as Leo braces himself his genuine trial as a summoner starts. Flames erupted before Leo, revealing enormous fiery aura, identifying his lineage and mentioning Reina's flame. Confused yet resolute, Leo questioned the creature regarding his mother, demanding to know their connection. The blazing entity admitted realizing Reina and expressed a profound debt owed to her former deeds. The creature introduced itself as Farina, a phoenix, one of the 3 grand mystical summons. Leo stood firmly, identifying himself and seeking clarity regarding his mother's relationship with the phoenix. Farina recalled the heroic act that bound their fates, hinting at a long-standing gratitude towards Reina. Memories surfaced of Ellen Lunda, a hero who formerly confronted destruction in the Siren dungeon. Throughout that combat, Reina emerged unexpectedly and saved Ellen, sacrificing her own blazing aura. The occasion became legend, sealing Reina's name amid heroes and leaving Farina forever indebted to her. Leo listened, learning his mother's sacrifice forever altered the balance of the realm's flame spirits. Farina acknowledged Reina's nobility, noting she not once regretted saving Ellen regardless her grand loss. Curious, Leo questioned why the phoenix stayed in the Academy's domain rather than the heavens. Farina sensed destiny, realizing Leo inherited both courage and flame, uniting their fates formally more. The phoenix vowed to repay Reina's debt by granting Leo the age-old fire's blessing. Flames condensed into Leo's palm as Farina's strength transferred, marking the start of their bond. Farina bestowed a shining egg upon Leo, declaring it the child born from divine flame. Leo praised the egg's radiance as Farina wished for him to form a contract someday. Regardless warnings, Leo questioned if the bond might be created immediately, surprising the Phoenix Guardian. Farina's flames surged violently, fearing the ritual's threat and warning Leo versus proceeding too shortly. Leo stood firm as divine energy engulfed him, the immense heat testing his resolve and power. Seeing Leo's resolve, Farina was reminded of Reina's bravery and offered him quiet blessings of luck. A blinding flash surrounded Leo as his consciousness drifted into a realm packed with fiery sigils. The flame flickered before him, resonating with his heartbeat, symbolizing the phoenix's essence, seeking unity. Gradually, Leo extended his hand, sensing the heat merge with his soul in finished synchronization. The ritual intensified. Fire erupted about him, testing his limits as agony coursed across his body. The flames of eternity scorched him, reflecting the phoenix's eternal suffering and endless cycle of rebirth. Understanding their agony, Leo embraced the agony, proving his heart might endure divine fire's burden. The inferno subsided, leaving Leo standing amidst the shining embers of the finished summoning. From the ashes, the phoenix's child stirred, acknowledging Leo as its destined summoner and master. Leo's resolved gaze met the creature's gaze, sealing the contract that linked their fates forever. Flames spiraled upward as Leo stood before Farina, holding the newly formed golden egg of fire. When questioned if he succeeded, Leo proudly confirmed, his gaze shining with determination and triumph. Farina, amazed by his will, declared Leo a genius and acknowledged his exceptional summoning talent. The phoenix's radiant energy surrounded Leo, blessing him as the realm's future greatest summoner. The egg shimmered brightly, signaling the successful birth of a fresh phoenix under Leo's care. Flames softened as a tiny chick appeared, Fiora, the following generation of the mystical phoenix line. Farina entrusted Fiora to Leo, assured that he could raise the youthful phoenix with honor. Leo examined the chick curiously, doubting its appearance compared to the majestic form of its parent. Fiora chirped happily, tilting its head, confirming its bond and affection towards its fresh master. Morning glow shone over the academy grounds where pupils assembled, awaiting their next summoning class. The instructors monitored progress, noting a few pupils yet unpaired with their assigned creatures. Abruptly, a mighty tremor erupted as a massive beast charged toward the training field. One instructor reacted swiftly, identifying the creature as an aqua bear under partial command. Different pupil displayed remarkable skill, riding the beast assuredly through the clearing's chaos. Close by, a night trainee summoned a shadow crow, a rare creature known for its difficulty to tame. A assured pupil admitted he hadn't formed a contract yet but stayed calm under pressure. Close by classmates observed in awe as a huge serpent creature descended from the sky before them. Their instructor praised the summoner's swift move, identifying the powerful Gorgon snake as his contracted beast. As the session neared its finish, the professor declared the arrival of the last student. Pupils shifted curiously towards the path, spotting Leo approaching with quiet determination. Resting atop his head, Fiora chirped brightly, drawing everybody's focus to his minor companion. Some pupils laughed mockingly, assuming Leo's summon was merely a harmless chick. Their amusement vanished when Fiora spread her wings, releasing an abrupt wave of heat. The crowd fell quiet in shock as the chick transformed, revealing her genuine phoenix nature. As the sun set, Leo returned to the academy's primary building for a scheduled meeting. Standing before a grand door, he steadied himself and knocked, awaiting permission to enter. A steady voice responded from within, inviting him to step within for a private conversation. Within, the professor greeted Leo warmly, inviting him to sit and debate the recent occasion. She expressed astonishment at witnessing a baby phoenix, something she had not once seen before. Leo listened attentively, realizing the rarity of his bond and its significance to the academy. The professor sat in quiet shock, astonished that a freshman had successfully formed a contract with a phoenix. Leo shifted nervously in his seat, uncertain of the cause beyond her rising intensity and silence. Rising from her chair, the professor's tone hardened as she exposed her genuine intent. She understood Leo's actual identity. Leo's summoning ritual concluded, revealing an immense strength that stunned his instructor and illuminated the entire chamber. Astonished, the instructor praised Leo's extraordinary summoning talent, identifying his potential as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. She cautioned him to maintain his pact with the phoenix, a secret to avoid unwanted focus and turmoil. Afterward, Leo met his professor, who praised his progress and reminded him of the upcoming course selection. She urged him to choose summoning as his primary field, assured his gift might reshape heroic studies. Her encouragement strengthened Leo's resolve, realizing his strength might define the following generation's understanding of summoners. Morning dawned over the academy, and pupils started different day of training within the grand halls of Lumaine. Leo strode across the corridor, encountering Chloe, a sleepy classmate yawning following a long night of study. They exchanged brief greetings, sharing their fatigue from relentless lessons and the academy's demanding pace. Leo recognized Chloe Muller, returning her misplaced identification card that had fallen earlier closed the training yard. She accepted it with surprise, recalling a recent encounter throughout their early academy orientation. That instant rekindled a faint memory between them, hinting at a shared former neither fully recalled. In class, Chloe recognized Leo was the freshman representative who'd assisted her, silently expressing her gratitude. As lectures started, Leo attended both summoning and magic sessions, aiming to master every discipline he might. Close-by pupils whispered regarding Chloe the Ice Woman, a prodigy destined to rival Leo in magical excellence. Chloe's concentration packed the room as she readied her magic notes, instantly drawing everybody's focus with her calm aura. Leo's friends silently pointed out her name, confirming the rumors encircling the talented prodigy of the magic division. The temperature dropped sharply, and frost crept throughout the desks, startling close-by pupils as Chloe's mana surged uncontrollably. Ice crystals rapidly formed, coating the classroom walls as Chloe's spell burst beyond her intended command. Leo and his classmate dodged the spreading frost, realizing her immense strength might rival even senior summoners. Quietly, Leo resolved to assist her, stepping ahead and signaling his friend Carl to follow him closer. Leo offered to aid stabilize the spell, identifying Chloe's resolve to improve despite the unstable surge. Chloe's focus shifted towards Leo, remembering his earlier kindness and trusting his steady magical command. Jointly, their energies balanced, dispersing the frost and returning warmth to the classroom atmosphere. Instance afterward, the classroom door unsealed as a new instructor's footsteps echoed through the bright hallway. Pupils swiftly composed themselves, sensing authority from the nearing figure. Professor Len Hors, the first-year Magic Division instructor, introduced himself and started outlining the course expectations. Len Hors clarified the importance of foundational theory before any superior practice might begin. With a flick of his pen, magical symbols illuminated the room as test sheets materialized mid-air. Leo obtained his test paper, readied to prove his concealed expertise in both summoning and magic theory. Professor Len declared strict standards, announcing that solely pupils meeting the Academy's criteria might remain in his class. The announcement stunned the pupils, realizing the difficulty of the upcoming test and its consequences. He assigned his assistant Anna to collect exams, ensuring fairness and discipline throughout the evaluation. As the test started, Leo examined the questions, baffled by the complexity of modern magical theories. He compared current formulas to age-old ones he formerly mastered, realizing how drastically the field had evolved. Time passed swiftly as pupils struggled to finish their answers, the room silent except for scratching pens. Following submitting, Leo overheard pupils discussing the test's difficulty, boasting regarding their confident answers. He reflected silently, having solved solely one question due to his unfamiliarity with modern magic. Leo resolved to study independently, planning to bridge the gap between age-old and current knowledge. Simultaneously, Len reviewed the finished exams, analyzing each response with a critical and experienced eye. He pondered how magic had become simplified, accessible, yet shallow compared to the intricate spells of earlier centuries. Raising his hand, he readied a demonstration to reveal how genuine magic formerly manifested through mastery. Mana surged about him, forming radiant runes and symbols that packed the classroom with blinding glow. Pupils gasped in awe as the professor's magic stabilized, forming a massive sphere of luminous energy. Len declared this was the essence of traditional magic strength, born from comprehension, not convenience. Professor Len clarified he had crafted the test himself, designed to measure each pupil's true comprehension. He emphasized that mastering magic required understanding and innovation, not merely memorizing simplified casting methods. Encouragingly, he hoped every pupil could one morning be capable of creating their own original spells. Following class, Chloe reviewed her test, realizing the last question's difficulty surpassed anything she had studied. Wondering if Leo had provided up, she regretted not having him as a fellow pupil in future lessons. Abruptly, Professor Len's assistant rushed in, announcing a pupil had miraculously solved the unthinkable final question. The announcement stunned the professor, prompting him to verify the result instantly with rising curiosity. He addressed the class, declaring that someone had achieved what no one in history had done before. Excitement spread as he questioned the enigmatic top scorer to reveal themselves before the class. The assistant clarified the score wasn't perfect, solely the last, hardest question had been replied correctly. Intrigued, the professor requested the pupil's name to confirm this extraordinary outcome. She exposed the paper belonged to Leo Ploive, stunning everybody who had underestimated his silent demeanor. Professor Len named Leo's name, but his seat was empty, leaving classmates whispering in uncertainty. Chloe observed silently, recalling Leo's earlier resolve and sensing there was more to his abilities. On the desk lay Leo's test, marked with a score beyond the limit, question 51, fully solved. Afterward that morning, Leo relaxed at a cafe with a classmate, enjoying a silent moment after the exam. His friend teased him for leaving following solving solely one question, doubting his advance to classes. Leo listened casually as his companion suggested focusing on swordsmanship rather than overreaching into magic or summoning. Their glow conversation was interrupted when Professor Len abruptly emerged, radiating an intimidating aura of seriousness. He insisted to know if Leo was the pupil who had departed after solving only one question. Confused but steady, Leo clarified there had been a misunderstanding regarding his test completion. Leo clarified that he couldn't reply most of the questions because modern magic theories sensed unfamiliar to him. He admitted studying solely age-old magic texts, which created newer formulas difficult to grasp immediately. The professor paused, realizing Leo's knowledge came from an entirely distinct and distant further magical foundation. Amused yet amazed, Professor Len's look shifted from frustration to admiration. Identifying Leo's rare potential, he urgently questioned the pupil to accompany him for further discussion. Startled by the abrupt request, Leo pursued as the professor's demeanor changed to genuine excitement. A professor abruptly storms into the academy's cafe, urgently dragging Leo aside before anyone can react. Within the cafe, pupils glance at each other in uncertainty as the professor's abrupt action draws attention. Gela recalls seeing the professor instants ago, bewildered by his behavior and wondering regarding his abrupt intentions. In a dim lecture hall, magical equations swirl throughout the air as the professor activates his research device. Shining symbols form complex problems, testing the limits of magical theory known solely to top scholars. He commands Leo to solve them, challenging the pupil's rumored talent and gauging his intellectual depth. Leo confronts the complex symbols quietly, his mind processing intricate formulas with steady focus. The professor observes keenly, convinced Leo's skill proves mastery beyond beginner-level magic comprehension. Instance afterward, Leo declares his solutions finish, shocking the professor who hadn't expected immediate results. The professor stares in shock, realizing Leo solved every issue mentally lacking using external aids. Glow reflects off the shining formulas, confirming the accuracy of each rapid calculation. Overwhelmed with excitement, the professor celebrates, acknowledging Leo's brilliance as genuine and unprecedented. Leo leaves the lecture hall, his steady look contrasting the turmoil left behind. Instants afterward, the exhilarated professor rushes across the corridor, unable to contain his joy. He beams brightly, realizing he has eventually discovered a genuine prodigy within Lumen Academy. An enigmatic man observes the commotion, confused by the professor's eccentric behavior within the academy halls. The exhausted professor collapses dramatically before Leo, thanking him profusely as turmoil unfolds about them. Different instructor intervenes, scolding the professor for his reckless moves, noting this outburst surpassed every previous incident. In front of the staff, the professor excitedly presents Leo as a prodigy of magic. The other instructor seems puzzled, reminding him that Leo was originally enrolled as a night pupil. The professor refuses to yield, insisting Leo's talent must be cultivated as a genuine sorcerer. Turmoil erupts anew as the professor forcefully drags Leo's mentor towards agreement. He claims assigning Leo to the Knights could disgrace the whole sorcery department's honor. Regardless resistance, the choice is accepted, leaving the professor triumphantly satisfied with his success. As peace returns, different instructors sighs, weary from the professor's relentless enthusiasm. Leo watches silently as one professor thanks different for tolerating the commotion. He walks aside, muttering to himself that sorcerers remain as eccentric as ever. A week passes, marking the finish of Lumen Academy's temporary classes. Leo sits solo, reading a historical report questioning the truth beyond the hero of the beginning. He gazes into the afar, resolved to uncover why his former life was erased from history. A team of instructors rushes across the academy corridors, urgency evident in their steps toward the principal's office. They burst into the room, startling the principal and his aides who were silently reviewing reports. One instructor exclaims in shock, presenting a shocking discovery that defies every academic expectations. He slams a document onto the desk, revealing Leo's course application listing every major simultaneously. The professors erupt in turmoil, each claiming Leo for their department, unwilling to concede his talent. The principal stays steady, noting the unprecedented nature of Leo's versatility within the academy's history. The faculty freezes as the principal recalls an age-old legend matching Leo's unique aptitude. His look turns solemn as he speaks of a forgotten figure formerly known as the Fifth Hero. He names the legendary master of every class as Kyle, the hero of the beginning. Simultaneously, sunlight bathes the academy's outdoor training grounds where pupils start their morning exercises. Leo joins his classmates, jogging beside Gela, who struggles to maintain pace with him. She questions the training schedule, startled by their instructor's demand for practice even on weekends. Leo explains that Chelsea requested his aid to improve the team's basic endurance. He emphasizes stamina's importance, claiming it outweighs weapon mastery for any genuine combat mage. As the team jogs under the morning glow, teamwork and resolve strengthen their growing bond. Under the radiant sunlight, Leo and his allies rest under a large tree after morning training. Chelsea smiles, enjoying the steady atmosphere, expressing how refreshing it feels to exercise outdoors anew. Her cheerful words make Gela react with amusement, lightly teasing her for her abrupt enthusiasm. Leo casually mentions his plan to proceed running, insisting on maintaining a proper training routine. Their classmate Kar observes the closeness between Leo and Gela, misunderstanding their relationship at initial. Gela swiftly clarifies that Leo is her cousin, dismissing any rumors before they spread. Kar expresses surprise upon learning Gila's family connection, trying to hide his awkward curiosity. Leo readies to resume training whilst Gela trials him to another round of jogging. Kar watches them leave, deciding to explore Lumen City rather, sensing both curious and exasperated. Days afterward, pupils gather within the academy for the official class assignments. Leo enters classroom 1-5, scanning the familiar confronts amid the seated pupils. Kar waves energetically, summoning Leo over to the desk beside him with a welcoming grin. The two sit jointly, discussing their fresh placement and Leo's assured attitude toward the semester. Chelsea, exhausted from previous training, weakly greets Leo from her close-by desk. Kar recognizes Leo pushed her too tough throughout practice, while Chelsea vows never to train with him again. Class 5 starts its initial lecture as pupils settle down, sensing the tense atmosphere of competition. Upperclassmen mockingly comment on the class's reputation, doubting how many will last beyond the semester. Their laughter fades when an enigmatic man enters, radiating shadowy energy as he demands everybody's attention. Professor Herod Edmund, known as the Wailing Wall, starts class by summoning out a pupil sternly. Terrified, the pupil rushes to obey as remaining glance about nervously, sensing the professor's strict reputation. Herod declares his intent to reshape the class and eliminate weakness amid his struggling pupils. Standing before the class, Herod asks why he chose to teach this particular team of pupils. A cheerful pupil, Carr Thomas, guesses it's to aid improve their grades and learning. Herod coldly mocks Carr's reply, pointing out his poor academic rank and dismissing the naive response. Different pupil offers a more grave answer, suggesting their training is meant to conquer the hero's world. Herod confirms the reply, then cruelly claims most pupils here could die in real combat. He explains his choice to lead Class 5 stems from their potential failure and need for change. Herod mentions the nickname, the Wailing Wall, as pupils shudder under his cold, watchful gaze. He silently observes one white-haired boy, inwardly concluding that the pupil might truly survive. The pupils are dismissed from the lecture and ordered to gather at the training grounds instantly. Under radiant sunlight, the pupils walk silently onto the combat field, surrounded by trees and equipment. They advance a shaded region where chairs and an umbrella await, indicating preparations for outdoor lessons. A chair unfolds with a snap, marking the beginning of their initial combat studies class outdoors. Professor Herod starts the outdoor class under the shade of an umbrella, criticizing the pupils' frail mindsets. He trials them to consider what genuinely determines survival in real-life situations where lives are at stake. One pupil, Nella Carvin, a knight major with healing aura, innocently suggests comrades could protect her. Herod dismisses the idea, insisting solely personal power can genuinely help protect others in battle. He asks if Nella genuinely believes she's capable of protecting her comrades when threat strikes. Nella declares her confidence, prompting Herod to test her by requesting she create a fireball. Different pupil, Ileana Ladin, a dual-class magical knight, steps ahead and prepares a flame spell. Herod mocks the fireball's minor size, doubting its strength and usefulness in actual combat. Smirking, Ileana channels more mana into the fireball, intending to amplify its destructive power. Ileana ignites an enormous blaze, displaying fierce magical control as her fire surrounds the area. Herod casually sips his drink, acknowledging the spell's power but urging someone to neutralize it swiftly. A green-haired pupil starts channeling wind magic to counter the incoming flames with focused precision. The green-haired pupil's wind spell cuts across the flames, aiming straight toward Ileana's fiery stance. He closes in rapidly, surprising Ileana as the abrupt counterattack reaches her protective range. Ileana is visibly shaken, unprepared for the speed and power of the wind-based retaliation. Ileana launches a mighty flame assault, forcing the green-haired sylph to evade with swift aerial maneuvers. Professor Herod mocks the attempt, criticizing the pupils for missing regardless overwhelming displays of mana. He reminds them that power lacking precision is useless, urging them to sharpen their command and instincts. Herod raises the stakes. Class will not finish until someone successfully catches the evasive sylph. A white-haired pupil reflects on the harsh lecture, acknowledging the truth concealed under Herod's strict tone. Motivated, he decides to join the trial, resolved to test his own limits and skill. Herod calls out to Leo Plav, challenging him straight to prove his worth across move. As Leo charges forward, Herod internally questions whether Leo is genuinely talented or merely another pretender. The field becomes chaotic as multiple pupils chase the sylph, spells flying in every direction. A red-tinged magical burst explodes onto the war zone, signaling Leo's release of a mighty ability. Flames and energy spiral jointly violently, turning the whole region into a blazing spectacle of raw strength. Leo dashes ahead across the inferno, emitting an fierce aura as Herod suspects a unique class awakening. Pupils glance on in shock, shocked by the sylph's speed and Leo's sudden unmatched acceleration. Regardless exhaustion, Leo pushes his body harder, his aura burning red as he closes the afar. With explosive power, Leo leaps ahead, narrowing in on the elusive sylph amid roaring energy. Leo rockets upward, piercing across the sky, as the sylph dances merely beyond his reach. As he lunges, the sly sylph readily evades, mocking his attempt with a cheerful grin. Leo stretches his arm towards her, barely missing anew, his gaze wide with shock and frustration. Undeterred, Leo sharpens his focus and gathers energy, his resolve burning in his crimson gaze. His hand erupts with red aura, and with a burst of power, he slashes towards her. The sylph recoils mid-air as Leo's strength eventually brushes her, shaking her steady for the first time. A abrupt counterblast knocks Leo rearward violently, causing uncertainty as he's flung across the field. Close by, different pupil calmly observes while sipping juice, seemingly unfazed by the fierce exchange. That pupil turns aside assuredly, unaffected by the chaos, signaling a deeper strength within him. A silver-haired instructor, Sejin, enters the field, offering to give Class 5 an actual lesson. Herod, lounging under his umbrella, playfully suggests Sejin claim over the class if he insists. Sejin accepts the trial, stepping ahead with intent, while students sense a major shift in tension. Herod, identified as the top graduate, casually sips his drink, prepared to spectate the impending clash. Sejin, ranked second, readies himself seriously, invoking memories of former rivalries between the academy's pillars. The pupils whisper in awe, realizing they're witnessing a rare face-off between the two legendary professors. Kara proudly boasts regarding his information skills, whilst Nella and different student react with embarrassment. Sejin mocks Herod for choosing to teach the weakest class and questions his reasoning. Raising his hand assuredly, Sejin proposes an official competition between Class 1 and Class 5. Herod considers the proposal and casually suggests employing Lumaine's historic sport, Bastera, as the occasion. Sejin agrees instantly, praising Herod's genius idea with exaggerated enthusiasm. Herod agrees to the match, but adds that Sejin will be responsible for overseeing the occasion. Herod relaxes anew as Sejin readies the class, mentally frustrated by his repeated popularity loss. Class 5 remains stunned as Sejin loudly announces the upcoming Bastera match with Class 1. From his chair, Herod reminds the pupils this match is their opportunity to prove themselves. Herod reaches into his pocket, grabbing something as if preparing to add more weight to the trial. With a cold tone, he announces that failure in the match will result in everybody's expulsion. Two pupils observe the situation silently, sensing uncertain about what lies ahead at Lumaine Academy. A laid-back man, likely an instructor, speaks assuredly, brushing off any worry regarding their class's future. He reassures them, reminding that their class has Leo the freshman representative as their greatest asset. Professor Herod assigns Leo a task: choose 6 pupils to represent Class 5 in Bastiera. Leo instantly recognizes the assignment as a deliberate test of leadership and judgment. Understanding Herod's motive, Leo recognizes he must uplift Class 5, whose spirits are previously broken. Leo reflects on how swiftly some pupils lose faith at the academy due to its harsh environment. Professor Herod sees Leo as the one who can restore their motivation and fighting spirit. The Bastiera competition is introduced as a method to rebuild Class 5's morale across teamwork. Class 1 and Class 5 prepare to compete in Bastiera, confronting off in a stadium arena. Leo questions his teammates' nervousness, unaware of Bastiera's reputation amid the academy pupils. He learns it's not merely a ball game, it's a rigorous, combat-oriented sport of tradition and prestige. Leo is cautioned that Bastiera's threat level is lofty, despite its outward appearance as a game. Chelsea emerges anxious, prompting Leo's worry and sparking tension between her and a rival pupil. Chelsea, provoked by mockery, snaps rearward angrily, declaring she'd not once lose to a Zerdinger. Leo assuredly assures his teammates that their class won't lose, boosting morale amid the team. The opposing team reacts sharply, notably a girl frustrated by Leo's confidence and keen to prove herself. One of the girls focuses intensely, resolved not to lose anew to Leo in this trial. A staff member calls every participants from each class to proceed towards the Bastiera arena. Leo turns to his classmates and asks who's willing to join him in the match. Motivated by pride and pressure, several pupils step ahead, resolved to prove their strength to the academy. Leo finalizes the lineup, including Carr as the last member regardless Carr's initial hesitation and uncertainty. With everybody assembled, Leo reports to the professor that Class 5 is prepared for the match. The professor acknowledges them and readies to initiate the game by throwing the Bastiera ball. With a mighty throw, the game officially starts, and the Bastiera ball soars into the sky. Every participating pupils lock gaze, gauging their opponents as the ball descends rapidly into play. Tension rises between both teams as the trial genuinely starts, each fighter prepared to strike. The ball hits the field, and players from both sides clash explosively to seize the initial edge. A player grabs the ball and launches it throughout the field as teammates provide cover. One class gains early momentum, and Leo requests a brief explanation of the rules mid-match to strategize. Tide explains the rules of Bastiera: infuse aura into the ball and score lacking employing limbs. The aim is to reach 11 points initial, emphasizing magical command and physical coordination. Tide signals his team to prepare as the ball heads towards their field with fury. One Class 1 player seems unsure, bracing himself for what's coming following in the match. A mighty aura-charged strike sends the ball crashing downward with remarkable speed and power. The assault proceeds at lofty velocity, pressing Class 5 into a purely defensive stance. A Class 1 player leaps into the air and sends the ball flying towards the aim region. Carr panics as the immense shot approaches their position at breakneck speed. Spectators cheer as Class 1 scores. Duran Moira is praised for executing the assault flawlessly. Class 5 members are stunned into silence as the game's pressure starts to sink in. One teammate believes Professor Herod deliberately placed them here to expel the underperformers. Leo asks regarding regaining possession. Tide quietly replies that there are 3 specific methods to do so. Tide explains, gain command if the ball exits bounds, is seized, or if dodged successfully. Ileana, alert and focused, observes the ball coming her method and readies to act. Regardless her swift reaction, Ileana is struck tough, shocking Leo and the entire team. A red-haired Class 1 pupil confronts Leo's team mid-match, taunting them whilst holding the Bastiera ball. She mocks their distraction, implying they're previously losing focus as different member lies injured close by. Rules clarify that players can solely be eliminated by ball contact. Direct assaults are prohibited in the game. Leo acknowledges the explanation and picks up the ball, signaling Class 5's offensive turn. He assuredly declares it's currently their opportunity to retaliate and shift the game's momentum. A scoreboard confirms Ileana's status as incapacitated, whilst staff members observe quietly from the sidelines. The instructor silently reflects on Bastiera's nature teams with fire element users dominate due to its destructive strength. Amid human houses, Zerdingers are unmatched in fire strength, and one of them is playing today. He wonders why Leo accepted the trial, realizing Class 1 gripped such a strong advantage. Different Professor recalls a legendary former pupil known as the Empress of Bastiera for her dominance. She was famous and feared in matches, a legacy that yet echoes across the academy. The current match features her child currently exposed to be in Class 5 carrying on that legacy. Nearby, despair spreads as Class 5 pupils start doubting their abilities and future at Lumaine Academy. One pupil questions how they even qualified if overcome feels so inevitable. A resolved girl's gaze burn with fire magic, signaling her resolve as she steps ahead to fight. With flames igniting about him, a Class 1 player unleashes a mighty throw infused with fire energy. Leo warns his team to brace themselves, then intercepts the blazing ball mid-air with precision. Harnessing his own strength, Leo redirects the ball swiftly towards the opposing team's aim area. The redirected strike lands with explosive power, throwing rivals rearward and stunning the field momentarily. Amid the impact, a huge ice wall forms as a guard, halting further advancement of the ball. A teammate reminds Leo that as long as the ice-wielding girl is engaged, scoring stays unthinkable. A towering ice wall forms, radiating magical energy as the war zone falls quiet under its aura. A resolved silver-haired girl sits before the wall, assured that Leo cannot break across her defense. Leo abruptly emerges beyond her, having bypassed the barrier completely, catching both her and the spectators off guard. With swift motion, Leo smashes across the ice shield, employing precise and immense force. The girl stares in shock as his assault disrupts her guard completely, breaking through her expectations. Spectators and instructors react with awe, acknowledging Leo's superior combat instincts and adaptability in real-time combat. Cheers erupt from the remains as pupils root for Leo and Class 5's performance in the match. An instructor watching closely smiles, realizing this is when the competition genuinely becomes grave. The scoreboard ticks upward rapidly as pupils clash in fast-paced duels, pushing their limits with magic and strategy. A blonde pupil charges with electrified fists, cutting across rivals with blinding speed and focused aggression. His target launches an energy blast, but he counters it mid-air, continuing towards the aim with fierce resolve. The momentum builds as he unleashes a last, high-speed assault aimed straight at the foe defense. Carr intercepts the assault with his body, absorbing the hit to protect his teammate at grand cost. Exhausted and injured, Carr collapses but smiles, realizing his sacrifice bought time for Leo's following advance. Grinning, he tells Leo the rest is up to him, having employed up the last of his mana. The ball rebounds into the field, setting the pace for the last phase of the match. Leo commends Carr, currently injured but smiling, as classmates aid him off the field. The scoreboard reveals a tie, 10-10. Triumph depends on the last round. Leo readies to serve, steady regardless being the only one left from Class 5 on the field. His rivals, elite pupils from Class 1, prepared themselves with overwhelming magical presence. One of them, who previously failed in theory, swears not to lose anew throughout this match. Leo launches ahead with precision, gaze fixed on the aim while dodging incoming attacks. Multiple enemies rush at formerly, magic reinforcing their movements with speed and strength. Spectators are stunned. Leo's reflexes defy expectations, vanishing and reappearing throughout the field in a blur. Leo splits into illusions, confusing his rivals who can't locate the actual version among the clones. One rival believes it's a frail trick, focusing on intercepting, but she starts to doubt her instincts. Her gaze widens as she senses further layers of magic, realizing the spell isn't a simple illusion. Leo's forms shimmer and converge as he approaches the aim with blinding brilliance. Chloe turns, overwhelmed by the scale of his magic and the elegance of the last advance. With a mighty strike, Leo scores the decisive point. As Class 1 watches in stunned silence, Leo unleashes a rare spell, Magic of the Stars, surprising even his most experienced rivals and viewers. Chloe watches in shock, identifying it as age-old elf magic not possible for ordinary humans to perform. The scoreboard declares the result. Class 5 defeats Class 1 with a last score of 11-10. Class 5 erupts into cheers whilst some emotional pupils hug, relieved they won't be expelled following all. Watching from overhead, the professors exchange realizing glances, one hinting that the pressure may have been intentional. Simultaneously, the losing team sits silently in disappointment, shrouded in gloom, as the realization of overcome sinks in. Professor Sejin remains silently, processing the loss whilst the silver-haired pupil questions if he's angry about it. He approaches her gradually, composed yet stern, taking an instant before responding. Rather than scolding, he asks if she understands what comes following a match, how to properly respond. Sejin instructs her to display respect, regardless of triumph or overcome, and to salute the opponent honorably. He acknowledges Class 5's united attempt, both those who fought and those who offered support from the sidelines. With a smile, he tells the pupils to claim pride in their achievement and stand tall with confidence. Pupils cheer and call out Professor Sejin's name, advanced by his sincere acknowledgement. The other professor jokes from afar, telling Sejin to wrap things up whilst teasing him lightly. With the match concluded, Sejin quietly declares both classes performed well, leaving the field in peace. Professor Sejin praises both classes, acknowledging Class 1's powerful performance and Class 5's relentless spirit. He emphasizes that regardless obstacles, Class 5 confronted adversity and overcame their limits across teamwork. To conclude, Sejin instructs everybody to display sportsmanship and shake hands with their rivals. Ruth and Chloe exchange light-hearted remarks, playfully teasing each other regarding their performance throughout the match. Simultaneously, two pupils from Class 5 celebrate the win, whilst their rivals exchange awkward silent stares. Even though words are few, the handshake between the two shows mutual respect following the heated combat. Chloe, yet emotional, is startled when Leo approaches and compliments her attempts during the match. He tells her she fought well, offering encouragement regarding her potential and future growth. Humbled and inspired, Chloe silently accepts his words, listening cautiously to his sincere praise. Chloe swiftly questions Leo's intentions, wondering if he's making fun of her with his compliment. Leo, seized off guard, stays quiet but kind as he extends his hand toward her. Resolved, Chloe vows to surpass him one morning, shaking his hand with newfound motivation. 1 month afterward, the pupils gather in the cafeteria, discussing which extracurricular clubs they'll join. Leo surprises everybody by announcing his plan to start a fresh club from scratch. With curiosity rising, he reveals the club's name, the Hero Research Society. Leo explains his genuine aim, to uncover the truth beyond the mysterious hero of the beginning, Kyle. One classmate doubts the idea, claiming Kyle is fictional and not a worthy research topic. As remaining express doubts regarding joining, Leo stays calm until a voice suddenly volunteers to join excitedly. A noisy commotion erupts beyond the window, catching everybody's attention as students rush to see the source. Leo's team follows the crowd, curious regarding what's causing the excitement throughout the academy grounds. They realize it's the morning when the elite fifth-year pupils return following conquering a hero-class dungeon. Pupils of Luman Academy gather as the fifth-year seniors return triumphantly following conquering a perilous hero dungeon. Their silhouettes stand versus the radiant sky, symbolizing the Academy's pride and the endless pursuit of heroism. Throughout the realm, fragments of the hero record scatter, forming enigmatic structures known as hero dungeons. To retrieve these fragments, selected seniors embark on long expeditions lasting weeks, sometimes months, beyond the Academy. Amid them, a assured girl observes the return, imagining her mother formerly walked a similar path. Her classmates, Leo and his allies, watch in admiration, realizing these seniors represent Luman's very finest. The senior squad steps ahead, Li Jimao, Toru Ayan, and Ulta, each bearing their unique strength and aura. Leo silently notes one missing member, wondering regarding the identity of the absent senior. His curiosity grows as whispers spread, drawing focus towards the enigmatic figure not yet revealed. Leo shortly learns the missing senior is Riss, Luman's pupil council president and Academy's top-ranked prodigy. Before Leo can glance anew, Riss disappears, leaving uncertainty and intrigue among the students. Celia approaches Leo abruptly, insisting he pursue her somewhere crucial within the Academy grounds. Celia leads Leo towards Lumera City, clarifying that the pupil council president requested to meet him. Leo questions the cause beyond this invitation, but Celia solely promises he will understand soon. Within a silent hall, packed with a pleasant aroma, Leo senses something unusual awaiting his arrival. Within Lumera City's restaurant, a girl rushes joyfully to embrace Reese, revealing their near-sibling bond. Leo meets Reese formally for the initial time, identifying him as Lumen's pupil council president. The team sits jointly as warm dishes are served, beginning their meal with silent anticipation. Throughout lunch, Reese observes Celia's hesitation and gently asks if something regarding the food troubles her. Celia claims a cautious bite, her curiosity giving method to genuine surprise at the flavor. She beams brightly, delighted by the taste, expressing how happy she is to share this instant. As conversation flows, Reese brings up Leo's mother, recalling seeing her throughout his younger days. He explains that she was a remarkable woman, recalled for her boldness and rebellious spirit. Her daring acts at Lumen, even criticizing the dormitory's food, became unforgettable stories amid seniors. Reese recounts one legendary tale, how she led pupils to storm the principal's office in protest. Celia reacts with shock, realizing Leo's mother was the heroine of that famous academy incident. Leo silently listens, amazed by his mother's audacity and by Reese's composed power as a leader. Reese praises Leo's potential, believing he is destined to rise as one of Lumen's following heroes. Following the meal, he suggests dessert, lightening the mood before they prepare to part ways. As Reese goes to pay, Leo observes something odd, sensing the steady moment shifting unexpectedly. Reese steps beyond, holding a shining shard that hums with energy, his look tightening in confusion. He watches the enigmatic fragment pulse within its container, unsure of why it abruptly reacted. The glow grows stronger, signaling that something odd is awakening within Lumena's boundaries. Nearby, morning glow fills the classroom as pupils quietly study, the day beginning peacefully. Professor Herod lounges lazily, unimpressed, when Ileana approaches with a question regarding class duties. She asks why their class yet hasn't chosen a representative, unlike the other first-year teams. Herod reacts with surprise, momentarily realizing he forgot such a basic requirement for his class. Lacking hesitation, he appoints Leo as class representative, shocking both Leo and the pupils about him. The class murmurs in shock, suggesting the choice should be created through a fair student vote. Ignoring complaints, Herod dumps a pile of papers on the desk, ordering Leo to organize them. An abrupt announcement echoes throughout the academy, summoning all first-year students to the auditorium. Herod smirks, praising Leo's swift response, previously amazed by his composure under pressure. Pupils gather in the crowded hall, the atmosphere packed with chatter and curiosity. Leo and his friend walk jointly, scanning the crowd of unfamiliar confronts and fellow pupils. They greet Chloe, a tired classmate clutching her book, plainly exhausted from sleepless study nights. Chloe, visibly fatigued, approaches Leo and his friend, questioning if they have recovery potions to spare. Leo hands her 2 bottles cautiously, noticing the exhaustion beyond her steady expression. He advises her to rest, concerned she might be overworking at the start of the semester. Lacking hesitation, Chloe drinks both potions at formally, unfazed by the powerful effects coursing through her. The remaining watch in shock as she regains composure, insisting she feels perfectly fine. Leo's friend whispers that Chloe, the top pupil in magic theory, plainly pushes herself relentlessly. Leo recalls hearing that she studies non-stop to maintain her unmatched academic position at Lumen. Her status as a tower sorcerer demands excellence falling beyond might damage her future and reputation. Her dedication to research and spellcraft defines her identity, her pride resting on flawless mastery. Leo's friend teases Chloe lightly, misunderstanding her pride in magic as simple ambition. Chloe, hearing his words, glares with quiet irritation, unamused by their casual tone. A faint magical pulse spreads close by, hinting that something more significant is regarding to occur. In different room, a professor senses the disturbance as a faint glow flickers before him. The magical tome on his desk glows, pages turning as if reacting to an unseen power. Startled, he recognizes the damaged hero's page has awakened, responding to a mighty aura once more. A sealed relic rests in a velvet box, shining faintly under the morning sunlight within the principal's office. The principal examines it cautiously as his aide explains that the hero's page reacted unexpectedly regardless being long dormant. Though skeptical, the elderly man senses significance in the phenomenon, wondering what power might awaken a damaged relic. He lifts the relic formerly more, thoughtful as glow flickers from its cracked surface, betraying unstable energy within. Deciding further analysis is required, the principal entrusts his aide with reporting and rests following a long morning's work. Instance afterward, he summons Elena, a trusted assistant, instructing her to handle the issue with care. Elena promptly answers the call, greeting the principal with her usual respectful composure. He orders her to carry the relic to the Hall of Beginnings for the first-year assembly. As she departs, the principal contemplates how such tiny fragments can sometimes stir mighty reactions. In Lumen Academy's auditorium, the relic is readied on stage before the gathering of fresh pupils. Professor Artian Nir addresses the crowd, introducing the Hero Studies course to the restless audience. Pupils murmur excitedly, unaware the relic's energy yet lingers faintly under its containment. Artiana's look changes as the relic's strength surges, distorting the air about the stage. Her patience snaps, magical energy erupts as she struggles to regain command amid the startled pupils. The outburst silences the room instantly, her explosive display reminding everybody of the Academy's uncompromising authority. Professor Artiana's rage flares as her spiritual strength manifests, shaking the stage with divine pressure. Her voice echoes furiously, silencing the rowdy pupils as her spiritual aura overwhelms the hall. Instants afterward, steady returns, she straightens her posture, relieved that order has finally been restored. With the hall silent anew, Artian thanks the pupils, resuming the lecture in a composed tone. Pupils whisper nervously, realizing how intimidating their instructor genuinely is when angered. Leo observes thoughtfully, identifying her as a rare spiritualist individual formerly revered even in his former life. Artianin raises a ceremonial blade, clarifying the foundation of hero clans and the hero record's role. She reveals that opening a hero's realm requires an artifact linked to the original hero's soul. The pupils listen intently as she explains how Lumen Academy preserves such sacred records and artifacts. Artian elaborates on the lineage of hero families, their profound roots tied to age-old symbols of strength. Leo studies each crest displayed, intrigued by how every family inherits fragments of divine energy. She concludes by emphasizing that hero studies enable pupils to unlock these worlds and learn their truths. When Elena delivers the relic, Artian announces it as the latest fragment retrieved by fifth-year pupils. The auditorium stirs with excitement, the relic's glow reflecting throughout the hall like a herald of destiny. As murmurs rise, Leo's gaze narrows, identifying the relic's faint but familiar resonance from a forgotten era. Artian cautiously lifts the relic box anew, preparing to let the first-year pupils witness its power. The pupils watch anxiously, sensing the faint pulse of energy coming from the sealed artifact. She announces a short exercise before the demonstration, prompting curious reactions from throughout the crowded hall. Artiana suggests each pupil share their dream as a hero, encouraging them to reflect on their goals. A assured girl declares her wish to become a knight, surpassing her whole lineage's achievements. Different pupil, steady and focused, expresses a desire to craft a spellbook filled with original magic. An anxious boy hesitates before standing, his resolve gradually overtaking his fear. He confesses his dream to support genuine heroes from beyond the scenes, earning approving smiles from his peers. Artian praises his sincerity, affirming the value of those who aid remaining in silence. Leo rises following, his crimson gaze shining with unwavering resolve as the hall grows silent. He declares his aim to annihilate Erebos, the age-old evil erased from history yet haunting him. Shock spreads across the crowd, even the instructors exchange uneasy glances at his absolute conviction. Artian recovers swiftly, applauding Leo's ambition whilst encouraging the class to proceed sharing. Some pupils whisper mockingly, dismissing his words as reckless dreams beyond reach. In the shadows, two instructors debate his declaration, realizing his seriousness hints at a further truth. A shadowed instructor recalls the age-old evil, Erebos, formerly shattered into fragments yet not once truly destroyed. Regardless being sealed countless times, fragments of his essence have resurfaced, each causing untold calamities throughout ages. The instructor contemplates Leo's bold vow to annihilate Erebos entirely, sensing a connection between fate and memory. Professor Artian transitions to the following stage, announcing the lesson's focus on the newly recovered hero record. She explains each class will analyze the relic and determine which age-old hero it represents. Pupils whisper with excitement and nervousness, realizing this exercise marks their initial contact with true heroic history. Artian calls for representatives from each class to advance the stage and participate in the trial. Pupils step ahead, resolved faces from across the academy, including Leo, chosen to represent Class 5. Their aura fills the auditorium with anticipation, the glow of the relic reflecting off their resolved eyes. Two hero records are exposed, one huge and one smaller, their glow radiating mighty divine energy. Artian explains solely one will be employed for demonstration whilst the smaller piece is shown for study. When she calls Leo's name, he steps ahead, prepared to make contact with the age-old relic. Leo reaches out, his fingertips meeting the fragment as golden glow bursts throughout the hall. The relic activates instantly, enveloping him and his classmate in a radiant surge of age-old strength. Before the stunned audience, the hero record opens, transporting them into the boundless realm of a hero's realm. Golden energy spirals uncontrollably about the stage as the instructors realize the relic's strength has exceeded limits. One professor urgently warns that the activation has gone wrong, unable to stabilize the expanding magical circle. Instants afterward, the realm around Leo and his classmates shatters into light, transporting them into a desolate battlefield. As the blood-red sky loomed overhead, a horrific sight unfolded: close a shattered cliff and lifeless beasts. A team of pupils stumbled upon the stays, shocked by the violent aftermath of a failed expedition. Panic spread when one pupil recognized they had entered a hero dungeon, a perilous zone filled with fatal threats. Harlan pointed out the towering walls of Gardelson, the age-old fortress formerly known for its last resistance. Its crumbling walls echoed the desperation of an age when the realm was nearing destruction. Reflecting silently, a white-haired boy named Kyle recalled a foolish wish he formerly clung to. As the team stood yet, a girl stepped ahead, determined to rewrite fate with their own strength. With unwavering resolve, she declared their purpose to save the realm, no issue the cost. Kyle stayed quiet, his look shifting as her words stirred something long buried within him. Two figures exchanged a name, Lysanus, merely before a burst of radiant magical strength lit up the sky. Golden energy swirled as the girl activated a mighty artifact, its glow reaching the heavens. Witnessing the glow, pupils and faculty shifted, alarmed by its intensity and unknown origin. A concerned pupil questioned the professors, unable to understand the abrupt chaos erupting around them. Harlan swiftly suspended classes, urging everybody to evacuate the auditorium instantly and remain calm. As the crowd dispersed, Kyle neared the wall, drawn to the shining emblem, Kyle's page reactivating before his gaze. In the Academy's lounge, pupils erupted in shock upon hearing someone had seen the King of Wisdom. Excited chatter packed the room as classmates envied the historic encounter and its connection to the hero record. One pupil loudly blamed fate for not being class president, then began a comic scuffle with a peer. Professor Herod entered sternly, declaring his intent to reprimand the noisiest class and finding them in turmoil. Disappointed and grim, he offered the pupils a harsh ultimatum: choose between self-study or expulsion. Silence fell instantly, the once energetic classroom currently frozen by the professor's intimidating demand. Afterward, Kyle reflected on his fragmented hero record, questioning why his was the solely broken one. The incomplete record created it unthinkable to understand whose realm he was destined to inherit. Suspiciously, it sensed like someone had deliberately erased the contents, sabotaging his heroic path. Kyle pondered further, concluding that someone might be obstructing the rise of a fresh hero. The name Erebus surfaced, a shadowy power seemingly linked to his corrupted record. Resolved, Kyle understood he had to uncover why his hero record was tampered with. 1 month afterward, classes resumed, currently focusing on unique magical abilities in the Department of Magic. Pupils were introduced to the concept of originals, rare forms of personal magic unlike standard spells. Their fresh assignment was exposed: demonstrate an original magic for the upcoming midterm practical test. Pupils listened attentively as the professor clarified that original magic reveals a mage's personal creativity. In modern times, standardized techniques dominate, and few strive to develop unique magic from within. Yet, original magic might serve as a last guard in emergencies, making it valuable and rare. The lesson shifted to the legendary star magic, known solely to a single person in history. This unique magic, formerly wielded by the founder of Nebulon, was unmatched in its complexity and power. Kyle and Chloe listened, but she stayed quiet, her thoughts plainly preoccupied with something unseen. Unusual book glowed under Chloe's desk, its shadowy aura signaling it wasn't a typical textbook. She glanced nervously at Kyle, plainly trying to avoid drawing focus to the enigmatic grimoire. Kyle observed it too, but class shortly finished with a final comment on discovering one's magic. As pupils departed, Kyle pursued Chloe, calling out to her before she could walk away. She paused, startled by his abrupt advance and unsure of his intentions. Smiling, he casually questioned if she could like to have lunch jointly, catching her off guard. Kyle recalled earlier how she secretly hid the grimoire, increasing his curiosity regarding her magic. Chloe ignored the lunch offer and declared her resolve to beat him in the test. Their classmates teased Leo, playfully accusing him of challenging the Ice Queen's top rank in magic. Chloe stood solo on the training field, silently admitting she had misplaced to Leo in technique. Resolved not to be surpassed anew, she resolved to defend her title in magical prowess. Clenching her fists, she vowed to win this time, no issue what it took. Afterward, Leo quietly stated that backing out currently would dishonor Chloe's earlier challenge. She observed as he extended a hand with silent sincerity, acknowledging her as a genuine rival. Accepting his gesture, Chloe shook his hand, and a mutual respect formed between them. A close-by pupil blushed dramatically, astonished by how naturally Leo and Chloe held hands. Simultaneously, Leo headed towards the towering spire at sunset, the Grand Tower of Heroes. He entered solo, resolved to uncover concealed truths linked to his fragmented hero record. Within, Leo wandered the staircases, seeking Lumen's forbidden library rumored to hold age-old secrets. Two upper-class women observed him, curious regarding the freshman's aura in such a restricted area. Abruptly, a familiar voice named his name Toroa Yan, a fifth year from the Department of Magic. Toroa greeted Leo casually, mentioning Professor Ren had spoken regarding him before. Leo returned the greeting, hiding his unease as he recognized she was watching closely. She confronted him straight, demanding to know why a first year was in the Tower of Heroes. Leo stated his purpose. Assuredly, he came to meet with the Pupil Council president. Toroa smiled knowingly, suggesting that joining the magic department could grant him the opportunity. Leo replied that he was previously enrolled in magic classes, subtly asserting his current direction. As Leo shifted to leave, he thanked Toroa for the information. She named out, instructing him to officially declare the magic department as his major shortly. With a commanding tone, she created it evident she expected a choice before the semester's end. Leo stood in silence, taking in her words as he created his method across the tower. His steps echoed across the grand hall as he neared a guarded chamber. Curious but cautious, he advanced towards the region where upper-year students were gathered. Leo pressed the elevator button, confused when it didn't activate as expected. He recognized mana was required, channeling it into the mechanism to make it respond. With the floor selected, he was shortly accompanied by a tall senior pupil inside the lift. The senior greeted Leo respectfully, identifying him as the famed first-year class representative. Introducing himself as Lee Zamua, the man confirmed his status as a fifth-year night department pupil. Their meeting marked the beginning of Leo's further involvement with mighty upperclassmen at Lumen. Leo Plav is introduced to Ri Zamua, a senior in the night department, throughout an elevator ride. Ri greets Leo with curiosity, having heard rumors regarding the first-year representative's abilities and reputation. As the elevator ascends, Ri casually asks Leo what business brings him to the Tower of Heroes. Leo quietly responds that he has business with the Pupil Council president, displaying no hesitation. Startled by Leo's boldness, Ri comments on his courage and jokes regarding barging into the president's office. Ri encourages Leo to join the night department, amazed by his confidence and fearlessness. Following the conversation, Leo arrives at the Pupil Council office, mentally preparing himself for the meeting. He knocks and announces himself to President Reese, requesting permission to enter. Reese grants entry, greeting Leo with curiosity and inviting him to explain his visit. Leo states his purpose straight. He seeks access to the restricted Forbidden Library. Reese acknowledges Leo's seriousness, but reminds him of the strict conditions required for access. He explains one requirement is to conquer a hero dungeon and return its pages. Leo waits for the second condition, hoping for a possible alternative to dungeon conquest. Reese smirks and withholds the reply, saying he'll reveal it formally. Leo joins the Pupil Council. Beyond, glow breaks across the clouds, hinting at a new chapter about to begin. On the academy field, the morning of the night department's initial practical test draws a large crowd. Carl, ever the opportunist, readies to sell snacks, declaring no occasion is finished without popcorn. Two girls comment on Carl's business mindset, amused at how naturally he thrives even here. The instructor remains at the center, announcing the initial sparring match of the practical test. Class 1's top pupil, Hall Snov, steps ahead with a steady, confident expression. Class 5's Leo Plav is named following, his aura drawing attention from students and staff alike. Carl rushes over to Professor Sejin with urgency as the match is regarding to start. He eagerly asks if the professor could like to buy popcorn and drinks before it starts. With arms complete of snacks, Carl grins widely, unbothered by the formality of the situation. Sejin declines, suggesting Carl ask Harlan to make the purchase rather. Carl is momentarily stunned as different girl eagerly asks if the professor is treating them. Delighted by the idea, the pupils surround Sejin, who is plainly seized off guard by the request. A crowd of pupils starts chanting Sejin's name, pressuring him to buy for everybody. Following a brief pause, Sejin eventually gives in, instructing them to hand out the snacks one per person. Carl celebrates the success of his sales as sunlight bathes the campus in warmth. Leo and Hall confront each other in the arena, both readied for the sparring match forward. Leo casually remarks on Hall's luck being the initial rival, displaying little concern or emotion. Hall claims offense, internally swearing revenge and vowing Leo will regret underestimating him. The match starts as Carl narrates the test stakes. Passing requires obtaining the professor's approval. Spectators gossip, noting Leo's triple major status and how he might fare versus class elites. Hall unleashes aggressive strikes packed with green energy, plainly holding nothing rearward in the confrontation. The professor reminds the crowd that solely incapacitating the rival counts as triumph in this match. Leo stays focused whilst an ominous surge of shadowy energy begins spreading from the battlefield. Spectators watch nervously as the shadowy power seeps towards the academy building, creating unease. Simultaneously, a silver-haired girl studies late into the night, struggling to master a unique spell. Frustrated, she tears a page and admits her magical ability solo isn't enough to succeed. Realizing her limitations, she desperately searches for a solution that will aid her overcome Leo. A vision of Leo haunts her thoughts, intensifying her resolve not to lose in the test. She discovers a forbidden method and resolves to use it to gain an edge. With a shadowy aura encircling her, she claims she will win this time, no issue the cost. Surrounded by eerie gloom, Leo stays composed whilst observing the incoming threat with calm precision. Hall rushes ahead, assured Leo has lowered his guard, shouting that he's seized him unprepared. Employing a technique named Snake Spear, Hall launches a vicious green energy assault at Leo. Leo swiftly counters the assault, gripping the spear and halting its momentum mid-air with ease. Hall stares in shock, unable to comprehend how Leo might restrain such a mighty weapon. Leo's power overwhelms him, and Hall is compelled backward as the assault is returned with force. Leo presses the edge, launching Hall throughout the war zone and slamming him into the ground. Hall's body crashes with impact, sliding violently throughout the arena from the immense power. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the clash intensifies and dust clouds rise. Leo remains assuredly and mocks Hall's earlier taunt, revealing he was not once careless at all. Hall activates Poison Mist, a mighty aura of toxic magic, claiming the actual combat has begun. Leo analyzes the assault quietly, noting the rare use of a poison-based aura on the field. Leo counters with a fiery aura, stating solely a chaos-level flame might affect his balance. Hall attempts to hide his nervousness whilst Leo stays steady, still unaffected by the poison mist. An enigmatic blonde figure emerges, declaring that Hall is the one who's genuinely been careless. Leo's blazing flame aura surges ahead, clashing violently with Hall's poison mist in a fiery explosion. Spectators in the arena stare in shock, the immense energy causing tension to rise in the remains. Leo stays composed as the flames swirl about him, silently increasing their fury without warning or chant. Shadowy flames swirl overhead the war zone as Leo Plav prepares to unleash his hidden strength. Confronting him is a green-haired pupil, assured that his technique can suppress Leo's power. Leo's aura intensifies, and the rival recognizes Leo was originally expected to overcome someone even stronger. The green-haired pupil launches his unique technique, Snake Prison, hoping to bind Leo's flames entirely. Leo is momentarily restricted, but shows no sign of panic, watching the serpent coil about him. His rival smirks, believing this countermeasure versus Celia's flames could surely suppress Leo's as well. The binding starts to crack as Leo's strength surges, burning across the magical restraints effortlessly. Everybody watches in shock as Leo emerges unharmed, causing his rival to shout in shock. Different pupil rushes in with a weapon, desperate to stop Leo before he escalates further. Leo deflects the attacker readily and strikes with precision, knocking the weapon from his hands. He quietly lectures his rival regarding keeping their guard up until the flames truly fade. The combat concludes, and the judge declares Leo Plav the undisputed winner of the duel. Cheers erupt from the remains as Leo's classmates celebrate his immense triumph in the match. Spectators comment on Leo's skill, realizing his talent goes distant beyond a typical academy pupil. Celia watches from overhead, amazed, whilst a girl approaches Hal, praising Leo's incredible strength. Following Leo's triumph, Hal is startled when a girl compliments him, calling him awesome for his efforts. The following match starts as lively pupil Juliana from Class 5 is called to the arena. She excitedly enters, but her mood shifts when she sees her rival is the top of the magic department. Both girls stand quietly at opposite ends of the field, sunlight casting tension throughout the grass. Chen Xia, her rival, formally greets her, displaying respect and steady despite her reputation. Juliana nervously returns the gesture, trying to hide her unease before the duel starts. Chen Xia activates her water magic, forming a mighty current about her hand and body. Juliana charges with fierce resolve, flames encircling her as she leaps into combat. With immense speed, she dives downward in a blazing strike aimed at Chen Xia's position. Spectators watch tensely as Leo comments that Juliana appears heavily injured throughout the match. Regardless her agony, Juliana proceeds to fight, launching herself with her weapon toward Chen Xia. Her assault is halted by a mighty barrier, sending her crashing down to the ground in defeat. Juliana lies wounded, gasping for breath following giving her every in the fierce confrontation. The judge announces Chen Xia as the winner, her steady demeanor unchanged following the hard-fought match. Regardless the loss, Juliana smiles proudly, satisfied that she stood her earth versus a powerful opponent. Leo observes the previous match's outcome, commenting that Juliana's loss stemmed from her impulsiveness and poor matchup. The following participant is named Celia Zerdinger from Class 1, stepping ahead with calm determination. She walks assuredly towards the field, her aura already drawing attention from students and instructors nearby. Celia readies as her rival is declared, Duran Moria, another powerful Class 1 student. Regardless the trial, Celia smiles, intrigued to confront someone of Duran's caliber in combat. Duran stays quiet, watching her reaction cautiously, while another student excitedly munches popcorn, anticipating a great match. Leo and a classmate sit jointly, acknowledging the fury of the match that's regarding to begin. Electric energy erupts throughout the arena as spectators gasp at the abrupt surge of strength. Celia and Duran clash, one wrapped in flame, the other in lightning, both aiming to prove supremacy. Duran focuses intently, preparing a high-speed assault with mighty, blinding strikes. He charges at Celia, unleashing lightning-fast blows while she deflects fiercely with her blade. Leo's friend asks who will win, and Leo studies the match with a calculating look. Leo admits that, based on performance, Celia is likely to lose the duel versus Duran. However, something changes. Leo observes the fury in Celia's gaze shift dramatically mid-battle. He senses a concealed trump card awakening within her, indicating the fight isn't over yet. Duran charges with fierce lightning speed, aiming a direct assault at Celia with immense force. Celia claims a hit, but regains her footing swiftly, displaying she's far from finished. Channeling her flames, she swings upward and summons a blazing sword with fiery dominance. A dome of flames engulfs the war zone, stunning the spectators with its sheer fury and scale. Leo praises Celia's strategic thinking, whilst her rival starts to feel the pressure mounting. To reduce Duran's motion edge, Celia reshapes the terrain into a more confined, fiery arena. The restriction forces Duran to fight within the flames, slowing his speed and limiting vision. The fierce heat distorts the air. Leo notes Celia's strength has grown beyond her former self. Duran tries to endure the heat, but exhaustion starts to creep into his movements. Regardless the disadvantage, Duran retaliates with a mighty lightning counterattack, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Celia presses ahead, currently fully in command of the match, her attacks relentless and calculated. She corners Duran, gaze fierce with confidence, landing a clean blow and shouting that she's won. Celia's last assault lands squarely, sending Duran crashing to the earth, completely defeated. As the smoke clears, the judge announces Celia Zerdinger as the winner of the match. The crowd erupts in shock and admiration, realizing Celia's triumph was no fluke. Following the fierce match, Celia advises Duran to focus on improving himself, her tone steady yet firm. Duran, injured and humbled, sits in silence before accepting her offered hand in silent respect. The two shake hands at the center of the field, closing the match with mutual acknowledgement. Classmates watching from the remains react with joy, laughing at Celia's proud and assured triumph stance. Leo and his allies praise her, acknowledging that Celia's tough work and training plainly paid off. Even their instructor joins the celebration, startled but satisfied with Celia's impressive progress and performance. The test concludes as the instructor wraps things up, jokingly questioning when the pupils will stop chatting. A last screen shows the results of the night department's practical test, tallying wins and losses. Leo Plav finishes undefeated with 5 wins, while Celia, Duran and Chen Xia each record 4 wins and 1 loss. A week following their last class, pupils assembled nervously for the written test in linguistics. The instructor quietly praised their attempts, announcing the completion of different challenging exam at Lumen Academy. Encouraging them to strive harder, he cautioned that carelessness might lead to expulsion for poor performance. As grades were debated, tension packed the room. One pupil shouted in frustration at the thought of expulsion. Chelsea proudly exposed her results, drawing keen focus from classmates hoping to compare their scores. Simultaneously, the class president rested wearily, silently reflecting on his own uncertain performance. A pink-haired pupil neared, noting the president's exhaustion following enduring another round of intense testing. He offered a cheerful smile, insisting even powerful leaders might display fatigue and need support. Close by, different pupil jokingly requested healing for stiff shoulders, brightening the group's tired atmosphere. Their light-hearted exchange swiftly shifted chaotic as playful spells caused minor agony and laughter. Recovering, one questioned regarding Leo's progress in summoning practice, hinting at his frequent absences. Leo quietly clarified he had been training diligently in private, concealed from the others. Curious, his classmates questioned what results Leo expected from the upcoming summoning test. With silent confidence, Leo met their gaze, certain of the power he'd refined alone. Resolved and composed, he declared his aim to claim first place without hesitation. On the morning of the summoning practical test, pupils filled the grand arena, excitement and nerves intermingling. The crowd cheered as the occasion's host, Reincarnates, declared the opening of the semester's biggest trial. Amid the applause, pupils whispered regarding the tradition's fury, some doubting if this spectacle was truly a test. As the audience settled, remaining treated the occasion like entertainment, bringing snacks to watch the summoning battles. Laughter and chatter spread across the remains, drawing irritation from participants trying to focus before their turn. Amid them, one pupil scowled at the noise, declaring the distraction unbearable as tension became. Leo stood silently on the field, his crimson gaze steady, packed with unshaken resolve. Throughout from him, his rival's golden gaze burned with equal fury, sparking quiet anticipation between them. Instructors and pupils observed closely, sensing this duel could decide much more than just class rankings. The silver-haired girl acknowledged Leo's former achievements, questioning his preparation for the summoning trial. Leo replied assuredly, claiming he was prepared regardless, never joining public practice sessions. Observers murmured shock, startled by his composure when remaining struggled with visible anxiety. Close by, other pupils voiced frustration, accusing Leo of disrespecting their department across arrogance. Their tempers flared, believing his secretive behavior insulted the attempt of everybody training openly. Yet Leo stayed steady, his focus unwavering as the trial of proving himself drew near. As tension packed the arena, Chen Yu marveled at the charged atmosphere encircling the summoning occasion. Sen Liu, a assured pupil from the eastern continent, taunted her, boasting regarding his knowledge of summoning. Before the exchange escalated, Warden, a senior from the southern continent, silenced the noise with an intimidating aura. Warden scolded Sen Liu, warning him not to display off his summoned creature before the official test started. Annoyed, Sen retorted angrily, but Warden stayed composed, summoning out his empty arrogance and lack of attempt. Their heated words drew focus as Warden quietly dismissed Sen's bravado, reminding him actual skill required discipline. Pushed by humiliation, Sen mocked Warden's training habits, provoking a shadowy competitive glint in Warden's gaze. He declared such frail training unworthy of his time, causing gasps amid close-by students. As Sen lunged ahead, Leo intervened swiftly, stopping the assault before it might escalate into disqualification. Sen pulled rearward in frustration whilst Leo and his classmate observed the rising unrest among summoning students. They debated the imbalance within the department, where skill differences created tension between superior and beginner pupils. It became evident that the rivalry between majors and minors threatened the unity of their class. Leo's companion recalled how his unforeseen ranking caused resentment from older pupils in the department. Identifying this misunderstanding, Leo admitted his absence from team practice might have worsened perceptions. Simultaneously, a cloaked observer observed from overhead, silently noting Leo's growing influence within the academy. From the shadows, a cloaked figure observed as shadowy energy pulsed, signaling the beginning of something ominous. He muttered coldly, anticipating the turmoil to come, whilst crimson flames started to envelop another student nearby. Consumed by rage, Sen Liu vowed vengeance, his aura twisting violently as hatred fueled his resolve. As preparations concluded, Reincarnates clarified the test rules before the crowd, ensuring every student understood the challenge. Participants were allowed to rely solely on summoning skills, prohibiting any external magic or aura enhancements. Each pupil confronted a Griffon, tasked to tame and order it as part of the practical race. The course required them to traverse the island of summons, testing both endurance and command. Afterward, competitors had to cross the quiet lake before returning to finish the midterm trial. Instructors observed closely, keen to see who could claim the top spot in this decisive event. Leo stepped ahead as the test officially started, drawing attention from both students and faculty. Close-by instructors reminded participants to stay composed, warning that mistakes could swiftly cost valuable time. Confidence flickered amid the teams, each pupil preparing their summon as anticipation filled the arena. The last countdown echoed as tension surged amid first years struggling to maintain focus. Their instructor's voice thundered, commanding readiness and composure for the challenging task forward. With a sharp order, the summoning race started, marking the genuine test of their abilities. The signal was provided, and pupils from the summoning department charged ahead, unleashing powerful elemental energy. Flames erupted as one pupil ignited his aura, propelling himself forward with fiery resolve. The crowd roared in surprise, realizing the fury of the combat unfolding between top-ranked competitors. Teams swiftly formed alliances, targeting Leo and Warden, the leading representatives of their respective classes. Regardless the pressure, Leo countered their assaults with swift movements, refusing to rearward down. Warden urged Leo to progress lacking hesitation, reminding him the occasion remained an academic test. Leo maneuvered across the turmoil, narrowly avoiding stray blasts from other pupils' summons. Spectators expressed outrage at the unfair tactics, shouting for equal competition from the remains. Amid the uproar, Leo recognized the coordinated attempt to sabotage him went beyond simple rivalry. Simultaneously, Warden unleashed his elemental mastery, channeling immense magic that dazzled the audience. His Griffon responded fiercely, soaring upward as his power surged beyond expectations. Even Leo paused briefly, acknowledging Warden's immense strength as he offered his assistance mid-race. Leo declined aid, his confidence unwavering as his Griffon ascended across the shining air. Spectators gasped in awe as his fiery trail carved throughout the sky with flawless command. Amid them, his classmate observed breathlessly, realizing Leo's power far surpassed everyone's expectations. An instructor silently observes the arena, realizing the tension amid pupils has grown far worse than expected. She observes several pupils targeting Leo intentionally, revealing the profound rift between the first-year classes. Regardless the odds, Leo remains firm, summoning flames as the instructor senses his unmatched potential. The atmosphere trembles as Leo starts his chant, invoking spirits across age-old language few can comprehend. His aura ignites, blending with elemental energy as spectators watch the manifestation of his summoning strength. Even the instructor is astonished. Leo commands the spirit language fluently, revealing mastery beyond ordinary summoners. Realization dawns upon the instructor. Leo's power exceeds every assumption she gripped regarding his ability. Smiling in awe, she concludes that he must be officially enrolled in the summoning department. Distant aside, other pupils ride griffins, mocking their rivals as the academy's next test begins. Throughout the aerial race, prideful competitors boast, believing triumph over Leo's class is guaranteed. One rider grumbles regarding the unfair trial, insisting he could win regardless of advantage. Amid their arrogance, the instructor intervenes mid-air, warning them of their reckless behavior. Her griffin dives gracefully as she urges discipline, reminding pupils to act with idea and respect. A frustrated pupil fumes under her, vowing to secure second place regardless humiliation. Forward of them every, Leo soars loftier, his determination blazing brighter than the winds themselves. A assured pupil readies for the aerial battle, claiming expertise in controlling flying summons aside from Eliza. The match starts as his rival Lilu maneuvers swiftly on her white beast, maintaining steady balance across the powerful wind. Her abrupt shift surprises close-by competitors, forcing one to react as a shadowy bird dives toward her position. Observers notice her speed, stunned she isn't even channeling soul energy into her summon's power. A order is issued to eliminate her, and several rivals release magical assaults in unison. Amid them, a fairy-shaped summon unleashes a shining projectile aimed precisely towards Lilu's path. Lilu's griffin dives downward, narrowly dodging the incoming glow and countering with a rapid spinning strike. The collision of magic and wind creates a flash that disorients her rivals in mid-air. One rival loses focus, stunned as Lilu reverses direction, readying different mighty assault. Her dive accelerates beyond command, leaving her rival panicking whilst shouting in shock at her tactics. Lilu's summon slams across the air currents, sending her rival spiraling down helplessly towards the ground. He crashes roughly, accusing her of cheating as the crowd reacts to the stunning reversal. Lilu lands gracefully, amused that she hadn't even employed aura throughout the whole exchange. Her griffin rises anew, cutting across the wind as she readies to approach her last opponent. She greets him quietly, declaring his mistake in making her his foe before the following duel begins. Lilu admits her aerial disadvantage but warns her rival that she isn't his solely threat today. Confused, the pupil glances about, unaware of the threat rapidly approaching from another direction. An abrupt explosion erupts close by, signaling the arrival of a furious participant drawn into the turmoil. Walden enters the fray, retaliating fiercely versus earlier provocations, his assaults scorching the war zone with explosive force. He hurls a blazing weapon towards Lilu and her rival, declaring his dominance with reckless confidence. Commanding his summon, he orders an immense barrage, forcing everybody to scatter to avoid destruction. Multiple explosions glow up the sky, shaking the whole arena and sending waves of dust throughout the field. Spectators watch in shock as the match turns chaotic, the once organized contest dissolving into fiery disorder. Announcers report critical injuries and note that Walden's summon stays dangerously engaged following the onslaught. Leo observes the devastation silently, realizing the severity of Walden's aggression and the instability of his summon. Instructors comment on Leo's reckless advance, warning that taming such a volatile griffin is nearly unthinkable. Ignoring the risk, Leo mounts the beast, resolved to prove his command regardless its violent resistance. From the remains, classmates question Leo's persistence, suspecting he's executing a concealed strategy under his bold actions. Leo struggles to steady the griffin, enduring its roars whilst focusing his willpower to assert dominance. He speaks firmly, commanding the creature to obey, marking the beginning of his decisive counterattack. Leo commands the griffin to kneel, his gaze shining red with unyielding authority. The beast trembles under his pressure, instincts forcing it to bow regardless its ferocity. With dominance established, Leo remains beside the subdued griffin, earning quiet awe from the watching crowd. A fierce struggle follows as Leo mounts the beast anew, blood marking the brief clash of wills. He steadies himself, gripping the reins tightly, preparing the creature for different flight attempt. The griffin screeches but rises obediently, acknowledging Leo as its rightful master. Spectators notice the griffin's wounded wing, questioning whether Leo can yet compete. Regardless the agony, Leo whispers encouragement, reminding the beast of their shared endurance. Flames ignite in his gaze as he summons a fiery spirit across an age-old contract. The summoned flame fuses with the griffin, encircling its wings in radiant energy. Spectators gasp, identifying the crimson glow as something beyond ordinary aura flames. Instructors watch closely, realizing Leo's summon channels the legendary flame of resonance. As remaining struggle mid-air, Leo's griffin accelerates, its injuries vanishing within the blazing aura. Competitors stare in shock as his fiery trail burns throughout the sky. With unstoppable momentum, Leo dives forward, leaving the war zone consumed by his immense power. Surrounded by roaring flames, Leo's resolve solidifies as his strength stabilizes within the blazing aura. He urges his griffin ahead, pushing for larger speed as fire trails beyond their soaring flight. An unusual aura interrupts his momentum, causing him to glance forward with sudden unease. The air trembles as an enormous shadow emerges, and a roar echoes throughout the burning sky. A monstrous dragon materializes, its wings cutting across the flames with frightening power. Leo's gaze widens as recognition strikes before him remains Fafnir, a being of immense destructive strength. Fire coils about Leo's body as he steadies himself for the coming confrontation. Gripping his sword tightly, he channels the blazing energy into the blade, prepared to confront the dragon. An assured smile forms Leo, the reborn hero, readies to combat Fafnir as flames engulf the arena. Instants before the clash, Walden soared across the clouds, resolved to stop his rival's advancement. He steadied himself on his griffin, confidence radiating as he readied to unleash a decisive strike. Declaring his intent to block initial place, Walden assembled energy, igniting the air about his hand. His rival responded swiftly, summoning blazing flames whilst channeling elemental strength through precise control. A fiery explosion erupted, merging wind and fire spirits into a single devastating offensive. Observers recognized the superior technique, proof of mastery beyond ordinary spirit manipulation or magic aptitude. Walden countered, summoning light-infused magic that illuminated the storming skies with radiant power. Though pressed rearward, his rival smirked, assured in agility and experience to evade even this assault. Explosions packed the air as both griffins danced between destruction, neither side willing to yield. Walden formed crystal shards of ice, sending them ahead in a dazzling spiral of energy. Each shard targeted his rival's flight path, forcing evasive maneuvers under fierce magical pressure. The opposing griffin roared, its feathers crackling with glow as it barely dodged the barrage. Both combatants released simultaneous assaults, their elements colliding in a storm of fire and ice. Flames engulfed the sky as Walden's griffin pushed across the searing resistance towards triumph. Regardless the immense heat, his rival charged head-on, their powers clashing in a blinding explosion. Walden's focus sharpened as he unleashed fortified summons, merging the essence of three spirits into one. Spectators marveled at the clash, describing the match as a rare display of elemental synchronization. Simultaneously, Eliza's griffin ascended rapidly, gaining the lead whilst her rival momentarily recovered from the shock. Realizing the threat, Walden ordered his griffin to intercept, resolved not to lose the top position. Eliza's companion Shah surged ahead, summoning concentrated magic to protect her partner from pursuit. A fiery detonation erupted mid-air, shaking the war zone and blinding both teams with a burst of heat. Eliza grinned, assured their maneuver had shifted the tide in their favor formerly again. Her griffin dived sharply, cutting across the smoke whilst maintaining a perfect aerial formation. She acknowledged Walden's team as genuine rivals from the summoning class, worthy of genuine respect. The sky darkened as a fresh roar echoed. An unforeseen creature entered the match, disrupting every formation. A pupil misplaced command of his beast, sending chaos through the air and forcing evasive reactions. Amid uncertainty, different pupils shouted a warning. Something unnatural had appeared among the summoned creatures. From the horizon, an enormous black wyvern appeared, radiating unstable, corrupted energy. Spectators recognized it was not a standard summon but a mutated irregular wyvern. As the beast roared, Leo emerged surrounded by flames, prepared to confront the fresh threat head-on. Leo seized up swiftly, surprising his rival who had thought victory was already secured. Ignoring the taunts, Leo focused as tension spread throughout the war zone, drawing everybody's attention. Close-by pupils shifted in shock, realizing the confrontation's outcome could shift the entire competition. The dark-haired pupil insisted to know Leo's connection to the Black Wyvern's origin. Feigning confidence, the rival claimed to have summoned it across his own strength. Leo observed quietly, identifying the creature as Fafnir, a being far beyond ordinary summoning. Fafnir unleashed an immense surge of energy, tearing across the clouds overhead the arena. The wyvern's destructive power intensified, prompting Leo to prepare his magic in response. Two forces collided mid-air, their clash radiating blinding glow throughout the whole field. The beam of energy descended towards the pupils, leaving them no time to escape. One pupil shouted a warning as the assault neared at impossible speed. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing the sky in glow and debris. Shockwaves struck the arena, sending pupils and griffins tumbling across the air. Amid the turmoil, Leo regained command, locking gaze on the collapsing figure below. Resolved, he readied to advance again, ready to face whatever emerged from the destruction. Leo observed Chen Xia had misplaced consciousness following the explosion, and quickly secured her on his griffin. He resolved to retreat temporarily, ensuring her safety before the situation escalated further. Walden agreed to regroup on the earth, descending towards a safer region beneath the forest canopy. Lofty overhead, Lu maintained command of his wyvern, unaware of the chaos spreading below. With a sinister grin, he reveled in his newfound dominance over the skies. The commentators struggled to pursue the rapidly changing combat as multiple contestants withdrew in uncertainty. Within the command room, instructors ordered the race suspended, prioritizing safety over competition. Worried faculty members insisted explanations for the abrupt interference and the wyvern's abnormal energy. Reports confirmed that Lu had unknowingly bonded with a demonic beast rather than a genuine summon. Instructors recognized the beast's influence was immense. Lu's mind, risking total possession. The head instructor ordered immediate intervention to subdue the corrupted summon and stabilize the situation. Assistants readied for deployment whilst remaining work to protect students still caught in the air. Sejin and Yura departed at formerly, heading to intercept the raging beast from overhead. Their griffins soared into the storming sky, streaks of glow breaking across heavy clouds. Distant below, the forest lay quiet under the fading sun, unaware of the nearing conflict. Chen Xia gradually regained consciousness, disoriented from the earlier impact and unaware of the threat close by. Overhead her, Leo maintained aerial vigilance, ensuring no threats neared whilst guiding his griffin downward. Walden spotted motion in the afar, his look tightening as he warned that something was approaching. The demonic wyvern descended, its crimson wings tearing across the sky as gloom spread throughout the field. Lu, currently fully consumed by the beast's influence, taunted the remaining, intoxicated by his fresh power. Leo stepped ahead quietly, unshaken by the threat, resolved to confront the creature directly. Leo exposed the truth: the creature was not a summon, but the demonic beast Fafnir itself. Lu scoffed, dismissing the warning, blinded by arrogance and the illusion of command. Spectators and instructors observed in shock as the corrupted beast's strength continued to rise uncontrollably. The earth shook violently as Fafnir roared, its energy distorting the very air about it. Leo steadied himself, identifying the immense threat but unwilling to retreat. Confronting the monstrous creature, he readied his flames, prepared to end the chaos himself. Walden confronted the monstrous foe, his aura cracking the earth as unstable energy surged across his body. The creature roared with madness, its laughter echoing throughout the war zone, taunting the observing pupils below. Watching from afar, his allies recognized Walden's composure was gone, overtaken by fury and reckless strength. He unleashed a violent explosion, flames spiraling upward as everybody shielded themselves from the fierce heat. Instructors murmured in worry, noting his uncontrolled assaults were destroying both the field and the summoned golems. Within the turmoil, different pupil activated a defensive spell, realizing the fight was spiraling beyond expectations. Close by, two pupils observed him, commenting on his reckless independence and decision to fight alone. One of them stepped ahead, offering assistance as they readied to subdue the rampaging beast jointly. They debated strategy, realizing the golem's durability was weakening whilst Walden's control deteriorated rapidly. Walden mocked the collapsing golems, boasting regarding his summoning power as their bodies disintegrated under his flames. Searching for fresh targets, the creature shifted its fury towards hidden students attempting to regroup nearby. Purple energy coiled across the air as an ally launched a coordinated magical strike to intercept. The beast retaliated, releasing destructive energy towards the attackers, forcing them to dodge frantically. Rage twisted its features as it readied different devastating spell, resolved to crush all resistance. Its mouth glowed red as condensed energy formed, signaling the combat's following catastrophic escalation. Flames flared violently as Walden's superior, resolve replacing hesitation whilst his body endured the scorching heat. A quiet signal passed between his teammates, timing their assault perfectly amid the foe's brief distraction. With a single order, the team advanced into position, eyes locked on the raging creature's vulnerable core. The monster searched wildly, unaware of the ambush forming from multiple directions in perfect coordination. Walden struck initial, shattering the beast's guard as its arm cracked under the abrupt power. Leo pursued with precision, driving his sword ahead as the earth quaked beneath their combined assault. The handler beyond the monster exposed himself, furious that his creature had been driven to retreat. He tried to manipulate the beast's essence, merging his strength with it to maintain command. But Leo stood firm, challenging him straight, his aura flaring brighter in preparation for the last clash. Identifying the rival's command over demonic beasts, Leo deduced his true identity within moments. The handler mocked his calmness, promising death as a hero unworthy of history's recognition. Leo reacted instantly, countering the surge of shadowy energy with a swift and calculated strike. The impact launched both fighters into the air as rocks and embers scattered throughout the war zone. Falling rapidly, Leo summoned his contracted flame spirit, commanding it to form a barrier below. The fiery spirit chirped obediently, stabilizing his descent whilst Leo readied for his decisive counterattack. Leo reflected on his former training, recalling the core elements that shaped his magical foundation. He recalled mastering elemental balance, melding flame, water, and glow to enhance spiritual resonance. Channeling every that he'd discovered, Leo started a fusion technique, combining every principle of power he possessed. A radiant spirit appeared beside him, its wings blazing like molten sunlight reborn from his mana. Leo focused his soul energy, connecting aura and magic until their essences intertwined as one. From the union of spirit and summoner, the newborn phoenix roared, signaling the arrival of genuine harmony. Throughout the war zone, the foe sensed the change, his demonic beast struggling under the phoenix's divine pressure. Leo and his spirit ascended, golden flames illuminating the gloom as they readied for a decisive strike. The foe reinforced his barrier desperately, realizing too late the immense power gathering before him. Leo invoked his secret art Phoenix Breath, a forbidden convergence of soul and flame energy. A blinding torrent of fire erupted, consuming the demonic barrier and tearing across the summoner's defenses. The explosion engulfed both forces, leaving Leo breathless yet unwavering amid the fading inferno. The foe staggered, his form weakening as the phoenix circled overhead with fierce resolve. Identifying the opportunity, Leo shouted his last command, synchronizing perfectly with his spirit's last attack. Jointly, they struck their merged energy, shattering the demon's core, ending the combat in radiant victory. The phoenix soared upward, releasing a colossal inferno that engulfed the war zone in pure glow. The foe screamed in defiance as his body cracked under the merged pressure of divine flames. As the blaze faded, his figure vanished, consumed entirely by the immense surge of strength. Leo and the phoenix landed, exhausted but victorious amid the still glowing remnants of combat. He praised his partner's attempts, grateful their cooperation had finished the confrontation lacking further loss. Merely as peace settled, the phoenix playfully tossed Leo into the air, leaving him startled mid-flight. Nearby, shadows stirred within the forest, revealing an unknown figure seated beside a burning circle. Shadowy energy pulsed from the ritual, signaling the revival of different perilous adversary. Gaze shining red, the figure declared the beginning of a fresh phase in their mission. Instants afterward, twin bursts of blue glow shattered the darkness as two mages arrived to intercept. Identifying their foe as a demonic beast handler, they readied a sealing formation instantly. The handler smirked, sensing their merged power but unwilling to retreat, lacking testing his power. The combat reignited, energy surges clashed violently as spells collided in the dense forest clearing. Wounded yet unfazed, the handler mocked Lumane's defenders before retreating across a swirling dimensional gate. The mages observed in silence, realizing the conflict with Tartaros had solely merely begun. As the portal sealed, the mages observed the shadowy energy dissipate, leaving beyond only faint residue. They confirmed the foe's escape, acknowledging this marked the beginning of Tartaros's full-scale motion. Resolved, they assembled their remaining power, realizing Lumine Academy's safety could no longer be guaranteed. Under the fading sky, Leo descended across the clouds, holding his spirit companion securely in his arms. he sensed the residual mana of combat fading, whispering for Fiora to return to the summoner's realm. The phoenix spirit chirped softly, vanishing into glow as Leo steadied his descent towards the forest below. A mighty gust swept throughout the field as a griffin neared, carrying Professor Yura toward Leo's location. Landing beside him, she smiled in relief, proud to see him unharmed following the fierce confrontation. Jointly, they gazed towards the horizon, unaware that the triumph marked only the calm before a greater storm. In a shadowy cave packed with webs and the corpses of beasts, a hooded man stood solo, grasping a shining red crystal. About him lay fallen monsters, proof of the fierce combat that had just taken place. He reflected bitterly, startled that a single hero candidate had succeeded to overcome him so easily. Yet stunned, he exposed to his companion that the hero candidate had a phoenix under contract. Worse yet, the candidate somehow understood Finir's actual identity, something that should have stayed a secret. A sinister figure, amused by the revelation, grinned darkly, sensing that events were regarding to get interesting. Rearward at the academy, news spread that the summoning midterm was abruptly cancelled next the incident. Senliu's death throughout the test sent shockwaves, revealing the actual dangers pupils would face. The tragedy created it evident to every new student just how serious Lumaine Academy truly was. Following covering up the occasion as a wyvern assault, 4 students agreed to keep the truth hidden. Shortly following, the morning of the magic class practical exam arrived, with little time to rest. The instructor readied the classroom, unaware of the emotional weight his pupils currently carried with them. Within, Leo and different pupil turned in surprise as Chloe entered, visibly exhausted. She neared Leo, handing him a folder, whilst noting his tired appearance from the night before. Lacking a word, Leo returned to his seat, mentally preparing for the following trial awaiting him. The instructor scanned the room, confirming every pupils had arrived as sunlight streamed across the tall windows. Chloe stayed silent, focused, listening intently as the instructor named for full attention from the class. He instructed them to showcase original magic spells infused with their personal creativity and traits. Wanting more witnesses for the occasion, the instructor declared the arrival of senior graduates to observe. 3 figures entered the room: Rilda Pedney, Idman Slack, and Sean Hooge, experienced magic users. Each of them had graduated 3 years earlier and currently returned to judge their juniors' abilities. The seniors greeted the class with cheerful energy, instantly shifting the atmosphere to a more casual tone. Pupils murmured regarding whether the seniors could go easy on them during the demonstrations. Ileana Loudon assuredly stepped ahead when named, beaming with determination as she approached the presentation area. She introduced herself brightly, sparking mixed reactions from her classmates, then started casting a radiant spell. Glow magic swirled about her, forming a splendid aura as she explained her attribute and its effects. She exposed her magic-merged glow with flame attributes, capable of powerful thermal ray emission. One of the seniors, Sean Hooge, quietly observed and remarked that it resembled simple laser-type magic. Ileana's cheerful look faltered, unsure how to respond to the critical but accurate observation from her senior. Unfazed, Idman Slack silently took notes, analyzing her magic performance with a steady and professional demeanor. The judges convened at the table and finalized Ileana's evaluation, marking a C from each examiner. Her grade sheet displayed uniform scores, a evident but underwhelming performance compared to expectations. One by one, other pupils were named. Smith and Nick both obtained the same grade, C. Carr Thomas stepped up with confidence, showcasing practical skills and earning a respectable grade of B+. Chelsea Loam pursued, executing precise and elegant magic, earning herself an impressive grade of A. Regardless the lofty grades, some seniors stayed unimpressed, still waiting to see something truly extraordinary. Idman Slack reviewed the remaining grade sheets, identifying a few names he considered exceptional. He silently noted that the last 3 pupils gripped serious potential beyond the rest of the class. The following name named was Abad Llewellyn, who quietly stepped forward as attention turned toward him. Girls in the audience praised Abad's composed demeanor and striking appearance as he neared the board. He stood before the chalkboard, magically unfolding a complex diagram for his spell. He declared his presentation of a spell named Tempest, designed for high-level warzone control. The instructor, intrigued, clarified that the magic was predicted to rank amid the Academy's top class. Abad proudly confirmed its classification and stood assuredly as his family crest emerged in a flashback. Beyond the Academy, an unusual sealed cube rested in a silent field, its purpose unknown. Abad started casting with composed focus as his hands channeled a mighty wind-based magic formation. Surging air currents wrapped about him as he climbed, his body suspended by swirling energy. With gaze closed, he floated mid-air, controlling the tempest as leaves and wind circled violently below. Abad unleashed a mighty roar, releasing the complete power of the spell with explosive fury. Vortexes of wind spiraled outward, twisting in rapid succession, shredding across the open air like blades. The spell culminated in enormous windburst, crashing downward in a focused, devastating impact zone. Animals close by sensed the abrupt pressure shift and shifted their heads toward the magical disruption. Abad attempted to redirect the spell as he recognized the threat to close-by wildlife. He shouted out, trying to suppress the currents merely as two minor creatures were swept up. Grasping one of the animals, he checked if it was safe before gently holding it near. The spell, designed to enhance wind pressure, proved challenging to command under field conditions. Regardless the misfire, Abad obtained an A grade. The instructor shortly named for the following student. Leo Plav stepped ahead, silently drawing focus as he took position at the center of the room. He declared his demonstration, a high-level sorcery based on a no-attribute magic system. The air shimmered as an odd energy swirled about him, drawing in prismatic threads of strength. In a formal academy hall, Leo stood before professors, clarifying how every basic spells have attributes. A professor confirmed this foundational rule, identifying that attributes are essential to constructing any spell. Assuredly, Leo introduced his own invention, a fresh, lofty sorcery system that simplifies spellcasting. Skeptical pupils whispered, mocking Leo's idea as delusional and unrealistic for someone their age. A female professor questioned Leo straight, startled by his intent to build an entirely fresh casting system. Reactions varied, some ridiculed him, whilst one pupil, intrigued, insisted to see the system demonstrated. Amused and curious, the green-haired pupil eagerly encouraged Leo to present his so-called spell. Leo quietly responded, stepping ahead and preparing to display the formula he had designed. With deliberate taps, he summoned a magical interface and started writing his concept on the board. One pupil noted that solely one mage ever created a unique casting system, Luna, the poet of stars. Leo acknowledged Luna's greatness but denied any desire to rival her legendary accomplishments. Humbly, he admitted that he couldn't compare himself to Luna, displaying genuine respect for her legacy. Whilst drawing symbols, Leo affirmed Luna's brilliance but claimed genius wasn't required to design systems. His words stunned the audience, notably the female professor who silently reacted to his boldness. Leo assuredly completed his formula on the board, revealing a fresh structure for magical spellcasting. The audience, formerly doubtful, was currently stunned. Leo's system was actual, not empty theory. His spell structure exposed the ability to use any type of magic lacking penalties. Some pupils struggled to interpret it, whilst Leo sat quietly, having already moved past their understanding. One pupil insisted to know Leo's purpose beyond developing such an ambitious system. Leo stood firm, declaring his intent to access every kind of magic freely. Amused, the green-haired pupil questioned what the system was named as Leo activated a glowing sphere. Leo named the system Bible, and summoned its strength with radiant magical power. A girl recognized the name Bible had emerged solely formerly in magic history. It was the same system the legendary hero Kyle formerly created in an era-long former. Realization spread. If Leo mastered Kyle's magic, perhaps Kyle's forgotten existence might be proven genuine. The class started to view Leo differently, questioning who he really was. One instructor silently murmured Leo's name, currently marked with further curiosity and suspicion. Leo reflected he had failed to finish Bible in his previous life as Kyle. But this time, with a second opportunity, he sensed assured in finishing what he started. Worried, Leo observed Chloe's reaction and stepped nearer, asking if she was all right. As the last presentation started, Chloe Mueller stepped ahead confidently, introduced as the top student. The audience, curious regarding her skills, paused to see what lofty sorcery she would demonstrate. Chloe quietly declared that her readied lofty sorcery was an imperishable flame spell. A blazing red aura erupted from her hands, revealing the unextinguishable flame swirling in her grip. Whispers spread Chloe was known for ice magic, yet chose its elemental opposite for this presentation. Leo observed silently, puzzled why Chloe could deliberately use a polar attribute versus her affinity. Judges initially deemed her spell underwhelming compared to the earlier groundbreaking systems. Merely as they were regarding to score, Chloe activated the second phase of her demonstration. A mighty water magic spell surged to life, displaying her command over dual, conflicting elements. The enormous water spell crashed down, but the imperishable flame yet burned radiant beneath it. Leo was startled it hadn't been extinguished and recognized the magic had permanence. Chloe confirmed his idea, clarifying the flame could not vanish unless she willed it so. Chloe raised her hand, reinforcing her grip on the flame, visibly stable, lacking engaged mana. She shifted, clarifying that unlike standard magic, her spell defied the rule requiring constant mana flow. The audience sat stunned in silence as Chloe started preparing the following stage of her demonstration. Breaking a fundamental rule, Chloe's spell maintained form lacking external mana, astonishing even her peers. The pupils stared in shock. Such a stable, independent flame should have been unthinkable to create. Chloe declared her lofty sorcery's name assuredly, the Eternal Flame, as she completed writing on the board. Leo observed silently, stunned. Even he couldn't comprehend how she achieved such stability in fire magic. The examiner named Chloe's name and declared her grade aloud, a perfect A+. Leo recognized with tension that Chloe had succeeded in something even the legendary Luna had failed, creating an undying flame. Leo recalled age-old history. Solely one entity ever employed a true undying flame, the malevolent being Erebos. As class finished and pupils dispersed, Leo stayed seated, lost in thought. He stood silently, worried by the implications of Chloe's spell and its perilous resemblance to Erebos's magic. Beyond, Leo questioned regarding Chloe, but was told she went to sleep after the exhausting test. A classmate expressed worry, noting Chloe had been acting unusually sensitive and distant lately. Leo paused, startled, and recognized something further might be troubling her beyond just school pressure. Other pupils whispered Chloe had gotten into fights and halted joining the regular magic study sessions. Rearward in the empty classroom, Leo sat solo as a minor magical flame flickered near him. From within the flame, an enigmatic fiery creature emerged, chirping softly as it hovered beside him. The fiery creature landed on Leo's hand and flared brightly, its body pulsing with magic energy. Leo's gaze narrowed as he heard a voice resonate from within the flame, summoning his name. From the blaze appeared a woman engulfed in fire, smiling assuredly as she addressed him straight. Within a faculty office, Leo formally neared a seated professor, requesting a meeting regarding Miss Farina. Leo quietly presented his Phoenix companion, stating curiosity regarding Farina's ongoing aura at Lumane Academy. He voiced worry that the Phoenix's nature, opposite to a demonic beast, created her aura suspicious. Leo suspected an unresolved cause beyond Farina's preceded stay and implied a deeper issue at play. The professor exposed an incident 5 years ago, an enigmatic assault that left students and staff missing. With no culprit identified, she had stayed beyond, resolved to trace the source of the assault. Leo referenced a recent summoning test where a demonic beast handler emerged, leading to a pupil's death. He suggested the involvement of Tartaros and questioned that his suspicions be relayed to the headmaster. Leo cautioned that Senlu's death might not be the solely casualty Tartaros intended to cause. The following morning, pupils assembled for the Heroes and Combat Studies joint practical exam on school grounds. An instructor, seated overhead, offered initial instructions whilst the class representative prepared to explain further details. Leo listened intently as the test's objective rating a hero's realm was declared to the gathered students. The class representative declared their target realm, the Chedmere incident, shocking several pupils on hearing it. One pupil, Ileana, questioned what it was, unaware it had emerged in the written exam before. Their red-haired senior snapped sharply, silencing the uncertainty, and insisted complete focus from everyone for the test. The professor named for silence as the class representative resumed briefing pupils on the simulation's background. Leo clarified that 30 years ago, a pupil team entered another world, but didn't return. The misplaced pupils were afterward discovered to be victims of Tartaros, corrupted into demonic beings. The professor clarified the mission: rescue any injured and eliminate demonic threats throughout the simulated realm. He cautioned that assisting the second-year Professor Albie was likewise a required part of the test. With a stern tone, he declared that pupils displaying no potential could be expelled immediately. Regardless the pressure, the professor smiled warmly, encouraging pupils to think in their own strength. He reminded them they had trained tough and grown powerful enough to confront real challenges now. Pupils listened silently, their emotions mixed between confidence and uncertainty regarding the test ahead. One pupil became emotional, but the professor swiftly dismissed sentimentality, signaling the team assignment process. Different faculty members stepped in to conduct the random team selection starting from Class 1. Pupils were startled to learn they wouldn't be choosing their own teammates this time. One by one, pupils drew numbered balls to determine their randomly assigned team placements. Leo silently picked his number and stared at the ball in his hand, Team 11. He recognized with narrowed gaze that he had been placed in the very last team. With teams finalized, pupils were named in command to approach the glowing summoning portal for transport. Amid them stood Princess Zeraldinger and her teammate, assuredly preparing for the upcoming trial. She declared they could proudly represent the Isdaran Empire and demonstrate their unmatched power. Magical energy surged as the summoning activated, engulfing pupils in golden glow and beginning the teleportation. Status messages confirmed that Team 1 and remaining had successfully entered the simulation environment. One by one, teams vanished, transported into the test realm where the actual test would begin. The occasion was broadcast live on an enormous screen, with spectators watching the pupils' progress unfold. Regardless merely entering, some pupils displayed impressive speed and coordination, racing through objectives immediately. Observers noted that with Celia in their team, lofty performance was previously a given. Instructors seated close by praised Team 1's performance, acknowledging their rising star reputation within the academy. Merely then, the headmaster arrived unexpectedly, curious to witness the first year's progress firsthand. He questioned what drew them out here, and was told it was to evaluate growth. Professor Albee addressed the headmaster, apologizing for not greeting him sooner throughout the busy test. He clarified he requested leadership of the test to investigate the former Chedmere incident himself. The simulation realm erupted in activity, as teams engaged in battles under the professor's near observation. Team 3 finished their raid successfully, with powerful vanguards leading and support roles executing flawless coordination. The headmaster observed their strategy and praised how evident role division led to swift triumph. Team 4 shortly pursued, finishing their mission efficiently, thanks to exceptional healing support from Nella Carvin. Nella's unique aura had noticeable effects, but different pupils' movements drew more grave attention from staff. Chen Xia, observed closely by a white-haired man, displayed combat skills beyond normal pupil limits. He silently noted her behavior as abnormal, previously suspecting something regarding her background or ability. Team 7 finished their raid with explosive power, drawing immediate notice from instructors and viewers alike. The professors commented that several impressive pupils had appeared, but one in particular stood out. The headmaster shifted his focus to Leo Plav, the most promising pupil in the current batch. Team 11 was named following, and Leo stepped ahead confidently with his teammate beside him. Watching him triggered a sense of nostalgia in one professor, recalling someone from the former. He questioned if the team was readied, while Leo remained focused and calm before departure. Leo and his teammate locked gaze briefly, resolved and prepared for what lay ahead. The portal activated, confirming successful synchronization and beginning the transfer to their assigned simulation zone. They vanished into the glow, entering Albee's realm chapter, prologue, the Chedmere incident. As the teleportation started, Leo sensed something was wrong. The magical flow sensed unstable and distorted. Yellow energy surged uncontrollably as the magic circle flickered. Leo's figure abruptly vanished in an irregular flash. Nearby, confused pupils landed safely. They observed two team members. Leo and Calder had not arrived with them. Rearward at the academy, an instructor reacted in shock, instantly noticing an anomaly in the teleportation. He ran towards the central platform and insisted an explanation from Professor Albee, worry clear in his voice. Albee stepped ahead urgently, informing the headmaster that the exams required to be halted immediately. Staff examined historical data, discovering a forbidden pattern tied to a former massacre of pupils. One instructor recognized the signs with dread, confirming that the distortion wasn't merely a malfunction. They exposed the worst-case scenario, a hero dungeon manifestation, with Leo and remaining trapped within it. An older professor recognized the anomaly before him, alarmed by the abrupt disturbance in reality. Overhead the forest, shining runes spread ominously as an enormous magical field distorted the atmosphere. Two pupils observed the sky in uncertainty whilst a system marked them as the dungeon's targets. The girl questioned the anomaly, stunned it wasn't a misplaced page but something entirely unpredictable. The boy tried contacting other teams for aid, but his attempts were met with silence. Realizing no extraction was coming, he suspected a complete dungeon had overwritten the training simulation. With the situation worsening, the boy concluded they must raid the dungeon by themselves. The girl objected, remembering this kind of dungeon formally required a complete team to evident. A third pupil cautioned them. This setup mirrored the former Tartaros trap used to kill trainees. Overwhelmed, the girl collapsed, declaring the whole forest a calculated trap designed for them. She trembled, realizing they had been lured deliberately into threat beyond student-level command. The boy reminded her she was yet the strongest first year, urging her not to give up. Assuredly, he offered his hand, believing teamwork might overcome the unthinkable dungeon challenge. As she glanced up, she questioned how he stayed calm while she faltered under pressure. Kneeling beside her, he questioned firmly if she had a plan, resolved to maintain going. Leo laid out two conditions to evident the Chedmere incident: rescue and secure the first years. To achieve both, they required reinforcements, but the dungeon's barrier cut them off from beyond aid. He mapped the forest's layout, marking possible zones, whilst she questioned how aid might arrive. Leo reminded her they weren't the solely Lumane pupils present. Remaining might still be alive and hidden. Realizing the earlier casualties might yet be survivors, she regained faith in their odds. Abruptly, Leo lowered himself and told her to get on his rearward to advance faster. Nearby in the forest, demonic surveillance activated, observing the pupils' movements from concealed vantage points. From the shadows, a horned demon named Chubarn of Tartaros acknowledged the dungeon had begun. His role was evident: eliminate youthful heroes before they might ever become future threats. Spotting a team of pupils rushing ahead, Chubarn speculated it might be a rescue party. He viewed them with disdain, labeling them as potential hero candidates who must be eradicated. He dismissed any who lacked promise, choosing solely to target those with actual future potential. Clenching his fist, Chubarn readied for combat merely as Leo launched a sudden magical assault. Their coordinated assault struck rapid, drawing upon merged spells in a synchronized combat maneuver. Chubarn was stunned. Leo's class type wasn't ordinary. He recognized it instantly: an all-class combatant. From the shadows, a monstrous figure appeared, its aura suffocating as it targeted Leo. Unfazed, Leo activated his summon seal, identifying that this dungeon had chosen him deliberately. To respond, he resolved to enhance his body and senses, employing superior skill synchronization. Channeling his strength, Leo unlocked super sensitivity, wrapping himself in a blazing aura of energy. He dashed swiftly across the forest, moving with sharpened perception towards the foe's location. Warning his companion, Leo detected a team of orcs close by preparing to launch a surprise assault. The orcs, armed and alert, readied their weapons merely as Leo and Chloe arrived at complete speed. Leo engaged the orcs head-on, drawing their aggression to protect the mission target. Chloe pursued with precision, launching a coordinated magical ice barrage towards the nearing threats. Her spells hit their mark, freezing several orcs instantly and disrupting their momentum mid-charge. Crystals pierced the enemies as Leo shielded Chloe, standing firm versus the remainder of the ambush. Jointly, they gripped their earth, showing no signs of hesitation in the chaotic battlefield. Simultaneously, a pupil observed an orc lifting a horn, an alert that would summon reinforcements. Realizing the threat, she panicked, realizing the signal could draw in every nearby enemy. Before the horn might sound, a splendid slash silenced the orc, cutting off the warning. Leo struck down the last of the orcs, then swiftly regrouped with Chloe, steadying her balance. Different pupil glanced on in awe, questioning the overwhelming difference between her power and Leo's. Abruptly, a demonic surveillance signal activated, marking Leo's team as discovered by foe forces. Leo named out to Chloe for support as he sprinted ahead towards the source of energy. He charged throughout an engaged magic circle, resolved to reach the next enemy cluster first. Chloe launched a spell beyond him, casting barriers and projectiles to suppress interference from beyond. As different pupil squad braced for contact, demonic shadows burst forth, initiating a direct assault. One girl panicked and confronted a lethal assault, but Leo intercepted it at the last second. With precise timing, Leo slashed the assailant mid-motion, protecting the unprepared team from certain death. The demons paused in surprise as Leo's arrival disrupted their formation mid-ambush. Confused, the pupils hesitated, stunned at the abrupt turn of events in their favor. Leo stood between them and the advancing monsters, steady and prepared to proceed the fight. One of the rescued pupils questioned if Leo came to save them. He nodded, lacking hesitation. Before they might regroup, the enemies unleashed a swarm of flying parasites named Soros leeches. Leo shouted for everybody to dodge as the wave of magical leeches rained down upon them. With a flaming sword, Leo unleashed a devastating slash that burned across the demon ranks. His sweeping strike incinerated every incoming leeches, shielding the pupils from the oncoming swarm. As remaining observed in awe, one pupil initiated a powerful spell sequence, syncing with Leo's timing. Magical gears and golden glow spun about the girl as her high-level support magic activated. Summoning out Arcray, she unleashed a barrage of glow bolts towards the advancing demons. Demons screamed in agony as the assault struck, forcing them rearward under the shining assault. Different pupils stared in shock, realizing the girl possessed rare sorcery of the stars. The girl stood assuredly, revealing power previously concealed during training sessions. Grateful, she clarified how the demons had overwhelmed her team before Leo's rescue arrived. As tensions eased, the girl requested a private word with Chloe, hinting at a further truth. Different pupils silently informed Leo of the girl's identity, revealing her name, Aliyah Ziron. Leo shifted in surprise, unaware of her background but sensing its importance instantly. Leo recalled the name Aliyah Ziron was the sister of Albi, slain in the forest long ago. Everybody recognized something unusual. She was supposed to be dead, a casualty from 30 years past. Yet she currently stood amid them, in a dungeon where her rescue should have been unthinkable. A team of pupils stood under golden trees, facing the infamous party led by Knight Chuban. Chuban's team, known from Tartaros, was the initial targeted by a shadowy foe faction. Their tragedy started with an assault aimed at eliminating a gifted magician named Alunhi Ziran. Realizing their current power was insufficient, the pupils debated whether saving remaining was even possible. One of them hesitated, suggesting retreat, aware this realm pursued heroic ideals, not reality. With sorrowful gaze, Chloe exposed the truth: those they were trying to save died decades ago. Regardless the grim truth, some pupils refused to abandon faith, believing effort still mattered. Chloe, overwhelmed by emotion, shouted at her companion, unwilling to give up so readily. Uncertainty spread amid close-by students as they sensed tension and emotional conflict growing. Frustrated, Chloe admitted Leo's power but pleaded for him to stop acting recklessly. She shouted for him to stop pretending to be a hero in such threat. Leo silently observed her breakdown, sadness and conviction reflected in his red gaze. As Chloe shouted, Leo gently neared, placing a hand on her head with silent care. He told her not to dismiss heroism so readily, voice steady and sincere, because, in truth, Chloe herself was a hero candidate worthy of standing for what's proper. Chloe stood yet, realizing they weren't merely pretending to be heroes, this was how heroes became. Tears welled in her gaze, advanced by the weight of those words and their path. Leo stepped ahead and hinted that their intervention had previously altered history's natural flow. He told her to observe the forest was previously corrupted before meeting Aaliyah's doomed team. Shadows writhed across webs and trees, a sign that Tartaros had long infested this place. Leo exposed that in the original timeline, Chuban should have previously killed Aaliyah's party by currently. Chloe, though conflicted, started to accept the shifted reality and agreed to pursue Leo's lead. With resolve rising, she entrusted the choice to him, regardless still finding it unreasonable. Leo declared they could currently escape the forest jointly with Aaliyah's party safely in tow. Nearby, Leo wandered solo, haunted by shadows and enigmatic disappearances linked to him. He clenched a magical relic, questioning his existence and whether he was yet genuinely himself. Records displayed him and remaining as missing, sparking question about his place in this rewritten world. Simultaneously, the pupils gossiped. Solely two had arrived from the supposed rescue party. They speculated if the fresh arrivals were traps, but were unsure due to their age. Aaliyah, assured and radiant, defended them, reminding everybody they had fought demons at their side. Leo addressed the team with urgency, instructing everybody to prepare for a swift escape. The pupils listened as he clarified their aim: evacuate the forest as fast as possible. Though one suggested fighting rearward, Leo firmly rejected the idea, stating they couldn't afford delays. He cautioned them that a knight-ranked demon was currently pursuing them across the corrupted woods. The pupils reacted with alarm, realizing the level of threat such a demon represented. One of them stated what they every feared: a knight-ranked demon gripped the strength of a platoon. To survive, Leo proposed avoiding direct conflict. Their objective was survival, not triumph. Aaliyah observed Leo's steady leadership and silently compared him to her older brother. With tension thickening, he questioned if everybody was prepared for what lay ahead. They advanced jointly across the forest, urgency guiding their every step. Aaliyah and Chloe ran in sync, both deeply aware of the looming threat. Regardless terror, Chloe gritted her teeth, resolved to follow through until the very end. Aaliyah, startled by Chloe's look, abruptly recalled something important from the past. Nearby, researchers combed across records, seeking data on corrupted hero record dungeons. The lead professor urged haste: time was critical to uncovering the truth before more pupils vanished. Within the academy, faculty debated the locked dungeon, realizing it meant the two pupils were alive. They confirmed a hero dungeon couldn't be entered if previous participants were yet engaged within. Realizing it had been hours, they calculated that Knight must have previously fallen in the hero realm. The headmaster questioned Albie when he beaten Chubarn, seeking context regarding the current timeline. Albie recalled that it happened under a complete moon, 30 years ago proper at midnight. Before they might reflect further, different staff member reported identifying the catalyst seller responsible for the summoning. A red-haired pupil reacted nervously as staff closed in, unaware of the strength being activated. A professor observed him with suspicion as golden energy started to swirl unnaturally. The golden glow intensified as the enigmatic figure's transformation stunned everybody in the room. The headmaster calmed Albie, urging him to collect himself before acting emotionally. Frustrated, Albie departed the archive hall, stating he required air to evident his mind. A silent observer observed Albie leave, sensing further motives behind his anger and grief. The observer clarified Albie's hatred of demons stemmed from losing his sister throughout the Tartaros incident. The headmaster insisted to know who sold the summoning catalyst to the late Sen Lu. The reply exposed a black market dealer in Lemuria, suggesting Tartaros had infiltrated the city itself. Elena clarified that the black market dealer wasn't aligned with Tartaros, though they shared fragments. The headmaster questioned aloud what purpose Tartaros had for leaking such limited knowledge. He scanned across the documents, trying to piece jointly the clues concealed in plain sight. He came throughout a spellbook linked to Chloe Mahler, its magic darker than expected. Realizing the risk, he ordered Elena to summon Professor Len for immediate consultation. Though composed, his instinct, forged in war and blood, cautioned something awful was close. Storm clouds assembled overhead the academy tower as a magical disturbance spread across the air. The headmaster sensed its threat had previously infiltrated the academy's walls without anyone noticing. Simultaneously, Leo, flames burning about him, readied for confrontation alongside Chloe and Aaliyah. Profound in the forest, sharp sounds of combat echoed across the trees as something sliced through the air. Several beasts lay beaten on cracked earth, evidence of a swift and merciless assault. Leo, gaze burning red, dashed ahead cloaked in energy, his sword trailing flames and magical power. Leo narrowed his gaze, aware that his overuse of heightened senses was taking a toll on him. Beyond him, his classmates lagged, breathing heavily, visibly exhausted from the relentless pace. Identifying their limits, Leo declared a break while some students quietly noted his inhuman stamina. The team settled under the canopy, soft glow filtering through as they caught their breath. Chloe stood slightly apart, absorbed in her notebook, misplaced an idea. A girl neared curiously, noticing Chloe's distraction and questioning her what was on her mind. The girl boldly questioned Chloe if she had a romantic relationship with Leo. Chloe, startled and flustered, denied it swiftly, though her reaction betrayed embarrassment. She shifted aside, quiet and unreadable, refusing to give a clear answer. The curious girl reflected that Chloe, regardless being older, yet blended in like a first year. She questioned Chloe's motives, suggesting she might be curious in Leo herself. Simultaneously, Leo rested quietly versus a tree, unaware of the quiet conversation about him. Aaliyah admitted her heart was racing, startled by the emotions Leo stirred within her. Chloe guessed it was love at initial sight, though Aaliyah hesitated to confirm it. Aaliyah praised Leo's aura, linking it to the legendary mage Alun Heziron from 30 years ago. Confused by her feelings, Aaliyah compared Leo to her older brother rather of a romantic curiosity. She confessed that Leo's clumsy yet resolved attempts reminded her of family, not love. Flustered, she misspoke his name, prompting amusement and uncertainty from Chloe. Aaliyah reflected on Leo's nature, someone who constantly took on the unthinkable lacking hesitation. Chloe related, recalling how she formerly sensed equal to Leo but currently sensed the gap. That gap carried envy. Leo's silent power and unwavering progress sparked jealousy within her. Aaliyah admitted they were alike, both struggling with envy and admiration towards someone near. Under the moonlit sky, she unsealed up regarding her jealousy towards her talented brother. Regardless appearing carefree, he excelled readily, frustrating her rising efforts and self-doubt. Aaliyah confessed a concealed truth: her brother had designed the foundation of her magic. Whilst she excelled at practicing magic, creating it from scratch stayed beyond her skill. Failing Lumine Academy's entrance test twice, she developed inferiority and even resentment towards her brother. Aaliyah's jealousy gradually transformed into admiration, her gaze fixed on Leo with newfound clarity. Chloe recognized Leo had become a source of inspiration, aim to reach, not rival. Simultaneously, Leo stood silently, unaware of their thoughts, preparing his weapon with resolve. Sensing threat, Leo named out, commanding the team to rise and prepare for combat. A mighty energy barrier had enveloped the forest, cutting off any opportunity of retreat. The pupils, startled by the abrupt development, swiftly equipped their weapons and braced themselves. Monsters assaulted from overhead, crashing into the earth as the students stood side by side. Leo stepped ahead, sword drawn, reminding them not to be fearful in the confront of chaos. He declared they were every future heroes, rallying their spirit versus the incoming threat. From the shadows, a mighty foe appeared, targeting Leo with lethal intent. The attacker, a knight-ranked demon named Chubarn, launched a vicious assault from overhead. Screaming in rage, he named Leo the seed of a grand hero, before striking down. Leo swiftly analyzed the situation, recalling the demon's former orders throughout the Edamure incident. Chubarn was ordered to eliminate any potential heroes. Leo currently grasped he was one of them. Realizing the threat was personal, Leo's look hardened, resolved to confront the enemy head-on. As Chubarn charged, Chloe activated a mighty ice barrier to block the incoming assault. The demon roared and lunged with lethal intent, aiming to break across their guard. An enormous ice dome formed on impact, protecting the pupils from Chubarn's destructive power. Simultaneously, Leo unleashed his fire-based spell, his blade burning with immense strength. He struck with fierce precision, channeling flames that tore across the gloom. Chubarn flinched, startled by the power, as Leo's flames exploded upon contact. With a clean strike, Leo severed his foe's neck, standing firm amid the heat. His teammates observed in awe, realizing Leo had successfully landed a decisive blow. But Chloe's look shifted tense. Something was wrong with the aftermath. To their horror, Chubarn's neck started reattaching itself across shadowy regenerative magic. Leo shouted for everybody to retreat and maintain afar from the recovering demon. He stayed steady but alert, strategizing swiftly against the resurrecting knight-ranked threat. Shadowy energy radiated as Chubarn activated, a curse that nullified every assault. The pupils panicked, unsure how to confront an foe immune to their abilities. Chubarn mocked Leo, dismissing his chances and labeling him a failed remnant of heroes. Leo replied assuredly, suggesting Chubarn feared the rise of a fresh hero. Gripping his sword tightly, Leo signaled his allies, launching a complete assault on the demon. Chloe unleashed a mighty spell, her golden magic radiating with star-like fury. The blast struck Chubarn, forcing him rearward as he cursed the magic of the stars. Their merged assault pushed him into retreat, confirming Lady Baladin's earlier warning regarding the danger. Regardless the blow, Chubarn recovered and lunged at them with savage power. Leo dodged mid-air, narrowly avoiding the crushing strike. His teammates, less agile, were thrown rearward by the shockwave of Chubarn's assault. Leo rushed to shield his teammates, summoning out Tadina and Belloc under foe fire. Within the barrier, the wounded assembled whilst Chloe regrouped and checked on everyone's condition. Realizing the stakes, Chloe anxiously questioned if everybody was safe before preparing for the following step. Leo assured them he might hold Chubarn off whilst Belloc stabilized with healing aura. Chloe agreed to prepare a mighty spell, requesting time to build up the magic. As Leo bought time, Chloe focused resolve to release a spell capable of destroying Chubarn entirely. As Chloe flipped across her grimoire, unusual glyphs activated, flooding the air with ominous energy. A sinister aura awakened from the pages, pulsing with forbidden strength and drawing her gaze. Staring at the incantation, Chloe hesitated, aware that employing this spell might come at a heavy cost. A violent impact echoed across the broken dungeon floor as an unseen power clashed violently underground. Ripples spread throughout the debris-filled surface, shadows of beasts fleeing from the collapsing stone corridor. Beyond a magical barrier, pupils observed in shock as metal clashed again, tension rising rapidly. Amid turmoil, a white-haired fighter leapt into combat, striking down corrupted humanoid creatures with precision. One beast lunged ahead, solely to be halted mid-air by a devastating counter infused with magic. He rotated mid-combat, cutting clean across the last attacker, his crimson blade shining with heated power. The pupils stared in awe, wondering if they'd ever reach that level of power and command. One girl, thoughtful and observant, recognized the technique's strength tied to celestial sorcery, rarely seen in public. Her look shifted as shadowy energy surged nearby, catching her attention with unnatural intensity. In a magical projection, a girl readied forbidden magic, her look twisted with murderous resolve. She targeted a demon-like pupil, her spell shining, as remaining warned Leo of approaching danger. Red energy engulfed different pupil entirely, forming a cursed circle as he activated a deadly technique. Shouting, the girl unleashed a deadly beam, a burning mixture of red and green arcane energy. The assault exploded on impact, unforeseen flames erupting rather of the intended ice element. From within the firestorm, the demon roared furiously, unscathed and fully awakened by the flames. Chloe, overwhelmed by emotion, activated her strongest flame spell, declaring it eternal and inextinguishable. The demon stood unfazed, his body darkening unnaturally as the flames warped into something more sinister. Leo shouted for Chloe to stop, sensing something was wrong as he reached for his sword. Consumed by rage, Chloe's desire for vengeance escalated, resolved to prolong the demon's suffering. Leo charged ahead, his feet igniting the earth as he readied a decisive counterattack. With explosive power, his energy clashed versus Chloe's spell, redirecting its trajectory mid-air. Leo's blade struck genuine, cleanly breaking across the magical turmoil surrounding Chloe and halting the spell. The confrontation finished in silence as petals drifted by, marking the combat's silent resolution. As they departed the war zone, Leo supported Chloe, who emerged shaken by the aftermath. Leo questioned the origin of Chloe's magic, questioning if the flame was genuinely her own. She admitted it wasn't, revealing she had discovered the spell in an elderly book. Leo recognized the aura, an ominous black flame tied to the forbidden magic of Erebos. The demon's body, surrounded by that shadowy flame, regenerated rapidly, laughing in defiance. Leo informed Chloe that what she employed was black magic, perilous and uncontrollable. As Chloe recognized the truth, guilt struck her. She questioned what gloom she had unleashed. Chloe, packed with guilt, broke down, believing she no longer deserved to be named a hero. Leo steadied her with urgency, reminding her of the legendary hero Chuban's last sacrifice decades ago. He clarified Chuban had employed the Curse of Void versus Alia's party, proving even legends knew fear. Their classmates recalled how the fallen heroes yet resisted, even realizing the combat was hopeless. As realization set in, Chloe questioned what Lumane Academy genuinely taught its pupils in the end. With fresh resolve, she replied her own question: to surpass the limit, no issue the odds. As they processed the instant, Chloe and Leo exchanged glances, both understanding the path they currently pursued. Leo praised the power in those who proceeded forward, not out of envy but deep respect. Nearby, Chloe was handed a sacred weapon, symbolizing her renewed purpose in the coming combat. Tasked with sealing the curse, Chloe was entrusted with a spell that might suppress the void. The curse vanished under her magic, and Leo readied himself to finish the fight decisively. At that instant, Chloe activated her last spell, pushing herself beyond her former limits. A radiant barrier surrounded Leo as he readied to confront the last foe with resolve. He questioned why a dungeon trap resembled a legendary hero's seal employed long ago. A distant figure named Aaliyah was shown, holding the truth beyond the courage that inspired them every. Leo's gaze sharpened with focus as he readied for the last clash against the demonic enemy. A classmate lunged ahead to intercept the demon's assault, barely slowing its destructive momentum. The demon roared, swinging an enormous purple blade, but Leo countered at the last second. Enraged, the demon launched a vertical strike, declaring Leo's finish with a monstrous cry. Leo struggled to withstand the pressure as his rival overwhelmed the war zone with raw power. Summoning magic into his hand, Leo readied a desperate spell whilst enduring relentless assaults. With a violent shockwave, the demon's blow collided with Leo's shield, scattering corrupted energy. Leo staggered but gripped firm, vowing that this instant could be the enemy's last stand. Though bloodied, Leo climbed with unwavering resolve, sword in hand and will unbroken. Standing before the towering demon, Leo confronted him lacking terror as snow began to fall. His red gaze reflected the frost forming mid-air, reacting instinctively to an abrupt temperature shift. The scenery transformed as ice overtook the war zone, isolating the two in a frozen dome. Leo declared the demon's inferiority, stating that they not once matched humanity's power or spirit. As snowflakes fell, the demon was seized off guard by the magical structure forming overhead. A cold warning echoed this was the finish for Chubane, the demon cursed by his own former. Standing firm within the icy war zone, Chloe reflected that she had eventually finished her original sorcery. She smiled brightly, summoning out to Leo with renewed confidence and power in her voice. Channeling strength across her staff, Chloe cast her ultimate spell, unleashing frozen energy across the field. Under the complete moon, a magical seal glowed as a figure emerged suspended within a crystal. Icy energy surged into the forest, freezing trees and forming jagged blue shards throughout the landscape. Within the largest crystal, an enigmatic white-haired boy lay encased, unmoving under the moonlight's glow. The ice cracked as the boy touched it, causing sharp fractures to spread across the crystal. Glow burst from the cracks, and the boy stepped free, summoning a sword with steady focus. Black mist leaked from close by, and the boy shifted sharply, sensing an unfamiliar aura approaching. A cursed grimoire radiated shadowy energy as age-old seals unlocked under it. A demonic sword erupted from the book, wreathed in red flames and chaotic strength. The artifact shattered entirely, releasing the sealed entity known solely as the demon god. System notifications emerged, confirming the boy rescued pupils and beaten an enemy named Chuban. A girl praised his unique field magic, whilst he silently admitted his limits regardless revival. She confessed her intention to reveal all things to the school, even if it led to expulsion. He reassured her firmly someone like her, a genuine hero candidate, wouldn't be expelled. Other pupils rushed over, astonished by their power, and declaring them real heroes. She thanked everybody, acknowledging their attempts as well, her voice steady yet proud. Following the combat, pupils offered their weapons to Chloe in gratitude for leading the defense. Chloe attempted to return the staff, but her allies insisted she had earned it across courage. Leo was likewise presented with a token of thanks, acknowledging his role in their survival. Cries echoed from the forest as pupils discovered a survivor buried under twisted trees and rubble. Leo and remaining neared, stunned to recognize the boy as someone from 30 years ago. Chloe clarified quietly regardless appearances, this survivor was once a professor now displaced in time. Aaliyah reunited with her brother, unharmed thanks to the timely arrival of the rescue team. She recalled meeting someone who glanced identical to him, hinting at unusual connections throughout time. With the mission marked finish, Chloe silently thanked everybody for surviving and being there. Aaliyah abruptly vanished, leaving solely glow and petals where she once stood in the woods. As magical cracks formed, Chloe cautioned that the realm of heroes was beginning to collapse. A system message emerged before Leo, confirming changes in the realm's state and mission progress. The last reward, labeled Keepsake, descended like glow, symbolizing closure to the chaotic events. Aaliyah's memory faded into warmth, her bond with her brother preserved in a tranquil embrace. Sunlight packed the academy's halls anew, signaling the finish of one chapter and the calm after crisis. Leo awoke in the academy infirmary, confused but gradually remembering the combat and what had happened. Yet disoriented, he was greeted by Professor Albie, who stood silently under the sunlight. Seeing Albie alive and composed reassured Leo, though the professor's look stayed unreadable. Albie thanked Leo for saving the remaining, his tone steady but genuinely appreciative. He likewise questioned Leo to pass his thanks to Miss Muller for her assistance. Lacking different word, Albie silently left the infirmary, letting Leo process everything that had occurred. Headmaster Callian arrived unexpectedly, startling Leo as he checked in on the pupils. Leo greeted him respectfully, startled by the visit but composed as he stood. Callian advised Leo to relax and questioned how he was recovering from the incident. The headmaster questioned what genuinely happened within, referencing the Black Grimoire's possible involvement. Leo was startled he understood, but Callian clarified how he traced the grimoire's origin. It was confirmed the same place sold both Chloe's grimoire and Senlu's summoning catalyst. A shadowy image exposed the truth. The grimoire contained a crystallized fragment of Erebus. This item offered demon strength, but drove remaining insane. Erebus's influence corrupted all non-demon users. Leo took a breath, preparing to explain all things to the headmaster from the beginning. Leo recalled the instant Chloe became influenced by the grimoire, her look overtaken by shadowy magic. He summarized the events to Headmaster Callian, detailing how the realm responded to the artifact's destruction. Callian concluded that if Leo's report was accurate, then the demon god's tool disrupted the hero's realm. Irina abruptly woke up in a panic, identifying Headmaster Callian and sitting upright swiftly. Callian gently urged her to relax, whilst Leo observed her reaction in silence. Different pupil entered, holding something odd, prompting Callian to say he had a question for them. Irina exposed a mighty artifact, Elia's staff, previously idea impossible to retrieve or own. She insisted an explanation, confused by how it came to them in the initial place. Callian, deeply worried, insisted on understanding how such a forbidden reward was handed out. Leo pondered why Chloe didn't receive a reward, hinting that reward rules were currently broken. He reflected on former events. Certain strategy rewards not once existed in the hero's realm until now. The system named the unusual reward as the Fairy King's Pact, exclusive solely to Leo. Leo confirmed the reward was indeed tied to strategy completion throughout Albai's hero realm scenario. Callian questioned if a reward had genuinely been granted in a fabricated dungeon environment. Leo admitted an anomaly may have formed when the hero's realm itself shifted into a dungeon. Callian recognized Miss Muller had no knowledge of the unusual reward system involving the demon god's tool. He questioned why solely Leo obtained a unique reward, hinting at something further in the system. Chloe suggested reward distribution likely depended on individual contribution throughout the strategy phase. Satisfied with the theory, Callian agreed to silently investigate the anomaly beyond the reward distribution. He declared that every keepsakes could be returned to families following thorough review. With a grave tone, he instructed everybody to maintain knowledge of the demon god's tool secret. Chloe hesitated, questioning why such secrecy was necessary regardless the threat being gone. Callian offered a chilling response. The actual threat wasn't merely outside, it might be among them. The implication silenced everybody, his grave gaze lingering before shifting the conversation onward. Callian gently urged the pupils to get some rest following all things they had endured. As tension eased, Chloe nervously tried to speak to Leo, plainly struggling with her emotions. She started to confess something personal, solely for Leo to be interrupted before hearing it. Leo didn't catch her words, as he was distracted by Chloe's hesitation and abrupt silence. Before she might proceed, classmates burst in, summoning for Leo with excitement and admiration. Klein chuckled silently as the hero candidates joyfully surrounded Leo, ending the instant with light-hearted turmoil. Headmaster Klein joyfully declared an academy party, encouraging pupils to visit the city for formal wear. Leo and Chloe exchanged glances, startled by the shift in tone following the chaos. As glow butterflies fluttered peacefully, a forgotten black grimoire silently rested close by, untouched yet ominous. At Lumen Academy's Grand Hall, pupils assembled for the annual party, celebrating the top scorers of the written test. The elegant venue shimmered with chandeliers as the host declared the initial team of distinguished entrants. 2 lively pupils, complete of confidence, strode the stage amid cheers, marking the start of the celebration. The ballroom packed with laughter and chatter as pupils indulged in exquisite dishes and praised the decorations. Noticing some absentees, a few whispered regarding missing classmates before the host introduced the following arrivals. 2 girls entered gracefully, drawing everybody's admiration for their elegance and charm as the hall erupted in applause. As the pairs proceeded entering, the crowd reacted excitedly to each name declared from the stage. The Llewellyn siblings from the Rodan Empire emerged following, radiating noble aura that silenced the hall. Pupils marveled at their composure and poise, noting how their reputation matched their commanding appearance. Eventually, the host declared the Academy's top couple, Celia Zerdinger and Leo Plav, sparking noisy cheers. Both strode side by side, embodying grace and confidence as admiration pursued their every step. Other pupils praised Leo as the class leader who guided everybody across the Academy's toughest trials. The joyful atmosphere shifted when an abrupt shadowy aura surged, startling the guests mid-celebration. A mischievous girl manifested a frightening illusion, scaring pupils who screamed and ran in panic. Though laughter shortly returned, whispers spread nervously. Everybody feared she might lose command again. As the party proceeded, the cheerful host took the stage anew, announcing the following part of the event. She exposed that the instant everybody awaited had arrived: the announcement of the midterm exam results. The pupils' smiles faded instantly, realizing their carefree celebration was regarding to become a nerve-wracking ordeal. The host energetically readied to reveal the rankings, declaring that solely the top 3 pupils would be named publicly. She assured the rest their scores could remain confidential, whilst murmurs spread amid the anxious crowd. A professor stepped ahead with the results in hand, prepared to declare the first list of high achievers. The projected board displayed 3 names: Celia Zerdinger, Duran Moira, and Chen Xia, as the top performers. Celia, standing amid the crowd, glanced stunned upon realizing Leo's name was nowhere to be discovered. Her gaze shifted towards Leo, who stayed expressionless, holding his glass in quiet contemplation. Following, the results for the magic department emerged, revealing the Llewellyn siblings and Emio Luchin. Pupils whispered in uncertainty, noticing not solely Leo, but also Chloe were missing from the ranks. Even Leo's allies appeared uneasy, sensing something odd had affected the grading this semester. Celia exchanged glances with different girl close by, both sensing the tension encircling the announcement. A faculty member quietly clarified the situation, revealing an investigation linked to a discovered forbidden magic tome. Because of this incident, several pupils obtained zeros in their practical test, altering the final rankings completely. Throughout the award ceremony, Abad raised his glass dramatically, praising Chloe as his personal number 1 in magic. His exaggerated declaration earned a swift reprimand from his superior, who told him to sit silently. Close by, Chloe laughed awkwardly whilst her friend offered a supportive smile, easing the tension in the hall. The following announcement came from Yura Marnin of the summoning department, who energetically rallied her classmates. As the list of top summoners Warden Tyden, Eliza Hergen, and Jordan Lawson emerged, excitement packed the room. However, Celia's look darkened formally anew, realizing Leo's name was still missing from all categories. Pupils whispered uneasily when an instructor confirmed that Leo Plav wasn't listed in any department's rankings. To restore enthusiasm, the host declared the upcoming reveal of the Academy's fresh pupil representative. Anticipation spread across the hall as everybody paused to see who would claim the top overall position. When the screen lit up, the hall fell quiet as Leo Plav's name emerged as the top pupil. Cheers erupted instantly, pupils astonished by his unforeseen victory despite not ranking in any department. Yet, before applause might settle, someone from the crowd abruptly objected, demanding an explanation for the result. Instructors exchanged confused seams as Leo's selection was questioned by faculty and pupils alike. The host nervously attempted to explain, hinting there was a valid cause beyond his odd placement. Before she might finish, turmoil broke out, one furious professor shouting at the noisy crowd to stay quiet. The furious professor shouted at the pupils, scolding them for their ignorance and demanding their complete focus. She clarified that dual-class pupils were excluded from rankings since their merged abilities defied fair classification. To illustrate, she described how mixed disciplines, like fire and magic, created synergy distant beyond ordinary limits. Continuing her lecture, the professor declared Leo's triumph was earned across unmatched results in both theory and combat. Some questioned her claim, questioning if remaining hadn't achieved similar accomplishments throughout the joint exam. Angrily she silenced them, revealing Leo's extraordinary feat defeating Chubaren throughout the high-level simulation mission. Amid the stunned silence, Leo stood firm, his steady look reflecting quiet confidence in his own strength. Throughout the academy banquet, pupils froze mid-meal as Leo's unforeseen achievement became the center of attention. Two pupils, startled by the revelation, questioned whether Leo had genuinely beaten the formidable Chubaren alongside Chloe. Flustered by their curiosity, Leo awkwardly tried to deflect the focus whilst Chloe reacted nervously to the praise. Chloe attempted to explain Leo's immense test results, stammering as everybody awaited clarification. The professor finished the announcement cheerfully, urging pupils to celebrate following confirming Leo's top rank in the midterms. Nearby, instructors debated the implications of his grades, realizing the academy's ranking system might shift drastically. They analyzed how Leo's performance throughout multiple departments disrupted established standings within the academy. Shock spread as they discovered he ranked initial not solely in magic, but in summoning and night studies. Each department head reacted differently, some in shock, remaining intrigued by his unmatched consistency throughout disciplines. The professors debated over Leo's potential, each claiming his talent belonged to their respective field. Their argument escalated until different instructor quietly remarked that Leo excelled equally in all classes. The tension broke with laughter, leaving everybody both amazed and exasperated by Leo's immense capability. The following morning, pupils returned to class, yet recovering from the lively celebration the night before. One pupil groaned in exhaustion whilst Chloe teased him for overindulging at the banquet. Their conversation ceased instantly when Leo entered, commanding silence as the fresh top pupil of Lumaine Academy. Throughout class, the instructor declared the upcoming school trip, pointing at a map covered in destinations. Pupils became excited, assuming the trip could take them to the warm elven forests filled with fruit. Their enthusiasm vanished when the instructor exposed the genuine destination, the freezing northern land of El Salvecchia. Shock spread across the room as pupils recognized El Salvecchia was a desolate, year-round frozen region. They questioned the choice, complaining regarding the harsh climate and the lack of interesting landmarks. The instructor clarified the class president had created the choice, leading everyone to glare at Leo in disbelief. Leo quietly suggested preparing supplies beforehand, emphasizing the need for proper gear in extreme cold. Whilst classmates debated winter clothing, he stayed thoughtful, eyes narrowing as he pondered the region's significance. To remaining, El Salvecchia was barren, but Leo understood it concealed a secret sanctuary belonging to the fairies. He recalled age-old knowledge of a concealed fairyland buried profound within the frozen mountain valleys. Fairies formerly thrived there, protecting nature's essence long before humans discovered its existence. Leo suspected their age-old alchemy was the cause this trip's location had been mysteriously approved. Afterward, Leo readied for departure, gathering ingredients and essentials from local shops in the city. Following a brief exchange with a friendly merchant, he stepped rearward into the bustling streets. Breathing deeply, Leo steeled himself for the journey forward, a mission distant larger than a school trip. Whilst walking home, Leo observed a narrow alleyway that sparked an unusual sense of familiarity. He paused, his sharp gaze catching sight of an elderly sign reading 13th Street, Karazu District. Memories surfaced instantly. This was the same region connected to an unresolved incident from months ago. Next the path, Leo halted before a worn-out building marked Lutech. He recalled this as the shop where Senlu and Chloe formerly purchased their enchanted tools. Driven by instinct, he neared the locked door, curiosity urging him to uncover what was departed beyond. Pushing the door open, Leo entered a dim room layered in dust and cobwebs. He set down his bag, scanning the eerie silence that packed the abandoned workshop. It was evident no one had entered for years, yet something regarding the air sensed alive. Whilst inspecting, Leo observed a minor teddy bear left among the ruins, oddly untouched. He recognized the building had been sealed following investigation. No object should have stayed inside. Tension packed the air as his instincts screamed threat. The toy's aura defied logic. The teddy's gaze glowed red, releasing a sinister aura that warped the room's atmosphere. Leo swiftly identified it as a cognitive decline curse, a demonic trick designed to manipulate awareness. Shadowy energy erupted as a demon materialized beyond him, forcing Leo to prepare his blade in silence. Leo clashed with the monstrous demon, his blade meeting resistance versus a wave of chaotic curses. The creature radiated malice, combining multiple curses beyond anything he had confronted before. Its voice echoed with twisted laughter, sending a chill across Leo as he sensed its intelligence. The demon exposed its genuine form, towering and layered with countless red gaze and writhing tendrils. It identified itself as the one responsible for manipulating human minds across forbidden curses. Leo recognized the entity was a remnant of an age-old curse network that preyed on human despair. With mocking words, the demon struck, crushing the earth as Leo barely blocked its assault. He was swiftly overwhelmed, his guard cracking under the monster's power and corrosive magic. Realizing he couldn't win across brute power, Leo prepared to retreat and regroup strategically. The demon's superior, prepared to consume him entire, its mouth splitting open grotesquely. Leo steadied his breath, channeling radiant energy into his sword as golden glow surrounded him. In that instant, divine strength awakened within his gaze, gleamed with resolve and calm resolve. Leo invoked a forgotten spell, raising his arm as a spear of pure glow descended from overhead. The divine energy pierced the demon, shattering its curses and engulfing the room in brilliance. When the glow faded, Leo stood amid the ruins, victorious yet wary of what might pursue following. As the demon writhed in agony, golden energy surged across the room, revealing a fresh aura. A man with radiant aura and piercing gaze emerged, invoking the spell, Magic of the Evil Eye. The corrupted creature roared violently, identifying its natural predator, the mage who specialized in destroying curses. The demon lunged towards Leo, but the mage intercepted with blinding precision, shattering its progress with holy magic. Each strike glowed with divine strength, forcing the corrupted mass to retreat under immense spiritual pressure. Leo steadied his weapon beside him, astonished yet relieved to see a mighty ally turn the tide. Golden circles expanded throughout the floor as the mage unleashed a massive sealing incantation. Standing amidst the fading glow, the mage declared his purpose to purge every demonic scum from existence. A monstrous entity seethed within a void of crimson energy, consumed by hatred towards its former overcome. Its tendrils writhed violently, vowing vengeance upon the ones who formerly sealed it in eternal gloom. Nearby, Leo and Albi Zeron stood firm, the golden radiance of their strength dispelling the creature's curse. Albi unleashed a wave of glow, erasing the last remnants of corruption that lingered throughout the war zone. His aura flared as he declared mastery over magic itself, a name known throughout age-old history. Formerly famed as the Decimator of Tartaros, Albi's legend proceeded under his fresh role as Lumane's professor. Afterward, Leo investigated the ruins, his look steady yet burdened by the discovery of cursed remnants. He clarified to Albi that a teddy bear, imbued with cognitive dissonance, had caused the disturbance. Albi, assessing the situation gravely, concluded that Lumane's investigation team must claim complete responsibility. Albi resolved to overlook Leo's unauthorized investigation, acknowledging his courage in confronting the unknown threat alone. He advised Leo to seek his assistance following time, extending trust regardless the breach of Academy protocol. Leo stayed quiet, startled by the professor's gratitude and the faint warmth beneath his composed demeanor. Afterward that night, Leo uncovered a clue. House Zeron, one of Lumen's ruling families, gripped vital secrets. The family's emblem emerged in his notes, symbolizing their authority over the Academy's forbidden archives. Realizing the opportunity, Leo resolved to gain Albi's aid to access the Forbidden Library's concealed truths. Beyond Lumane Academy, Leo met a classmate who observed his minor injuries following a recent mission. Regardless worry, Leo brushed off the wound, assuring it wasn't grave and thanking them for noticing. Afterward that night, Leo confirmed his suspicions Silathna was beyond the demonic beast handler and forbidden sorcery. A week afterward, the Academy readied for their following expedition, gathering students at the Dimensional Portal Gate. Leo's team assembled with supplies in hand, prepared for the field trip to the Northern Territories. When questioned regarding their destination, Leo clarified they could travel to El Sabaya for training and study. As departure neared, classmates joked regarding the cold climate, expressing reluctance towards the frigid environment. Leo encouraged everybody to prepare, signaling the team to advance the portal as energy surged within it. With spirits lofty, the pupils stepped ahead into the light, beginning their journey beyond Lumen Academy. Leo led his class across the dimensional gate, the swirling magic transporting them throughout distant realms. They appeared under radiant skies, greeted by vast snowy plains and the glimmer of elven architecture. Their destination El Solbakia, the domain of elves, marked the start of their following Grand Academy expedition. At Siren Academy, the elven hero military school, Leo's team observed its towering structures and icy beauty. Close by, tension arose as two elven pupils mocked a half-blood peer for her lineage and appearance. Leo stepped ahead quietly, warning them versus bullying, his presence radiating quiet authority amid the snow. At Siren Academy, Lunia El Lunda, heir of the prestigious Lunda house, ordered respect with composure. Two arrogant pupils mocked a half-blood elf, questioning Lunia's tolerance towards someone of mixed heritage. Unamused, Lunia readied to respond, her patience fading as their insults towards the boy intensified. Lunia's fiery nature erupted. She scolded the bullies, daring them to offer their own clothes rather. The confrontation stunned the crowd as she fiercely defended the mistreated pupil, lacking hesitation. Overwhelmed, the bullies fled, whilst Lunia's temper marked her reputation as Siren's hot-headed freshman. Afterward, Lunia neared the half-elf, expressing frustration at his lack of proper winter clothing. He clarified with a steady smile that his clothes were stolen by unknown classmates. Introducing himself as Luca Enares, he thanked Lunia warmly, third-ranked freshman, a gentle half-elf scholar. Afterward, Lunia shyly offered her coat to Luca, brushing off the cold and hiding her flustered smile. Luca observed her cheerful mood and teased lightly, sensing her rare, softer demeanor. She exposed her excitement. Her long-awaited magical contractor had eventually been born that very morning. Rushing home, Lunia excitedly told her father, Ellen Lunda, regarding her contractor's birth. Her father, the dignified patriarch of House Lunda, reminded her to act with professionalism. Known as Farina's caretaker and a professor, Ellen listened proudly, amused by his daughter's enthusiasm. Ellen informed Lunia that Farina's child had eventually hatched, confirming the long-awaited occasion. Overjoyed, Lunia eagerly questioned when she might meet her destined contractor, anticipation radiant in her eyes. However, Ellen hesitated, clarifying that the newborn had previously formed a contract with someone else. The shocking news enraged Lunia, her fiery temper igniting as she slammed the table in shock. Resolved to uncover the truth, she stormed out of the office, demanding to know the thief. Her cry echoed throughout Siren, vowing vengeance on whoever dared steal her rightful magical partner. Simultaneously, Leo and his classmates arrived in the snow-covered capital, Velkia, for their field study. Their instructor introduced the city as El Solbekia's heart, rich in history and age-old elven legacy. Regardless the freezing weather, the team assembled eagerly, listening as the professor began his lecture. The instructor clarified Velkia's origin, founded by fairy knight Velkia Ursari, a disciple of Luna. He exposed that Luna and Erin's teachings had inspired the fairy knights to protect their realm. Leo, recalling former legends, recognized Velkia as an elderly acquaintance reborn across history's glorification. The professor confirmed that House Ursar currently led Velkia, continuing the fairy knight's proud lineage. Snowfall thickened as the team superior, their visibility fading under the storm's rising intensity. Across the mist, silhouettes appeared unfamiliar figures nearing, hinting at a new encounter ahead. Leo's team debated rumors of theft in the elven lands, startled such crimes occurred even here. Their professor responded quietly, clarifying that corruption and greed existed in every realms without exception. Instance afterward, footsteps neared through the snow, revealing a tall elf surrounded by attendants, radiating authority. At the snowy highlands, the elf Loon Ersar awaited Professor Harlan's arrival, his look steady and expectant. Introduced as the head of House Ersar, Loon greeted Harlan warmly, displaying no change regardless the years. Close-by pupils observed, and one red-haired student blushed, declaring she had met her destined partner, to her peers' amusement. Her classmates teased her regarding age differences, reminding her that elves often live distant longer than humans. She assuredly insisted that age meant nothing, solely to be tested by her curious class representative. He smirked, questioning how elderly she thought the elf truly was, leaving her momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, the professors observed the lively pupils, noting their energy compared to previous discipline teams. The red-haired girl neared politely, requesting the elf's name and age as introductions proceeded. Loon smiled gently, revealing his complete name with graceful composure, maintaining his refined demeanor. Quietly, Loon disclosed his age 97, surprising everybody with how youthful he emerged, despite the number. Professor Harlan jested that it was the prime of an elf's life, lightening the mood. Loon affirmed his role as House Ersar's head and council chair, guiding the visiting team. Carl, seized off guard by Loon's recognition, nervously greeted the dignified elf, realizing his mistake. Harlan subtly cautioned Carl they could debate his blunder later, hinting at possible consequences. As evening fell, the pupils arrived at their lodging, marking the silent finish of the day's encounters. As night fell, the pupils arrived at a worn-out lodge, cobwebs and creaks welcoming them uneasily. Two classmates panicked at the sight of a mouse, horrified at the idea of sleeping there. Their red-haired friend teased them, suggesting they sleep nearby, assured the class representative had a plan. The class representative exposed an outdoor setup, offering an alternative for those unwilling to stay within. Regardless hesitation, the team started unpacking, trying to make the eerie lodge feel somewhat comfortable. Afterward, footsteps echoed upstairs as two boys sneaked silently, whispering regarding an impulsive idea. The mischievous pair climbed the stairs, planning to peek into the girls' room, laughing at their scheme. They froze as one girl observed their aura, uncertainty quickly replacing her drowsy expression. An abrupt flash of energy packed the hallway as tension erupted into turmoil. Lightning burst from the girl's hand, launching the intruders down the hall in a gust of wind. Other pupils woke, startled by the explosion, whilst the class representative observed quietly from below. Satisfied by the commotion, he resolved to explore the surroundings himself, stepping out into the night. Beyond, Leo encountered a blonde elf messenger who addressed him respectfully by title. Startled, he shifted to confront her as snow fell softly around the academy's grounds. She bowed politely, announcing that the head of House Ersar requested his immediate audience. Late at night, Leo arrived at House Ersar's grand estate, summoned by Loon for a private meeting. Loon welcomed him politely, apologizing for the wait, whilst Leo assured him it was no trouble. Departed momentarily unattended, Leo's curiosity drew him towards the collection of relics displayed within the study. He examined the artifacts closely, noting their age and craftsmanship, until his gaze fixed on a familiar sword. Recognition struck instantly as his red gaze widened, memories stirring at the sight of the relic. The blade's name escaped his lips softly. Erquint, a weapon he idea misplaced to time. Loon, startled, questioned how Leo understood of Erquint, claiming its history was maintained secret within his family. Leo swiftly covered his slip, clarifying he'd read regarding it in Lumen's ancient archives. Lune accepted the reply, clarifying that the displayed weapon was merely a replica infused with stellar mana. In his mind, Leo recalled the genuine Erkant, a divine sword formerly wielded by his former ally Luna. A flash of memory displayed Luna presenting the blade to her apprentice, Berkia, throughout a former campaign. That image burned brightly before fading into the reality of his reincarnated self, standing in silence. Returning to the present, Lune exposed the legend. Erkant was captured following Lady Berkia's overcome in Tartaros, he said with reverence, describing how the sword became a treasured heirloom of House Ersar generations ago. Leo listened silently, concealing his genuine connection to the weapon and the misplaced era it represented. Lune clarified that weapons from the hero realm couldn't be employed by anyone but their conquerors. Realizing the sword's dormant state, Leo grasped it was merely a shell, stripped of its original strength. They sat throughout from one different as Lune acknowledged Leo's exceptional reputation within Lumen Academy. Following an instant's pause, Lune created an unexpected request, asking Leo to meet his granddaughter. The youthful hero glanced puzzled, unsure of the elder's intentions beyond such a personal invitation. Lune exposed she was a first-year pupil at Sarun Academy, hinting at her promising abilities. Leo reflected on the girl's achievements, intrigued by her excellence yet uncertain of the cause for the meeting. He considered the tranquil reputation of Sarun, known as a realm lacking war or hardship. Yet he pondered silently, questioning if genuine peace could ever exist without pain or struggle. Contemplating Lune's words, Leo explored further into the mansion, seeking the room he had been directed to. His curiosity deepened as he unsealed a door leading to an untouched chamber layered with dust. The disarray hinted at long neglect, papers and relics scattered as if frozen in time. Leo brushed aside dust, uncovering faded posters and relics devoted to age-old heroes of legend. He recognized the room belonged to a fervent admirer of former champions, perhaps even the granddaughter herself. Amused by the obsessive collection, he chuckled softly, unaware this discovery could shortly tie to his own forgotten legacy. Within the dim room, Leo observed a neatly hung uniform and questioned if it belonged to Sarun Academy. Instance afterward, a youthful elf stirred awake, scolding her grandfather for intruding without permission. The girl introduced herself as Iren Ersar, a first-year pupil and second rank at Sarun Academy. Startled by Leo's unforeseen aura, Iren screamed in shock, realizing a stranger had entered her room. Leo swiftly introduced himself, clarifying he came under Lune Ersar's request to meet her formally. Though flustered, he tried maintaining composure, unsure how to steady the panicking youthful elf before him. As the tension eased, Leo observed piles of books scattered about, every centered on the hero Kyle. Amused, he noted the impressive organization, comparing her devotion to his own curiosity in history. Iren listened curiously as Leo analyzed her notes, praising the precision of her research and categorization. Abrupt realization struck Leo as he connected her collection to his own forgotten former. Iren, gaze sparkling with excitement, questioned if he praised Kyle, the legendary hero of the beginning. Her enthusiasm packed the room, unaware that the very hero she idolized currently stood silently before her. In a silent study, elderly archives detailed the combat of Darnos, an event immortalized in history. Iren eagerly recited the facts how the grand heroes initial fought jointly and defeated Tybric's army. He mentioned Edvalik, the place where Luna initial employed her star magic, his enthusiasm lighting up the room. Instance afterward, the white-haired elf formally introduced himself as Iren Ersar, embarrassed by his earlier excitement. The man in black reassured him, noting the heroes could be pleased someone yet cherished their legacy. Iren speculated that beyond the four known heroes, there might have been a forgotten fifth. Iren confessed his belief that Kyle genuinely existed, planning to join a club researching his traces. His guest smiled softly, finding Iren's dedication admirable as he reflected on school life himself. Curious, he questioned why Iren not once attended an academy regardless his clear fascination with heroes. Iren hesitated, clarifying he sensed unworthy of Siren Academy, where pupils trained earnestly to be heroes. He admitted his dream lacked conviction, unaware his neatly preserved uniform exposed lingering desire. Observing this, the man silently concluded Iren yet hadn't let go of his hero aspirations. Breaking the silence, the man exposed he wasn't the solely human visiting Berkia, mentioning a class trip. He suggested that Iren's story could inspire his classmates, notably those training to become future heroes. With a gentle tone, he reminded Iren that hero academies existed in both worlds, human and elven alike. Following their discussion, the youthful man invited Iren to witness the pupils of Lumain firsthand. As he stepped towards the door, his silent resolve reflected both confidence and an unspoken purpose. Beyond, he unexpectedly encountered Iren's grandfather, who was startled to see him emerging from her room. The elder elf expressed surprise, grateful that Irin had spoken so openly following months of isolation. Pleased by the conversation, he offered the visitor a magical gift as a gesture of gratitude. Jointly they entered the grand Ersar family treasury, where countless age-old artifacts glittered under golden glow. The youthful man examined the vast collection with focus, drawn to a faint glow amid the relics. His gaze narrowed as he halted before an enigmatic jewel emitting a subtle, pulsating light. He chose it instinctively, unaware it formerly contained the strength of a fairy from a millennium former. The elder allowed the choice, smiling as the jewel's faint aura started to stir formerly more. Abrupt glow burst forth as the youth recognized the carving inside wasn't mere decoration. Within the orb's brilliance, a living fairy slept peacefully, radiating a gentle yet age-old magic. Nearby, at the Lumen camp, instructors assembled pupils to explain their strict training itinerary. The instructor declared early wake-up schedules, forest drills, and afternoon missions for the upcoming days. Amid the team, a red-haired pupil protested, shocked that even their field trip involved relentless training. The following morning, the instructor declared the field trip's purpose, improving weaknesses across practical training. Pupils groaned upon hearing that the demanding schedule had been designed by their own class representative. Unfazed, Leo clarified that the fairy forest's monsters provided the perfect opportunity for actual combat experience. As night fell, the pupils returned to their lodgings, some grumbling regarding the exhausting plans forward. Leo sat solo in his room, silently reflecting on the morning's events under the warm light. He drew out the amber jewel he had obtained earlier, its glow faint but alive with magic. The jewel shimmered as Leo sensed age-old energy magic formerly sealed by the fairy king himself. He recognized the statue within wasn't lifeless but contained dormant strength misplaced since the Age of Calamity. Identifying the familiar aura, he resolved to awaken it, employing the fairy king's forgotten pledge. Golden glow packed the room as Leo channeled magic across the jewel, breaking the ancient seal. The splendid energy flared, causing close-by windows to vibrate under the sheer pressure of released strength. As the glow settled, a faint figure appeared within the orb, gradually regaining physical form. The minor fairy stirred, stretching her limbs as if waking from centuries of profound slumber. Noticing Leo, she mistook him for an intruder, stunned to see a human holding her prison. Her uncertainty shifted to outrage as she insisted answers, while Leo calmly studied the revived spirit. The following morning, pupils entered the fairy forest, currently blanketed in snow, under a clear winter sky. Led by their instructor, they marveled at the frozen landscape, unaware of the trials awaiting within. Even the instructor, though steady in appearance, sensed an odd presence stirring beneath the snow. Close by, Irin sat exhausted following a sparring match, stunned by the ease of her defeat. She recognized her rival had won employing only wind magic, demonstrating mastery far beyond her expectations. Leo extended his hand with a composed smile, suggesting she train harder before their following encounter. Sitting in the snow, a silver-haired pupil stared in shock at the shattered training device. He recognized the structure had been ruined purely across wind magic and advanced feat beyond his level. A white-haired boy quietly offered his hand, suggesting it was time to resume training seriously. Close by, a red-haired girl stormed in, accusing her class rep of doubting her potential. She questioned if his earlier remark was the cause he trained solo, lacking telling anyone. Frustrated, she recalled being mocked for lacking summoning ability, though she excelled in alchemy rather. She reminded Leo of his own former claim, admitting he lacked skill in wind magic. Currently assured, she tested him openly to show what he had learned since then. Leo smiled and accepted, prepared to demonstrate his growth across focused magical command. Chelsea reflected on Leo's unpredictable progress, unsure what other abilities he yet concealed. With no hesitation, she launched a preemptive strike before he might fully prepare. Employing Windbreaker, she summoned a violent tornado, aiming to overpower him instantly. Leo countered her assault with his own version of Windbreaker, dispersing the violent current. As Chelsea tried anew, Leo skillfully avoided her following spell, identifying her strategic intent. He cast Wind Chain, binding her in midair, and quietly muttered her name Chelsea. Leo stayed steady as he restrained Chelsea midair, expressing disapproval of her chaotic wind usage. Chains of compressed air spiraled about them, and he launched a sharp counterattack named Wind Bolt. The magical projectile shattered her defenses, forcing her rearward as Leo stood firm at the center. Chelsea, seized off guard by the precise strike, braced herself as the spell neared impact. Yet stunned, Chelsea struggled to understand how her rival shifted the fight so quickly. Leo lowered his sword, his command over wind magic currently visibly sharper than before. The observing pupil questioned if what he witnessed was genuinely wind magic, given its sharpness. Remaining assembled, confused regarding Chelsea's defeat despite her reputation, and unsure what Leo had changed, a professor clarified, Chelsea wasn't weaker, Leo's wind mastery had merely outpaced hers over time. He emphasized understanding magic deeply mattered more than learning many skills superficially. Chelsea, currently humbled, agreed to proceed training under Leo's guidance and remaining reluctantly accepted the result. Leo strode across the snowy forest, beginning his solo field training under a steady sky. Whilst remaining hesitated to start, he observed their sluggish pace and chose to wait. Smiling gently, Leo delayed his own training, noting how everybody else had merely began moving. A cheerful fairy named Kirwan rushed to Leo, proudly presenting the herbs he had collected. Leo praised his attempts, acknowledging the fairy's usefulness throughout the mission regardless his small size. As Leo unsealed a portal, he stated the amount was enough for their current objective. Whilst walking across snowy woods, Leo questioned if it was time to investigate the fairy forest. He affirmed the beginning of a journey to uncover the secret beyond Kirwan's missing wings. Abruptly, Leo halted mid-step, sensing something odd in the silent landscape ahead. Leo questioned Kirwan when he was exiled. Kirwan casually replied it happened regarding a century ago. Noticing magical distortions, Leo recognized illusion magic masked something further within the frozen forest. He identified the aura magic from the Calamity era, cast by Silen's father, the former fairy king. Leo concluded that the spell drew strength from Kirwan's wings, linked to a perilous elderly ritual. Within the illusion, an eerie tower stood, and undead energy pulsed threateningly from within it. A red mist formed about Leo as he sensed an intruder humans in territory guarded by elves. A skeleton-cloaked figure mocked Leo, declaring the forest was previously under Tartare's command. Kirin angrily denied it, claiming the forest yet belonged to the fairies, not intruders or undead. The undead scoffed, ridiculing Kirin's weakness, and questioned whether he even counted as an actual fairy. Furious, Kirin shouted rearward at the undead, shining with green energy as his fairy magic flared up. Lacking hesitation, he launched himself into the air, spinning wildly and gathering mana for impact. Charging down like a meteor, he aimed straight for the foe's skull, catching it off guard. Kirin's assault landed tough, slamming the foe into the ground with a massive magical explosion. Landing proudly, he scolded the undead for underestimating fairies regardless being one of the weaker kinds. Leo criticized his reckless dive, but Kirin insisted effectiveness mattered more than style or planning. The undead reeled rearward, sensing the raw, unrefined strength yet radiating from Kirin's small body. It admitted Kirin's fairy essence created him a valid threat, even if he was low-ranked. Kirin, disgusted, gagged at the rotting stench coming off the undead's cursed green armor. Enraged, the undead assembled its complete strength and roared, preparing a devastating dark magic strike. Leo spotted the threat too late and urgently shouted for Kirin to get out of the method. A red energy column smashed the earth where Kirin had merely stood, tearing the terrain apart. Red demonic energy spiraled uncontrollably as the shadowy magic intensified about the war zone. Kirin glanced rearward in shock, barely reacting in time as the spell curved towards his location. Screaming, he twisted mid-air, barely evading as a protective barrier formed about him merely in time. Kirin clung to the towering foe, attempting to restrain it with his remaining power. Leo, observing from afar, recognized the enormous entity as a monster from age-old Tartaros. Kirin trembled in its grip, plainly outmatched as the foe's shadowy aura began to intensify. The skeletal figure exposed its identity as Death Knight Kargor, an elite warrior of Tartaros. Declaring allegiance to the Grand Lich Knight, Kargor unleashed strength from profound within his cursed body. With red energy swirling about him, he charged ahead, targeting Leo with lethal intent. Leo countered instantly, his sword clashing with the Death Knight's weapon in a burst of sparks. Their combat intensified, with each strike shaking the earth and tearing across magical defenses. In the burning war zone, Leo confronted the towering skeletal demon, its aura suffocating and packed with death. Refusing to retreat, Leo's body shifted into spectral form, channeling ethereal energy across his crimson gaze. He lunged ahead, blade shining blue, clashing versus the demon's red aura in a thunderous explosion. The demon appeared from the smoke unharmed, shadows swirling violently about its armor. With frightening speed, it countered, summoning black flames that tore across the air like serpents. Leo blocked desperately, but the impact sent him crashing backward as the monster laughed, amazed by his endurance. Locking blades anew, Leo resisted the immense power pressing him toward the ground. His companion dashed in from overhead, striking with divine glow to support his struggling ally. Jointly, they drove the demon rearward slightly, though both suffered injuries from the counter-strike's shockwave. Kneeling, the ally gasped, drained of strength and lamenting his inability to regain his wings. Resolved, he invoked an age-old pact, summoning flames that replied the call of his spirit. The earth trembled as a divine aura stirred, and the demon hesitated for the initial time. The ally observed in awe, Realizing Leo shared his bond with the legendary Phoenix, the fiery beast soared forth, its roar engulfing the demon in searing flames as Leo led the last strike. The skeletal demon roared, raising its weapon lofty, but Leo stood quietly before the raging inferno. From the flames, a minor phoenix perched on his shoulder, its glow illuminating the war zone. Witnessing the divine creature, everybody recognized Leo possessed a mythical contract unseen for centuries. Instants afterward, Leo's phoenix chirped proudly, whilst a dark portal opened, summoning a demonic overlord. The creature's red energy spread, declaring its hatred towards both phoenix and fairy kind alike. With chains breaking, it summoned countless undead warriors, commanding them to consume every living soul. The earth shifted green with decay as the undead army appeared from corrupted soil. Leo observed the curse quietly, analyzing its endless regeneration and the foe's strategic weakness. Smiling faintly, he readied his counterattack, assured there was yet a way to end it. Leo unleashed his mana, freezing winds sweeping throughout the field as his strength surged outward. His aura shifted, resembling the legendary hero Kyle, whose magic formerly shaped the earth itself. With one order, the earth erupted, striking across the undead ranks with unstoppable force. The undead army staggered as Leo's energy formed a vortex that pulled them inward violently. His gaze glowed crimson as he invoked the age-old technique known as Kyle's style, vortex. Spiraling winds crushed the undead entirely, erasing the corruption as the war zone fell quiet once more. Amid rain and thunder, Leo confronted the skeletal knight fleeing into the gloom of the war zone. Blue energy surged as he tested the foe, demanding it confront him with honor rather of retreat. The knight shifted briefly, raising its cursed blade, but Leo's counterattack shattered its retreating spell. Afterward, Leo arrived in a snowy forest, seeking afar from the turmoil he had left behind. He analyzed the unusual encounter, wondering why a death knight emerged so profound within fairy territory. As he pondered, a faint growl came from beyond the sound of something unnatural closing in. An armored undead superior, its hollow gaze shining with hate before being frozen mid-step by Leo's strike. The silence broke when a woman emerged, questioning whether Leo was the one controlling the creature. Leo denied the accusation quietly, identifying himself as a Lumen pupil uninvolved in necromancy. Identifying his uniform, the elf accused him of lying, mistaking him for a Siren necromancer. Her hostility flared instantly. She drew her sword and lunged ahead with decisive precision. Leo parried effortlessly, countering her strike whilst keeping his composure amidst her relentless accusations. Their blades locked briefly before Leo disarmed her, ending the skirmish with directed power. The elf staggered, realizing his restraint and unmatched skill as her rage gradually faded. A shadowed figure neared from the mist, apologizing formally for her subordinate's misunderstanding, restoring uneasy steady. In the silent forest, a red-haired girl introduced herself as Runia Elrundoa, a Sirun pupil. She apologized for her classmates' earlier hostility, clarifying that not every Sirun pupils behaved recklessly. Leo accepted her apology politely, clarifying he was solely in Berkia for his academy field mission. As their talk concluded, snow started to fall gently, and Runia readied to return to her professor. She offered a respectful farewell, wishing Leo safety under the protection of Berkia's forest spirits. Watching her leave, Leo repeated her name, faintly recalling it from an age-old record of heroes. Simultaneously, rearward in Sirun Academy, turmoil reigned as students trained restlessly under the strict instructor's eyes. In different location, professors debated recent disturbances, including reports of a death knight appearing close by. They expressed worry that such creatures indicated spreading corruption, something unseen for centuries. Within the academy's hall, Leo stood before faculty, reporting the undead encounter he had witnessed firsthand. Professor Herdium Wintle, overseeing Sirun's superior class, entered formally to evaluate Leo's claim. He introduced himself quietly, requesting Leo's complete account of the incident lacking exaggeration or hesitation. Some professors questioned Leo's story, assuming he mistook a lesser skeleton for a death knight. Yet Professor Harlan defended him, emphasizing Leo's exceptional reputation as an all-class representative. Acknowledging his potential, the panel agreed to investigate the issue further, marking the start of further events. Professor Herdium considered Leo's report cautiously, realizing the implications might reshape Sirun's academic standing. He acknowledged Leo's confidence, proposing a collaborative class between Sirun's Superior Class 1 and Lumen Academy. The choice startled the faculty, marking the beginning of an unprecedented exchange between rival schools. Shortly following, Lumen's Grand Ballroom hosted a celebratory occasion welcoming Sirun's delegation of elite students. Pupils marveled at the lavish setup, comparing it to a royal banquet in elegance and scale. Amid the guests, excitement became regarding meeting their Siren counterparts and experiencing new magical perspectives. As the celebration proceeded, Leo silently observed, intrigued by the professor's spontaneous joint class proposal. Runia neared with an assured smile, questioning if he remembered their previous meeting in the forest. Extending her hand, she invited him to dance under the shining chandeliers of the Academy Hall. The music swelled as Leo and Runia danced gracefully, their movements synchronized with refined elegance. She observed his precision in elven dance form, amazed by his familiarity with her culture. Leo admitted he had discovered it long ago, his tone steady but carrying faint nostalgia. Throughout the dance, Runia recognized she didn't know his complete name and asked directly. He introduced himself merely as Leo Plav, offering a polite smile as they twirled under the lights. Her look shifted abruptly, realization dawning as she accused him of stealing someone else's sacred contractor bond. Runia's look twisted in fury as realization struck, her rage erupting uncontrollably within the crowded hall. She grabbed Leo by his collar, shouting accusations and demanding justice for the stolen contractor bond. Throughout a formal gathering, Leo discovered that Reyna, the red-haired elf, was Alan Undark's younger sister. Recalling his former conflict with Alan, Leo's steady demeanor shifted slightly, suspicion surfacing beyond his composed gaze. Unable to contain her irritation, Reyna accused him of arrogance, launching herself towards Leo with fierce resolve. The confrontation drew focus as faculty intervened, the tension eventually subsiding amid the elegant hall's silence. Professor Loon apologized to Leo for Reyna's behavior, bowing slightly whilst holding the embarrassed pupil beside him. Leo accepted the apology with a polite smile, silently remarking that maintaining such facades must be challenging. Afterward, Loon dismissed the incident, warning Reyna to uphold her dignity as Siren Academy's first-year representative. She acknowledged her mistake, fists clenched, vowing to redeem herself throughout the upcoming joint academy class. Resolved, she promised to prove Siren's power before Lumane's pupils in the next day's session. Loon encouraged her further, declaring Siren's superiority and reigniting the competitive fire burning within his pupil. Overwhelmed by pride, Reyna shouted her resolve, unwilling to lose versus Leo or any Lumane pupil. Her fury startled Loon, who questioned if his strict encouragement had driven her too distant. The next morning, both academies assembled for the anticipated joint class under the radiant chandelier's light. Professor Harland introduced the Lumane class, inviting Siren's pupils to witness their superior instruction firsthand. As pupils settled into their seats, anticipation packed the hall, marking the beginning of a fierce rivalry. Professor Harland started the joint class, summoning ahead Cal Ileana Thade to represent Lumane Academy's students. Startled by the abrupt responsibility, Cal stood hesitantly as classmates glanced on in disbelief. Harland encouraged him to demonstrate Lumane's power, praising the pupils who had endured the Academy's rigorous training. Leo observed silently, noting the structure of the class and understanding the single student per department format. Cal assuredly displayed his abilities, wielding fire, alchemy, and summoning magic with impressive coordination. The audience, including Seron pupils, observed attentively, amazed by Lumane's diverse range of talent and control. Professor Loon analyzed their methods, realizing the joint class allowed both sides to observe differing magical philosophies. He emphasized the importance of perspective, believing exposure to fresh ideas might awaken undiscovered potential. Yet, his curiosity lingered. Leo, Lumane's class representative, had not yet demonstrated his own strength. When Lumane's demonstration finished, Loon commended their teamwork and development throughout multiple departments. He admitted genuine admiration, acknowledging the pupils' mastery born across structured, specialized training. As silence packed the room, Loon readied to showcase Siren's teaching advance in response. Activating a magical display, Loon introduced Siren's balanced education method integrating every elemental foundations. He clarified that whilst every pupil learned magic, the Academy prioritized harmony over specialization. Leo analyzed critically, noting that Siren's so-called balance yet revolved about deep-rooted magical dependence. Leo silently analyzed Loon's lecture, concluding the elf's performance was more spectacle than genuine teaching. He discovered their pride excessive, believing Siren's emphasis on elegance masked their shallow understanding of theory. Simultaneously, Loon concluded his formula explanation and resolved to proceed with a live demonstration. Raising his hands, Loon assembled radiant energy, forming a shining crystal at his chest. He proudly declared his intent to display the genuine essence of Siren's magical heritage. Magic packed the air as he claimed elves were inherently a race defined by magic itself. A golden surge illuminated the hall, extending into a vast display of starlit energy. Multiple shining sigils emerged, mesmerizing both Lumane and Siren pupils with the sheer spectacle. The crowd gasped as Leo's companion identified it as the legendary art of star magic. Lune clarified that star magic was Seiran's core discipline, inherited from their ancestor, Lady Luna. He demonstrated complex runes, describing how every variation stemmed from her age-old magical foundation. Smiling assuredly, Lune praised his work, summoning it both beautiful and historically significant. Following the demonstration, Leo quietly raised his hand, requesting permission to ask a question. Lune, intrigued, invited him to speak as the pupils shifted to listen. Though unimpressed by star magic, Leo's look suggested he was regarding to trial its true value. Leo quietly stated that Lune's explanation of the age-old spell was fundamentally incorrect. The declaration stunned both academies, and Lune's composed look hardened with shock. Leo clarified with precision that the magic, in its current form, could not once activate. Confused murmurs spread across the room as pupils questioned Leo's confident assertion. Lune countered by admitting the spell's incompleteness, claiming it was merely a reconstructed remnant. He proudly clarified that Seiran's ancestors had restored the age-old formula based on partial understanding. Leo analyzed silently, identifying the spell as a misplaced art designed throughout the first star magic era. He recalled Luna's original intent, creating the spell exclusively for her disciple, the hero Kyle. Smirking, Lune invited Leo to demonstrate his own theory if he thought theirs was wrong. The atmosphere tensed as Leo stepped down quietly, his aura commanding complete attention. He stated boldly that the elves' version of the spell was merely an imitation of the genuine one. Leo exposed he had inherited the original essence straight from Luna herself before his previous death. Raising his hand, Leo readied to reactivate the long-lost star magic in its purest form. Spectators observed, uncertain if the human genuinely possessed strength surpassing Seiran's generations of scholars. As green glow surged from his fingertips, Leo readied to unveil Luna's genuine age-old magic. As Leo's formula formed mid-air, the observing pupils murmured, confused by the unfamiliar magical pattern. Several recognized its resemblance to star magic, yet noted its complexity, distant surpassed known versions. Leo quietly declared the spell finish, the age-old sigil glowing brilliantly before the astonished crowd. Lune's confidence faltered as the radiant formation pulsed with energy unlike anything he had witnessed. Overwhelmed, he questioned the spell's nature, realizing it exceeded Seiran's accumulated magical knowledge. As glow enveloped the hall, Leo's mind drifted to a memory and echo from his former life. In the vision, Luna smiled warmly, entrusting Kyle with the finished form of her ultimate magic. Returning to the present, Leo channeled that same energy, recreating Luna's magic with perfect precision. Stars lit the Academy Hall as magic symbols emerged overhead, drawing the pupils' astonished focus. Amid the audience, murmurs spread as their class representative unleashed a spell that defied expectations. Even Reina, Alan's sister, was shaken, suspecting Leo had reinterpreted the founder's age-old magical doctrine. The observing professor trembled in awe, overwhelmed by the brilliance of the flower blooming before him. Leo clarified it was more than mere floral magic, it was symbolic of a forgotten age. Throughout former calamities, flowers had vanished. For the founder, their return represented peace and meaning. Pupils were astonished that such a delicate spell carried mighty historical and emotional significance. The professor confirmed the flower's symbolism, convinced it gripped the founder's truth within its magic. He then questioned Leo's background, wondering how a mere pupil understood so much regarding lost history. Leo casually introduced himself, stating he mastered star magic solo and was proficient in every fields. Though startled, the instructor apologized for the suspicion and ended the joint class respectfully. Different professor neared discreetly, suggesting they delay public statements and claim careful consideration of Leo's status. In private, one instructor proposed an unforeseen idea, transferring Leo Pluv to their own institution. The proposal stunned Professor Harand, who couldn't think what he merely heard. The whole hall echoed with shock, the chandelier swaying as the tension abruptly intensified. Llewellyn proudly exposed her bizarre soup whilst different student presented a disturbing risotto labeled as broadcast banned. Confronted with the inedible options, pupils hesitated, torn between pride and survival instincts in their food crisis. Regardless his terror, one brave pupil was urged to try it, forced by peer pressure and panic. He informed them that the Grand Assembly had reached a conclusion regarding the rising Death Knight threat. Leo clarified the situation plainly undead, and Death Knights had been spotted within the once safe fairy forest. Evidence displayed multiple appearances and rising threat, forcing authorities to respond quickly to the abnormal phenomenon. Both Luminen and Seiran were officially requested to send representatives to investigate the enigmatic activity. Though wary of sending first years, both academies agreed to the joint mission under cautious supervision. The elder elf clarified his visit wasn't solely official, his granddaughter Erin specifically came to meet Leo. Aaron shyly stepped ahead, plainly anxious but eager to greet the person she had long admired. Aaron greeted Leo nervously, thankful for the opportunity to visit and meet him in person. When Leo introduced her, curious classmates swarmed her with questions, immense her with focus. Unable to handle the pressure, Aaron blushed deeply, excused herself, and fled the hall in embarrassment. Following Aaron fled, her classmates questioned if they had stated something wrong, or if she was just shy. Nearby, Leo obtained a request from the elf elder, who entrusted Aaron's well-being to him. Leo strode solo, thinking silently under the fading evening light after accepting that responsibility. He eventually discovered Aaron beyond, sitting solo under snowfall, hugging her knees in silence. Seeing her shiver, Leo neared quietly, displaying concern without overwhelming her. Aaron concerned Leo might be cold, but he reassured her with a assured, gentle response. Curious, Leo questioned why she ran aside from Siren Academy regardless her position. She admitted she sensed unworthy of being a hero, burdened by her own self-doubt. She clarified that throughout tough times, she once met someone radiant, someone she began to admire deeply. That person was Miss Lunia, someone she noticed as the embodiment of power and kindness. Her admiration inspired her to pursue Lunia's path, regardless the gap in their abilities. Sensing inferior, she thought Lunia was all things she was not: confident, skilled, and beloved. Aaron superior to the top class but faltered throughout a duel, likely disappointing Lunia. In that instant, Lunia's fierce assault departed a lasting impression on Aaron's confidence. Convinced she was currently hated, Aaron withdrew emotionally, unsure of how to confront Lunia anew. Leo questioned Lunia could hold a grudge over a duel, and idea he should ask her directly. Aaron sat silently, unaware Leo was comparing her to someone from his former named Berkia. Curious regarding her interests, Leo questioned if she liked stories regarding Berkia, a legendary figure. Aaron brightened, confirming her love for stories regarding their ancestors and Berkia's heroism. Leo clarified how Berkia chose his own path and pursued it regardless of remaining views. He encouraged her to stop worrying regarding remaining and rather pursue the path she believed in. Leo praised her class, summoning them nice and fun, displaying his genuine appreciation for their camaraderie. Afterward, the team advanced through a snowy forest to begin the joint mission. Rina confronted Leo, frustrated and startled by how swiftly he had bonded with Aaron. Leo clarified that Aaron was solely fearful because she misread Rina's fury during their duel. Rina admitted she had merely been grave, amazed by Aaron's talent, and not angry. She softened, questioning Leo to proceed supporting Aaron as someone she plainly trusted. Their conversation finished as a fresh figure arrived: the Siren Academy's third-year representative, Rauta Algra. Rauta formally greeted Professor Herodium, signaling a shift to the following stage of their mission. Pleased with Rauta's academic growth, the professor acknowledged his recently published thesis with curiosity. Whilst watching a formal greeting, Leo observed something unusual and asked Lunia about the unfamiliar student. She clarified that the pupil was Rauta Algra, the third-year representative from Siren Academy. Though unremarkable in his early years, Rauta had risen to prominence rapidly throughout his second year. As the instructors assembled the team, they announced the team structure combining first years and third years. Team 1 was declared: Leo, Runia Elunda, and Rauta Algra, to everybody's surprise. Rauta stepped ahead quietly, his aura composed yet mysterious under the glimmering light of the ice forest. In a silent snowy forest, two pupils, Leo and Reina, trudged ahead during their assigned mission. Though partnered for this task, Reina stayed irritated, blaming Leo for a former incident involving theft. Regardless her complaints, Leo stayed indifferent, stating he didn't need her approval as Fiora's representative. A magical map displayed every team scattered throughout the fairy forest, each group marked by portraits. Leo and Reina questioned why one senior, Rauta, had broken the team formation and advanced solo. Distant forward, Rauta strode independently, while Leo speculated he had private reasons for acting separately. Leo's hand touched faint magical traces on the earth, evidence of energy disturbance or undead activity. Reina noted the lack of undead aura regardless, reaching profound into the forest, which felt unusual. Leo observed that whilst the region glanced unchanged, something felt off compared to their previous expedition. Casting analysis magic, Leo exposed illusions masking the region, distorting genuine visuals and magical signatures. He sensed a sinister aura, age-old corruption that solely a relic from the Age of Calamity might create. Leo recognized the aura of Heli Kaiser, the Death King formerly known as the Servant of Dragons. Leo deduced that Heli Kaiser likely employed a proxy, the Death Knight Kargor, to act covertly. Nearing further, Leo crossed an invisible boundary, sensing that Sillode was hiding something critical beyond it. He activated a fairy detection spell, preparing to uncover what the fairy land so desperately protected. Reina questioned Leo's abrupt alertness as he paused, sensing an eerie aura through the quiet woods. His crimson gaze narrowed, locking onto something in the afar his instincts cautioned of a coming threat. The forest became yet before abrupt footsteps broke the silence, signaling the arrival of another individual. Senior Rata emerged quietly, greeting the pair and inquiring regarding their progress in the investigation. Reina and Leo reported no undead sightings, startled to encounter Rata anew so abruptly. Different pupil accompanied and brought up Leo's earlier sighting of a death knight during the expedition. Leo confirmed it, recalling the black ring he noticed, which was tied to necromantic aura. However, Rata dismissed the claim, suggesting Leo had been mistaken and was merely overreacting. He stated no signs of undead existed in the region, belittling the seriousness of Leo's report. Rata clarified that summoned undead vanish if their necromancer fails to supply continuous mana. Reina recognized that if a death knight had emerged, its summoner might yet be nearby. Their discussion shifted to Berkia, a city protected by mighty anti-demonic barriers. Rata reminded them that demons couldn't enter Berkia due to age-old constellation magic by Lady Luna. Leo countered, clarifying that necromancers weren't constantly demons, other beings might wield dark magic. With a cold smile, an unseen figure observed silently, intrigued by the direction of the conversation. Rota dismissed Leo's claim coldly, subtly mocking their understanding of elven pride and implying superiority. Before leaving, Rota proposed regrouping at the forest entrance, hiding something beyond his practiced smile. Leo narrowed his gaze, silently concluding that Rota was searching for something and plainly hiding the truth. That evening, pupils returned to the dorm. Kyle reported that his team discovered no undead either. Different pupil discovered the situation suspicious, noting the undead vanished as soon as they arrived. Regardless the light-hearted atmosphere, Leo stayed unsettled, identifying a deeper issue behind the disappearance. Afterward that night, Leo silently slipped out of the dormitory, trailing the truth in silence. He arrived beyond the lavish Siren dorm hotel under snowfall, gaze fixed on one window. From Rota's empty room, Leo confirmed his suspicion Rota had snuck out throughout the night. Leo discovered a book marked with Rata's name and a map with a red X. He instantly recognized the symbol. It was the entrance location to the concealed fairyland. Before he might leave, Reina emerged abruptly, demanding to know what he was doing there. Leo silenced her swiftly, worried regarding attracting attention, and hinted something wasn't right with Rata. Reina persisted, pressing Leo regarding his suspicious behavior throughout the earlier investigation in the forest. Leo confirmed Rata had departed previously and was heading straight toward the mysterious fairy forest. Leo's suspicion became as he stared at Rata's door, recalling he was supposedly asleep. Reina mentioned hearing voices from the room, questioning what might be happening within. Before she might finish her thoughts, Leo abruptly grabbed her, sensing imminent threat close by. Lacking hesitation, Leo leapt out the window with Reina in his arms to escape unseen. Startled, Reina reacted with shock as they exited the building mid-air under the night sky. Simultaneously, within the academy, magical barriers activated, signaling activity connected to the constellations. A youthful boy observed something odd, having been reading silently before sensing strange movement outside. Peeking across the window, he seized sight of Leo and Reina landing in the courtyard. Startled, he named out their names, uncertain whether they were sneaking out or in trouble. The boy stumbled throughout an open book with shining symbols confirming the aura of forbidden magic. Flustered, he misinterpreted Leo and Reina's urgency as a romantic midnight escape. Beyond, Leo dismissed the idea of secrecy and cautioned any followers to return to the dorm. Reina pressed Leo regarding his theory, reminding him that Rota had merely arrived that day. She questioned his logic, pointing out the Death Knight sighting had occurred days earlier. Abruptly, a third pupil arrived, demanding they stop, breathless from chasing following them. Reina was startled to locate Eren abruptly beyond them. He claimed he'd been next every along. Iran dramatically misinterpreted their moves, accusing them of sneaking out for romantic reasons. Confused, Leo and Reina tried to explain, but Iran stayed fixated on his misunderstanding. Panicked, Iran blurted compliments at both Leo and Reina, trying to defend his odd assumptions. Leo attempted to evident the uncertainty, questioning Reina to help clarify their real purpose. Blushing and flustered, Reina hesitated, her response solely deepening the awkward misunderstanding. Abruptly, Leo sensed something unnatural. A pulse of red energy surged from the forest floor. From the earth, an undead creature clawed its method up, drawn by corrupted mana. The pupils observed in shock as more undead started to rise throughout the dark forest. Leo stepped ahead, drawing his blade, prepared to confront the enemy lurking in the shadows. In the misty forest, Leo and his companions halted as skeletal figures appeared from the gloom. He swiftly identified them as high-grade undead skeleton knights radiating shadowy energy beyond ordinary monsters. Assessing the threat, Leo readied his blade whilst Runia readied her spells, both anticipating fierce combat. With resolve, Runia unleashed blazing flames, her magic forming a spiraling inferno throughout the warzone. The raging firestorm engulfed the undead, consuming their bones and armor in blinding orange heat. As the smoke cleared, Runia stood quietly amidst the flames, her confidence unshaken by the destruction. One undead knight resisted, rising from the fire and striking rearward across the burning haze. Runia barely reacted before Leo intervened, dashing ahead with his sword shining in blue energy. Their clash shattered the earth, sending fragments flying as Leo countered the creature's fiery retaliation. Blue glow enveloped Leo as divine armor formed about him, channeling immense strength through his body. Identifying the artifact, he identified it as Animus's armor, formerly wielded by the age-old hero Berkia. Transformed, Leo charged ahead, his blade gleaming as he delivered a decisive strike across the undead. The skeletal knight's head flew apart as Leo's last blow erased the remnants of its cursed soul. Runia smiled proudly, praising Iren's precision and command whilst the forest quieted formerly more. Amidst the fading glow, Leo humbly accepted the praise, honored to be compared to the legendary Berkia. Late at night, Iren discovered Leo and Runia jointly, questioning their cause for being outside. They clarified it was an investigation closed the dorms, denying any romantic misunderstanding between them. Runia teased Iren regarding rivalry and distractions, turning the instant into light-hearted banter amid friends. Iren abruptly said seriously, his tone firm as golden glow filled the space around them. He declared Runia the Academy's finest pupil, destined to become a hero worthy of legend. Runia stood stunned, realizing Iren's admiration came from genuine respect rather than competition. Days afterward, throughout the Siron Academy dual evaluation, Runia confronted Iren before an observing audience. Both unleashed their powers underwater, with Iren defending versus fierce magical pressure from Runia's assaults. Runia smiled assuredly, identifying Iren as the solely true rival who matched her strength. Resolved, Runia assembled immense fire energy, preparing a powerful spell to test Iren's limits. Her magic spiraled violently, forcing Iren to brace himself versus the blast forming before her. The spell detonated mid-duel, causing an enormous explosion that marked the combat's unforeseen conclusion. Afterward, Runia reflected on the duel, realizing Iren's words carried profound care and understanding. She eventually grasped his earlier worry and why he avoided rivalry out of friendship. In a radiant memory, the two stood jointly, acknowledging their bond as genuine friends and equals. Runia smiled brightly, reminding Iren that regardless their rivalry, they were yet near friends. Iren listened silently as she encouraged him to maintain competing alongside her as equals. Her words advanced him deeply, though something uncertain lingered beyond his steady expression. Afterward that night, Leo teased the pair anew, questioning about their supposed relationship. Both denied it loudly, their argument echoing under the star-filled sky whilst a shadow stirred afar. In a distant frozen forest, a horned figure appeared from gloom, speaking to an unseen ally. The cloaked man strode between dead trees, addressing a towering skeletal knight shining with red glow. Identifying him as Kargor, the Death Knight, the man insisted cooperation for their mutual objective. Tension packed the air as the undead questioned his authority, refusing to serve blindly. Kargor growled, accusing the man of disrespecting the knight command of the Grand Death King. Shadowy energy flared violently, shaking the snow as his crimson aura packed the forest. The man stood firm, smirking assuredly in response to the undead knight's outrage. He exposed himself as a chosen vessel of the Grand Death King, bearing a cursed mark. His aim was evident: to finish a summoning circle that would restore forbidden power. Until that instant arrived, he vowed to use Kargor's power, leaving the forest shrouded in dread. In the frozen woods, a demonic knight agreed to cooperate, his red gaze shining ominously. Nearby, Leo debated their investigation, suspecting Senior Rauda's involvement in the forest's rising disturbance. Though uncertain, Leo sensed unnatural coldness and faint traces of a curse spreading across the air. Leo halted the team, casting a protective spell to prepare before venturing further into the forest. Two magical beings emerged: a cheerful fairy prince named Kiran and a baby phoenix, Fiora. Runia instantly recognized Fiora, expressing surprise as the fiery bird greeted her enthusiastically. Leo introduced Fiora as his phoenix companion and Kiran as the fairy under his contract. Iran praised the rare feat of handling both spirit and beast with equal mastery. Leo instructed them to prepare, warning that the following part of the forest could be perilous. Abruptly, skeletal soldiers appeared from the shadows, forcing Runia to unleash a barrage of fireballs. The blasts illuminated the night, but the undead horde proceeded to progress undeterred. As gloom deepened, Leo stepped ahead with his blade, prepared to meet the oncoming threat. Iran shouted a warning as undead poured from the trees, encircling the team entirely. Runia recognized the source, a necromancer manipulating corpses across forbidden magic close by. Leo counterattacked swiftly, his fiery blade cutting across skeletal ranks as flames consumed the forest's gloom. Following defeating the undead, Runia confirmed no necromancer was close by, sensing a further cause behind it. Leo analyzed the transformation of the orc into a skeleton, realizing it wasn't ordinary necromancy. Runia identified it as the curse of the dead, a phenomenon unknown to most magicians. Iran clarified that the curse continuously spreads death energy, turning the region into a realm of decay. He described how it corrupts the land and endlessly summons undead from within its boundaries. The one capable of casting such a spell, he exposed, was the commander of Tartarus, Death King Hell Kaiser. Runia's look darkened, realizing Tartarus was orchestrating a large-scale assault versus the northern region, El Sabika. Before they might report the threat, the earth shook violently and shadowy energy surged upward. From the storm of black mist, a chilling voice greeted them as hero candidates, announcing their arrival. A towering undead knight emerged, its laughter echoing across the cursed forest. Leo drew his sword and met the assault head-on, his gaze shining fiercely as battle began. In the cursed forest, Leo, Iran and Runia confronted a towering death knight radiating malevolent energy. The monster's laughter echoed across the mist, summoning undead warriors that surrounded the team from every direction. Steady but resolute, Leo instructed Iran to suppress the undead whilst Runia assembled her strongest magic. The Death Knight taunted Leo, mocking his choice to stand and fight rather than flee. Their blades clashed fiercely, sparks illuminating the war zone as Leo met the assault with unyielding focus. Shadowy energy erupted from the knight's sword, but Leo resisted, refusing to yield to the encroaching gloom. Flames burst throughout the clearing as Runia unleashed blazing phoenix fire to aid Leo's assault. The knight roared in shock as divine fire scorched his armor, melting across the shadowy aura around him. Leo's strike landed genuine, enhanced by Zerdinger's flame aura fused within the phoenix fire. The knight staggered as his weapon melted, his body cracking under the immense heat. Leo pressed ahead relentlessly, though he sensed the knight's immense combat experience push rearward fiercely. Undead reinforcements appeared from the shadows, drawn by the turmoil of their leader's fading strength. Regardless exhaustion, Leo superior, his gaze burning with determination that unsettled the Death Knight. Terror crept into the monster's look as the blazing circle of Runia's last spell ignited above. A fiery explosion engulfed the forest, erasing the undead army as Leo's team secured a hard-fought triumph. Following a minor quarrel, Reina's outburst startled Leo as she dragged him into the ominous forest. Realizing their surroundings had shifted, Leo observed unusual energy signatures hidden among the misty trees. He urged Reina to proceed searching, resolved to uncover the source of the lingering disturbance. Shadowy purple orbs materialized, swirling with malicious energy that pulsed across the forest. Leo recognized it instantly, the curse of the dead, a forbidden magic from the age-old era. A figure emerged from the gloom, scolding them for entering restricted grounds lacking permission. The newcomer exposed himself as Rauta, an upperclassman investigating the cause of recent undead appearances. He clarified the forest had been tainted by a mighty age-old curse spreading uncontrollably. Leo's look hardened as he recognized the curse's source might connect to Tartaros itself. Rhoda confirmed his suspicion, clarifying the curse had been reactivated across contaminated relics. He traced its strength to pupils who unknowingly touched objects linked to the underworld. Demonstrating the magic, Rata unleashed radiant energy that exposed traces of corruption concealed about them. The cursed glow intensified, displaying evidence of deliberate cooperation with Tartaros magic. Leo and Reina observed as Rata accused them of involvement, unaware of the complete misunderstanding. Amidst the tension, the earth glowed crimson, marking the awakening of something distant more sinister under. Rota confronted the pupils, revealing that the sacred hero record of Lady Luna rested under this cursed forest. He condemned the council's ignorance, claiming that solely across Tartaros's strength could their heritage be reclaimed. Leo and Reina recognized Rota had abandoned cause, consumed by his obsession with the forbidden legacy. Furious, Leo denounced Rota for dishonoring a grand hero's memory with shadowy ambitions. Reina rallied beside him, resolved to stop their senior before the curse spread further. Drawing his blade, Leo ordered his allies to prepare for a deadly confrontation lacking hesitation. Rata unleashed a devastating spell, shadowy lightning tearing across the earth and forcing Leo to react instantly. Energy erupted in violent waves, and Leo countered with his own magic, barely holding his earth. The two forces collided, glow and gloom twisting across the air in a chaotic struggle. Amid the clash, Leo stabilized his stance, channeling blue energy that pierced across Rada's corruption. Rada, startled by Leo's celestial magic, questioned how a human might wield such divine strength. Amazed yet alarmed, Rada acknowledged Leo's extraordinary perception and combat instinct mid-battle. Realizing the tide was turning, Rada readied different large-scale spell to suppress the younger pupils. Sensing threat, Leo shouted for Reina and Iran to evade the incoming surge. Purple lightning descended violently, engulfing the war zone as Leo shielded his allies from the explosion's impact. Rada unleashed a devastating spell, shattering the earth with a surge of shadowy lightning that shook the forest. Leo shielded Reina and Iran from the explosion, narrowly avoiding the deadly surge of corrupted energy. They observed in shock as the spell's destructive strength surpassed even the Academy's highest-level incantations. Realizing Rada's rising threat, Reina rallied the team, vowing to assist Leo in restraining him. The elf's fury burned as she coordinated with Iran, preparing a joint counterattack spell. Rota summoned more shadowy energy, forcing them to brace for different collision of magic and might. From the shadows, undead knights appeared, encircling the trio as Rota declared their finish was near. Leo retaliated instantly, commanding Iran to provide cover whilst he's superior versus their senior. Rota taunted them, his dual orbs pulsing with violet glow as he readied to strike anew. Leo countered his assault, channeling blue energy that tore across the shadowy wave surrounding Rota. In a swift motion, he named upon Kiran, summoning celestial magic to break across the barrier. Rada was struck violently, crashing to the earth as his corrupted magic backfired uncontrollably. Rada's leg shattered from the impact, shock filling his gaze as Leo stood unscathed before him. The atmosphere darkened as Leo's aura intensified, his crimson gaze revealing his genuine frightening power. With Rada beaten, Leo shifted towards the undead commander, ready to end the cursed battle once and for all. As the combat intensified, Leo invoked Kiran across celestial magic, summoning an enormous surge of divine lightning. The spell struck with immense power, shaking the earth and forcing Rada to his knees in disbelief. Amid the fading glow, Rada recognized Leo's strength and identity, acknowledging him as the gifted Leo Plav. Corrupted energy started consuming Rada's body, twisting his features into a grotesque look of madness. He surrendered to the gloom willingly, his laughter echoing across the blood-red sky as his mind fractured. Amid swirling gloom, Leo confronted his rival, an unstable being radiating demonic energy and twisted excitement. The foe's laughter echoed as violet energy surged, revealing his intent to test Leo's power across chaos. Identifying Leo's identity as a half-blooded fairy capable of summoning beasts, the foe vowed to kill him personally. The foe boasted of wielding the Death King's strength, combining it with the founder Luna's age-old magic. Leo stood composed, his crimson gaze reflecting resolve as the man's corrupted aura proceeded to spread. Noticing the corruption overtaking his rival, Leo recognized the demonic machine's influence was consuming its host. A violent surge erupted as the corrupted man lunged ahead, screaming for Leo's death. Leo countered swiftly, his sword clashing with demonic tendrils, the shockwave tearing across the ruined earth. Seeing hesitation in his foe's assault, Leo smirked, identifying the man's failure to control demonic power. The earth split under their blows, Leo advancing relentlessly with energy burning radiant throughout his blade. The foe staggered, barely deflecting before Leo's strike pierced across his defenses in a blinding arc. Wounded and stunned, the man gasped as his corrupted essence started to unravel under the holy flame. Leo declared that shortcuts solely bred weakness, his gaze cold as the foe struggled to recover. He superior methodically, forcing regeneration to drain his rival's mana with each precise, punishing strike. As the foe faltered, a sinister voice urged him to finish the summoning circle under the battlefield. The wounded magician clutched his chest, whispering his last desire to seize the age-old strength beneath the ground. Leo observed quietly as his allies, Runia and Iran, fought off remaining monsters with flawless coordination. Realizing the foe's regeneration faltered, Leo sensed a concealed ritual forming under the battlefield's shattered surface. Iran shouted a warning, pointing towards shining red patterns emerging from the earth near the fallen enemy. The summoning circle expanded violently, spreading throughout the forest floor as energy assembled in crimson waves. Before anyone might stop it, the magician's body twisted grotesquely, consumed by the unstable strength he awakened. Runia and Iran recoiled as the summoning seal flared, releasing a surge of heat and gloom merged. Within the circle, a colossal skeletal figure climbed, bound in chains of cursed runes and shadowy flame. The creature's hollow gaze ignited crimson, its aura solo distorting the air with necrotic energy. A thunderous explosion pursued as the newly summoned entity shattered the seal, sending shockwaves across the forest. Runia shielded Iran with a barrier, bracing versus debris as the undead strength consumed the surroundings. Emerging from the dust, the enormous being loomed, towering overhead them like a god of death.
Iren trembled in shock, pointing at the giant as Leo silently assessed the monstrous figure's aura. The Skeleton King stood exposed, an age-old undead monarch wielding power surpassing all known cursed creatures. Leo tightened his grip on his sword, ready to confront one of the strongest undead ever resurrected. The summoning circle blazed anew as the corrupted magician finished the ritual, invoking forbidden black magic's core. Energy erupted from the earth, tearing reality apart as shadowy mist coiled into monstrous skeletal form. Laughter packed the ruins. The magician, currently transformed, exulted in the immense surge of newfound power. He marveled at the power coursing across his veins, convinced he had inherited the founder's divine essence. Leo observed grimly, realizing the summoning circle had stabilized the Skeleton King's vessel within the mortal plane. As the undead giant loomed loftier, Leo braced himself, realizing the foe had fully embraced black magic. The transformed foe mocked Leo, boasting that Luna's strength currently fueled his ascension. Leo countered instantly, launching skyward with his blade enveloped in radiant energy. Their collision split the air, gloom and glow intertwining as the corrupted magician smirked with rising madness. Leo narrowly avoided a crushing blow, retaliating with a searing arc that cleaved across shadow and flame. Regardless the strike, the magician laughed maniacally, declaring that even the Death King's strength currently obeyed him. His body pulsed with chaotic energy, the unrestrained power threatening to consume him from within. Runia urged retreat, but Leo's gaze stayed locked on the unstable summoning raging before them. He quietly clarified that the Skeleton King's summoning was incomplete, a reckless pact with the Hellkaiser. Realizing the ritual's flaws, Leo readied to strike, resolved to finish the summoner before time ran out. Leo analyzed the war zone, clarifying that the Skeleton King's existence depended on spiritual energy maintaining the summon. He charged ahead, resolved to disrupt the mana flow before the undead might stabilize its form completely. Summoning for support, Leo coordinated with Kirin, who responded instantly, channeling blue energy to aid his progress. Kirin unleashed a mighty spell, summoning radiant energy that tore across the mist encircling the colossal undead. The Skeleton King staggered briefly, its crimson gaze shining brighter as the summoner reinforced the magical seal. Leo assessed the situation, realizing they solely required to hold out until the mana sustaining it collapsed. The corrupted magician retaliated, chanting a destructive spell as shadows enveloped his twisted form. Leo braced for impact, but Runia intercepted, summoning a blazing phoenix shield that absorbed the oncoming gloom. Her fiery barrier flared brilliantly, saving Leo from the lethal strike and turning the tide momentarily. Runia urged Leo to focus on the Skeleton King whilst she engaged the deranged summoner straight. Leo hesitated, questioning if Iren might handle the Death Knight solo amid the turmoil of battle. With a assured smile, Runia assured him that Iren had chosen this fight by his own resolve. Iren clashed fiercely with the Death Knight Kargor, his shield shining under the relentless power of impact. The towering foe mocked Iren's defiance, amused by his courage versus immense strength. Iren steadied himself, vowing to hold the line even if it meant confronting Kargor solo. Kargor lunged ahead, his enormous blade cleaving across the air as Iren struggled to maintain his defense. Terror and question flickered in Iren's gaze, yet he steadied himself, aware failure meant death for everyone. Drawing power from his resolve, Iren charged anew, resolved to stand his ground despite the overwhelming power before him. A brutal strike landed, sending Iren crashing backward, his body trembling from the impact's power. Even as blood dripped, he recalled his self-doubt, not once seeing himself as a hero, merely as support. But remembering Leo and Runia's courage, he recognized his role was vital to stand as their equal. Kargor mocked Iran, declaring the heroes had no opportunity versus genuine death's might. Iran raised his sword, recounting the vow of his ancestor who pursued the grand heroes lacking hesitation. His blade shone with ethereal glow, fairy energy awakening within him for the initial time. Belief replaced terror as Iran embraced his strength, vowing faith in himself and his allies. The Skeleton King roared, attacking in fury, but Iran met the blow with unshaken conviction. His sword radiated age-old brilliance, embodying a fairy knight's legacy that countered death's very essence. Glow burst outward as Iran invoked the sacred technique passed down across generations of fairy warriors. Shouting its name, he released an unstoppable wave of energy that engulfed Kargor entirely. The technique, evergreen, shone pure and eternal life power itself. Leo unleashed his strength, invoking the spell Evergreen, and energy spiraled violently about him in luminous waves. Before him stood a towering Death Knight, its corrupted aura spreading throughout the frozen war zone like poison. The creature howled in shock, realizing it had been beaten by someone distant beneath its ancient pride. Breathing heavily, Leo steadied his sword, muttering regarding his comrades who yet fought nearby in the forest. Distant aside, purple lightning illuminated the ruins as different duel raged between a dark mage and defenders. The corrupted sorcerer grinned wickedly, summoning an orb of destruction, declaring his intent to finish the combat instantly. Leo arrived merely as the foe launched a cursed spell, but his protective summon intercepted the blow. The shadowy mage was stunned when his assault bounced harmlessly off the blazing magical barrier. Realizing the counterattack's power, he stumbled backward as lightning tore across his defenses in a violent explosion. From the fiery haze appeared Reina, commanding her flame turtle familiar to release a wall of burning energy. She strengthened the summon with layered enchantments, challenging the foe to withstand her elemental assault. Fire burst ahead, encircling the mage as Reina pressed ahead, confident her spell would ensure victory. The explosion engulfed the war zone, and the corrupted mage screamed, consumed by blazing flames. Reina exhaled quietly, believing the combat over, her companion standing proudly beside the fallen ruins. Abruptly, she sensed motion within the flames, gaze widening as someone still stirred amidst the inferno. The shadowy mage climbed anew, body trembling with rage as he unleashed a final surge of corrupted energy. Runia raised her weapon to defend, but the concentrated blast struck her straight, sending her reeling backward. Seeing her collapse, Leo shouted her name and rushed ahead, his look packed with urgency and fear. He sprinted across the collapsing ruins, avoiding waves of crimson and violet energy that tore across the earth. As he superior, the earth erupted under him, forcing him to block a destructive blast with his sword. The resulting explosion departed a crater where he stood, yet Leo pushed ahead, gripping his weapon tightly. Amid the dust, Iren emerged, summoning out to Leo with visible worry over his condition. Leo, though injured, assured his ally he might yet fight regardless his wounded arm. Ignoring his agony, he steadied his blade and readied for different confrontation with unwavering determination. Gloom assembled anew, forming the Death Knight's vengeful spirit as Leo faced it under the crimson sky. Resolved, he summoned his familiar Fiora, whose blazing aura illuminated the warzone in golden glow. The Firebird shouted out, spreading radiant flames that started to heal Leo's injuries and his allies' wounds. Fully restored, Leo reignited his spirit and named upon Fiora for one last merged summoning. Bathed in divine fire, he charged at the Death Knight, their clash shaking the warzone formerly more. The fiery collision engulfed them both, glow and gloom colliding violently as the combat reached its conclusion. As flames surrounded him, Leo stood resolute, his body engulfed in radiant fire that mirrored his courage. Runia observed silently, identifying Leo's fearlessness and power befitting a true hero of legend. She smiled faintly, summoning her flame turtle to rest as the smoldering warzone fell briefly silent. The foe stirred anew, his surprise evident as Leo's aura reignited brighter than before. Mocking him, the foe dismissed their attempts, claiming their flames had weakened to mere dying embers. Leo stepped ahead, recounting his lineage's vow to ruin Tartarius even if it cost their lives. The foe taunted him further, yet Leo's flames burned stronger, refusing to fade regardless exhaustion. As fire consumed his arm, Leo declared his bloodline's eternal bond with the Phoenix's will. He vowed the sacred flame could not once extinguish until every demon was reduced to ashes. The foe recognized too late the fiery energy was merging with Leo and Runia's merged aura. Their burning strength intensified, forming a blazing spiral that engulfed both in incandescent heat. Runia's resolve flared, she refused to let go, even as flames and agony threatened to consume her. Jointly they stood, their fiery resolve opposing the shadowy elf's rising power and sinister magic. He readied a counterspell, believing their energy depleted, solely for an unforeseen surge to interrupt him. Shadowy energy coiled uncontrollably in his hand as he faltered, startled by an unfamiliar power forming within. The shadowy elf's unstable magic spiraled out of command, forming an enormous vortex of violet energy. Runia observed in alarm as the spell's core twisted violently, dragging the caster towards its center. The vortex expanded, pulling the Death Knight's stays inward as Runia struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. Profound underground, the vortex's residue activated an age-old seal buried under the battlefield. From the depths, a skeletal figure awakened, its red gaze blazing with sinister awareness. Leo sensed the energy surge instantly, identifying the ominous strength of Hellkaiser returning to the realm. A shadowy voice ordered from afar, reviving the skeletal soldier to serve formerly more under its master. Leo confronted the reanimated Death Knight, realizing it was infused with demonic strength distant stronger than before. The hero steadied his blade, his fiery aura reigniting as he readied to counter the shadowy resurrection. Simultaneously, a portal unsealed towards fairyland, releasing unstable magical currents that warped the surrounding terrain. Leo and his allies launched their coordinated assault, combining fire, glow, and celestial energy in one strike. Their merged assault collided with the Death Knight's guard, filling the air with deafening thunder. The power shattered the earth as Leo charged ahead, driving his sword into the enemy's barrier. Cracks spread throughout the shadowy shield as both sides exerted their remaining power in one final push. With a blinding flash, the barrier started to collapse, signaling the turning point of the combat. The barrier eventually shattered with a thunderous crack, unleashing a torrent of wild energy throughout the field. Leo and the Death Knight were engulfed in the blast, their clash erupting into blinding glow. When the turmoil settled, silence fell over the snowy ruins, solely the cold wind whispered across the aftermath. A violent explosion shattered the frozen land, sending waves of corrupted energy rippling across the war zone. Within the turmoil, Leo's name echoed as his allies screamed for him amid the falling debris. As the dust settled, fragments of glow descended, revealing the entrance to the enigmatic fairyland. Within the ruins, blue and orange lights pulsed, reacting to Leo's weakened aura and unstable mana. He tried to stabilize the energy flow, but the age-old mechanism responded with erratic signals and warnings. Clenching his hand, Leo recognized his power had faded, muttering frustration at his deteriorating spiritual reserves. Collapsing to his knees, Leo assessed his condition, admitting both his aura and spirit energy were depleted. Rising gradually, he observed the enormous sealed gate before him, marked with the emblem of fairyland. He murmured how barren the sacred place had become, its once vibrant magic currently lifeless and cold. Nearing a cracked altar, Leo paused as faint memories flickered visions from a time long forgotten. He noticed his former self, Kyle, smiling warmly while speaking to a companion about an old relic. The memory's words echoed across the ruins, stirring buried emotions profound within Leo's age-old soul. The sight shifted to the former Kyle teasing an elf named Berkia whilst offering him the worn dagger. Berkia refused, dismissing the weapon as unimpressive, unaware of its history in countless deadly battles. As Kyle laughed, a shadow loomed from the forest, signaling the arrival of their following grand threat. As dawn's glow filtered across the trees, Berkia observed Kyle prepare for another perilous journey ahead. Lacking hesitation, Kyle handed the relic to Berkia, entrusting him with its protection before departing. He shifted aside, cloak fluttering in the wind, prepared to face the endless wars awaiting him. In the present, Leo recalled that farewell, the same relic currently resting within the age-old altar. Grimly, he muttered regarding the arrogance of his former self who formerly dismissed its importance. Grasping the dagger, a blue glow surged across his arm, resonating with recognition and forgotten strength. Leo's gaze widened as energy spiraled about him, bursting into waves of cerulean magic. The strength engulfed him entirely, merging the power of his current self with memories of Kyle. A splendid explosion pursued, shaking the ruins as the awakened hero reclaimed his age-old might. He sensed the dagger's thousand-year-old enchantment responding, its sealed magic identifying its rightful master, formerly Mor. Blue flames wrapped his body, his aura stabilizing under the weight of immense divine energy. With fresh power, Leo steadied himself, declaring readiness to confront whatever awaited within fairyland. From the shadows, an armored undead lunged, brandishing its weapon with murderous precision. Leo countered instantly, calculating which spell could finish the fight lacking wasting energy. Remembering his allies yet battling nearby, he vowed to finish swiftly and rejoin them unharmed. Runia and her ally confronted a skeletal monster, their merged magic clashing versus its corrupted power. The creature unleashed a massive wave of shadowy energy, forcing Runia to summon a golden protective barrier. Seeing her power, the red-haired mage smirked, noting that this level suited a genuine phoenix contractor. Simultaneously, Leo ascended amid blue and gold energy, channeling a mighty star-based incantation. He recreated an age-old spell formerly employed by his past self, lighting the sky with radiant constellations. Golden stars rained down, reinforcing Runia's spell and shielding the warzone in celestial brilliance. Runia recognized the pattern within the glow, an age-old technique named the Light of Dawn Stars. The merged strength annihilated the skeleton horde, purifying the cursed land with divine radiance. As the dust settled, Leo stood triumphantly under the shining heavens, wings of glow unfurling beyond him. Rearward within the ruins, Leo examined the fragments departed from the sealed gate's destruction. A minor fairy spirit named Kiran emerged, manifesting from the relic in his grasp. Kiran declared readiness to fight, vowing to overcome the skeleton king beside her master. Leo smiled faintly, instructing Kiran to retrieve her wings before rejoining the remaining. Instants afterward, the two fairies returned, relieved to locate Leo unharmed after the fierce battle. He reassured them, expressing confidence that jointly they had survived and upheld their shared mission. Leo examined the dagger closely, sensing faint traces of divine energy sealed within its age-old blade. His companions speculated it might be connected to the Grand Hero's artifacts concealed throughout Fairyland. Kiran excitedly exposed, she discovered her concealed wings, asking for Leo's help to release them. As Leo assisted, the wings emitted a radiant glow, revealing an enigmatic golden fragment within. Glow expanded about them, transforming the surroundings into a serene field packed with magical energy. Before their gaze, the hero record unsealed, displaying the title, Finish of the World, Chapter 1. The team stood in awe as the realm shifted, vibrant glow enveloping them from every direction. A faint voice echoed across the field, questioning their resolve to trial the god Erebos. Leo recognized the familiar tone. It belonged to someone from his forgotten former life. The voice introduced herself as Luna, a companion from the age-old era of heroes. She said proudly, vowing to shine like the stars and stand formally anew beside the hero. Leo listened silently, realizing he was witnessing a preserved memory from his former journey. Golden glow reflected in Leo's gaze as he recalled the truth concealed within the hero record. The vision exposed that the fragment belonged to Kyle, the forgotten fifth grand hero of legend. Understanding dawned on him at last. He was the missing hero erased from history itself. Professors rushed across the snowy woods, summoning out for Leo and the missing pupils amid the freezing wind. Their search finished as they discovered the injured team Runia, Aelin, and remaining emerging from the shadows. Professor Herdium arrived, his stern aura breaking the tension as everybody assembled under the silent snowfall. Leo exposed a shining artifact in his palm, the legendary hero record formerly belonging to the founder. The professor stared in shock, identifying the relic's authenticity and its long-lost historical significance. Herdium commended Leo's team for retrieving it safely and confirmed that every missing pupils were now found. Leo paused before reporting, clarifying that one person yet stayed unaccounted for among the expedition team. Aaron shifted to his grandfather, mentioning Senior Lauder's disappearance somewhere further in the forest. Herdium resolved to proceed the discussion privately, and the team followed toward the shimmering portal nearby. Leo gazed rearward towards the fading glow, whispering Luna's name as memories stirred within him. The portal expanded, signaling the last morning of the Academy's school trip as instructors exchanged gratitude. They readied for departure, appreciating how much the pupils had discovered during their perilous expedition. Before leaving, Reina assuredly tested Leo, promising to surpass him in power next time they met. Leo accepted quietly, smiling as his companion shouted his title with heartfelt respect. Announcing his return to Searun Academy, Leo departed under the golden sky, ending their eventful journey. Under the warm glow, Leo smiled faintly, preparing to part ways following their long expedition. He gently patted Kirian's head, promising to see him anew formerly their academy duties resumed. Waving farewell, the remaining pupils stepped across the shimmering portal, returning to their respective academies. Instants afterward, Kirian reappeared overhead Searun Academy, shouting in excitement as his wings rematerialized. Overjoyed, he soared across the sky, announcing his regained power to everybody nearby. Spotting a red creature below, he dived impulsively to trial it, unaware of the turmoil regarding to unfold. The minor red monster retaliated with sharp movements, dodging Kirian's assaults with surprising agility. Irritated but resolved, Kirian readied different strike, his mana glowing faintly in the air. From afar, a voice echoed a mischievous fairy vowing to display the genuine power of fairy magic. Before the spell might land, Leo intercepted swiftly, grabbing Kirian by the collar mid-air. He scolded the tiny fairy, reminding him regarding former incidents involving broken wings and reckless fights. Kirian protested pitifully, claiming he had solely one pair departed, whilst Leo remained unimpressed by the excuse. Abruptly, flames erupted close by, revealing a youthful girl surrounded by radiant phoenix fire. She introduced herself as Fiora, the Phoenix of Covenant, her aura filling the room with divine warmth. Leo greeted her respectfully, identifying her immense strength as Kirian nervously readied for another heated confrontation. Kirian screamed in terror as Fiora's fiery strength surged, her flames radiating across the whole chamber. Quietly, she requested Leo to open a path to her mother, keen to display her fresh strength. Agreeing, Leo activated the gate, allowing Fiora and the protesting Kirian to step into the blazing portal. When the flames eventually settled, the room fell quiet, leaving Leo solo in his quarters. He sighed in relief, glad that the turmoil had subsided following Fiora's abrupt departure. Reflecting silently, he recalled that the hero record and dagger from Vakia were currently secured under Seirun's protection. Leo's mind drifted to the larger conflicts yet unresolved throughout the continents. He recalled Lumane's Queen of Monsters, Slutana, and Seirun's Death King, Kaiser, both linked to Tartarus. Understanding their plot, he concluded that Tartarus had long been erasing the records of the age-old heroes. Nearby, shadowed figures debated the infiltration of both Lumane and Seirun by traitors. They mentioned Lauder's betrayal as proof and speculated that similar spies existed within Lumini Academy. Their plan was evident: eliminate the infiltrating traitor before more damage might be done. At Lumini Academy's primary auditorium, first-year pupils assembled as instructed for an official announcement. Professors addressed them from the stage, clarifying the success of their school trip and fresh preparations forward. The headmaster exposed the purpose of this gathering to start training for the upcoming departmental occasion. The headmaster exposed the awaited announcement the academy could shortly hold its annual department tournament. Pupils reacted with excitement and curiosity, realizing why each department had been summoned separately. At Lumen Academy, the tournament served as a grand occasion deciding the most outstanding department of the year. To prepare for the competition, professors could oversee training, with additional support from visiting unique instructors. Pupils whispered amid themselves, intrigued yet anxious regarding who these guest mentors might be. Carl Thomas, seized off guard, was abruptly named out by name regarding his alchemy report. A senior mage entered, criticizing Carl's report harshly and introducing herself as Toro Ayan from the magic department. She named the first year's unrefined mages, unimpressed by their lack of creativity and frail magical theory. Her sharp words silenced the crowd, leaving even assured pupils speechless under her intimidating aura. Emio Luchin defended himself, claiming credit for a lengthy research paper on mana conversion efficiency. Torua dismissed his guard instantly, summoning it uninspired and repetitive despite its complex appearance. She reminded everybody that genuine magic required originality, not formulaic repetition, leaving the class deeply humbled. The atmosphere shifted when Lee Jamoa, a towering fifth-year knight, greeted the juniors energetically. He preached that a knight's power lay in endurance, declaring physical mastery as their foundation. Announcing he'd train them until the tournament, Lee's confidence reignited the pupils' resolve to improve. A hooded senior stepped ahead, introducing himself as Ulta Reddition from the fifth-year summoning department. He questioned the juniors what they thought to be the most vital trait of a summoner. Regardless multiple guesses charisma, power, and command, he dismissed them all, preparing to reveal his own answer. With a assured smile, Ulta declared that the essence of summoning wasn't power or intellect but love. His words stunned the audience, leaving both pupils and professors speechless at the unforeseen declaration. As he concluded, the headmaster declared that top pupils from every department would guide the first years. Throughout the assembly, an unusual glow enveloped Leo's position, catching everybody's attention in the hall. Professors murmured in uncertainty, noting that he was standing beyond the designated training zones. Amidst the dazzling glow, Leo quietly declared the region as the all-class zone, signifying something entirely new. Within the academy hall, pupils assembled as tension rose over an unexpected announcement echoing through the air. The crowd stirred when the fresh trial was exposed entry into the dangerous, all-class combat zone. Amid the uncertainty, Leo stood firm, his red gaze steady despite his instructor's disbelief at his decision. Other departments swiftly assembled, excited regarding the upcoming inter-department competition filling the hall with anticipation. Pupils from both Night and Magic divisions exchanged remarks, debating Leo's choice and his department alignment. Lofty overhead, a professor laughed softly, acknowledging Leo's bold request to enter the all-class zone. Before the faculty, Leo declared his intention to join the trial solo under strict Magic department rules. The professor questioned his readiness, warning the dangers and the absence of any supporting team. Surrounded by cosmic imagery, Leo accepted the condition he could confront every department solo without hesitation. Silence pursued his declaration, and the professor observed Leo's resolve with a measured, thoughtful smile. About the room, pupils whispered, uncertain if Leo's choice was reckless or truly strategic. Simultaneously, other participants reconsidered their plans, realizing the occasion's focus currently centered entirely on Leo's choice. Standing tall, Leo's resolve inspired both rivals and allies to question their own limits. Fellow seniors debated his confidence, teasing each other as laughter broke the room's heavy mood. Eventually, the night pupil raised her hand with a grin, declaring her choice to challenge next. The professor declared the upcoming academy occasion, declaring the format as an fierce, all-out battle royale. Pupils erupted in excitement, realizing the trial could test their departments against each other. Faculty members debated the purpose of the occasion to foster unity and growth amid diverse disciplines. Throughout a faculty meeting, the professors acknowledged a remarkable pupil who had drawn everybody's attention. They confirmed it was Leo Plov, the pupil who entered the all-class division unexpectedly. Regardless expectations of his decline, Leo proceeded achieving exceptional grades in every subject offered at the academy. The professors noted that Leo's consistent excellence increased the academy board's curiosity in his potential. They debated the possibility of recording his name permanently within the hero record. Amid them, the founding families of Lumen Giron, Rigward, and Tercia were exposed as key supporters. Leo's figure emerged illuminated as whispers spread that these influential families secretly backed his achievements. Some feared that if his legacy proceeded, future generations might inherit his unique, all-class abilities. Yet the professors agreed he must eventually align himself with a single department for balance. Training resumed outdoors, where abrupt cold air packed the field, startling pupils with its intensity. Before them stood an enormous ice wall, glimmering under the sunlight, symbolizing their following challenge. Their instructor declared the purpose to master Aura Command for the upcoming Inter-Department and Hero Realm competitions. Throughout training, the instructor paired pupils to test their Aura Command against the towering ice wall. A assured girl ignited flames about her hands, preparing to break across the frozen barrier. With a fierce strike, she unleashed blazing energy, engulfing the whole region in golden fire. The explosion shook the field, scattering heat waves throughout the academy courtyard. Pupils shielded their confronts as the fiery impact melted part of the ice wall. When the smoke cleared, different pupils examined the surface, realizing the wall stayed nearly intact. The instructor started clarifying the following lesson, mastering a technique known as Breath of the Hero. He described it as an evolved breathing art derived from beastkin physiology, adapted for human aura use. Pupils observed attentively, intrigued by the prospect of controlling energy across rhythm and concentration. Demonstrating, the instructor ignited his sword with a fiery aura that blazed brighter than before. Flames spiraled about his body as pupils marveled at his command over destructive energy. Opposite him, the icy barrier resisted, forcing the class to grasp the trial's difficulty. Curious pupils questioned how he might wield flame aura regardless, being known as an ice user. The instructor exposed his former as a dungeon conqueror who formerly mastered both elemental extremes. Employing Breath of the Hero, he amplified his aura's strength, proving mastery beyond elemental limits. The instructor initiated the following phase of training, urging pupils to demonstrate their aura command techniques. Leo observed the field, sensing a familiar rhythm within the instructor's aura flow. About him, pupils activated their strength, bright flames and glowing energy filling the academy arena. A red-haired girl ignited her aura, forming spirals of fire that danced throughout the field. Encouraged by the instructor, she concentrated and expanded her aura, maintaining perfect balance. The professor observed proudly, acknowledging that each pupil had improved remarkably across their hard work. As the exercise finished, one pupil offered a hand to aid another rise from exhaustion. Their teamwork amazed the observers, showcasing discipline beyond simple competition. Leo stood silently, reflecting as his instructor noted the class's rising coordination and respect. Abruptly, Leo's aura started to surge uncontrollably, manifesting waves of blue glow around him. The instructor's focus sharpened. He recognized Leo's breathing pattern as something not entirely human. Nearing, he questioned where Leo had discovered such an unconventional aura technique. Leo clarified quietly that his breathing method originated from beastkin lineage, adapted for humans. The instructor, intrigued, questioned him to ignite his mana straight from the source of his breath. Energy flared violently as Leo pursued the order, merging beastkin and human aura into one. Leo released his aura entirely, and flames burst outward, engulfing the whole training earth in radiant light. The professor observed in awe, realizing Leo's strength mirrored that of a genuine beastkin warrior. The explosion faded, leaving Leo standing within swirling fire, his energy currently fused with primal instinct. As silence settled, the instructor smiled proudly, acknowledging Leo's mastery of a technique beyond expectation. Leo steadied his breathing, flames pulsing in his palm, thanking his mentor for the guidance. Within Lumaine Academy's corridor, a blonde pupil struggled with a pile of books whilst walking toward class. Leo emerged, offering aid as she blushed nervously, startled by his calm and polite demeanor. Her composure faltered. Regardless the casual encounter, she couldn't meet Leo's steady crimson gaze. Instance afterward, they encountered Chloe Muller, a assured senior from the magic department. Chloe recognized Leo and praised his interpretation of northern magic, leaving him humbly acknowledging her compliment. Amused, Chloe invited him to transfer to her department, intrigued by his reputation amid pupils. Leo declined respectfully, reminding her that forcing transfers violated academy policy. Close-by pupils whispered, commenting on Chloe's persistence and Leo's composed reaction. Realizing her mistake, Chloe excused herself, retreating swiftly as the crowd readied for class. Professor Albie abruptly emerged, announcing his fresh role as lecturer for first-year magic students. Pupils reacted in shock, astonished that such a renowned magician would personally teach beginners. Excitement spread across the hall, as everybody eagerly anticipated his initial lecture. Rumors spread that Albie specialized in rare fairy magic, employing a human vessel. He arrived with different instructor, summoning for silence and organizing the class instantly. Chloe observed Leo amid the crowd, sensing an odd presence that piqued her curiosity once again. As pupils assembled beyond, Professor Albie prepared to begin his special lecture for the first-year class. The crowd buzzed with excitement, keen to learn from the magician known for his extraordinary skills. With confidence, Albie introduced himself as the wielder of the feared evil eye, setting a grave tone. He proceeded, clarifying his experience as the Tartaros Slayer, renowned for countless magical battles. Pupils eagerly responded, giving their guesses regarding what mattered most in combat.
When questioned straight, Leo raised his hand quietly, ready to offer his answer. Leo stated that mobility resolved triumph, his assured response earning immediate praise from the professor. Some pupils, skeptical of his reasoning, tested the idea, claiming mobility was outdated in modern combat. They argued that superior flight spells had previously solved motion issues for trained magicians. Professor Albee acknowledged their point, referencing wing magic's development as an evolution of flight techniques. He elaborated that the spell granted flight to objects and allowed unmatched agility throughout combat. Pupils marveled as Albee demonstrated, illuminating the field with swirling green energy. To test understanding, Albee named Leo and different pupil, Emo, to step forward. Emo grumbled, frustrated by Leo's confidence regardless not belonging to the magic department. When questioned by Albee, Leo quietly disagreed with Emo's statement, surprising everybody with his composed reply. Professor Albee resolved to test Leo and Emo's theories straight across a duel focused on mobility. He questioned if they had their own wing magic devices, and Leo quietly replied that he didn't. Amused, Albee allowed Leo to proceed lacking equipment, curious regarding how he could compete. The test started, with both pupils preparing to race towards the Isle of Beasts. Emo activated his device, wings of energy forming under his feet in a surge of glow. At Albee's signal, both launched ahead, the crowd watching as their speed tore across the air. Assured, Emo mocked Leo for competing lacking tools and unleashed a lightning spell mid-flight. Electric energy struck violently, shocking the air and nearly throwing off Leo's balance. Leo's companion shouted in alarm, questioning his reckless advance versus such strength. Unshaken, Leo confirmed his intent to demonstrate why restricting motion defined a genuine magician's strategy. His feet ignited with red flames as he invoked his unique technique, Phoenix Step. With a burst of fiery propulsion, Leo soared upward, leaving a blazing trail beyond him. Spectators gasped as Leo's aura flared, recognized as the mark of superior combat mages. He overtook Emo in a flash, proving his mastery of magic-enhanced agility. Emo struggled to recover, realizing too late that pure equipment couldn't match Leo's refined command. Leo ignited his Phoenix Step anew, flames propelling him quicker across the air than any spell. Emo gasped in shock, unable to comprehend Leo's abrupt acceleration towards the finish line. Realizing he was outmatched, Emo tried countering with a desperate ice spell to slow him down. Leo dodged readily, weaving across ice shards whilst maintaining incredible speed and balance. His fiery aura expanded, engulfing the air as he overtook his rival in a single motion. The clash finished abruptly, Emo falling into the lake whilst Leo's blazing figure soared victoriously overhead. Landing gracefully, Leo dismissed his flames, the water about him evaporating under lingering heat. Professor Albee employed the instant to explain how Emo's dependence on tools cost him the duel. He highlighted Leo's mastery of the basic fly spell, which demonstrated genuine magical command. Albee clarified that modern wing magic, though convenient, lacked precision and adaptability in actual combat. He advised every pupils to perfect the fundamental fly spell for mastery and safety. The class cheered in agreement, inspired by Leo's performance and Albee's lesson. As the lesson concluded, Albee praised Leo's skill, wondering what more he might teach. Leo then raised a question, requesting access to the Lumaern Forbidden Archives. His tone became grave. He wasn't questioning a professor, but addressing Albee as a member of Jiran. Following the duel, Leo silently neared Albee again, his determination to uncover hidden truths unwavering. When questioned why he sought the Forbidden Archives, Leo admitted he was searching for missing hero records. Intrigued by Leo's intent, Albee offered a recommendation letter but cautioned him regarding the strict entry conditions. Albee clarified that solely the Jiran family head, Altek Jiran, might authorize access to the archives. He added that Altek was a side leading operations on the southern front of Tartaros. Leo discovered he must rather meet Altek's representative, his senior at the academy, the third-year pupil Elena Jiran. The academy pupils arrived at the island of Phantom Beasts, their training grounds surrounded by vast blue seas. Rumors spread that every department had begun unique training, preparing for the upcoming inter-department competition. Leo listened silently as the professor declared a fresh mentor would soon join their magic department. Pupils in the cafeteria debated the arrival of Elena Jiran, the second-ranked pupil in magic. They praised her exceptional talent and beauty, identifying her as one of the academy's most respected seniors. Her commanding aura earned her the nickname, the Queen, praised even by upper-class representatives. Leo pondered the meaning of followers, considering how influence shaped one's strength at the academy. When questioned who they awaited, the professor exposed it was Ulta from the summoning department. Everybody readied anxiously as the mentor for their unique training, the charioteer of Pegasus, approached. Ulta emerged energetically, greeting the pupils with confidence and playful enthusiasm regardless his eccentric behavior.
The team stared, startled by his odd demeanor, whispering regarding his reputation across departments. Leo merely observed, intrigued by the senior's summoner aura shining faintly beyond his cheerful smile. Ulta dramatically declared their initial mission capturing a fairy reportedly sighted closed the island's heart. The pupils reacted in shock, realizing their assignment involved an unpredictable magical creature. Amused, Ulta confirmed the task, officially beginning the first-year pupils' odd training trial. The training started chaotically as Ulta's eccentric leadership pushed pupils to their limits on the island. He motivated them with grand speeches, speaking of the legendary phantom beasts and the honor of summoning. Regardless uncertainty, his charisma stirred excitement amid students, though the professor warned the competition was nearing. Ulta smirked at the question, assuring that their task wasn't merely fairy hunting but a genuine summoner's lesson. Gathering everybody, he reminded them of his previous teachings regarding the summoner's essential mindset. One pupil guessed tolerance, but Ulta denied it, prepared to reveal the core principle formally again. To everybody's surprise, Ulta declared that the essence of summoning was love towards every contracted beings. He clarified that harmony between spirit and human was the genuine art of summoning mastery. Leo interpreted it as emotional connection, believing powerful empathy might enable communication with uncontracted beasts. Ulta then declared a 3-day survival mission on the island for first-year summoners. Pupils panicked as he exposed they couldn't use summoning throughout the exercise. The shocking rule departed the team anxious, unsure how to manage lacking their spirit partners. Ulta intensified the trial magic and aura were likewise banned throughout the survival test. He encouraged them to rely solely on physical ability, smiling as protests packed the air. The pupils shouted in shock, realizing they must survive amid wild beasts with nothing but courage. Age-old murals depicted the origin of summoners, humans who forged bonds with elemental beings controlling nature's strength. The instructor clarified that summoners must understand both harmony and order, balancing coexistence with natural forces. Standing before her pupils, she emphasized tolerance, reminding them that genuine power lies in understanding their summons. Following the lecture, the instructor declared an outdoor training assignment, instructing the class to regroup after 3 days. That night, pupils settled in separate camps, studying the stars whilst preparing for survival in the wilderness. Morning rain arrived, and the instructor observed from afar as each pupil started their practical summoning trials. A pupil examined wild berries, identifying them as edible whilst remaining explored their surroundings cautiously. Different remarked how fierce the summoning department's training sensed, unaware of the unseen spirits nearby. Abruptly, he sensed motion. A fairy emerged, glowing with curiosity, catching his complete attention. The commotion startled close-by monsters, and an enormous plant creature erupted from the earth, attacking immediately. Pupils reacted too late, retreating as the instructor intervened, subduing the creature's thrashing vines with precision. One pupil recognized his mistake, admitting he hadn't recognized the monster's type before charging recklessly. A mischievous fairy struck the confused pupil, awakening his senses across a burst of energy. Glow packed the sky as magic surged, scattering petals and shining threads across the forest. Currently energized, he laughed maniacally, his aura shifting as mischief and newfound strength overtook his command. Following a chaotic burst of magic, the mischievous fairy was abruptly trapped within a net mid-air. Struggling in shock, the fairy recognized it had been seized by an ordinary butterfly net. The summoner glared sternly, flames igniting about him as he insisted the creature to behave instantly. He questioned the fairy's motive, suspecting it had come to cause trouble throughout the island training mission. Panicked, the fairy clarified it was investigating unusual occurrences that had recently disrupted the island's balance. The pupil listened cautiously by the campfire, realizing the beast's increasing aggression wasn't a coincidence. The fairy mentioned spotting other pupils earlier, unintentionally gaining focus by revealing its mischievous nature. It claimed the disturbance stemmed from Pyrina's domain, the territory ruled by the Phoenix Guardian. The pupil froze, recalling Pyrina's absence and a letter stating she had departed for unknown reasons. Simultaneously, a youthful girl wandered across a fiery cavern, searching for signs of the Phoenix's presence. Shadowy mist appeared, forming monstrous gaze that watched her closely before vanishing into the shadows. Alarmed, she chased following the retreating figure under the moonlight, unaware of what awaited forward. The boy stood under the shining forest canopy, reflecting on Pyrina's disappearance and the island's turmoil. He questioned if the disturbances were genuinely coincidental or tied to Pyrina's enigmatic departure. As his call echoed, the girl named Fiora emerged by the river, answering his quiet plea. The boy lifted the tiny fairy by its collar, ignoring its protests as the wind howled about them. Night fell over the island, and resolve packed his gaze as he vowed to locate Fiora. Sensing a faint aura to the west, he marched across the forest whilst the fairy complained relentlessly. Nearby, Fiora wandered into a shining glade where butterflies drifted gently overhead the moonlit lake. The tranquil scenery reflected crystal lights throughout the water, illuminating a radiant stone lying at the center. Entranced by its beauty, Fiora picked up the gem, whispering in awe at its ethereal brilliance. Under the shimmer of a crescent moon, the forest glowed faintly with floating mana lights. The silent night was broken solely by the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of magical creatures. Amid the shining trees, Fiora crouched with delight, marveling at a crystal-like mana stone she had merely picked up. The luminous gem pulsed with energy, reflecting the sky's beauty. With a wide smile, Fiora clutched the stone to her chest, utterly enchanted. Her joy, however, was shortly interrupted by a stern voice summoning from beyond. Leo neared with a steady but grave expression, noticing the scattered mana stones around Fiora. Chiron, hovering close by, glanced equally unimpressed by her antics. Leo clarified that mana stones are formed in places where magical energy naturally gathers, regions often inhabited by perilous beasts and spirits. These areas were off-limits for good cause. He cautioned that removing the stones carelessly might disrupt the balance. Fiora, embarrassed, insisted she hadn't intended to hoard them, solely to admire and maybe share. As the tension faded, Chiron teased Fiora for overeating the stones, comparing her to a pig. Fiora snapped rearward whilst Leo tried to maintain command. Leo shifted the topic, recalling Fiora's earlier mention of something odd in the forest. Her look shifted grave as she remembered the disturbance. A chilling gust blew former them. Fiora described sensing a foul, unnatural energy coming from the island. Leo recognized it. It was an energy he'd sensed in combat before. With urgency, Leo summoned his weapon and alerted Fiora and Chiron to prepare. A monstrous power was rapidly nearing. The earth shook as something enormous appeared from the water. Leo leapt rearward merely in time to dodge rows of jagged, monstrous teeth. Landing swiftly, Leo steadied his stance. The threat had exposed itself, a beast corrupted by shadowy magic, unlike anything Fiora or Chiron had ever seen. From the shadows, a shadowy sorcerer loomed, commanding the corrupted creature. His voice echoed with malicious confidence as he mocked their aura. Leo drew his bow, green energy crackling at his fingertips. Regardless the immense aura, he stood firm, analyzing the foe's movements. The sorcerer's weapon swung with explosive power. Leo braced for combat. This wasn't merely a rogue monster, but a direct confrontation with an foe tied to his former. An enormous explosion erupted as Leo clashed with the beast's blow, flames and debris bursting outward. Regardless the turmoil, Leo stayed focused, maneuvering through the battle with calm precision. The creature climbed anew, its unusual body formed like a tree with thick limbs and an unnatural presence. Leo stood his earth, blade drawn, unwavering. Resolved to finish it swiftly, Leo declared his intent. But his look shifted when the earth trembled. Something even more dangerous was rising from below. Leo reinforced a barrier about himself merely in time. He hadn't sensed it at every. Realizing this wasn't a normal beast, Leo's instincts flared. The assault came too abruptly and from an angle that suggested unnatural coordination. Leo reacted instantly. Fire erupted about him as he countered the assault. Blades of flame carved the air as he defended versus the ambush. From the shadows, the foe commander observed, blood trailing from his palm. He stayed composed, even amused by Leo's resistance. Leo observed something odd. Its wounds were previously gone. The creature's regeneration rate was abnormally rapid. Leo deduced that the swirling tentacles resembled camouflage mechanisms, likely employed to suppress aura. His gaze narrowed. This was no ordinary monster, it was a chimera beast. The foe mocked Leo's confidence, but his taunt was met with fire. Fiora descended from overhead in her complete phoenix form, cloaked in fierce flames. As the fiery wings spread, Leo stood below, readied. He acknowledged her strength and readiness as an initial year hero candidate. With an order, Leo named out to Fiora as the phoenix launched ahead. The foe, sensing the oncoming impact, readied for guard. The war zone lit up with explosive power as Fiora's flames struck. The foe stumbled rearward from the blast, smoke and fire engulfing the region. Chiron, hovering close by, offered a snide remark regarding Fiora's strength. Leo stayed quiet, observing the smoke-packed silence ahead. But the silence didn't last. The shadowy foe appeared again, tendrils swirling and enraged. Though weakened, he wasn't completed yet, and his beasts were gone. The shadowy sorcerer, grinning with malice, started casting a fresh summoning. As he poured mana into the spell, corrupted energy swirled at his feet. His hand reached into a pool of bubbling slime, pulling out a fresh entity. The surface hissed as something monstrous appeared.
The beast exposed itself as a death slime, its rancid form pulsated with shadowy magic. Leo swiftly cast a windshield to block the stench and protect himself. The foe mocked Leo, promising he wouldn't escape the following strike. But before the assault landed, a thunderous power interrupted the combat. A golden blast of lightning rained down. From overhead, someone mighty had accompanied the fray, his voice cutting through the storm as a warning. Leo glanced up, gaze wide. A wave of divine energy surged down, engulfing the war zone. The foe's assured smirk started to waver. From overhead descended a winged spirit beast and its master, an elite summoner riding a majestic Pegasus, the very image of command and strength. The foe scoffed as his beast armor cracked under the pressure. Even he hadn't expected resistance this powerful from the Academy's forces. The rider, introduced as Regression, quietly assessed the war zone. With his Pegasus, a top-tier spirit beast, he readied to finish the threat swiftly. Ulta mounted the Pegasus, preparing to launch. Kiran and Leo observed as the Pegasus soared, its aura radiating brilliance under the moonlight. Below, the sorcerer summoned the death slime anew, hoping to stall. But the beast's motion was sluggish compared to the incoming charge. With a blinding strike, lightning burst across the slime, scattering its body. The impact sent the foe stumbling backward, momentarily overwhelmed. Kiran questioned the Pegasus's strength, but Leo clarified, it was the summoner, not the beast, who wielded such power. From below, Leo observed the lightning swirl across the forest. The scale of Ulta's magic dwarfed anything they had summoned so distant. Distant from discouraged, the shadowy sorcerer grinned anew. To him, this combat had merely begun, and the excitement of turmoil only fueled his twisted resolve. The shadowy sorcerer activated different sinister spell, shining red circles spreading beneath him. His laughter echoed as corrupted energy assembled rapidly. Leo's focus snapped towards the ritual as the magical formation expanded under his feet. From the center, a violent power surged upward. Professor Yura emerged, her gaze fierce and voice steady. She condemned the act. Fusing spirit beasts into a chimera was a crime she wouldn't overlook. In response, the sorcerer summoned anew. This time, the earth cracked as an enormous one-eyed creature, a cyclops, roared into existence. The sorcerer stood assuredly amid writhing tendrils, taunting his rivals. He thought his cyclops could crush anything they might summon. But when Professor Yura's spirit beast emerged, it wasn't a towering figure, it was a mouse. Even Kiran was baffled by the choice. Leo identified it, the Devour Rat, known not for its size, but for leaving nothing beyond, not even bones. Multiple rats swarmed out of the summoning circle. The Cyclops barely reacted before the tide reached him. With frightening precision, the rats climbed, tore, and overwhelmed. Yura's beast may have glanced unassuming, but it was a victor's weapon in disguise. The war zone shook as devastating lightning struck, tearing across the foe ranks. The corrupted beasts fell, overwhelmed by the explosive power. Realizing his forces were dwindling, the shadowy summoner panicked. He struggled to maintain his command over the summoned monsters, but they were being eradicated quicker than he might sustain them. Enormous bolt crashed down anew, launched by a mighty spirit beast. The foe, wounded and losing power, barely withstood the hit as his chest was scorched. Though injured, the summoner yet tried to resist. However, Ulta's spirit beast relentlessly pushed ahead, discharging lofty voltage assaults with precise impact. The foe's figure was launched into the air, helpless versus the power. Kiran observed as the corrupted summoner plummeted, his threat neutralized. Ulta arrived at the aftermath, quietly questioning if he was late. Regardless the turmoil, the combat had ended with the night returning to silence. Following the combat, Leo obtained a slap from Professor Yura for recklessly entering a restricted zone. The room shifted chaotic with comedic blame shifting. Leo tried to defend his moves, saying it was to protect Fiora. The statement earned him teasing comments regarding his loyalty and affection. Professor Yura confirmed the foe's intention had been to corrupt the Mana Stone. A report to the headmaster was ordered at formerly. Afterward that night, Leo and Ulta were provided instructions to resume unique training and remain cautious. The surroundings had returned to silent. Ulta confirmed Leo's identity as the Phoenix's contractor. He appeared curious regarding Leo's capabilities and intentions. Their conversation shifted as Leo observed the Pegasus. He questioned if it belonged to Ulta, sensing a further connection to the beast. Ulta questioned the Pegasus, Iria, to introduce herself. The majestic beast stepped ahead and greeted Leo politely. Leo responded with equal formality. Surprisingly, Iria allowed him to touch her, a rare act for such a proud creature. Ulta was stunned. When questioned if Leo had handled a Pegasus before, Leo offered a simple and honest reply, no. Ulta examined the combat zone, recalling how Black Moon previously employed the same shadowy summoning method to command corrupted beasts.
The sight stirred elderly memories. Ulta reminded Leo that though he had mighty spirit beasts, he yet lacked critical understanding in tactical application. Leo accepted the guidance lacking resistance. As Leo proceeded training, he discovered traces of a recent aura in the region. Webs and skeletal stays hinted at something distant, more perilous than a student, a professor-level threat. Several days afterward, the academy returned to normal. Pupils assembled on the lawn, but peace was short-lived amidst ongoing unique training assignments. Some pupils, yet exhausted from training, complained regarding the intensity. It was evident that the pace of academy life departed small room to rest. Some pupils recognized Leo was missing and started to search. Her guess was proper. Leo had been named nearby for a more formal matter. Leo arrived at the year representative meeting. The pupil leaders from each department had assembled to discuss internal affairs and school operations. He was introduced as the every class junior, catching focus instantly. Luce from the summoning department expressed awe upon meeting him. From the night department, the president evaluated Leo silently. Though experienced, he recognized Leo's potential instantly. Leo's gaze wandered the room as he searched for someone. A pupil with golden hair neared and commented on his appearance. The girl identified Leo as the one capable of unlocking the forbidden library. Her directness startled him. She introduced herself as Elena, third-year rep from the magic department, and abruptly questioned Leo to become hers. Leo refused, lacking hesitation. His steady dismissal was sharp and unforeseen. He stated merely that she was too elderly for him. Elena stood speechless, then laughed heartily at the blunt response. Regardless the rejection, Elena appeared amused. Remaining close by noted that Leo was certainly an odd and interesting presence in the academy. Luce observed Leo's assured exchange with Elena, silently amazed. He noted that Leo was unfazed by the assertive third year and acknowledged his unique aura amid the pupil leaders. The president greeted Elena casually, questioning regarding her mission. Her dismissive reply, "It was boring," exposed her usual disinterest in routine duties. Simultaneously, Hark rested under the tent. A pupil neared to wake him, prompting him to rise with a dull groan and stretch. The instant Hark stood up, the from the night department rushed to trial him to a duel. Hark, uninterested, brushed him off. Elena, watching the exchange, named it barbaric to seek a fight proper following waking. The knight retorted sharply, criticizing her and her Pegasus. His dismissive attitude towards Elena sparked tension. She glared at him coldly, unwilling to let the insult go unnoticed. Elena confronted Hark, demanding to know if he was questioning her credibility. Her fury caused remaining to freeze up in terror. Leo and the president observed the sight from afar. Hark casually questioned Leo what he idea of the other year representatives. Their conversation was interrupted as every representatives assembled beyond. A formal school announcement was regarding to start. The headmaster addressed everybody. Effective instantly, communication with the beyond realm would be restricted due to upcoming interdepartmental competitions. The announcement was firm. Every pupils and staff could operate under lockdown until the competition concluded, severing external contact. Leo processed the news, realizing the scope of this declaration. Grave operations were underway at Lumen Academy. As the announcement echoed, the genuine cause became evident. A further operation was unfolding, one targeting a concealed traitor amid the students. Leo's look hardened as he recognized what it meant. This lockdown wasn't merely regarding competition, it was a containment strategy. Nearby, pupils gossiped over breakfast. The nobility had suspicions, but Leo stayed silent. He had other priorities, starting with a missing item. Throughout a classroom discussion, Leo came throughout a troubling topic, Nigrang. The name instantly raised worry amid the group. A pupil clarified that Nigrang was a city located in the southeastern part of the continent, currently a forbidden zone. Formerly ruined by a stampede from a hero-rank dungeon, the city was afterward cursed, rendering it uninhabitable for humans. The pupils questioned why anyone could go there, realizing it was overwhelmed by monsters and magical corruption. Leo stared at the images. Something regarding the ruined buildings triggered a memory buried profound in his mind. He recalled the place vividly. It was where he and Laziest had formerly confronted and beaten a legion commander for the initial time. The golden morning sun streamed across the tall windows of the academy library. Pupils sat silently at the long reading table. Leo Plav studied a book detailing Nigrang's geography. The tome mentioned the existence of 5 major lakes. A tattered map marked the lakes throughout the land. Amid them was Lake Iridia. Somewhere concealed under one of these blue spots was the Oathkeeper of Laziest, an age-old relic tied to a forgotten legend and Leo's genuine mission. Leo mentally preparing for the task forward. His aim was no longer merely knowledge, it was proof. Proof of what was misplaced and buried in history. Distant overhead, the city floated in midair. It was Lumen, the Hero Academy's stronghold, where pupils trained under the pressure of legacy and expectation. The professors glanced over the assembled crowd in the arena below. The stage was set for the department tournament, a formal occasion but likewise a perfect cover for further plans. The professors monitored the crowd from elevated platforms. Discussions centered on safety protocols and occasion readiness. One of the instructors readied an emergency team in case the age-old strength caused disruptions. A former incident yet haunted the faculty, igniting extra caution this year. A formal welcome was issued, introducing the arena as the stage for both glory and concealed revelations. An announcement rang across the stadium. The department tournament could be a combat royale. This year it could test not merely skill but survival instincts. Pupils were briefed on the rules. They could fight until solely one stayed standing. The victors' department could gain top honors and influence over academy decisions. To prevent fatal injuries, participants were issued monitoring bracelets. A bracelet shimmered to life, shining blue as it calibrated to Leo's pulse. These artifacts could track vital signs and extract them from threat when necessary. The device could likewise track activity and write decisions to instructors in actual time. An added twist stunned the pupils. The combat royale would double as their final exam. Every move taken could be recorded and scored. A warning closed the briefing. Wasting time could result in lower ranks. With stakes raised, each pupil could currently step into the field not merely to win, but to survive with honor. Leo Plav stood quietly with his arms crossed, mentally reviewing his objective. At the announcer's signal, the arena burst into move. Lightning crackled and wind howled as pupils dashed in every direction. Leo's figure vanished in an instant, cloaked in golden glow. Confused shouts echoed beyond him as he became the initial to vanish from sight. Pupils were scattered throughout an unfamiliar war zone. Transported instantly, they discovered themselves falling from the sky. Unlike the remaining, Leo had memorized the simulated geography and understood precisely where he needed to go. Avoiding conflict, Leo advanced swiftly towards the central structure. He focused solely on reaching the location tied to the Oathkeeper's legend. Leo surveyed the map in his mind, choosing his route towards Lake Iridia. He understood that whilst remaining chased points, he had to chase truth. Competitors clashed about him, elemental powers lighting up the landscape. He evaded a fire-based assault mid-air and redirected his momentum employing wind magic. With precise timing, he bypassed a trap and soared overhead the war zone, leaving stunned rivals in his wake. Two pupils launched simultaneous assaults. The energy collided, causing an enormous explosion that engulfed the encircling region. Across the smoke and fire, a winged beast was seen plummeting. Leo's silhouette pursued beyond, cutting across the aftermath like a streak of light. A familiar rival recognized Leo in mid-air. Stunned, they recognized this wasn't merely a battle. Leo was chasing something much deeper than victory. Landing close a broken ruin, Leo's aura startled a close-by student. The pupils shouted his name in annoyance. Standing in a wide crater, Leo analyzed the terrain. It matched the description tied to the Oathkeeper's last known location. This was the site he had been seeking. The ruins of an age-old church stood before him. As he stepped ahead, the magic in his bracelet pulsed. Chen Xia landed close to the ruins where Leo had merely arrived. Unlike remaining, she appeared unaffected by the chaotic transportation. Leo pointed out the ruins were in the opposite direction, suspecting she had pursued him. Chen Xia dismissed the idea, stating she had her own matters to attend to. When questioned further, she offered no actual explanation, solely saying she had personal business. Lacking warning, Chen Xia summoned a mighty water aura and declared her intent, a duel. She charged ahead with impressive speed, her ribbon-like energy wrapping about her as she launched into combat. Chen Xia admitted she had been curious regarding Leo's power from the beginning. She desired to know merely how wide the gap was between them. Leo braced himself as a barrage of water-infused strikes rained down. He quietly deflected the assault with a swift reinforcement of mana armor. Regardless the fierce impact, Leo appeared unscathed. Chen Xia acknowledged his protective reflexes and the method he neutralized her water aura with flame-based mana in an instant. She launched her following advance, encircling herself with spiraling water patterns. She was summoning a spirit, raising the stakes of the fight. A shining figure appeared. Leo instantly recognized it as a lofty-ranking water spirit, its aura signifying Chen Xia's genuine power as a spirit user. With the spirit's aid, she unleashed an enormous current of magic, aiming straight at Leo. Her command was precise and the assault relentless. Unshaken, Leo started charging a counterattack, employing a fire-based artifact. He understood a clash of this magnitude might reshape the war zone. Chen Xia conjured a towering tidal wave, the flames in Leo's hand responding with equal power. Leo narrowed his gaze as he recognized the fury beyond her spell. It wasn't merely training, it was a test of resolve. The two forces met in a blinding explosion, the shockwave tearing across stone and sky. Chen Xia darted ahead, launching different assault, but Leo had already anticipated her next move. She recognized further surprise assaults could fail. Leo's gaze burned with fury, and his aura grew darker, more overwhelming. Strength surged about Leo. His command over fire was no longer merely technique, it bent to his will. With precise aggression, he pushed the pace, forcing Chen Xia to retreat. Leo's flames swirled into a concentrated arc as he closed the afar. Chen Xia reinforced her stance with a last aura burst. She understood her form had flaws. A single opening could lead to overcome, yet she had no method to respond formally. Leo committed to a full-force strike. Leo's assault landed. The collision of flame and spirit magic rocked the war zone. Chen Xia, regardless her attempts, couldn't withstand the impact. Chen Xia collapsed. Leo's words echoed. Her movements had been too rigid, too structured to match his fluid aggression. Accepting overcome, she questioned Leo's power and age. It was tough to think someone so youthful could outmaneuver her that decisively. Leo finished the duel with few words. There was no gloating, he merely reminded her of the mission. The ruins awaited. Lacking warning, Leo launched a surprise assault with violent magical power. Their aura radiated chaotic energy, combining fire and lightning. Chen Xia recognized the strength. This wasn't a random contestant. Chen Xia compelled a laugh. Things had merely become much more complicated. A mighty clash of energy fills the war zone as two opposing forces collide in mid-air. Radiant golden energy surges downward whilst a darker purple power rises to meet it, creating a violent explosion between them. The assault proceeds with increasing fury as the purple energy expands and presses forward. The encircling terrain shows signs of damage, indicating that the clash is affecting a wide region and disrupting the environment. The sight shifts to a calmer instant following the clash, where a figure stands on the ground looking upward. The situation becomes more directed, and focus turns from the explosive combat to the individuals involved. A female pupil approaches with a composed look, clarifying that she has accompanied the same department through a different process. Her demeanor suggests confidence and familiarity, as if she previously understands the situation and those about her. A male pupil reacts silently, displaying visible tension and discomfort. His look indicates reluctance, suggesting that he is not pleased with the unforeseen encounter or the aura of the other individual. Different pupil struggles physically whilst being carried, revealing the aftermath of earlier events. The team dynamic becomes clearer as relationships and rivalries are hinted at, emphasizing that cooperation is compelled rather than natural. The injured pupil protests regarding being assisted, showing frustration and pride despite her condition. Her reaction highlights her unwillingness to accept assistance, even when plainly required. The team gathers jointly, including a huge wolf-like creature, as they prepare to move forward. Their objective becomes evident as they decide to proceed towards a central destination despite unresolved tensions. The journey resumes with urgency as the team moves swiftly throughout the terrain. The earlier conflict transitions into a race versus time, suggesting that their aim holds larger importance than their disagreements. Jordan Liason runs ahead throughout the war zone, determined to reach the castle. He recognizes that as long as he stays within its range, he can attempt to remove the curse affecting the situation. Jordan releases a burst of strength, igniting flames that surge outward and strike an foe forward. The assault lands with power, creating an explosion that disrupts the rival's movement. As the flames settle, Celia Zerdinger emerges in the afar, recognized as a perilous opponent. The aura of Celia shifts the tension of the sight, signaling a more grave threat and escalating the conflict beyond the initial clash. Several pupils run throughout a wide, damaged field whilst assessing their situation. They realize their current path is blocked and start searching for a different route towards their objective. The urgency in their motion shows that time is limited. Chloe Muller activates her magic, summoning sharp ice formations that rise rapidly from the earth. The ice spreads outward in directed patterns. The ice magic stabilizes, and the team regains direction. Their plan becomes clearer as they prepare to proceed ahead, currently with a new route secured. The focus shifts from uncertainty to coordinated motion. The team moves across a narrow passage, heading further toward their goal. One pupil becomes fixated on reaching the castle swiftly, emphasizing the importance of breaking the curse before it worsens. A shadowy aura emerges forward, interrupting their progress. The abrupt appearance of a black wyvern-like creature creates immediate threat, forcing the team to halt and reassess their advance. The creature advances with immense power, filling the region with destructive energy. The pupils brace themselves as the situation escalates into a critical confrontation. A huge arena is packed with spectators as a projection displays a pupil's performance in the ongoing trial.
The environment is steady but focused, displaying that the occasion is being closely observed and evaluated by officials and instructors. Two instructors stand aside whilst analyzing the situation. They note that one participant is performing well, whilst different has yet to enter the ruins. Their focus stays fixed on the unfolding test, suggesting that timing and progress are critical factors. Chelsea emerges within the trial space, surrounded by blue energy, whilst Roger's abrupt appearance shifts focus, indicating that his involvement may influence the outcome. The instructors exchange reactions, displaying satisfaction with the performance being displayed. Their expressions suggest approval, as if the current results align with their expectations for the trial. One instructor becomes alert following noticing something odd. His look tightens as he senses a change in the situation, implying that an unforeseen occasion has occurred within the trial. Within the trial, a huge monster emerges, towering over the participants. Its abrupt emergence creates immediate threat, transforming the directed test into a high-risk scenario that threatens those inside. Within a separate chamber, two individuals descend rapidly towards a central device. Their urgency reflects worry, as they realize the situation within the trial is becoming unstable. They recognize that the barrier controlling the test environment is weakening. The system meant to regulate the trial is failing, allowing external interference or excessive strength to disrupt the trial. A female mage channels her energy into a crystal-like structure, attempting to restore command. Blue energy spreads outward as she stabilizes the system, preventing further collapse and containing the escalating threat within the trial region. A silver-haired instructor senses that teleportation has halted functioning within the trial region. The disruption causes worry as the system meant to command motion and safety is no longer reliable. Different instructor falls whilst urgently summoning out, showing distress as the crisis escalates. He swiftly regains focus and decides to report straight to the headmaster, understanding that immediate intervention is required to prevent further threat. Within the trial, pupils proceed fighting enemies despite the system failure. One pupil assuredly handles multiple rivals, showing that some participants remain capable even as the situation becomes unstable. A pupil remains within a designated region labeled as a gate. He notes that the structure of the space resembles a constructed trial zone rather than a natural environment. Abruptly, a mighty red energy forms close by, spinning violently and distorting the air. The fury of the phenomenon signals the emergence of something perilous beyond the normal limits of the test. The energy condenses into a focused assault that is launched towards a target. The strike carries destructive power, threatening anyone within its range and escalating the threat within the gate. The instructor gathers fire about himself, forming a directed aura that surrounds his body. The flames respond to his order, displaying his mastery over this element. He reinforces his body, employing a specialized technique, increasing his durability and combat readiness. The strength surge suggests he is preparing for a grave confrontation versus a strong opponent. The atmosphere turns tense as remaining recognize his identity and power. The instant shifts from uncertainty to anticipation, as his involvement signals a decisive turning point in the ongoing combat. The instructor orders remaining to advance swiftly while standing in a narrow passage. He claims command of the situation and declares his intent to act solo. The environment shifts as Leoplov searches for signs of enemies but locates nothing close by. A map-like overview emerges, displaying multiple marked locations, suggesting that the war zone is larger and more complex than expected. Leo recognizes that the test structure is not functioning normally and that every participants are being affected. He decides to regroup with remaining, identifying that staying solo in the current situation increases the risk. His change as he senses a disturbance, indicating heightened awareness. A surge of purple energy spreads throughout the sky, signaling the activation of a mighty and unnatural power. Leo identifies the phenomenon as a wide-region curse rather than a normal condition. The red moon-like aura and distorted environment confirm that the situation exceeds the original trial's limits. The realization deepens as Leo concludes that the curse is designed for huge-scale combat. The threat is not isolated but intended to affect every participant simultaneously, turning the whole war zone into a threat zone. A red energy assault descends violently, cutting across the air with immense force. The destructive strength suggests that the curse has begun actively targeting the region. Leo endures the pressure whilst analyzing the phenomenon. He understands that the curse's purpose is to isolate individuals by cutting off connections between them. As the purple barrier spreads throughout the whole region, the war zone becomes sealed. The pupil recognizes that the sole solution is to reconnect with allies and break across the curse before it fully claims control. At the central ruins, Leo supports the injured Chelsea whilst moving across a damaged region. The situation emerges unstable, and Chelsea struggles to remain conscious as they rely on assistance to proceed ahead. Leo pauses and senses something odd in the environment. The atmosphere becomes tense, suggesting that the age-old structure encircling them is reacting to the ongoing events. An abrupt surge of blue energy erupts as different pupil unleashes a powerful attack. The power cuts across the region with precision, indicating a lofty level of command and marking the activation of a key combat ability near the East Gate. Streams of energy streak throughout the sky as a mighty technique is activated. The scale of the ability suggests that it is not limited to a single target but affects a wider range of the war zone. Leo channels this energy with focus, directing it towards a specific objective. The technique emerges refined, combining speed and precision to influence the situation in multiple locations at formally. The encircling participants react to the immense display of strength. The war zone becomes increasingly chaotic as the assault disrupts the balance between opposing forces. Leo remains firmly whilst holding a staff, gathering concentrated energy about himself. The energy forms structured patterns, displaying that he is preparing a directed and deliberate technique. The energy is launched upward and then redirected throughout the war zone, connecting distant points. The technique functions as a system-wide response, guiding motion and influencing the positions of multiple individuals. The energy spreads towards the inner castle, creating an evident path ahead. The focus shifts from scattered combat to coordinated progress, as the pupil's move establishes direction for the team's following objective. A splendid signal shot throughout the sky, shining with urgency and lighting up the surrounding area. The energy it released was enough to alert even the most distant pupils. From a cliffside, one pupil observed the flare with seriousness. Below him, motion stirred as remaining readied for action. The signal was unmistakable, a call to gather. Riders mounted on a shining beast rushed ahead. Though uncertain regarding the exact cause, their expressions created it evident this was no ordinary call, it was an emergency. Abruptly, he activated his artifact and rushed to respond. He created the choice instantly, prepared to fight or assist wherever needed. A fellow pupil, trapped in a magical bind, shouted for aid. The golden-haired boy pushed ahead with no hesitation, prepared to intervene straight. As the two forces collided and sparks erupted, a narrator confirmed the truth. The legendary hero had returned, not merely to fight, but as a top pupil at the academy. A heavy gate unsealed as the team arrived on location. Their mounts landed forcefully, displaying the urgency of their arrival at the designated region. Relieved to reach the earth, the team dismounted swiftly. Each member scanned their surroundings, preparing for the unknown. As they regrouped, someone questioned where Leo was. The reply came swiftly. Leo had previously headed to the outer boundary. Questions climbed regarding Leo's choice to act alone. One of the girls guessed he had his own plan and wouldn't go down readily. Regardless the uncertainty, Chen Xia and remaining placed their trust in Leo. He was powerful, and they thought in his survival. Turning to the immediate crisis, the team assessed their situation. Artifacts weren't functioning, and injured pupils couldn't teleport out. They discovered monsters had breached the inner walls of the fortress, worsening the situation. The threat was no longer external. Chen Xia speculated a fresh curse was amplifying existing ones, possibly blocking every forms of communication. With the crisis worsening, they agreed on one thing: they were stranded in Nigrang. Their solely option currently was to defend the fortress and hold their earth. The team debated their following advance as tension rose. Imyo Luchan, a pupil from the magic division, insisted it was time to assault rather than wait defensively. Imyo argued that this might be a scenario test created by the academy, and that engaged performance could be rewarded. Remaining passive could be pointless, he claimed. Remaining tested his logic, warning that lacking healing spells, injured allies might have already died. The situation was too perilous to treat as an occasion. Tensions escalated when different pupil mocked Imyo's attitude, suggesting a wound might teach him a lesson. The team tried to defuse the situation before it got worse. Frustrated, Imyo lashed out, blaming remaining for the risk of him failing the test. He thought the professors had planned it this method every along. Ignoring warnings, Imyo claimed that they'd score loftier if they assaulted rather than hid. He was focused solely on personal gain, not team survival. A classmate quietly cautioned Imyo that rushing in blindly could only lead to his death and no points. His words were ignored. Imyo stubbornly declared he'd hunt monsters solo if he had to. With that, he stormed off lacking backup. Abruptly, Imyo was ambushed mid-charge. A noisy crash echoed as he was struck down, confirming the threat he had underestimated. The attacker exposed itself, an enormous minotaur. Imyo recognized too late what he had provoked. In a flash, the beast knocked him aside with brutal power. His arrogance departed him entirely unprepared. Different pupil close by offered quick orders to secure the interior and defend their ground, shifting focus from Imyo to the bigger threat. Chen Xia took order, summoning for a protective formation. She declared the situation a complete siege. Orders were issued to split into 5 teams and protect both the gates and the fortress walls. Urgency packed the air. At the primary gate, the monsters breached across. Chloe launched into move, shining with energy, prepared to face the enemy head-on. A team of pupils launched a coordinated magical assault, aiming powerful spells toward the battlefield as darkness surrounded them. On the fortress wall, different team maintained a sharp watch. They observed an ogre nearing dangerously near to the main gate. An ice magic user swiftly cast a precision spell, Ice Needle, aiming to halt the foe before it might break across. The spell struck its target, piercing the ogre's body with sharp ice. Regardless the impact, multiple ogres yet superior in formation. The defenders recognized the threat wasn't over. Chen Xia stepped ahead and activated her most mighty skill. Phoenix Breath was unleashed, engulfing the war zone in searing flames and halting the foe's motion in its path. Chen Xia pursued up with different assault, Flaming Wing, charging through the flames toward the incoming monsters. Nearby, upperclassmen observed from afar. One remarked that the juniors were handling things quite well under pressure. Yet, different pupil remained cautious. She suspected that the situation wouldn't finish with simple isolation if enemies had previously broken across throughout an official event. The professors observed the simulation with terror. Some speculated that the worst-case outcome might mean everybody in the occasion zone might die. A scream broke the tension as a fresh wave of ogres emerged on the projection screen. The combat had merely begun. Abruptly, a summoning circle activated, and more enemies were teleported into the war zone, escalating the crisis further. A girl glanced up, stunned by the magical phenomenon she was witnessing. The scale of the situation was becoming evident. Simultaneously, a flashback from a heroism class recalled an crucial lesson, that amid many records, the most crucial battles involved confronting demonic beasts. The lesson being studied focused on a former hero, the spearman of Hermelin, who played a decisive role in the combat of Bjorn Field. Shadowy energy surged from an enormous summoning circle, spreading throughout the battlefield like roots. A fresh, more perilous aura was being summoned. From within the crimson glow appeared a towering beast, a gigantes. Its red gaze and size struck terror into every close-by student. The sight of the creature caused panic amid observers. One pupil urged the remaining not to make eye contact, previously overcome with fear. Ice magic erupted throughout the field in an attempt to halt the gigantes, freezing its feet and slowing its progress. Regardless the assault, the monster roared and pressed ahead. One pupil yelled at the remaining to stop hesitating and prepare to fight. Different tried to steady the panic, pointing out that the gigantes wasn't fully matured. They yet had an opportunity if they fought smart. Chloe, as the ice magic user, scolded her teammates, admitting her own terror but urging them not to run. The gigantes shifted its gaze, packed with rage. Its following advance was rapid and brutal, charging into the defense line. Even following a direct hit, the beast displayed no weakness. It started regenerating instantly, rendering their attempts seemingly useless. The pupils screamed as the command to retreat was provided. Terror overwhelmed many as they scattered. Regardless the panic, Chloe recalled a lesson. A hero remains tall even in the confront of hopelessness. With fresh resolve, she activated a mighty magic circle and unleashed an ice assault directly at the gigantes. Breathing heavily, Chloe steadied herself. No issue how dire the situation, she wasn't willing to give up. As the gigantes charged anew, a classmate named out her name, watching in terror as the beast closed in. The monster's enormous arms crashed down, threatening to strike Chloe straight, her fate hanging in the balance. Chloe stood her earth as Chen Xia shouted for her to advance, but her gaze stayed steady, and her resolve did not falter. Regardless the incoming threat, she whispered to herself that she wasn't fearful. A mighty red aura surrounded her as the assault came. Chen Xia unleashed her energy in a burst, crossing beams of glow clashing with the foe's strike in a fiery collision. The war zone echoed with the gigante's roar. Dust and debris scattered as Chloe appeared, bruised but alive. Chen Xia rushed to her side in relief. They acknowledged the mighty strike that had saved them. Stepping ahead from the shadows was Leo, sword drawn and aura flaring. He had returned merely in time, prepared to fight. Leo remains solo in a devastated battleground, wielding magic as lightning surges about him. Regardless warnings, he proceeds to push his limits in the midst of a perilous confrontation. His internal stamina is nearly depleted, but he refuses to retreat. The limitations of healing magic are created evident. Formerly one's stamina is exhausted, magic is useless. Yet, Leo forges forward, ignoring the risks. Whilst his allies plead for caution, he focuses entirely on forming a magic spell to progress the combat. Following the confrontation, Leo commends Chloe's bravery throughout the fight. She displayed impressive composure and ability in an instant of crisis. Chloe humbly admits she was imitating someone she praised. Her moves were inspired by Leo's example, displaying how his courage influenced remaining. Abruptly, other pupils rush to Leo's side. His aura draws focus, as fellow classmates urgently call out to him, plainly relying on his leadership. Leo assesses the current state of the war zone, with different pupil. Whilst there are no casualties, terror spreads due to a monstrous threat in the inner castle. The frightening creature stays inactive for currently, but its overwhelming presence has paralyzed most of the group with fear. Leo quietly proposes a solution. Rather of retreating, they should unite and confront the beast jointly. His strategic confidence starts to shift the mood. Leo questions the hesitation of those about him. To him, stepping ahead is the obvious path if they seek to become genuine heroes. Some pupils express question, pointing out that confronting the creature head-on is reckless and borderline suicidal. Regardless this, remaining start to step forward. One pupil offers to lead, and Leo reaffirms his belief. He is assured he can overcome the monster. Not everybody welcomes Leo's leadership at initial. Some criticize him for arrogance and question why anyone should pursue his orders. However, remaining swiftly defend Leo, stating that confidence and power justify leadership when survival is at stake. Eventually, even skeptics agree to fight under Leo's lead. His resolve inspires unity, and the team starts preparing for the decisive battle ahead. A pupil with long white hair recalls Leo's former throughout the entrance test, when he had thrown himself into a hopeless combat without fear. That memory yet resonates amid those who witnessed it. Whilst remaining thought they were catching up to Leo's power, the reality proves otherwise. Leo continues to surpass expectations. His aura motivates and frustrates peers alike. Different pupil hesitantly agrees to assist. Though reluctant at initial, he acknowledges Leo's resolve and accepts the role of delivering the initial blow to the monster. Excitement erupts in the audience as the first-year pupils prepare to engage the monster. Spectators cheer loudly, astonished by the resolve shown by the younger pupils. Amid the crowd, juniors and seniors alike watch the war zone in awe. Some are stunned quiet, whilst remaining begin to believe the impossible might happen. A senior pupil senses a change in the air. The instant Leo steps onto the field, the atmosphere shifts entirely, signaling that something significant is regarding to unfold. Visions of relics, artifacts, and mystical tomes flash before the observer's mind. The realm has many grand heroes and mighty tools, but something about Leo feels fundamentally different. Leo is visualized standing under a cosmic glow, a aura that separates him from the rest. Even amid chosen individuals, his existence emerges unusually radiant. To the observer, Leo is not merely different fighter. His aura feels predetermined, like a primary hero standing at the center of destiny itself. The monster charges ahead, destroying all things in its path. But Leo and his allies remain focused, waiting for the proper instant to strike. A winged fighter slams into the monster mid-air, creating a mighty impact. The assault lands successfully, pushing the creature rearward. Regardless the success, Leo quietly warns that the combat isn't over. He readies for the following phase, realizing the enemy remains a threat. A rapid series of elemental and magical assaults unfold. Glow, ice, and wind strike the monster in explosive succession. The coordinated assault disorients the beast. Leo uses Tempest, a swirling high-speed magic assault that strikes with immense power. The impact sends shockwaves throughout the war zone. The monster, currently visibly damaged and confused, stumbles. For the initial time, it reacts with uncertainty, displaying signs of being pushed to its limit. Amid turmoil, a pupil panics, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the foe's power. The monster emerges nearly invincible, and uncertainty spreads amid the group. Abruptly, a mighty magical blast is fired. Different pupil recklessly attempts a direct strike, ignoring warnings from remaining to fall back. The reckless assault misses, putting a teammate in threat. The fireball nearly hits its own allies mid-flight, disrupting coordination throughout the combat. Regardless their terror, pupils begin to analyze the situation. They realize the foe's power is grand, but Leo's presence helps anchor their resolve. The team swiftly repositions. They split responsibilities, some distract the monster whilst remaining prepare supportive spells and backup assaults. Amid them, Chloe activates a mighty ice spell, preparing to immobilize the monster. With coordination improving, the team starts executing a plan. The monster roars in fury, reacting violently to the abrupt shift in momentum. It becomes more aggressive, charging towards the advancing pupils. Two pupils launch synchronized assaults, breaking the ice formation and signaling the start of their counterstrike. Leo dives ahead at complete speed, employing magical momentum to break through defenses. His impact launches the monster backward with grand power. Different pupil charges into the fray, wrapped in energy. He readies to unleash a follow-up assault following Leo's initial strike, maximizing their advantage. He spins into an enormous energy vortex, creating an explosive combination of lightning and power, targeting the creature's core with lofty precision. The merged energy pushes the monster further into the earth. It shows signs of exhaustion and weakness, signaling that their teamwork is working. The beast rises anew, currently shining with a corrupted energy. Its body is covered in magical wounds, but it roars defiantly and refuses to fall. Leo rushes in, formerly more, pursued by Chloe. She leaps beside him, both prepared to finish the combat with a coordinated last blow. With resolve in their gaze, Leo and Chloe launch ahead in unison, delivering their following strike together, signaling the climax of the battle. The monster gathers shadowy energy in its mouth, preparing a devastating last assault. Purple energy swirls violently as it readies to unleash its fury. The blast fires ahead, tearing throughout the war zone with incredible force. The earth splits and air distorts as the energy beam advances towards the pupils. Merely before impact, Leo counters with a rotating magical barrier. Spiraling blue energy clashes versus the blast, pushing rearward the wave of destruction. Leo charges in lacking hesitation. His aura pulses with energy as he dodges incoming debris, closing the gap between him and the creature. He leaps upward, then starts casting a mighty technique. Flames and red energy wrap about him, signaling the initiation of a perilous spell. He unleashes Kilu Vortex, Phoenix Breath, a high-level assault that envelops the whole region in swirling crimson energy, striking the foe with relentless force. Chloe breaks into a sprint throughout the war zone. Ice starts to form at her feet as she channels magic to support Leo's assault. She casts her signature ice formation, freezing an enormous portion of the monster's lower body to restrict motion and stabilize the field. Crystalline spikes erupt under the monster, locking its legs and exposing its vulnerable chest. The war zone transforms into a frozen prison. Cheers erupt amid the pupils. The merged attempt has carried victory. The monster lies motionless, beaten under the weight of immense teamwork. Chloe, catching her breath, remains victorious. Dirt and ice cover her uniform, but her look is packed with relief. Whilst the remaining celebrate, Chloe observes Leo is missing. She seems about the war zone, realizing he disappeared after the final blow. Distant from the war zone, Leo drifts across an ethereal space, surrounded by magical energy and floating runes. He's been transported nearby. As he descends, stars and orbs of glow circle about him. A familiar aura draws close, suggesting a crucial figure is waiting. Leo lands and comes to confront with a serene girl named Luminous. The atmosphere suggests she holds a key to what comes following. The night sky hung over the realm, split by the luminous outline of twin moons. A silent atmosphere surrounded a shining lake beyond the academy grounds, disturbed solely by a sudden surge of ancient energy. A magical symbol erupted in midair, releasing a burst of blue glow. The activation of the ritual circle marked the reappearance of a forgotten strength, bridging time and reality. From within the glow, a figure appeared. With silver hair and celestial aura, the spirit of Luminous was awakened. She gradually shifted to confront Leo Plav, who stood beneath her. Luminous listened in silence as Leo told her regarding Lacinus's death. The news weighed heavily in the air, echoing across the quiet trees encircling them. She recalled how Lacinus had vanished throughout the Age of Calamity, a time of turmoil that she had slept across. The passage of time had become a blur since her sealing. The realization struck her: 5 centuries had passed. As Leo stood yet before her, she accepted that the realm had shifted while she remained trapped in silence. Luminous reflected on the changes. Magic had superior, and society no longer resembled the one she formerly understood. The confronts of allies had faded into legends. In her vision, she recalled those who had entrusted her with their hopes. The peace they fought for appeared distant currently, guarded by successors rather than warriors. She acknowledged Leo's role. Though unfamiliar, he carried the will of the former. With that, she started to prepare the relic, a token solely meant for those worthy. A golden structure climbed, shaped by age-old magic. Within it, a sacred power pulsed, the remaining essence of a spirit of glow, sealed for safekeeping. Luminous noted its diminished strength. Time had drained its brilliance, and it lacked the complete power it formerly held. Yet, its purity stayed untouched. She extended it to Leo. Though incomplete, it was a gift of trust, a symbol of continuity between generations, passed from the forgotten guardian to the living hero. Distant from the sacred lake, the academy's towers pierced the sky. Morning glow spilled throughout the campus, casting long shadows on the cobbled paths. Within a lofty office, stacks of profiles lay on a polished desk, each marked with names and records. They detailed individuals flagged by unknown criteria. 3 figures stood in silent discussion. As names were approved and files sealed, Leo's journey was previously under watch. The echoes of the former had stirred more than merely spirits. Within the headmaster's office, a choice was created to reinstate the vice principal starting from the second semester. His look was grim, hinting that this was not a routine administrative change. From beyond his grand desk, the headmaster glanced down on the assembled faculty, his figure outlined by the warm glow streaming through stained glass. The announcement gripped weight beyond protocol. As the 2 professors exchanged glances, the name vice principal echoed with caution. Under the crest of the academy, a shadowed figure appeared in silence, hinting at further unrest to come. Morning glow burst over the academy buildings, signaling the finish of the semester. A wave of joy rippled across the pupils who had endured the trials of academic life. One pupil leaped into the air, his voice echoing triumph as he celebrated his survival across exams. His relief was shared, but his reaction earned sharp focus. The professor observed the commotion with tired amusement. Though light-hearted, the boy's antics were edging dangerously near to disciplinary move. Within the classroom, the professor offered last remarks before dismissing the students for break. The warning was evident: no trouble throughout recess. Some pupils broke into tears, clinging dramatically to the instant. Remaining stayed stunned, trying to grasp that the semester had finished so abruptly. As pupils exited, they started chatting regarding break plans. One questioned regarding Leo's destination, solely to be corrected. Leo hailed from the distant kingdom of Delan. The pupils were unfamiliar with Delan. Visions of a lesser-known Western kingdom appeared in their minds, symbolized by aged banners and distant castles. Leo confirmed its location. Though isolated, it stayed part of the larger political landscape. His classmate became curious, expressing curiosity in visiting. Leo, with steady resolve, admitted it had been a long time since he returned. A hint of nostalgia lingered beyond his composed demeanor. A notification marked Leo's return home. His achievement score was currently displayed, announcing his re-entry as a ranked pupil of the Delan Kingdom. He stood yet, pondering the meaning of having a home to return to. The realization struck with silent clarity. Awaiting him was a warm welcome and a proud greeting. As he stepped ahead, he eventually grasped what it meant to be received with open arms. At the dinner table, Leo's father expressed surprise at his son's concealed potential. The discovery of Leo's every class aptitude carried pride, but likewise confusion to the family. Leo's steady explanation couldn't suppress his father's shock. Regardless being his son, Leo's exceptional growth sensed beyond natural, nearly unreal. As the conversation shifted, the topic shifted to Professor Helland. His mother discovered that a visit from academy professors was planned, potentially leading to a reunion between instructor and parent. A maid interrupted the meal, announcing the arrival of a guest for both Leo and his mother. Her voice carried urgency, cutting across the warm atmosphere. Leo's mother, assuming it was different bothersome noble, swiftly dismissed the idea of meeting them. Her irritation was evident. However, the guest wasn't merely any noble. They had come from Azonia Academy, a name that instantly seized Leo's focus and shifted the tone in the room. A hooded figure entered the manor, carrying a sealed envelope. The emblem glowed faintly, symbolizing the weight of its message. Leo observed the arrival with curiosity. His aura had been requested, and the timing was no coincidence. Unfolding the letter, Leo discovered he had been officially chosen to represent his school in a joint academic project with Azonia. The news departed him stunned. Distant aside, in the eastern city of Basilton, the atmosphere was festive yet tense. Azonia Academy stood as a grand institution with profound cultural roots and concealed agendas. Within its gates, elite pupils and faculty debated the Destian hero, a rising figure whose strength stirred both admiration and caution. Unknown to Leo, his selection had triggered discussions amid shadowed figures who viewed him not merely as a guest but as a variable in their secret plans. Rearward at the academy, Leo obtained warnings regarding the upcoming trip. His mother cautioned him regarding Azonia's unpredictability and the risk of perilous affiliations. Regardless concerns, Leo's journey was approved under the guise of a field assignment. He was free to act, but reminded to remain vigilant. Simultaneously, at Azonia, rumors spread amid pupils. Curiosity became regarding the outsider who could arrive, a boy from Delan, whose talents rivaled their own. In the warm afternoon glow, Kyle reviewed the documents outlining the test location. The venue could be the historic Azonia Coliseum, an arena known for its brutal history. As he observed the towering structure, a statue close by seized his eye. Something regarding the carving appeared familiar, stirring an elderly memory. A nearer glance confirmed his suspicion. The figure in the depiction was him, an image of his former self etched into stone, preserved from a forgotten era. The towering Colosseum loomed before him. Regardless its age, the arena stood firm, echoing with stories of conflict and valor. With silent steps, Kyle neared the entrance. The crowd was previously forming, and tension hung in the air. From the other side, pupils assembled. His arrival drew focus, but one figure stepped ahead, addressing him with mocking familiarity. Kyle was swiftly surrounded by pupils. Their tone was accusatory, questioning his aura and mocking his origins. He reacted with uncertainty, unsure if the verbal assault was even meant for him. His composure contrasted their hostility. The exchange escalated. Regardless warnings from a peer, one pupil tested Kyle outright, turning the conversation into a provocation merely before the exam. In a blur of motion, Kyle responded. His gaze glowed, and in an instant, he had subdued the aggressor with immense speed. The dust settled, the challengers were on the earth, and Kyle stayed steady, barely winded from the effort. Onlookers stared in shock. Kyle played it off casually, acting as if nothing odd had happened. The crowd, though stunned, started to sense his genuine ability. As whispers spread across the crowd, Kyle's gaze shifted upward. He sensed someone observing him from overhead. From a rooftop, a white-haired boy, with sharp gaze, observed the sight unfold. He recognized Kyle's power instantly. Amused, the observer acknowledged Kyle's aura. With curiosity sparked, she noted that someone genuinely intriguing had arrived in Azonia. As the sun climbed over the Azonia arena, a crowd assembled for the entrance occasion. The stadium buzzed with anticipation, and incoming pupils lined up for their initial trial. Instructor Burga II surveyed the arena from overhead. With a grave gaze, he reminded his companion that the entrance selection could start in 10 minutes. He disliked that overall rankings were heavily influenced by the initial year evaluations. Regardless his worry, Burga expressed confidence in the incoming batch. He thought their freshmen had enough promising talent to match the upperclassmen, notably considering a unique pupil in this year's lineup. Standing beside Burga, different instructor acknowledged the dominance of the current cadets but hinted that the fresh generation's potential couldn't be ignored. The mood stayed glow but competitive. The arena floor packed with cadets in formation. Their training had previously begun, and both instructors observed with a mix of pride and scrutiny, gauging each advance cautiously. Focus then shifted to R2, a candidate from the prestigious Tu family. Her participation was significant, not solely because of her lineage but because she was Burga's own daughter, a fact that packed him with pride. Whilst observing the candidates, Burga's gaze halted on a dark-haired boy. Something regarding him triggered a distant memory. His gaze narrowed, struck by a familiar aura. The boy, Kyle, stood quietly amid the remaining. His reserved posture contrasted the fury of the occasion. Different instructor recalled seeing his name in the records, a recommended admit. Burga reviewed Kyle's file and observed his gaze. They reminded him of someone he had an idea of in years, Reina. The resemblance was too exact to ignore. As the last team entered the stage, R2 took her position at the front. The trial, known as the Beast Carnival, commenced under roaring cheers from the remains. R2 unleashed her energy with power. The crowd responded with astonishment at the scale of her strength. Her performance was both flashy and dominant. Kyle observed from the sidelines, puzzled. He heard whispers of her immense power, but he yet didn't fully understand what the Beast Carnival truly represented. R2 confronted Kyle straight on the field. She questioned how he didn't realize this was part of the entrance ceremony, plainly startled by his uncertainty. Kyle admitted his unfamiliarity with Azonia's traditions, citing his mixed heritage. For him, the concept of the Beast Carnival was entirely fresh. She clarified that Azonia's entrance ceremony wasn't ordinary. It was one of the kingdom's grandest festivals. The Beast Carnival served both as entertainment and as a rite of passage for fresh candidates. R2 stood at the front line, her look fierce. With sharp focus, she declared the significance of the ritual, presenting it as an instant of pride for their kind. She charged ahead, landing with power. The statement "We have arrived" echoed as her strength cracked the earth under her feet, signaling the genuine start of the battle. Kyle observed her, recalling former fights. Quietly he acknowledged her trial, preparing himself as different creature burst into the arena with overwhelming power. A monstrous beast roared into the arena, its power visible in every motion. Its savage growls packed the stadium, announcing its bloodlust. The combat unfolded swiftly. R2's speed and strength overwhelmed the advancing enemies. She delivered precise blows, striking down one following different, lacking hesitation. Regardless the turmoil, she stayed mobile, weaving between assaults and neutralizing threats with focused intensity. From the shadows, different beasts started charging straight toward her. A sharp glow burst throughout the field as Kyle launched ahead. In an instant, he struck the monster with devastating impact, knocking it lofty into the air. R2 halted mid-assault, startled by Kyle's swift intervention. The whole field lit up with flashes of red energy slicing across the gloom, obliterating the enemy. As the dust settled, R2 glanced towards Kyle, confused by his abrupt burst of strength. From afar, a spectator questioned the unforeseen display of strength. In a blur, Kyle's hand shifted position as different foe lunged towards him. He struck with surgical precision, releasing a wave of power. The foe's body shattered violently, torn apart mid-air. Its remnants rained down throughout the arena, stunning the remaining spectators. Distant overhead the stage, shadowy figures watched through magical projections. The assault had drawn focus from mighty entities, unseen and waiting. The arena trembled as remaining beasts dissolved into shining dust. The system had detected immense power, concluding the test prematurely. Kyle stood yet, his gaze steady. R2 glanced at him silently, uncertain of what she had merely witnessed. Spectators and officials shifted to their screens. Amid the hundreds of entries, solely one name had avoided red classification. That name belonged to the hero, R-On. The Beast Carnival finished, and the arena calmed as the occasion closed. Participants gradually returned to the outer courtyard, their bodies worn but their spirits lifted. As R2 and her team exited the arena, she casually commented on Kyle's performance. Though brief, the acknowledgement was pursued by her swift departure. Kyle was shortly neared by a tall pupil with a assured stance who introduced himself as Dion Den, a recommended candidate from the Den family. Their brief exchange marked the beginning of introductions amid fresh cadets. Before Kyle might respond further, R2 neared anew with urgency. She insisted he accompany her to a fresh location, claiming there was something crucial she needed to show him. As Kyle tried to respond, she pulled him ahead. Her direct nature offered him no opportunity to refuse, and they departed the room together. From afar, Instructor Burga too observed the situation. His stern aura quieted the close-by cadets, and his reputation as a hero drew whispers of admiration. Afterward, Burga addressed the team, announcing the following stage of the entrance process: crossing the Great Azrian Desert. The announcement swiftly seized the cadets' focus. He clarified the route, departing from the academy outskirts, crossing several regions, and eventually reaching the Azonia campus itself. The desert was infamous throughout the continent. With a grave tone, Burga cautioned them not to act recklessly. Courage solo wouldn't ensure survival in the desert. His words were meant to earth their enthusiasm with reality. Within a classroom, a staff member instructed the recommended admits who had missed the half-year lectures to introduce themselves. These candidates had not undergone the same preparation as remaining. An explanation panel displayed the academy's system. Pupils might qualify by either attending lectures or a cross-exceptional recommendation, which bypassed the prep classes. R2 questioned Kyle's absence from the lectures, but Kyle assuredly stated that his power created the classes unnecessary. His response was met with skeptical amusement. The introduction started with a girl named Stia Ruin, who specialized in magic. Her steady demeanor matched her composed introduction. Different pupil, Rate Vega, introduced himself as a spirit summoner. The team listened attentively as each candidate exposed their background. The sequence finished with Kyle, R2, and Dion briefly stating their names. From afar, Burga silently observed them, noting how swiftly the team had formed around Kyle. A harsh warning echoed across the air, shaming the weaker candidates. Those struggling were urged to give up rather than hinder remaining, causing visible discomfort amid the newer pupils. The instructor hastily dismissed the class, urging everybody to check their assigned lodgings posted on the bulletin board. The room shifted into motion as pupils started to exit. Kyle pursued silently in the flow of pupils, but a sudden hand on his shoulder made him pause. Confused, he shifted to see who had halted him. It was Instructor Burga. He named Kyle by name and questioned him to stay beyond for a private interview, his tone grave and direct. As the room emptied, Burga stood before Kyle, wasted no time in questioning a pointed question. He desired to know if Kyle was the son of someone named Rena. Kyle blinked, startled by the question. Though unsure how to respond, he questioned silently. Did this instructor know his mother? In the courtyard of the academy, Instructor Burga too confronted Kyle and questioned if he was Rena's son. The question seized Kyle off guard, as he rarely heard his mother mentioned by remaining. Startled, Kyle confirmed his identity and questioned if Instructor Burga understood his mother. The stranger laughed heartily, instantly identifying him and claiming to be an elderly friend of Rena's. Instructor Burga recalled memories from their academy days, mentioning Rena's time with prominent figures like Ellen and Azalina. He assuredly assumed Kyle had heard of him across his mother's stories. Kyle, however, admitted that his mother not once said of the man or her school days. The response plainly unsettled Instructor Burga, who had expected otherwise. He tried to play it off, insisting he and Rena were very near in the former. Kyle clarified anew that Reina merely not once brought up her academy years. Instructor Berga momentarily became grave, blaming someone named Ellen for ruining what Reina might have become. Kyle reflected that though his mother avoided elderly stories, this was the initial time he sensed a gap in her past. Kyle shifted the conversation, stating Reina not once talked regarding her choices either, created Instructor Berga stunned. He stood silently, unsure how to respond to Kyle's emotional tone. Abruptly, Instructor Berga shifted demeanor and burst into laughter, reminiscing regarding Reina's personality, summoning her a rational yet clingy woman. As the tension eased, he commented that Kyle resembled her a lot. With a grin, he promised to share stories of her former, and Kyle silently agreed, intrigued by what might come. Afterward, Kyle returned to his room following training, startled by how intense the academy was. He took off his shirt, not expecting any interruptions. Abruptly, R2 burst into the room, accusing him of being the enigmatic Black Rabbit and demanding to know his secret. Embarrassed by his state of undress, she shouted at him, whilst Kyle reminded her it was his room. The situation escalated into awkward uncertainty. Instance afterward, following getting dressed, Kyle quietly addressed R2, who stood across the room still flustered by earlier events. She claimed to have seen him at the monster arena and accused him of hiding his abilities. Her suspicions became as she recalled his movements. Observing his reaction, R2 connected the dots, realizing that Kyle might transform into a beast by will solo. Her look shifted grave, fully convinced of his hidden power. Kyle activated his transformation anew, revealing his beast form to R2. His body shimmered with energy, confirming what she had suspected. R2 was stunned to witness the transformation firsthand. Kyle recognized that the ability he had accessed throughout the arena match was indeed actual. As he pondered the strength's origin, R2 noted that solely one other person in history, Lord Aaron, had ever wielded such a form. She offered to teach him, surprising Kyle with her willingness. Nearby, the academy leaders debated the urgent need for someone to succeed Aaron. The threat of war versus Tartaros loomed nearer. Kyle stood profound in idea, considering that his reincarnation might have a purpose tied to this conflict. He sensed it might be his destined role. R2 tested him to prove whether he had the capacity to become a genuine hero. Kyle's gaze sharpened with resolve as he accepted the unspoken trial. R2 sensed an air of superiority in Kyle's gaze and became frustrated, sensing underestimated. Kyle, however, noticed the situation differently. From his perspective, R2 stood distant below him, both in experience and intent. With a assured smile, Kyle acknowledged Tyvan's aura and expressed his anticipation to see what Tyvan could do following. The fresh semester had begun, and the academy entered the season of the Roman Chronicle tournament, a prestigious annual occasion. Excitement packed the air as pupils, instructors, and citizens prepared for the competition. However, some lamented that powerful criminals had been excluded this year. Regardless that, there was yet faith that someone could emerge to shake the tournament's outcome, and eyes turned to new rising stars. As spectators speculated, one instructor noted that Kyle's name echoed that of a legendary hero, and questioned if he could pursue the same path. He recalled a pupil named Leo and spotted R2 training in the afar, perhaps motivated by rivalry. R2 confronted Kyle anew, reminding him of their agreement. Kyle quietly promised that he could earn her recognition, solidifying his resolve. R2, overflowing with anticipation, declared that she couldn't sleep from excitement. She urged Kyle to pay near focus to her performance throughout the test. Observers in the remains debated the upcoming test match, identifying Kyle as the rival. One instructor noted how intriguing Kyle appeared as a pupil. A commotion pursued as Kyle unexpectedly entered the site from an odd path. One instructor recognized him as Leo and was visibly stunned by his abrupt appearance. At the ceremonial grounds, the 5 recommended candidates were named ahead to participate in a formal tradition before the entrance ceremony. They were instructed to each place a hand on Lord Aaron's hero record, a sacred artifact preserved on an altar at the center of the field. As Kyle stepped ahead, he silently reflected on eventually seeing Aaron's record. Simultaneously, the pupils were told to claim turns declaring their pledges. R2 stepped ahead and placed her hand on the book, preparing to make her declaration as part of the ritual. One by one, the pupils pursued her lead. When Kyle placed his hand on the record, something unforeseen started to happen. An abrupt surge of energy erupted from the altar, sending out violent waves of glow that engulfed the platform and startled everybody present. As the glow intensified, instructors watching from afar recognized the occasion as something odd. One of them urgently named out, realizing what was unfolding. Radiant energy proceeded to expand. Amid the turmoil, a panel bearing Kyle's name appeared, marking him with an unusual inscription. The inscription labeled him as a fresh record successor, causing surprise and uncertainty. The golden glow proceeded to radiate, leaving the audience in awe. Beyond the arena, other instructors rushed to ask Burga what was happening. He confirmed that Lord Aaron's realm had unsealed, a phenomenon not once seen under such conditions. Burga speculated that the hero's realm, a trial realm tied to Aaron's legacy, was triggered by an unknown cause. The consequences were unclear. As gears shifted and the realm expanded, Burga questioned if the pupils could overcome this unexpected challenge. The actual test had merely begun. R2 unsealed her gaze within an unusual and surreal realm. The realm was shadowy, cold, and unfamiliar. A heavy silence hung in the air. As she and Kyle stood amidst the swirling black landscape, they observed a ruined city under a storm-like sky. Unusual golden deer advanced across the area, as if part of a vision. R2 questioned what had happened, and Kyle quietly reminded her that they had entered the realm of Lord Aaron, a place solely the genuine record holder might access. R2 glanced up and observed the sky was warping. A blood-red vortex had emerged overhead, disturbing the golden deer that formerly moved peacefully. Kyle observed as text formed in the sky, proclaiming the arrival of a hero who might change both present and future. The earth shook in response. Red warnings pulsed in the air, summoning out for aid, please to save them, pursued by a last message, be cautious not to be eaten by Tartaros. A distorted portal emerges, displaying an unusual world that resembles the ruined city of Lursar. Two pupils observe the site and realize that historical records regarding this place are incomplete, suggesting that the current situation is connected to a concealed former. Leo recalls a memory from a hero studies class, where touching a specific page triggered a reaction. He understands that the current environment is not random but straight linked to a missing record related to a hero's history. They confront the portal as its surface stabilizes, confirming that the site represents a specific page from the former. The realization strengthens their focus. A shining interface emerges, presenting an evident objective to find Aaron within the recreated city. The structured nature of the task reveals that this is not a typical dungeon, but a directed scenario designed to guide participants. Leo questions the nature of the environment, realizing that normal communication and escape methods are blocked. This confirms that external systems are no longer functioning, reinforcing that they are fully trapped within the scenario. He steadies himself whilst processing the situation, displaying signs of discomfort but maintaining awareness. His condition suggests that interacting with the environment is placing strain on him. R2 analyzes the objective and concludes that finding Aaron will allow them to escape. She connects the mission to the broader situation, understanding that completing the task is the solely method out. She explains her reasoning whilst recalling information regarding Aaron's significance. Her knowledge provides direction, indicating that Aaron is a key figure whose moves influenced the recorded history of the ruined city. The team moves ahead throughout the cracked ground of the ruined city, following the plan. Their choice marks the beginning of a focused search as they aim to locate Aaron and uncover the truth beyond the distorted realm. Leo reacts with uncertainty following hearing the name Aaron, realizing that even with his knowledge of history, the name does not exist in any known records. In the afar, a cloaked figure walks across the ruined street as Leo and R2 pursue cautiously. The atmosphere feels unnatural, and the aura of an unknown individual suggests that this place yet holds engaged elements rather than being a simple reconstruction. R2 questions the situation whilst observing the figure, but no evident answers emerge. The lack of recognition of Aaron reinforces the idea that this realm contains concealed or erased history that even knowledgeable individuals cannot recall. The surroundings grow colder and quieter as Leo and R2 advance further into the ruined city. The environment emerges frozen in time, with faint traces of energy lingering in the air, indicating that something disrupted this place long ago. They encounter a different person within the city who behaves as if the realm is yet functioning normally. This interaction suggests that the recreated environment includes remnants of former inhabitants who remain unaware of the destruction about them. Leo senses threat as the sky darkens and a red moon emerges overhead the city. He recognizes that this place is tied to a catastrophic occasion from the former, one that may be connected to the disappearance of Aaron. Leo and R2 locate a marked region within the ruins, indicating a possible point of importance. The markings suggest that they are nearing a location connected to the objective. As they advance nearer, R2 observes Leo advancing ahead with determination. His focus shows that he has begun to piece jointly the situation and is acting on his understanding of the environment. An abrupt assault interrupts their progress as a cloaked figure strikes Leo with power. The unforeseen assault confirms that hostile elements are actively guarding the truth within the ruins. Leo is abruptly struck by a cloaked figure, the power of the assault pushing him rearward as the opponent reveals hostility. The attacker recognizes Leo's aura as odd, treating him as an intruder within this directed world. The cloaked figure tightens command over the situation and readies to eliminate Leo, displaying no hesitation. The environment darkens as the threat becomes more direct. A distorted vision emerges, revealing the concept of a realm centered about Eren. The sight suggests that this space is not merely a memory but a constructed domain tied to Eren's existence and influence. The cloaked man questions Leo's aura but does not instantly assault again. His behavior shifts, suggesting that Leo's arrival may have been expected or influenced by different power. Leo recognizes that the situation is connected to Eren across indirect means. The mention of a substitute or duplicate implies that Eren's aura in this realm may not be straightforward, hinting at layers of deception. The cloaked figure changes his stance and leads Leo aside, rather than continuing the fight. This shift indicates that cooperation may currently be necessary, as the situation extends beyond simple hostility. Leo is guided into a building where a temporary resting place is readied. The environment becomes calmer, allowing a pause in conflict as the focus shifts to understanding the situation. The cloaked figure provides a place for Leo to recover, suggesting that immediate threat has passed. Regardless this, the atmosphere stays tense as unresolved questions yet surround Eren and the nature of this world. Leo seems out over the unusual environment, reflecting on the connection between this place and Eren. He recognizes that the realm itself is unstable and that uncovering the truth regarding Eren is necessary to escape. Leo reflects on the structure of the current trial, recalling that objectives usually appear solely following defeating a central foe. The absence of such a trigger suggests that the situation does not pursue normal dungeon rules. He analyzes the system further and questions how the hero's realm is functioning. The aura of an evident objective lacking proper conditions indicates that the environment is being influenced externally rather than operating independently. The objective to locate Eren stays engaged, reinforcing that the world is centered around a specific individual. Leo starts to suspect that this objective itself acts as a key tied straight to Eren's existence. Leo considers the possibility of different type of key, not an object but a person with powerful connections. This idea shifts his understanding of how the realm may have been activated. He concludes that the opening of this realm cannot be clarified by standard systems. The situation emerges to rely on personal ties or influence rather than predefined conditions. Leo recognizes that his own involvement may be the cause of the realm's activation. The connection between himself and Eren becomes more significant. He reflects on his former as a legendary hero and considers the possibility that his reincarnation was planned. The idea that his return was readied for a future purpose changes his perspective on his existence. He recognizes that the current events may be part of a larger design, one that required his memories and identity to remain intact. This realization deepens the mystery encircling Eren and the constructed realm. As Leo remains within the unusual environment, he accepts that uncovering the truth is necessary. His thoughts settle as he readies to proceed ahead, understanding that his role is central to resolving the situation. Leo regains consciousness within a room whilst R2 remains nearby. His body has recovered quicker than expected, displaying odd resilience after the previous encounter. Leo reflects on the events from the previous morning, realizing that the environment they are in actively targets intruders. This understanding reinforces that the realm is not passive but reacts with intent towards outsiders. Agon enters and observes Leo's recovery with curiosity. His aura suggests authority and knowledge regarding the situation, indicating that he may play a key role in guiding or testing them further. Agon evaluates Leo's condition and acknowledges his rapid recovery, noting a evident difference compared to his state throughout the earlier conflict. His reaction implies that Leo's abilities exceed normal expectations. Leo stays cautious as the man proceeds his assessment, unsure of his genuine intentions. Regardless the tension, the situation shifts aside from hostility towards controlled observation. Agon leads Leo and R2 across the ruins, signaling a temporary alliance. Their motion across the damaged environment shows that the immediate threat has subsided, but uncertainty stays. As they walk, R2 considers the possibility that Agon is intentionally guiding them towards a specific destination. The idea suggests that their path is being influenced rather than chosen freely. Agon reveals information regarding Eren, describing him as a significant figure connected to the Age of Calamity. His explanation implies that Eren holds a central role in the history of this realm. He questions what happened in the former, hinting at a concealed occasion that shaped Eren's fate. The inquiry deepens the mystery, indicating that uncovering this former will be essential to resolving the current situation. Leo and R2 stand within the ruined city as the sky distorts with unusual patterns, signaling instability in the environment. The phenomenon suggests that the realm is reacting to an unseen power, making the situation more unpredictable. They advance a team of children assembled around the cloaked man, who appears to be caring for them. The sight contrasts with the ruined surroundings, indicating that fragments of normal life yet exist within this distorted realm. One of the children observes Leo and R2, and Agon acknowledges their aura by allowing them to stay. This interaction suggests that they are no longer seen as immediate threats, at least within this region. The team stays jointly as Agon maintains a calm and protective stance. His moves reinforce the idea that he is responsible for maintaining command amid the remaining inhabitants. R2 reacts emotionally following realizing that the man is not hostile, displaying a shift in her perception. The tension from earlier starts to ease, allowing the team to lower their guard slightly. Leo observes the surrounding cautiously, noting the silent and fragile stability of the region. Regardless the steady instant, he remains alert, aware that the environment could change at any time. Leo's look sharpens as he senses a familiar aura nearing. The shift in his awareness indicates that someone significant has entered the region. An enigmatic figure emerges within a cosmic-like space layered over the environment. The visual distortion suggests that this individual exists beyond the normal boundaries of the recreated realm. The figure reveals herself as a mighty entity connected to shadows named Elsie. Her aura confirms that higher-level forces are involved in shaping the current realm.
5,000 years ago, a gloomy city lies under a swirling sky as news spreads of a deadly plague. In a graveyard near a towering castle, a worn-down man sits alone among tombstones. Two newcomers approach the area, and the silver-haired elf girl carefully studies the broken man. She recognizes him as someone tied to an old heroic title connected to the Azuric sky. The man looks up in confusion, suspicious and exhausted, unsure why strangers are seeking him out in such a grim place. The visitors reveal their purpose. They are part of a force meant to stop a growing catastrophe. The dark-haired woman speaks with confidence, while the elf stands ready with a staff. The man refuses their offer and stays seated, showing no intention of fighting again. Another cloaked figure watches nearby, suggesting the group has support but also tension. The elf seems unsettled by how completely the man has shut down. The silver-haired cloaked figure steps in close and quietly judges the situation. He sees the man's spirit as shattered, but also senses that abandoning him may create an even worse outcome later. The cloaked figure explains that even a broken will can be restored. The group stands in the graveyard while the broken man remains collapsed beside the stones, and the moment becomes a turning point for what they will do next. Luna decides the broken man cannot be trusted to save anyone, because his hatred and despair are too deep. She prepares to leave him behind rather than risk bringing someone unstable into their mission. As they move to depart, the broken man gives them one final direction. Instead of himself, he points them toward a different person who could help carry the burden of saving the world, naming someone called Aran. The group heads into the dark city skyline, realizing the search has only begun. They question how they can find Aran across such a vast land, but they have no other lead, so they follow the only path left forward. The group leaves the graveyard under a sky that looks like a dark eye opening. The mission becomes urgent, and the direction to find Aran feels careless, despite how serious the crisis is. They move through ruined streets while the plague threat hangs over the land. Even with time, searching for one person in a vast world feels nearly impossible. Luna steadies the team and keeps them focused. The elf girl, Luna, stays frustrated, but the others treat the search like a long hunt that must be done carefully. A strange presence appears nearby, drawing attention away from the search. The air shifts and something hidden begins watching them from the shadows. A shadow spirit reveals itself, small but eerie, surrounded by unnatural light. Its appearance confirms the area is not safe, and the group realizes they are being observed. The cloaked man recognizes the shadow spirit and recalls meeting it before the subjugation force fully formed. He understands it is connected to past events and may lead them to something important. Instead of confronting it, the cloaked man decides now is not the time to force answers. He prepares to move on while keeping the spirit's presence in mind. In another place, a blonde worker serves food from a large pot to hungry youths. One of them, Leo in wolf form, receives the meal with calm manners, showing he is used to hardship. Two beast-eared kids approach a tired adult and invite him to eat with them. Their simple kindness breaks through the tense atmosphere, and the adult allows himself to slow down. While the three share the meal, the adult begins questioning them about Aran and whether they truly came because of him. The conversation turns serious as he tries to confirm if they know where Aran is, showing that finding Aran may depend on these children and the hidden connections around them. The white-haired beast kid reacts sharply to the serious talk about Aran, showing he takes the name personally and refuses to accept any criticism. The kids press the tired man for details, and it becomes clear he has not heard from Aran for half a year. Their shock grows when they realize he knew Aran closely. The man admits he was Aran's master, but he speaks with harsh honesty and calls Aran a failure, The blunt confession changes the mood from curiosity to tension. The white-haired kid argues in his head that Aaron is noble and heroic. Unable to match that vision with what the master claims, the gap between legend and reality becomes the problem. Another kid tries to lighten the moment, saying too much humility is not helpful either. The group's reactions split between disbelief, confusion, and stubborn loyalty. The master corrects them and insists Aaron is not great or brave. The white-haired kid is stunned and struggles to accept such a direct rejection of everything he believed. The master explains Aaron has impressive power for his age, but he wastes it through fear. Aaron left because he could not face battle, turning strength into something he avoids using. The white-haired kid explodes with denial, refusing to believe Aaron could be a coward. The outburst draws attention from the surrounding people and turns the scene chaotic. The master watches the meltdown and asks what caused it. The wolf-eared kid calmly explains the truth. The white-haired kid has an idealized vision of Aaron and treats him like a perfect hero. The group is left with a hard choice: accept the master's warning or cling to the fantasy. Even while eating, they realize that finding Aaron will not be a simple recruitment, but a confrontation with the fear that made him disappear. A rugged, bearded man hears a strange rumor about a student. He looks tense and embarrassed, as if the idea is unreal and hard to accept. Leo, a black-furred beast boy in a school uniform, stands before the man in a ruined area. Leo reveals that he survived because of the man's disciple, which immediately shocks him and forces him to pay attention. The scene shifts into a remembered past. A white-haired beast boy appears in a harsh battlefield setting, showing that the disciple acted in places others never saw and protected many people in secret. The memory continues. The white-haired boy is shown as one of the rescued, confirming the disciple was a real hero to individuals who were never written into grand history. Back in the present, the bearded man struggles to process what he is hearing. He realizes the child changed drastically in only half a year, which feels impossible and unsettling. Another perspective shows the white-haired beast boy sitting alone, shaken by the claim that Lord Aaron was a coward. The statement conflicts with everything he believed about the hero who shaped his life. The story widens to the academy grounds and bleak surroundings. The boy insists Aaron gave him courage, and the memory becomes personal. Rather than legendary, a flashback shows the boy as timid and easily frightened. Training was painful and discouraging, and he often wanted to quit, but guidance from an adult figure kept him moving forward. The adult explains the boy's identity. The boy's name is tied to the meaning of hero, taken from Lord Aaron's name, making his goal feel like a duty rather than a dream. The white-haired boy makes a clear decision. He chooses to become like Lord Aaron, confident and unshakable, so he will never retreat when others need help. That resolve mirrors Leo's own purpose in the present to uncover the truth behind the legends, expose what was hidden, and prove that real courage can exist even when history calls it cowardice. The white-haired beast boy hears Aaron called a coward and freezes. A gentle hand rests on his head, but his eyes harden as he clings to the belief that Aaron saved the world. In a bright, drifting memory, the boy is lifted and carried through a ruined corridor. He insists Aaron was bravest when everyone else broke, and that is why even the gods named him a hero. The memory tightens on a trembling grip and a uniform sleeve. The boy's feelings shift from shock to pride, and the accusation only makes Aaron seem more admirable in his mind. He bursts with renewed energy in the flashback, raising his arms as if he has been given permission to keep idolizing Aaron. Nearby, Leo watches with a tired calm, noticing how easily the boy's devotion swings. Back in the present, Leo's expression turns cold as he studies the destroyed area. He wonders if the children who once lived here were destined to die no matter what anyone did. It cuts to a bleak castle and dead trees. Leo recalls arriving with a group and finding the entire district already collapsing under sickness. Graves fill the ground in the recollection. Only one child remains alive, while the rest, including Agon, are already dead from the plague, leaving the survivors surrounded by silence and guilt. Leo processes the scale of the disaster. He realizes the deaths happened within a single month, even though the plague was severe, and he senses something unnatural behind the speed. He recalls medicine failing, priests fleeing, and rumors of poison in wells, yet the official records later called it mere misfortune alone. As stormy night returns to the present, Leo stands on broken stone as an unfamiliar presence approaches, and he recognizes the contempt in the newcomer's voice. The newcomer steps into view, a silver-haired aide tied to Levite Resar. He labels the place and its people as filth, revealing a cruel hierarchy that Leo cannot ignore, and setting up a new conflict over who decides whose lives matter. It explains that during the Age of Calamity, the fight against evil was not united. The world split into opposing sides, and betrayal within humanity became more dangerous than monsters. Two men face each other as proof that internal conflict shaped the era. Levite approaches with a formal greeting addressing Lord Agon as the guardian of the azure sky. His smile shows confidence, but his eyes reveal he expects obedience rather than discussion. Agon's expression darkens as the aide's hidden thoughts surface. Levite views Agon as someone who chased status through force and only pretended to be heroic, exposing deep contempt beneath polite manners. Levite suddenly grabs the bearded man in a harsh display of power. He argues that a great hero like Agon should not rot in a cursed land and insists that even the gods would not accept such a fate. A hand stops Levite's pressure before it becomes worse. Agon repeats his condition. He will consider cooperation only if the Lord guarantees the safety of the children living in the area, showing his priorities are protection, not glory. Levite's eyes sharpen as he confirms the point, while a small vision shows frightened children huddled together. Their fear explains why Agon refuses to move unless their lives are secured first. Levite withdraws and prepares to report that the guardian of the azure sky is not ready. In another inset, a boy clutches a younger child, showing the fragile people caught between powerful figures. Levite's tone changes as he touches his brooch and hints at another purpose. His smile returns, suggesting the report is only part of the mission and that he is hiding the real objective. Leo, the black-furred beast boy, hears strict orders, retrieve Skaten, the sword that devours darkness. He recognizes the weapon's name as one of the strongest from the Age of Calamity, and realizes the visit was planned around it. The bearded man reacts with suspicion as the sword's chained silhouette fills the scene. He realizes Agon once possessed Skaten, yet Aaron never mentioned it, and he wonders why Agon kept such a weapon instead of giving it to Aaron before setting out. Levite argues again about Skaten, claiming the sword broke in battle 10 years ago. He accuses Agon of refusing a direct command for selfish reasons and insists the broken sword story is a lie. Agon answers without hesitation. He questions why he would need to lie and makes it clear that even if he did, Levite would not be able to force him to confess or comply. Agon's presence turns threatening. The aide faces him as the air shifts, realizing Agon is willing to use strength if provoked and will not be intimidated by authority. The aide shows tension and sweat as he backs down. He announces a retreat for the day but warns that his lord will return soon, implying continued pressure as long as Agon stays in Reasar. The mood changes back to the present setting with Leo and Agon. Agon admits he may have shown something unpleasant, but Leo dismisses it, saying he is used to cowards like that. Agon asks what joining the Hero Legion really means. He receives a blunt explanation, confirming it is exactly what it sounds like and not a polite title. A terrifying vision of darkness and a single red eye fills the memory. The Hero Legion is described as an army formed to fight Erebos. The white-haired beast boy reacts strongly to the idea, thinking joining the Hero Legion must be good if it is meant to fight Erebos. His fear mixes with admiration for those who stand at the front lines. Agon explains why he cannot join. A flashback shows children eating simple food together, and Agon states that if he leaves, no one will remain to care for them. The white-haired boy protests, pointing out that orphans should normally be protected by the state. His expression shows frustration because the system's failure is now forcing Agon to choose between saving the world and saving the children right in front of him. The powerful group called Reasar refuses to protect them and treats their lives as expendable, choosing to abandon a few to preserve the many. Leo sits tense and silent while R stands furious, unable to accept the idea of leaving children behind. The bearded man watches them calmly as if their outrage is expected. Lord Agon reacts with a confident smile, amused by their anger. He judges their beliefs as unrealistic and questions whether they truly understand the brutal era they are dealing with. Lord Agon stands in a bright field under flowering branches while children gather around him. The peaceful setting contrasts the earlier ruins, hinting that he once chose to shelter the weak instead of turning away. Lord Agon is seen as a figure of protection, walking forward while children follow closely. The moment suggests that he built trust through action, not reputation. A close view shows Leo among the children. He receives gentle attention, as if he is treated as important despite being young. The scene implies Lord Agon's care is deliberate, guided by a belief that saving children matters. A sharp focus on an observing eye reveals Lord Agon studying the boy carefully. The boy looks no older than a teenager, yet something about him feels heavier than his age. From behind, Lord Agon watches the children walk ahead into the glowing field. He reflects on the strange weight carried by that boy and wonders what kind of past could shape someone so young. Back in the present, Leo or Kyle and AR sit on a broken beam beneath scattered light. They introduce themselves and reveal the boy's name is Kyle, framing him as someone tied to the topic they were arguing about. Lord Agon repeats the name in his mind and grows serious, He recognizes that dealing with Kyle will not be simple because the boy's presence suggests a deeper conflict than abandoning children. A sudden clue hits hard. AR freezes when the name Kyle is linked to the legendary surviving hero. The connection feels impossible, and his shock shows that the story everyone learned might be wrong. A darker memory flashes like a warning. The vision of a battered figure appears, and the thought becomes clear. Kyle is not just a rumor or title. He is a real person tied to tragedy, and his existence changes everything. Agon hears the name Kyle and reacts with hesitation. The name brings a sense of weight, hinting at an identity far greater than expected. He recognizes it. Kyle shares the same name as the legendary surviving hero. R is stunned upon hearing Kyle's name spoken aloud. Confusion spreads across her face. The realization hits hard. Kyle, her companion, bears the name of the one hero who supposedly endured when others fell. It cuts to a mysterious memory. A figure cloaked in fire and shadow, likely the true Kyle of legend, stands amidst a battlefield. The legend was not a myth. The surviving hero, long believed to be a tale, is real, and now walking among them. Overwhelmed by the revelation, AR attempts to voice the truth but falters. Her body stiffens as her thoughts race. She is on the verge of calling him what he might truly be. But shock holds her back. The tension escalates. R suddenly slips and crashes onto the ground with Kyle, interrupting the intensity. The moment turns chaotic, and their teacher, Agon, is left puzzled by the outburst and fall. Agon, unaware of the deeper conversation, casually asks what happened. Kyle brushes it off, hiding his identity and avoiding suspicion. AR, still shaken, chooses not to reveal the truth. Kyle leans in close and whispers to AR, warning her that careless words could compromise their strategy. Despite the secrecy, he notices her tale and awkwardly comments, momentarily breaking the tension with embarrassment. Sitting in silence, Agon reflects. He recalls something he had long forgotten, that choosing the right path should always come naturally. Kyle's presence stirs clarity in Agon's own beliefs. Kyle takes the initiative, asking why they're in Reincarnation. He reveals their goal directly: to meet Eren, a person whose name seems to hold weight and purpose for both of them. Agon permits them to stay, affirming that even though Eren has been missing for half a year, this place remains his home. The journey now shifts toward waiting for Eren's return and the truths he may carry. Kyle stays hidden in the ruined academy grounds while Agon watches the damaged building and believes Kyle will return someday. The atmosphere is tense, like the place is waiting for something important to restart. Kyle and Agon sit close by when a glowing system window suddenly appears in front of them. Kyle stays calm, but the surprise hits hard because the notification feels like a mission trigger. The system announces a new strategy objective. They must meet Eren, who will return home in 3 days. The objective is clear, time-limited, and pushes the situation forward with urgency. The mission updates as completed progress, confirming Eren's return is real and close. Kyle realizes their choice to come here and find Agon was correct. Agon becomes a key link to reaching Eren, and the objective suggests Eren is someone important enough to change their direction. Kyle quickly decides to question Agon further about Eren and prepares to move. Agon warns him to stay focused and not ruin the plan. The next step becomes gathering information and reaching Eren before the 3-day deadline ends. Kyle stares at the glowing window in shock. The sudden appearance of the system feels different from the earlier objective, and he realizes something new is being forced onto his path. The strategy objective updates with a hidden mission: save Agon, the guardian of the azuric sky. The wording makes it clear this is not optional, and the system is treating Agon's survival as a critical condition. Kyle turns his back slightly, processing the meaning of a hidden objective. He understands the message is likely meant only for him, implying the system is watching his actions more closely than anyone else's. Kyle thinks back to the past when he first came here in his former era. Agon's will was already broken back then, which means the saving is not about life or death, but about preventing Agon from falling into despair again. The pressure increases as Kyle realizes the 3 days until Eren's return are dangerous. He concludes that something will happen during that time that could shatter Agon's will completely. With Eren's arrival approaching, Kyle prepares to intervene before the turning point happens. Kyle senses a missing piece in the world's story. A truth that should be recorded is absent, and the gap points directly to him. Kyle meets Elsie, a spirit. Her presence feels familiar, like a link to an older era. Elsie watches him closely, testing whether his memories and identity match the legend she once knew. Elsie evaluates Kyle's power and status. The signs are too specific to ignore: the skill, the aura, and the rare traits that only the surviving hero would possess. Kyle realizes AR is comparing him to the hero named Kyle, Kyle doesn't trust easy answers, especially in a world that erased records and reshaped history. The tension grows as Elsie presses for certainty. A vision opens, revealing a bright, drifting space filled with symbols and light. Ara's connection pulls Kyle toward a deeper secret involving the Orb of Light and the forces tied to Laziest. The path ahead becomes clear. Someone is hiding the truth, and Kyle must uncover who benefits from his disappearance. Kyle studies the Orb of Light and realizes why Elsie once confused him with the legendary hero Kyle. The orb carries a signature that matches the missing hero record. Elsie explains she has heard the old rumors about Laziest. The stories say Laziest sent Gardsron and his companions to subjugate Erebos, and the mission reshaped the world's history. Elsie admits she was preparing to search for Kyle. She believes his return is not an accident but a required event, and she treats the situation like a plan already in motion. Kyle becomes more suspicious of who is guiding her. Elsie pushes the conclusion that Kyle's role is obvious. She frames the stakes as world level, insisting that the missing hero must act again to prevent the same disaster from repeating. Kyle compares Elsie to the shadow spirit he once contracted and senses a major difference. That confirms a deeper mystery. Someone altered the spirits, and the truth about Kyle was buried on purpose. Kyle questions Elsie's motives and asks why she is so determined to save the world. He watches her closely, trying to decide if her urgency is real or programmed by something else. Elsie explains her origin as a spirit born during the Age of Calamity. She reveals a simple reason for her goal. She wants a peaceful sky again, where the stars can be seen without fear. Elsie reaches toward the imagined night sky and claims the stars are dazzling. Kyle realizes her motivation is personal, not political, and it makes her actions easier to predict. Kyle asks where Laziest is now. Elsie reports that Laziest is traveling toward Raysar and will take time to arrive, meaning the next move cannot happen immediately. Elsie decides she will not miss the chance to meet him and pushes for a contract with Laziest. Kyle asks why, and Elsie points to rumors that Laziest defeated the Legion commander Jormungand, confirming Laziest is powerful and central to the hidden conflict. Elsie insists Laziest is the perfect contractor because he defeated a Legion commander and declared he would subjugate Erebos. Kyle watches her excitement and struggles to adjust to how different she is from the spirit he remembers. Kyle reflects that Elsie once chose him as her contractor, yet she never explained why. That missing reason feels connected to the larger mystery surrounding his identity, and the records erased from history. Elsie pauses as if remembering something important, then shifts her attitude. Kyle senses she is holding back details, and her sudden change makes him more alert. A hidden warning appears: the truth must be kept secret from Agon. Kyle realizes someone is monitoring them, and that Agon may be involved in the same forces that reshaped the past. A dark power reveals itself as Station, the sword that devours darkness. The presence confirms that Elsie and Kyle are tied to weapons and spirits beyond normal contracts, and that revealing everything could trigger a dangerous conflict. In Raysar's throne hall, the ruler learns that Agon ignored a direct command. The refusal shocks the court because it means a trusted figure is acting independently during a crisis. Rodion, Lord of Raysar, demands answers and insists the city needs Agon's power to survive. His fear grows when he realizes the refusal was deliberate, not a mistake or report. Levite explains Agon is still focused on the orphans of the cursed land. That detail frustrates the leadership because they see it as a distraction from protecting the nation. Rodion erupts in anger and strikes, calling the decision foolish. The outburst shows how desperate Raysar has become and how little patience remains for mercy. A cold warning spreads through the shadows, addressing the little black rabbit. The voice condemns Agon for choosing small lives over a greater cause, signaling that someone is watching and ready to force obedience. Levite reports that a plague is spreading through the cursed land. The message is delivered like entertainment, turning disaster into a rumor to be used. Panic rises as the plague is named Jabberwock. Officials fear the refugees will carry it into Raysar, shaking the entire city. The threat becomes immediate, forcing leaders to consider harsh containment before the situation grows. Levite proposes cutting the problem off before it spreads. The plan is framed as necessary, but the target is clear: the homeless orphans and refugees. Levite treats lives as numbers and pushes a solution that removes the weak first. Levite reassures the ruler that rumors have already spread across the city. The public is ready to accept extreme measures if it means safety. The commander hints that Agon will not stop what is coming, leaving the ruler cornered by fear. A chant calls to the little rabbit, urging a cruel dance. Rodion is pressured to act in the name of the people and plague prevention. The moment reveals the true enemy: manipulation that turns a health crisis into permission for violence. A sinister presence watches from a swirling, blood-colored gaze, inviting chaos like a ritual about to begin. The mood signals that someone is pushing events toward a disaster that could swallow an entire city. Inside the Lord's estate, Rodion shows visible stress but forces himself to stay composed. He recognizes the situation is beyond ordinary politics and that only a capable aide can prevent the worst outcome. Levite stands before Rodion in a solemn chamber, framed by ominous patterns like a warning seal. Rodion grants Levite full control over Re-Azar's security, turning the crisis into an official operation. Levite accepts the responsibility without hesitation. He immediately ties the mission to a larger threat, promising to recover Shatton and stop the coming disaster before it reaches the public. Elsewhere, the academy grows tense, as reports spread about a cursed zone and a plague risk. Students panic over the possibility of infection reaching the city. In the middle of the unrest, Kyle, black-haired with rabbit ears, appears calm but alert, standing alone as others call for action. The academy courtyard turns tense as students rush to leave the area worried about infection. A group clusters around the commotion, pushing others to move faster before the situation worsens. Kyle watches the crowd carefully as the rumors grow. After Levite visited Agon's shelter, talk of a plague suddenly increases, and Kyle notices how organized the fear feels. That night, far from the academy, Kyle sits near a small fire with Elsie. He considers the next step and thinks about a powerful ally. The name Laziest comes up as someone widely known for summoning. The mood shifts as Kyle questions the larger purpose behind all this. Sitting with Elsie under the open sky, he wonders whether the world is even worth saving if people can be manipulated so easily. Elsie answers in a cold, uncertain way, treating survival like a coin toss. Her reaction confirms that the threat is bigger than one city, and that the real enemy might be targeting hope itself. By the campfire, Kyle's companion pushes back against his doubts and insists the priority is saving the world first, the moment reminding Kyle that hesitation only helps the unseen enemy. Elsie stays quiet watching the flames. Her silence feels heavier than an answer, and it signals that she understands how deep the manipulation goes, even if she refuses to show emotion. Kyle reflects on the past and remembers the Elsie he met a year ago, detached and uninterested in the world. He also recalls Agon already looking broken back then, as if he had been crushed long before the current crisis. The truth sharpens, the children did not die from a plague. Back at the academy, Kyle is pulled into the present when AR, a white-haired rabbit student, runs up looking for him. Kyle asks about Mr. Agon, and AR reacts instantly, calling him Uncle Agon with shock. That reaction confirms a personal link to the shelter and suggests Agon is closer to the academy than anyone admitted. News spreads that Agon was summoned by an official command from the Lord of Resar. The order turns the plague panic into a government matter, and armed personnel begin moving through the city as if preparing for war. A public announcement declares an operation to purge the source of the plague. Kyle and R overhear it, and Kyle realizes the rumor has been turned into justification for violence. A child reports that Uncle Agon already went to the Lord's castle, that confirms Agon is being pulled into the center of power, exactly when accusations are escalating, and people are demanding someone to blame. An armored guard confronts the child with hostility, blaming her for the plague's existence. The threat is no longer disease, it is punishment disguised as protection, and innocent people are being targeted. The sudden strike forces the soldiers to pause, and the operation shifts from a simple purge into a real battle. Kyle sees that the true enemy has finally pushed the city to the edge, and the next move will decide whether Re-Azar is saved or turned into a massacre. R shields a frightened child as the purge operation turns into open violence. The air is filled with shouting and fear, and R realizes the soldiers are not trying to rescue anyone. Kyle steps forward and orders AR to focus on protecting the children. He faces the armed knights directly, treating them as the real threat while civilians remain trapped behind them. A knight leader appears and declares himself Jaren of the Resar Hero Knights. He frames resistance as betrayal of the Lord, raising his shield and preparing to force obedience through power. The timing and cruelty do not match Rodion's values, and Kyle suspects Levite is the one twisting the Lord's authority into a slaughter order. Kyle connects the pieces. The knights are using a fake plague as an excuse to kill every child and retrieve Shatton. The mission is not security. It is a purge designed to erase witnesses and seize something hidden among the shelter's children. Kyle's eyes harden as he condemns the knights, warning that anyone claiming to be a hero must hold a basic moral line. His judgment lands like a verdict, exposing the purge as disgraceful. Jaren answers with contempt, calling Kyle a rookie who dares to challenge trained knights. He tightens his stance, convinced authority and experience will crush resistance. Kyle strikes first, slamming fire-wrapped power into Jaren's defense. The hit forces Jiren to react instead of lecture, proving Kyle is not just interfering, he is capable of overwhelming force. Observers note Kyle's unusual fire-attributed aura and realize he is far beyond a normal student. Jiren's confidence wavers as he senses a threat he cannot control through rank. Jiren counters with a sweeping shield technique, forming a massive arc meant to swallow Kyle's flames. He claims the attack will not pierce his defense, trying to reassert dominance. But the clash signals the fight has escalated into a serious duel. Kyle's flame slash crashes into Jiren's guard, and Jiren's expression shifts from confidence to alarm. The impact exposes weaknesses in the knight's control. The collision detonates across the street, kicking up smoke and scattering debris. The explosion forces the knights and bystanders to retreat, and the purge formation breaks as panic replaces discipline. As the smoke clears, a strange black vortex opens above Kyle like an eye in the sky. A chilling voice judges him, calling both his skill and equipment crude. Kyle grips his burning weapon, realizing a higher-level enemy is now watching the fight directly.
Descending from overhead, the warrior girl R unleashed a devastating pink energy strike. Her body glowed with raw strength as she crashed towards her target, sending out a shockwave that fractured the encircling earth. The impact landed straight atop enormous foe knight. Energy rippled outward as the earth split under him. The helmeted figure staggered, overwhelmed by the abrupt explosive assault that pierced across his defenses in a single instant. Leo observed from afar, his look twisted in alarm. His gaze widened as R's assault hit its mark. Though startled, he recognized the intent beyond her strike, unrelenting power, aimed at halting the enemy's momentum. A monstrous purple creature was flung throughout the field, skidding versus the stone floor. Its body cracked the earth as it landed, struggling to rise. From the sky, Leo descended rapidly, his body wrapped in flame energy. His target was marked, and he aimed straight for the crater departed beyond by R. The red-armored knight screamed in agony as Leo's assault tore across their line. One collapsed instantly, whilst different reeled backward, clutching a fresh wound. Leo didn't stop. He had entered the war zone to eliminate every threat. R stepped ahead assuredly, her tone mocking. Her opponent's power didn't impress her. She questioned his claim to heroism, previously gauging his strength as inferior compared to what she had confronted before. Throughout from her stood Leo, steady but grave. He acknowledged R's ability, identifying her elasticity aura. She in turn identified his flame aura. They weren't merely allies, they were rival powers built for combat. With a smirk, R anticipated their eventual fight. The clash between their auras could be inevitable. She didn't terror it, she welcomed the trial it could bring. The war zone was merely their warm-up. An oaf soldier stepped ahead, shouting boldly. He claimed allegiance to Lord Leviathan, warning them that retaliation could pursue. But his injuries created his threats hollow. Ron stood firm, his gaze burned with fury as he recalled the orphanage children put in threat. He declared vengeance not merely for his comrades, but for every child Leviathan's followers had harmed. Leo shifted to R and offered her the order to evacuate the children. He might handle what came following solo. R nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation and the need to act rapid. As Leo's red aura surged about him, he cautioned R to act swiftly. The energy encircling him became heavier, more violent. He had no time for distractions, his following advance could require total focus. R assembled the children, shielding them with her body. She sensed the threat in Leo's aura and didn't hesitate. With a steady order, she led the children aside from the blast zone. A whirlpool of red strength formed beyond Leo as he readied his attack. The foe knight barely had time to react. A voice close by commented on Leo's frightening transformation, realizing too late the storm they had provoked. A twisted red aura surged throughout the field as Kyle, the reincarnated hero, confronted his inner gloom. Haunting memories of the former awakened his alternate identity as the brutal assassin known as the March Hare appeared. The war zone trembled under the weight of that truth. Kyle's body advanced on instinct, blades slashing across illusions and question. Echoes of the lives he took screamed in his mind. The whispers about him recognized him not as a hero, but as the Black Rabbit, the one who assassinated Night Rabbit in cold blood. Descending from the blood-soaked sky, Kyle slammed into the earth with a ruthless strike. His look was void of hesitation. He wasn't merely recalling who he was accepting it. The feared March Hare had returned. Rohan, the sharp-eyed pupil with fox ears, marched ahead throughout the cracked floor. Dragging a bloodied blade beyond him, he displayed no remorse. His gaze locked onto the foe before him with pure, unwavering intent. Confronting betrayal head-on, Rohan expressed no surprise. He had dealt with treacherous enemies before and considered this merely different test. From afar, Leo Plov observed with shock. Realization struck him tough. The foe had been willing to sacrifice his allies merely to seize Shoten, a mysterious and powerful relic. That cruel logic created Leo's blood boil. Leo recalled a distant memory. Elsie, the girl of glow, formerly unleashed a power so immense it erased an whole city in seconds. Even amid the heroes, her strength stood overhead all, wrapped in both awe and fear. A hooded witness stared in horror, identifying the same divine energy reawakening currently. The golden brilliance wasn't merely magic, it was the kind of strength that might reshape or ruin the world. The name Elsie echoed across trembling lips. A golden seal cracked open, revealing Elsie suspended in radiant energy. Her form was barely visible across the swirling magic, but her aura solo overwhelmed the space. The hooded man stood frozen, breath gripped in reverence and terror. Elsie's voice pierced the divine space. Her words addressed Kyle straight, reminding him of his former choice to seal away the light. Kyle struggled to hold rearward emotion. Tears welled in his gaze, uncertain if this was forgiveness, punishment, or a second opportunity. As she shimmered in warm glow, Elsie confessed her solely wish to witness the stars before they vanished. Before the age of catastrophe swallowed faith, she had dreamed of tranquil skies untouched by war. Starlight unfolded overhead as Elsie's voice narrated her dream. To save the realm wasn't a heroic order, it was a personal wish, born from yearning. In a memory, a youthful Elsie pointed to the sky, vowing to protect it. That was when she resolved to act, not to become a goddess, but to preserve the view of stars for remaining to cherish. Smiling brightly, youthful Elsie declared her wish to be a guiding star, one that might lead the misplaced and weary rearward toward hope. Flames danced upward as a system notice hovered in the air. Leo Plav, standing beside his allies, observed that regardless their attempts, the evident condition for the mission still hadn't been fulfilled. The tension about them lingered. A golden prompt emerged. The objective stayed concealed. The requirement to safeguard the guardian of the broken sky had not been achieved. Uncertainty struck Leo. Was the shelter yet unsafe? Did more threats remain? Kyle assessed the situation quietly. He recalled how Agon had headed to the Lord's castle, whilst Elsie chose to remain beyond. Even lacking Kyle or R, Elsie had willingly stayed, standing her earth. Kyle reflected on the former battles. Regardless being solo, Elsie had been powerful enough to handle Leviathan's subordinates. She didn't need protection. She had formerly fought whole armies by herself. But currently, a distinct threat loomed. Kyle recognized the children from the orphanage had nearly died in the previous assault, something even a grand spirit like Elsie couldn't have halted. The threat wasn't ordinary. Rayon clenched his fists and muttered to R that more enemies were coming, stronger than the ones they had merely beaten. R, startled, acknowledged the shift. The situation was regarding to escalate anew. R processed the rising threat, realizing the enemies had likely sensed their aura following the last combat. Her gaze swept the horizon, ears twitching. The steady was deceptive. Reinforcements could arrive shortly. Even Rowan, regardless his power, recognized that defending the children and fighting simultaneously wouldn't be simple. They weren't merely warriors currently, they were guardians, and that role came with distant, heavier burdens. Yet R wasn't lacking faith. She shifted towards Rayon with resolve and suggested an idea: finding Eren, the missing hero. Rayon paused. If Eren was genuinely out there, he might shift the odds. R hesitated as she recalled that Lord Eren wasn't supposed to return to Razar for different 3 days. But then, the system responded, confirming a fresh objective: to meet Eren, who had previously arrived early. Rayon and R stood under the Radiant System message. R had suspected it. The restricted zone had narrowed to Razar. That meant Eren was previously within reach, and the mission depended on reaching him. Rayon, however, pointed out that they had technically previously cleared the current objective. They didn't need to claim additional risks, but he understood that wasn't going to stop either of them from pressing ahead. Air glanced up at the shining sky. Regardless the logic in Rayon's words, she might tell he had no intention of staying out of the coming storm. His resolve burned merely under the surface. Rayon admitted it could be perilous, but threat wasn't enough to deter someone like R. They had previously confronted unthinkable odds together, and this mission was no different. They had chosen this path. With a soft smile, R exposed her cause. She had formerly admired Lord Eren the Brave. That admiration had sparked her dream of becoming a hero. R, complete of energy, rejected the idea of staying beyond. She insisted that there was no cause she couldn't support the mission straight, even at the front lines. She didn't see herself as merely a bystander. She argued that if Leo did all things himself, Lord Eren could solely acknowledge him, leaving her in the background. Leo was startled by her logic, but couldn't argue. She reminded him they were partners in this attempt. Leo admitted he had a plan to locate Eren. R responded assuredly, offering to hold their current position solo whilst Leo carried out the mission. She was resolved to prove she was more than support.
Memories from the former started to surface. Aaron's legs stepped into the glow, echoing with purpose. His thoughts wandered across the ruined city, wondering how powerful he had become since his last combat. As he recalled those he formerly fought beside, Aaron reflected on his hesitation. Though stronger currently, he had chosen not to join the Hero Corps, thinking his aura could disrupt their teamwork or overshadow their growth. Regardless, being fully capable, Aaron had rather stayed beyond. It wasn't indecision, it was a quiet vow. He had chosen not to chase glory, but to protect the city in his own method, aside from the spotlight. The tower overlooking Razar offered a complete view of the city. Aaron stood atop it, concealed in shadow, taking in every corner. This vantage point offered him command, letting him track any motion across the region. Rowan arrived at the top of the tower, startled by the aura of someone previously there. He had been next the clues to locate Lord Aaron, but hadn't expected to meet him so shortly or in such a silent instant. From throughout the balcony, the figure confirmed Ron's suspicion he was indeed the lone hero from the Age of Catastrophe, the solely one amid the greats born throughout the darkest time and still standing strong. The figure proceeded, describing Ron as timid but undeniably courageous. He had observed Ron's moves from afar, amazed by how distant he had come in such a short time. Ron's growth hadn't gone unnoticed. Ron confirmed his purpose for coming. He had climbed the tower to meet Aaron personally. Aaron's recognition seized him off guard. He hadn't recognized the legendary hero, previously understood who he was. As Ron stood in awe, Aaron stepped ahead, revealing his confront. He acknowledged Ron, lacking hesitation. There was no need for introductions. Aaron had been watching over them, waiting for the proper instant to act. Ron carried urgent news. Elsie and the other children were in threat. The shelter might be overrun by nightfall, and their defenses could not hold. The foe's movements were accelerating, and time was running out. As the complete weight of the situation sank in, Aaron shifted towards the city. His silence faded, and resolve returned. He had paused long enough. If the children were in threat, then he had no choice but to rise anew. Shadowy energy surged about Aaron as he activated his strength. With one leap, he launched himself from the tower, surrounded by purple power. His descent signaled the reawakening of a dormant legend, the genuine return of the hero of catastrophe. A blinding golden glow erupted throughout the sky as Aaron unsealed his eyes, now glowing with radiant energy. His aura surged uncontrollably, igniting the air and distorting the space about him. The strength marked a complete awakening. Aaron gradually stepped ahead, his body entirely wrapped in golden energy. Leo, standing close by, observed with awe as the power crackled through the ground. The immense pressure shook close-by structures and signaled the return of a hero. Aaron shifted his gaze towards Leo, sensing something familiar in him. Though they had not once met straight, something regarding Leo triggered memories buried deep in Aaron's past. The war zone became silent under the weight of recognition. Leo stood his earth, unshaken, as Aaron questioned a quiet question through his presence. Their encounter carried further meaning beyond the combat. It sensed as though fate had aligned their paths formerly before. As Aaron started rising into the sky, his energy condensed into focused streams. He grasped currently was the time to act, and he might no longer hesitate. The mission had become evident. Leo silently acknowledged the instant. Aaron soared upward, prepared to rewrite destiny. From here ahead, the war was no longer theirs solo, it had become his. As explosions rocked the academy hall, frightened pupils huddled under desks and beyond pillars. The tranquil test environment shifted into turmoil as magic surged through the air. A figure leapt ahead, shining blue energy spiraling about their body. Swiftly, they slashed across the air, dispelling shadowy magic that threatened the surroundings. Different assailant responded with violet magic, launching a mighty counterstrike. The fighter flipped mid-air, dodging the assault as a splendid blue bolt of energy burst towards the enemy. The earth shattered from the impact, radiating raw mana that stunned everybody close by. R2 stood injured yet resolved, shadows swirling at her feet. Though overwhelmed by the enemy's power, she summoned her remaining magic. Her breathing was heavy, and her stance weakened, but she refused to rearward down. The foe mocked her, leaping from the burning sky like a predator. His blade aimed straight at R2, fueled by arrogance and strength. With no hesitation, he plunged downward. But before the blow might land, a power erupted under them. A fresh figure intervened, blocking the assault. The clash sent waves across the region, causing buildings to tremble. R2 observed as her savior stood firm, refusing to let her fall. R2 climbed anew, confronting her remaining opponents under the moonlit ruins. Though bruised, her stance displayed resolve. She was not completed, and her glare cautioned that surrender was not an option. A magical projection of a noble woman emerged, praising R2's attempts. It was Lady Talatunia, reminding her of her lineage.
Encouragement flickered in R2's heart as she recalled her mother's faith in her power. Abruptly, Telatunia emerged from the shadows. R2 spun about, dodging an incoming strike. Her blade ignited formally more as she readied to proceed the fight without hesitation. R2 stood confront to confront with Telatunia, whose shadowy aura filled the air. The woman's gaze glowed, her tone cold and curious, as if mocking R2's resolve. A chilling tension spread throughout the room. Startled by the immense aura, R2's instincts screamed threat. Talatunia's smile faded into shadow as she transformed into a frightening form, resembling something unnatural. R2's senses flared, yet there was no demonic scent. As the illusion broke, R2's uncertainty deepened. The transformation sensed actual, but her perception stated otherwise. Something was hiding the genuine identity, something capable of suppressing even a demon's scent. It was more than a trick, it was a threat she couldn't read. Overhead her, crimson glow formed a circle, summoning a pair of winged entities that exuded strength. Telatunia ordered them, revealing her connection to demonic forces. The order to assault echoed as shadows descended. R2 had no time to escape. Magic crashed into the earth close her, tearing across the chamber. Yellow flames surged upward, shaking the foundations of the arena. Surrounded by destruction, R2 advanced swiftly, evading the blasts. But the attackers pursued relentlessly. Her surroundings burned, and her options dwindled. Telatunia emerged amid golden sparks, descending like divine wrath. With a swing of a shining staff, the attacker's power was halted. Telatunia hissed in frustration, her prey was slipping aside. Yet her look shifted when she recognized the staff. It belonged to someone she had not expected to see here. A warrior dove from the sky, gaze burning with resolve. He slammed into the war zone, breaking the foe's formation. As the dust cleared, his shining gaze locked with the foe's. A fierce combat was regarding to start. R2's body started trembling violently as crimson energy coursed across her. The immense strength pulsed from profound within, resisting her attempts to control it. Her body stiffened, searing agony surged as the energy flared. R2 fell to her knees, her mind overwhelmed by turmoil. A shadowed form loomed close by. One of the spider-like enemies lay writhing following taking a hit, but yet perilous. Elsie, currently beside R2, observed the combat quietly. With her steady gaze, she acknowledged R2's potential. Though wounded, R2 had survived contact with the corrupted spirit. Elsie lightly praised her, yet created it evident this was solely the beginning. Abrupt strike from overhead shattered the instant. One of the demons attacked with brutal force. Telatunia was launched throughout the war zone, crashing violently versus the stone floor. The spider-like foe laughed gleefully, amused by the agony it inflicted. Enjoying the destruction, it insisted more resistance, keen to proceed the hunt. Its enormous claws twitched with excitement as it readied different assault. Elsie stood firm amid the golden energy that shielded her. Regardless the fury of the foe's magic, she maintained control. But even she couldn't deny the increasing pressure from the relentless demonic power forward. R2 named out to Elsie, checking her condition. She nodded, signaling she might yet fight. Jointly, they confronted the monstrous foe, readying for different clash despite their exhaustion. Telatunia's grin widened. He mocked their attempts, amused they yet stood following everything. Her magic condensed into a blade-like form, shining ominously as he readied to strike anew. Abruptly, her mouth unhinged into a monstrous maw, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Her voice was twisted with hunger as she lunged ahead, aiming to devour them in one bite. Telatunia lunged, aiming to crush R2 with its claw. A figure shouted out, rushing to stop the strike, golden energy flaring in a desperate attempt to intercept the assault. Telatunia appeared beyond the combat, watching silently. She stepped ahead with eerie calmness, a haunting smile stretching throughout her confront. Her aura sent chills down R2's spine. Summoning R2, small kitten, Telatunia neared menacingly. R2 froze under her gaze, instincts warning her of the threat. Her heartbeat quickened as strength surged towards her, too rapid to block. Memories of power and courage flashed in R2's mind, words that formerly inspired her rang evident. She clenched her fists, remembering her dream of chasing following the hero she praised. Resolve reignited, she refused to fall. She couldn't tremble in terror whilst remaining fought for her. With every her power, she leapt ahead, eyes blazing with purpose. R2 threw herself into the fight, her blade clashing with monstrous claws. Her body ached, but her heart gripped firm. Each strike she delivered was fueled by resolve, not terror. A spear of energy descended from overhead, shaking the earth. The explosion cracked the stone floor as the demon was blasted aside. The war zone plunged into silence for an instant. Amid the wreckage, a shadowy spell started to form anew. The foe wasn't completed. A shadowy portal unsealed, swirling overhead as if preparing for something far worse. R2 lay on the earth, bruised and shaking. Regardless her injuries, she struggled to her feet. Tears welled in her gaze, but she wiped them aside, whispering that she had to get up. Collapsed and gasping, R2 desperately willed her limbs to advance. She pressed her hand into the earth, golden glow rising gently about her, sparked by sheer willpower and desperation. The warm energy enveloped her as a figure appeared from the glow. R2's gaze widened in awe as she recognized the aura before her. She wasn't solo anymore. Before her stood Eren, shining with radiant energy. He commended her power for holding out this long. His arrival reignited faith as golden mana burst outward, signaling his readiness to fight. Simultaneously, turmoil erupted nearby as Elsie was seized by the monstrous enemy, Talatunia. Regardless the agony, she clenched her teeth and resisted. Her power faltered, but her spirit stayed unbroken. Merely as the monster readied to strike anew, a powerful voice echoed from afar. Eren emerged formally more, commanding the foe to release the girl. His stance radiated authority. The demon snarled in frustration, plainly identifying the threat. Eren's gaze locked onto the foe, readying himself for a swift counterattack that could not leave room for mercy. The demon woman Talatunia sneered, mocking Eren with venomous words. She recognized him and laughed at the idea that he had returned. Her tone dripped with disdain, but she was cautious. Eren quietly repeated his demand, summoning Glow with a flick of his hand. The child was safely released as his golden energy shattered the binding magic in an instant. However, Eren did not stop there. He superior lacking hesitation, forcing the demon to defend herself. From afar, a fresh combatant started to rise, sensing the battle entering its final phase. Eren clashed with the demonic beast, Glow versus Shadow. His blade spun with unmatched speed, holding rearward the relentless strikes. Each motion pushed the foe nearer to defeat. The demon woman grimaced as Eren's power overwhelmed her forces. With a single sweeping arc, Eren released a golden wave that tore across the war zone, disrupting foe formations. Elsie observed silently, gaze fixed on the shining battlefield. R2 stood close by, bathed in the glow that protected her. Though exhausted, she sensed safe anew, for currently, Eren was here, and he was not backing down. Elsie, injured and shaken, lies amidst broken earth as shining fragments fall about her. Lord Eren approaches swiftly, his look steady but alert. Regardless the turmoil, he checks on Elsie, who weakly assures him she's not badly hurt. As Lord Eren seems forward, his gaze fixed on a dark, monstrous figure approaching through the smoke. Eren places himself between Elsie and the threat, lacking hesitation, his stance protecting her. The foe lunges, cloaked in shadowy purple energy, attacking with immense force. Lord Eren braces himself, his steady demeanor unshaken by the violent strike. Energy collides about them. The foe roars, charging in with shadowy lightning spiraling from its body. Lord Eren responds instantly, summoning divine golden energy that erupts about him. A radiant shield forms mid-air, crackling as it repels the assault. Eren unleashes an enormous energy burst, golden lightning intertwining with divine strength, striking the foe directly. The impact sends shockwaves across the earth, pushing all things back. The foe tries to withstand the blow, but Eren's energy pierces across. The corrupted figure is flung into the afar, its body overwhelmed by the glow. Eren's strength surges, and the foe vanishes beyond the horizon in a trail of golden flames. Distant aside in the Rysar southern region, a cloaked figure curses under their breath. They've merely discovered of the overcome, and it wasn't part of their plan. The figure observes a magical sigil shining beyond them. They realize the interference wasn't ordinary, it involved age-old symbols tied to forbidden magic. The foe wasn't acting solo. A guillotine emerges in a vision. The figure clenches their fist, vowing this betrayal will be punished. Their gaze glow red as they whisper, "He needs to be silenced." A figure in red is reflected within a shining sigil. The encircling energy bursts outward, and from the shadows, a man dashes with fierce fury. His movements are erratic but mighty, and his heavy breaths reveal his strain. A flashback reveals betrayal. He was formerly near to the blonde woman before him, but currently his fury demands resolution. Lacking hesitation, he strikes anew. His speed overwhelms the woman, and red energy spirals as he closes in. Regardless her attempt to plead, the gap between them vanishes. A shadowed figure watches it silently, satisfied. Nearby, Kyle walks across blood-stained snow, questioning the hero's genuine purpose. He questions what good exists in saving lives if they solely lead to betrayal. The war zone flares anew as divine golden energy rains from overhead. Arcs of destruction scatter throughout the sky. The divine onslaught appears endless, targeting what stays of foe forces without mercy. Amid the turmoil, R2 calls out for Lord Eren. Her admiration echoes from memory. She's idolized him since childhood. Her gaze gleam with faith and obsession, and in her mind, there is no one more worthy of devotion. Kyle arrives at the site where Elsie is standing. He's greeted by Elsie, who appears fine regardless recent threat. She urges Kyle to advance swiftly, and the tension in the air stays high. Kyle checks on Elsie, but she assuredly responds. More importantly, she proudly declares her success in retrieving the Silver Princess, hinting at a larger mission accomplished. Simultaneously, in a shadowy realm, a spider-themed woman smiles wickedly. Trapped souls swirl about her, and her web stretches distant. Her influence grows unnoticed, until it's too late. R2 and Eren being escorted to Estonia, humorously highlighting Eren's power in both combat and speech. Elsie teases Kyle, but the tension is replaced by warmth as they walk side by side. Kyle initially agrees with her suggestion, but something in his look shifts. As he seems forward, he abruptly stops, deep in thought. Elsie observes the change but stays silent, curious. Kyle declares he's shifted his mind. He doesn't want to go merely yet, not until he's confirmed something. With resolve, he moves ahead, leaving Elsie slightly puzzled but keen to follow. Elsie abruptly turns, grinning. Lacking warning, she confesses that she likes him. The words catch Kyle by surprise, but she beams with confidence, fully aware of what she's stated. Kyle processes her words silently, then responds with a soft smile. He's unsure if the timing is proper, but acknowledges the honesty. The mood shifts gently as he suggests that maybe it's too shortly for anything grave. Elsie's confront twists in uncertainty, imagining absurd scenarios. Kyle proceeds, saying it might feel unusual to dive into something too rapid. Regardless that, he tells her he'll make contact when he's prepared, hinting at a future step between them. Lofty overhead the war zone, divine energy rains down in shimmering arcs. Lord Eren and Elsie float mid-air as Eren places his trust in Kyle, believing he can overcome the age-old evil, Erebos. A golden seal emerges between Kyle and Elsie as they clasp hands. The divine system acknowledges their bond, sending mighty energy surging between them. An official notification flashes in Kyle's mind. Elsie has been registered as his unique stat partner. Their alliance is currently sealed, and destiny starts to advance. The golden glow intensifies as Elsie's body rises into the air, surrounded by a divine seal. Kyle stays grounded below, maintaining their link. The ritual acknowledges their stat synchronization. A huge system interface confirms the fresh stat bond between them. Their physical forms glow with energy, confirming the seal's completion. From this point ahead, their growth will influence each other. Kyle reflects on the path forward. He knows this synchronization is solely the beginning, not the solution. Though the system has confirmed it, the genuine test lies in what follows. His resolve solidifies. Lord Eren seems towards Kyle as his name is named. His look softens as he recognizes the significance of the instant. A silent acknowledgement passes between him and Kyle, both understanding their roles. Narration confirms Eren's feats. He has met Kyle in Rysar and aided in saving Agon, a guardian entity. The divine system acknowledges his contribution, marking the completion of his mission. As the mission is validated, Eren responds with simple confirmation. Golden glow proceeds to flow about the scene. The atmosphere is steady, but there's a subtle shift towards what comes following. Rearward in a distinct location, Eren is ambushed by a muscular man shouting regarding respect. Seized off guard, Eren flails helplessly as the man shakes him violently. Turmoil erupts in the room. A memory surfaces of Eren apologizing to a team, recalling an instant of embarrassment. Regardless his strength, his former still haunts him in unexpected ways. He shrinks before their judgment. Simultaneously, a golden wave bursts throughout the war zone. Agon is visible anew. Someone calls out to him in awe. Flowers fall gently, and an enigmatic golden eye opens from afar, watching, waiting. As the team regathers under a golden sky, Kyle feels relief, realizing everybody is safe. Their recent combat might have finished in disaster if not for their cooperation. A faint memory resurfaces, someone mourning in the cold, questioning if progress genuinely means healing. The idea lingers, contrasting with the peace currently encircling them. The villagers thank the heroes for their protection. They express how dire things had become before aid arrived. Close by, R2 flusters Lord Eren anew, summoning him out for spacing out. He runs in embarrassment whilst the remaining laugh gently beyond him. A tall man remarks regarding R2's unusual behavior, assuming she's yet recovering. Kyle laughs, noting she's constantly like that, and Finest departed alone. The mood stays glow, following such a heavy conflict. The tall man approaches Kyle and hands him a shining slab. He admits he doesn't have much to give in return but hopes Kyle will accept it as gratitude. The gift turns out to be an aura cultivation method, the same one Eren mastered. It granted Eren the ability to freely transform into his beast form. Kyle's gaze widens slightly at its significance, realizing this gift might be a turning point for him as well. As Kyle studies the tablet, it glows with encoded age-old energy. The aura of former warriors echoes across the slab as he accepts it in silence. R2 is notified that it's time to leave. She turns nervously to Kyle, realizing she may not get different opportunity. Kyle, previously sensing her hesitation, prompts her to speak swiftly. R2 stumbles ahead as the portal activates. The opportunity to say something meaningful passes merely as rapid as it arrives. As the sun sets beyond the mountains, R2 shyly approaches Lord Eren and hesitates before speaking. She eventually asks him for something minor but deeply personal. She wants him to gently pat her head. Lord Eren is seized off guard by the request, blinking in uncertainty. Following a brief silence, he silently lifts his hand and places it gently atop her head. He encourages her with a soft voice, saying she'll do grand. R2 blushes furiously, overwhelmed with happiness, whilst internally swearing not once to wash her head anew. Somewhere distant beyond, jagged earth and distant planets appear. A journey starts from a place labeled B612. A figure steps ahead, guided by cryptic directions, second to the proper, and then straight on till morning. The journey forward will be challenging, and Eren may carry burdens he cannot resolve. The box he's provided contains a symbolic sheep, something fragile to protect but unthinkable to shield forever. Standing under the stars, Eren is told he'll confront sorrow and trials. Yet, his climbed yet exists out there, someone he treasures. The memory of that person will give him power to confront the trials forward. Even on nights packed with uncertainty, the narrator reminds him that he'll make it across. There's a simple truth: what is essential is invisible to the eye. Eren is told he has allies who will support him, even from afar. The paths of their lives will yet connect, like constellations. It ends with a mighty message: Eren is brave, braver than anyone else. He gazes at the stars as the voice fades, and a question forms on his lips. Why do you think I'm brave? A radiant system voice echoes across golden glow, declaring Kyle as the one who saved the realm. The recognition stuns him. He remains at the center of divine energy, confused yet overwhelmed. Kyle reacts with shock, questioning if the message genuinely refers to him. The glow intensifies, confirming his role. Regardless his doubts, he recognizes he did what no one else might. A last notification announces Kyle has finished every assigned tasks. The system transitions smoothly into closure. A voice from afar reflects that the sheep will currently rest, and Kyle's journey proceeds from B612 towards his following destiny. Urga storms into the hall, slamming down enormous tome, his voice packed with frustration. Regardless their attempts, the staff has yet to decipher a method to suppress the enigmatic hero's world. A tense atmosphere brews under the night sky as one professor tries to steady Burga's outburst. The instability of the hero's realm, he explains, is beyond their command due to a variable dharma that affects the outcome unpredictably. Two fresh professors arrive from Lewin Academy. Their appearance surprises the faculty. Provided the crisis involving the hero's realm, they offer to share their knowledge, hinting that their school has experienced similar disturbances. One professor opens a detailed account book, revealing incidents that disrupted their academy earlier that year. A string of tragic events had occurred throughout the initial semester, leaving beyond hints of dark magical interference. Amid these was a specific case involving one of their own pupils, linked straight to an unusual phenomenon tied to an age-old artifact known as the Stone Tablet, a relic capable of reacting to heroic energy. As the artifact activates anew, a golden radiance explodes from the tablet. Scholars interpret it as a sign. Either someone has awakened their heroic memory, or the page has closed due to a challenger's death. Kyle and R materialize within the golden aura, appearing confused. Their uniforms and the energy encircling them confirm they were transported into the hero's realm, perhaps unwillingly. As they start running across a corridor of glow, memories begin to stir. They realize they have returned somewhere they formerly understood, though it feels unfamiliar currently. Abruptly, R was forcefully pulled into her father's tight embrace. A guardian intercepts them merely in time, his look tense. The pupils are safe, for currently. R reunites with her father in the aftermath of the hero's realm trial. She urgently declares that she cleared Lord Eren's realm, proud of her achievement, but her father is distant, more worried regarding her safety. Kyle watches from afar, emotionally stirred by the situation.
His clenched fist and trembling stance reflect the terror and pressure he carried throughout R's absence, unsure if she could return. Abruptly, an unusual energy surrounds Kyle. An enigmatic woman emerges within a circular magic construct, straight addressing him with piercing questions, demanding to know who he is and why he remains there. R credits her success in the hero's realm to Kyle, referring to him as the Black Rabbit. Lacking his support, she wouldn't have survived or cleared the trial. Her father acknowledges this truth silently. A grand magical display confirms R's accomplishment. Her name is etched onto Lord Aaron's tablet, marking her as one who cleared the trial. It stuns everybody present, who realize the rarity of her success. Regardless the irregularities, her father firmly declares her attempt valid. He dismisses concerns regarding the method, and rather praises the results, identifying that she conquered the hero's realm regardless of how. As the ceremony unfolds, a bold stranger abruptly bursts into the academy arena, announcing their arrival on behalf of Lewin Academy and instantly disrupting the formal atmosphere. Kyle and different pupil react in shock. The intruder, appearing unexpectedly, is confused regarding why pupils from both schools are there. Suspicion rises swiftly amid the team. Turmoil erupts as classmates confront Kyle, accusing him of manipulating both schools. Yet in the background, someone quietly notes that Kyle's influence. A representative from Lewin Academy comments on the disarray of the current ceremony, displaying evident disinterest in formalities. Regardless the tension, he casually gestures towards a pupil standing beside him. The pupil steps ahead assuredly. Magical glow swirls about him as he introduces himself as Leo Plav, the pupil who had successfully cleared a hero's realm. The space shifts with vibrant energy. Leo's transformation completes under shining runes. With his formal greeting, he is officially presented as Lewin's representative. His arrival instantly sets the tone for what might become a tense exchange between schools. Distant from the academy, a steady tea sight unfolds in a secluded garden. The sound of porcelain clinking signals the beginning of a tranquil interlude aside from the events at the hero's realm. A servant informs the noblewoman that a guest has arrived, piquing her curiosity. She pauses her reading, intrigued by the unforeseen visit, and gives permission to let the visitor advance. The noblewoman reflects silently. She suspects the guest is from Leo's academy and may hold answers regarding the hero's realm. She instructs her aide to let the guest enter lacking delay. The guest turns out to be Chelsea, Leo's classmate. She introduces herself shyly, dressed formally, and holding a minor gift. Her demeanor suggests sincerity and a desire to leave a good impression. Chelsea is offered a seat at the outdoor table. As she places down the box of pastries, she explains it's a gift, a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps a peace offering. The noblewoman recognizes the dessert as a rare specialty from Rodran Royal Bakery. Startled but curious, she invites Chelsea to speak, sensing this meeting might lead to something more crucial. Chelsea nervously asks for permission to speak. The noblewoman, steady and composed, assures her there's no need for pressure, though she mentions her son hasn't been home for several days. Chelsea swiftly reassures her that it's no trouble. She explains that she had previously planned to stay in Dwizzard for the summer break and noticed this as an opportunity to visit. As Leo abruptly emerges close by, Chelsea freezes at the realization that the noblewoman's son is Leo himself. Her surprise is visible, her thoughts scattered as she reacts to the unforeseen connection. Afterward, Chelsea is guided into a luxurious room. Leo, previously seated, invites her in with a composed tone, unaware of her internal panic upon entering what is plainly his private space. Blushing and flustered, Chelsea remains at the entrance, overwhelmed by the idea of being within Leo's room. She repeats the phrase in her head, trying to steady herself. Leo, yet seated, asks her regarding the events of the academy ceremony. Chelsea, collecting her courage, agrees to recount all things and steps ahead, keen to tell her side of the story. Chelsea starts describing the turmoil throughout the ceremony. She explains how the hero's realm abruptly activated and how Leo's unforeseen aura changed the entire flow of events. She shares how Kyle's influence and authority allowed them to overcome the obstacle, and evident the trial. Her explanation is striking but honest, revealing her admiration for what Leo accomplished. Leo offers a simple summary in return. With all things clarified, Chelsea boldly asks if she can stay the night. Leo casually replies she can do as she likes, leaving her stunned and excited. Late at night, Kyle sits silently by the fireplace, profound in idea. The hero's realm had exposed visions and truths he not once expected, stirring unease within him. Something unusual proceeds to unfold. He reflects on how accessing former traces in the hero's realm differs from having actual beings cross into the present. The materialization of Elsie from within the realm hints at something distant larger. Wondering if this is tied to his identity as Kyle, he clutches a shining relic and readies a spell. He decides the initial priority is to check on Elsie's condition straight.
A surge of yellow magic engulfs Kyle, transporting him between realms. The spell works instantly, tearing space about him as energy flares across the room. Kyle emerges in an enigmatic space and is relieved to see Elsie awake. She stares rearward at him, confused and yet surrounded by the lingering magical glow of the transition. Kyle swiftly observes that her rabbit ears, a crucial part of her identity from the hero's realm, are missing. This subtle change confirms she's not fully stable in the actual realm. Elsie expresses discomfort, saying she feels restricted and unable to fully access her powers. Kyle silently confirms that her transition wasn't finished, she's yet tethered between timelines. He recognizes she's not a vision or illusion, she's an actual person pulled throughout from the past. The hero's realm, long idea symbolic, plainly holds the power to affect the present. Abruptly, Elsie points to the sky. The moon stays unchanged, but stars dot the night for the initial time she's ever seen. Kyle gently confirms, they are stars, and she is seeing the actual realm. Kyle turns to Elsie and urges her to listen cautiously. He explains that what she's seeing is actual, the realm beyond the hero's realm. She isn't dreaming or trapped in illusion. He gently reveals the truth, this realm exists 5,000 years following her original timeline. The reality she understood has long passed, and she currently remains in a distant future she never expected. Stunned, Elsie struggles to process the scale of what Kyle has stated. In response, he formally introduces himself employing his present name, Leo Plav, no longer merely the hero of the former. Leo recounts his former life as the hero Kyle, who lived throughout the age of steady 5,000 years ago. He reveals that he was the one who beaten Erebus before reincarnating into the current era. Elsie silently listens as he speaks. The truth of his words starts to settle in, supported by the surreal view and the aura of stars she had not once seen before. She asks if the present is currently an age of peace. Leo answers honestly, peace exists, but it's incomplete. There are yet threats lurking in the shadows that must be confronted. Leo confirms that though he beaten Erebus, the threat hasn't vanished completely. The remnants of the threat, like Tartaros, yet remain and proceed to loom over the current realm. Elsie, advanced by his words, offers her aid lacking hesitation. If this fresh realm is genuinely actual, she believes her reappearance must have a purpose, perhaps to fight beside him once more. Kyle corrects her, gently but firmly. He's no longer Kyle, he says. His name currently is Leo Plav, and this is his era, the future he will protect. A visitor arrives at the estate of Dustria, introducing himself formally. Chelsea identifies the woman beside him as Lady Rhina, identifying her family's prominence. A servant informs the head of the house that a guest from Lewin has arrived, stirring curiosity. The household swiftly readies to receive them properly. Leo recognizes with slight surprise that the visit was scheduled for today. At the entrance, he comes confront to confront with Professor Harland from Lewin, who questions Chelsea's aura, raising both tension and curiosity in the meeting. Professor Harland arrives at Leo Plav's residence unexpectedly, catching Chelsea's focus visiting at the same time. She explains that she came to see Leo, surprising the professor with her aura at the home of his following evaluation subject. Harland quietly states that he is here for a formal home visit. Chelsea responds with excitement, not expecting an official from the academy to appear casually like this. Harland presents his credentials. Leo's family greets the professor with formality. Harland acknowledges their hospitality. Suspicion rises as he asks regarding the unfamiliar woman standing assuredly beside the family. Leo's father responds that the woman is his wife, introducing her to the professor. Harland recognizes her instantly, Reina Zerdinger, an elderly acquaintance, and is plainly stunned to see her again after many years. Reina laughs loudly and comments on Harland's aged appearance, noting the increase in his wrinkles with sharp amusement. Her abrupt energy and bold demeanor catch everybody off guard. Harland swiftly warns her to behave if she wants to avoid a scolding. She retorts playfully, reminding him of her actual name, and questioning how someone older than her dares to lecture her. Their dynamic hints at a shared former and lingering tension. The professor reviews Leo's profile documents in detail. He starts the meeting seriously, stating that Leo's qualities as a hero candidate are exceptional, well beyond the Academy's expectations. Harland shares his evaluation in front of Leo's family. He emphasizes that Leo's talents are unmatched amid his peers, causing pride to stir in his parents as they listen. Reina teases the professor lightly, questioning if he is sensing emotional today. Yet, her pride in her son shows as she hands over different document to support Leo's capabilities. Reina reviews Leo's academic records with rising satisfaction. His grades throughout night studies, magic studies, and summoning courses are every flawless, reflecting his dedication to mastering every field. Harland elaborates that Leo not solely excels on paper but likewise in practical performance, previously manifesting magic circles with close perfect form throughout live evaluations. However, Harlan's tone shifts. Regardless Leo's outstanding results, he notes a issue. Leo appears to be pushing himself beyond what is appropriate for an initial year student. Leo's father, puzzled, questions what the professor means by that. Harlan reveals that Leo's results mimic those seen in upper-level hero candidates. He explains that several pupils throughout the year have shown extreme growth spurts, but Leo's case is distinct. His power developed rapidly and unnaturally rapid. The evaluation committee observed Leo defeating older, mighty rivals repeatedly. His current power mirrors elite-level combatants, raising worry regardless the visible success. Rama, sitting beside Leo's father, expresses caution. She believes Leo's growth, whilst impressive, cannot be purely good provided the abnormal pace. She explains the reality beyond such feats. They often require reckless risks, possibly even placing one's life on the line throughout combat or training. The team falls quiet as Reina confesses her concealed concern. Though she hasn't spoken of it before, she's deeply concerned that Leo is sacrificing too much for power he shouldn't need yet. Professor Harlan gently questions Leo's relentless attempt. Leo stays silent at initial, but the weight in his gaze suggests a purpose deeper than typical ambition. Breaking the silence, Leo states that becoming a hero requires enduring countless trials. Harlan notes that Leo differs from pupils who merely admire heroes. His resolve carries larger depth. Leo eventually reveals his motivation: total annihilation of Erebus. His look turns fierce, making it evident he trains not for fame, but for revenge driven by a singular aim. On the morning of the Academy's entrance ceremony, Lumeria City stays lively. Citizens fill the streets as the festive atmosphere carries across the district. As the crowd moves regarding, a silent alley leads to a cafe, succeeded by the school. It's a familiar place for pupils, often employed for casual meetings or breaks. Leo and other pupils arrive beyond the cafe, demanding entry. They declare their Lumern status, confused and irritated by being refused entrance lacking explanation. The staff quietly requests pupil ID verification. One pupil argues he departed it beyond, but insists he's been visiting every semester and should be allowed in. Leo observes them and suspects they were hero candidates who failed to pass last exams and were silently removed. Their insistence solely confirms his suspicion. Leo attempts to enter on his own, stating he'll solely speak briefly with the professor. When the staff refuses anew, he channels energy into his fist, prepared to use power if necessary. Merely as Leo readies to act, abrupt presence silences the tension. A man cloaked in black emerges, his aura instantly suppressing the region and startling everyone. Leo turns sharply as the man criticizes the noise. Lacking further attempt, the expelled pupils are restrained by a silent pressure, rendering them immobile. The man declares that Lumern Academy does not allow return for those expelled. He advises the pupils to locate a distinct path, stating the hero's journey is not exclusive to the academy. The two pupils, confused and panicked, demand to know who the figure is. Their anxiety grows when they realize how powerless they've become. A shadowy transformation erupts. The expelled pupils are engulfed by an unusual energy, causing their forms to distort uncontrollably, hinting at corruption or possession. Watching them fall into turmoil, the man sighs at the disturbance. With steady precision, he readies to handle the situation himself, finding the interruption more troublesome than perilous. As steady returns, the man walks the academy halls. He reflects on the myth that initial year classes are meant to be tranquil, a claim he currently locates laughable. He meets Leo, who watches him closely. Regardless his casual advance, the man's immense presence leaves Leo alert and suspicious of his identity. A single idea strikes Leo. With certainty and awe, he recognizes the truth. This man is not merely mighty, he is a dragon, hiding in human form. A huge ship readies to depart from the harbor as pupils gather on deck. Celia comments that the setting feels like the start of a festival. The steady sea, the grand ship, and the warm sun every contribute to the sense of anticipation. Chloe emerges and greets them cheerfully, questioning regarding their entrance ceremony experience. The team starts to gather with radiant energy as the journey begins. Leo casually claims he had a normal morning, but Celia and Chloe instantly question that. His former moves suggest otherwise, drawing playful suspicion. Leo brushes off the details with a promise to explain afterward. Their conversation is interrupted as different pupil runs in with striking flair, calling out to each of them loudly. The pupil enthusiastically celebrates surviving the initial semester, proud of his accomplishment. The team laughs, and remaining start to recognize familiar faces, including Leo's nickname being shouted from afar. Nearby, a fresh professor silently observes the students from above. He reflects on their naive optimism, contrasting it with his knowledge of the reality beyond hero training. Leo senses something unsettling close by. His gaze locks onto a masked figure watching him silently, hinting at future conflict or surveillance. The professor introduces himself as Kivin, assigned to guide the pupils across the upcoming semester. Amid the team, one pupil reacts with surprise, having heard of the professor's notorious reputation. With the semester restarting, the academy gathers 420 pupils for the voyage. Amid them, solely the strongest have returned, their survival marking them as the elite. Watching the crowd, two pupils debate how their generation is being named golden. Regardless the praise, one of them stays skeptical and wishes to evaluate their true strength personally. Professor Kivin announces that there will be no ships traveling straight to Lemurn today. His statement suggests that reaching the academy won't be as straightforward as before. Kivin sets the trial. He will wait at the school's front gate, implying the pupils must locate their own method there. Lacking warning, he disappears into a portal. Turmoil erupts as pupils realize they must cross the lake themselves. One pupil remembers too late how challenging the task forward will be. With the lake currently a barrier, uncertainty spreads. Many pupils panic, wondering if anyone will succeed. A fresh phase of academy life starts under extreme conditions. Leo dives into the lake lacking hesitation. He speeds across the water, his resolve cutting across the chaos around him. He reflects that nothing regarding this journey has been ordinary. The trials grow harsher, but so does his resolve to overcome them. As he approaches the other side, Leo senses something immense. A shadow moves under the water, a colossal dragon guarding the path forward, signaling a larger test awaits. Leo readies himself mid-air, focusing his energy to break across the immense water pressure. He aims straight at the barrier, resolved to overcome the obstacle solo. As his magic surges, the waters part violently. Lightning surrounds him, and he spots different figure forward, Lori, struggling versus the current. She's seized in a perilous pull. Lacking hesitation, Leo speeds towards her. Below, Lip Plum watches the turmoil from a floating platform, casually commenting on the mess. Amidst the storm, Leo moves with urgency to reach Lori before she's swept aside entirely. Leo Plav falls rapidly from the sky towards the ocean below, his uniform fluttering as magical pressure surrounds him. The sea surface swirls where different pupils struggles in the water. As he drops nearer, abrupt surge of energy erupts from below. Radiant magical waves shoot upward, forcing Leo to adjust his posture mid-air. The pressure reveals that someone under the surface has launched an unforeseen counterattack. Leo releases directed magic from his body, forming sharp blue energy that slices across the rising assault. The clash stabilizes his fall and neutralizes the surge. His look stays steady, displaying that he expected resistance and measured his strength carefully. Eliza charges ahead at lofty speed, surrounded by violent purple and yellow energy. She locks onto Leo's position in the air, treating him as a direct rival rather than an ally in the exercise. Her assault expands into a concentrated beam of destructive power aimed upward. The magical current distorts the encircling space, displaying her grave intent. Leo analyzing the structure and direction of the incoming strength. Leo shifts downward and counters with golden energy that cuts across the beam's center. The collision divides the assault cleanly. The exchange confirms that Leo's command and output exceed expectations, placing him plainly overhead his opponent's level. Afterward, Leo remains quietly on the ground with Duran nearby as they discuss who will advance first. The atmosphere is competitive but directed, displaying this as part of a structured trial. The two agree to settle it across a direct match. A bracket display highlights that the winner will advance ahead. Leo accepts lacking hesitation, indicating confidence in his abilities. A near view of Grave Gaze signals the beginning of the next round. Leo readies mentally, fully aware that every match strengthens his position within the academy. Leo's earlier triumph forces the combat to intensify. A mighty foe assault rises like a massive wave of dark blue energy, filling the space above the arena. The pressure becomes immense, displaying that the rival is no longer holding back. Her strike shows precision, but the scale of the assault proves the threat has increased beyond a normal academy match. Duran follows with a radiant golden assault, cutting throughout the war zone with speed. His strength pushes rearward the foe's wave, allowing the team to regain control. Jointly, the pupils display growth compared to their first day. Afterward, Leo observes the academy grounds from overhead, noting how swiftly everybody has improved since the start of the term. The pupils currently advance with confidence, showing the training has strengthened them. Carl and other travel jointly across the open sky path, heading towards school. Leo recognizes that even those who formerly struggled have become capable fighters. An unusual fog starts to form about them, covering the area unnaturally. The atmosphere shifts, and Leo senses that something is wrong. The fog is not ordinary weather, but a sign of an unfamiliar threat. the girl abruptly drops into the shadowy mist, confused by the abrupt change. Her surroundings become unclear, and the heavy air blocks visibility, isolating her from the remaining. She lands in a shadowy space where all things feels distorted. The silence suggests the fog is hiding something perilous. The girl recognizes the situation is no longer part of training. A towering figure emerges forward, forcing her to confront an unknown presence. The order to reveal itself signals the beginning of an actual confrontation, with the academy pupils currently caught in a hidden threat. The girl's shock grows when the fog reveals a familiar figure. Professor Harland emerges. The atmosphere confirms this is not a normal illusion, but something connected to the academy's further dangers. Leo arrives within the fog as well, instantly identifying the unnatural silence. He senses an elderly strength beyond the mist, something beyond student-level magic. The aura feels like a curse rather than a spell. A name surfaces in Leo's mind, Laziest, an age-old power tied to Dragon Clan curses. The fog is exposed as one of the most perilous curses, created to trap and isolate its victims in gloom. The curse tightens about Leo, forcing him into a distorted space where sound and glow fade. The environment becomes unfamiliar, displaying that the fog is pulling him aside from the academy grounds. Leo remembers the elderly stories of Laziest, a curse that tests the heart and mind. It is not beaten across brute power, but through endurance and clarity. The fog's purpose is to break those trapped within. A shining figure emerges in Leo's memory, connected to the name Laziest. The curse feels personal, as if it recognizes Leo's concealed former. The threat becomes more than a simple assault. Nearby, the professor assembled in the command room. The illusion collapses, leaving they disoriented. The pupils' bodies lie unconscious, displaying the curse's effect on weaker targets. Observers within the academy note that Leo was expected to withstand the illusion due to his lofty resistance. The incident becomes a grave issue, proving the fog was not part of training but an intrusion. They decide to investigate further, realizing that the appearance of Laziest's curse signals a threat that might reach distant beyond the pupils. Within the curse's gloom, an enigmatic aura addresses Leo directly, calling him by both his current name and his past identity, Kyle. The fog responds to his concealed history, proving it recognizes him as more than an ordinary pupil. A hand reaches out across the distorted space, offering guidance rather than assault. Leo senses that this is not an foe strike, but a test meant to push him ahead. The instant suggests someone is watching his progress closely. Leo receives power from the encounter, holding on to the message to endure. The curse starts to loosen, displaying that his will and resistance are stronger than the illusion's intended effect. As the fog fades, Leo locates himself grounded anew, supported briefly as the last traces of the curse disappear. The trial leaves him shaken but conscious, proving he endured what might have broken remaining. The sight implies that the curse was not random. Someone deliberately triggered the nightmare fog to measure Leo's limits. The encounter becomes a sign that larger forces within the academy are beginning to advance. Leo steadies himself, understanding that surviving the curse has placed him in a perilous spotlight. The test has confirmed that his former strength yet remains. Beyond, Principal Riven watches the sky thoughtfully, questioning whether the nightmare fog was too severe for pupils. The atmosphere suggests concealed motives beyond the academy's trials. Riven confronts Leo straight, startled that he escaped the spell so readily. The reaction shows that Leo's resistance exceeds normal expectations, making his survival odd. Leo's steady response confirms his confidence. Breaking free from the curse is not luck, but proof of his genuine power, signaling that the Academy's mysteries are slowly beginning to unfold. By the waterfront benches of Lumen Academy, the principal invites Leo Plav to sit. Principal Riven clarifying that he has observed countless pupils rise as heroes over the years. He admits that regardless witnessing many successes, none surpassed the limits of being merely a hero. Because of that fatigue, he confesses he failed to properly recognize Leo's genuine potential. The principal openly apologizes. The instant shifts their relationship from administrator and pupil to two individuals confronting unfinished expectations. Riven asks Leo regarding his dream. Leo answers lacking hesitation, stating his aim is the Finnish annihilation of Erebos. His tone carries certainty rather than ambition, revealing a mission formed long before entering the academy. Riven acknowledges that such resolve can be misunderstood following years of serving Lumen. Yet Leo stays composed, seated with silent confidence, displaying that his resolve does not depend on approval. Leo recalls the lesson of the age-old King of Wisdom, who claimed that a genuine hero not once abandons conviction. That belief defines Leo's path and explains why he endures every trial placed before him. Leo further explains that even if someone discovers his genuine identity, it will not change his purpose. His look stays steady, suggesting acceptance of the risks tied to his former Riven reacts with surprise, realizing Leo understands more than he expected. The realization forces him to reconsider the depth of the pupil sitting beside him. Standing formally more, the principal declares that he currently seems forward to the conflicts ahead. Leo's aura has restored his anticipation, signaling that larger events will shortly unfold at Lumen Academy. Leo Plav remains silently following, speaking with Vice Principal Riven. The sunlight reflects off the water, and Leo's steady look shows that he has exposed solely part of his true purpose. Riven watches him closely, thinking regarding the King of Wisdom and the meaning beyond Leo's words. The Vice Principal recognizes that Leo's dream is not ordinary ambition but something tied to age-old history and forgotten battles. As Leo walks aside from the bench, Riven wonders who he genuinely is. The encounter leaves Riven certain that Leo's aura will change Lumen's future. Lumen Academy readies for its grand opening ceremony as rows of pupils gather on the field, forming an orderly crowd under radiant banners and a raised platform. Amid the formal atmosphere, Leo Plav remains with composed posture, his uniform immaculate, whilst focus subtly shifts towards him among the surrounding students. Close by, classmates advance with visible excitement, drawing focus to Leo's aura as admiration for his recent tournament performance spreads through the academy grounds. Praise intensifies as pupils enthusiastically recall his dominance throughout the departmental competition, emphasizing how decisively he led the war zone like a seasoned hero. Regardless the acclaim, Leo stays restrained, displaying small reaction while standing between upperclassmen and underclassmen who continue discussing his rising reputation. Their chatter grows bold enough to earn mild reprimand from remaining worried regarding maintaining decorum before the official ceremony starts. A nearer glance reveals Leo's steady gaze, his look steady yet alert as he absorbs the noise encircling him without outward pride. Recollections of his combat style circulate amid pupils resting close by, describing his relentless pursuit throughout battle and the overwhelming pressure he exerts on opponents. Focus shifts when a blonde senior, Elena Giron, approaches assuredly, her aura altering the mood as she focuses straight on Leo. Elena initiates a private exchange with composed authority, proposing a conditional arrangement whilst Leo listens, lacking visible hesitation. Her assured demeanor contrasts with his measured response, suggesting an unspoken rivalry masked under formal academy etiquette. The conversation sharpens when she openly trials him regarding rank, asserting her own standing whilst questioning his boldness. Before tensions escalate further, a dark-haired senior steps ahead, reminding them that the ceremony is regarding to start and urging immediate preparation. Elena departs towards the stage alongside other representatives, leaving Leo seated beyond as the crowd shifts focus to the front. Watching her retreating figure, Leo silently notes her name and offers a guarded warning, signaling that their rivalry is solely beginning. The ceremony starts with a grand performance honoring age-old heroes, as a striking stage display recreates a legendary combat under glowing lights and suspended decorations. Following the spectacle concludes, pupils gather close the entrance curtains, silently reflecting on the intensity of the reenactment while awaiting further proceedings. Leo remains apart from the crowd, his look steady as he listens to encircling praise and criticism regarding recent incidents tied to the academy. On the central platform, a senior official addresses the assembly, acknowledging recent unfortunate events whilst commending pupils for overcoming challenging crises. Recognition extends specifically towards those who resolved the dungeon-related disturbance, highlighting their decisive moves throughout the emergency. Hearing the commendation, Leo recalls the concealed manipulations beyond the incident and silently reminds himself to remain vigilant. The next morning, classroom chatter resumes as pupils complain about administrative complications overshadowing the new semester's beginning. Their instructor enters quietly and announces a lesson focused on developments in hero studies that occurred throughout the break. Focus shifts ahead as the topic promises revelations connected to historical research and newly uncovered records. Curiosity spreads amid pupils when the instructor references a significant update revealed during the recent entrance ceremony. She explains that, for the initial time, a prologue page from the Chronicles of the Brave Aaron has been officially cleared and authenticated. Further clarification reveals uncertainty regarding the identity mentioned within that age-old text, leaving the class attentive and unsettled. Chalk moves deliberately throughout the board as the instructor emphasizes the unprecedented significance of the revelation within the realm of grand heroes. She formally states that the name Kyle has emerged in the restored record, designating him as the surviving hero. At the sound of that name, Leo's composed demeanor tightens slightly, sensing that echoes of his forgotten former have begun resurfacing. Within the lecture hall, the professor clarifies that though the name Kyle has surfaced in restored records, no concrete evidence confirms whether he genuinely existed. She further explains that solely a name emerges in the age-old text, leaving scholars unable to verify if he was genuinely the hero of the beginning. A blonde pupil rises and questions what consequences could pursue if such a foundational hero were proven real. The discussion expands as pupils speculate that confirmation could overturn established theories within hero studies and disrupt the Academy's academic structure. Several point out that amid the unidentified hero pages discovered so distant, one might logically belong to Kyle. Agreement spreads swiftly, with classmates concluding that humanity's historical standing could dramatically improve if he were acknowledged as a grand hero. The lesson shifts to broader history, outlining the 5 dominant races on the surface and emphasizing that humans solo lacked a legendary representative. For thousands of years, humanity endured feelings of inferiority towards elves, dwarves, beastmen and dragons, who possessed celebrated champions. Within this context, the possibility of Kyle's existence suggests a turning point that might restore pride to humankind. Different pupil proposes that if Kyle had genuinely lived, he might have been an exceptional graduate of their own academy. The professor cautiously acknowledges the probability whilst reminding them that such claims remain hypothetical, lacking definitive proof. Focus drifts towards Leo, whose steady expression hides a growing awareness that the discussion centers on his forgotten identity. Following class, Leo walks the corridor with a classmate who casually jokes regarding the heroic title associated with surviving countless battles. The conversation reduces the grand mystery to simple logic, suggesting the nickname resulted merely from endurance. Hearing this light-hearted reasoning, Leo maintains a restrained smile, silently reflecting on the distant, more complex truth beyond that title. Throughout the quiet corridor of his mind, Leo recalls the apocalyptic war zone where a crimson vortex swallowed the sky and heroes collapsed one following different. Amid shattered earth and fading glow, he stayed the sole figure yet standing, understanding that every other champion had been completely annihilated. Returning to the present, he activates a pendant within his study, releasing a directed surge of summoning strength into the air. From the ceiling, a spiral of green energy descends sharply, gathering into a concentrated burst that shakes the chamber. Out of that brilliance steps a dark-haired spirit who steadies herself swiftly and acknowledges the contract binding her to Leo. Lacking hesitation, he instructs her to maintain his genuine identity hidden from the other summoned beings. Simultaneously, a red-haired spirit receives word that her contractor has returned, and curiosity instantly replaces her composure. Suspicion grows as she questions the identity of the unfamiliar aura connected to the recent summoning. Quietly, Leo explains that the spirit he contracted this time bears the name Elsie. Hovering close by, a winged fairy introduces herself as Kiroan and boldly proclaims her authority amid the summons. In response, the red-haired spirit asserts her own superiority, claiming the captain's position based on contract precedents. Tension rises swiftly as their disagreement devolves into petty insults, exposing rivalry under their formal titles. Observing the dispute from a short afar, Leo remarks on their spirited behavior lacking intervening. Seated quietly, the dark-haired spirit offers a quieter interpretation, suggesting their moves reflect immaturity rather than genuine hostility. With their argument continuing unabated, Leo silently reinforces his resolve to manage these unpredictable summons cautiously. A wide view of Lumaine Academy unfolds under the evident sky as pupils return for the second semester, gathering throughout the field whilst anticipation quietly spreads. Professor Ren remains before the initial years and announces that their recent achievements have attracted rare focus from the Academy's upper administration. Carl Thomas reacts with visible tension, whereas Leo, the reincarnated hero, stays steady, previously sensing that this announcement connects to larger events. A sharp gleam flashes in Leo's eye as Professor Ren questions the class regarding the cause beyond the administration's odd focus. Carl Thomas is named upon straight, answering stiffly whilst sensing the pressure of speaking before both classmates and faculty members. Leo internally considers Lusecton, the most recently discovered dungeon, identifying that its historical importance is central to the professor's explanation. Professor Ren confirms that though the dungeon was conquered by seniors, its reappearance following centuries has altered the Academy's priorities. He explains that 3 years earlier Lusecton appeared unexpectedly, marking the initial fresh labyrinth recorded in 500 years. Overhead them, intricate magical formations ignite as the magic department professors prepare to reveal a choice that will affect every first-year pupil. A female instructor gathers her composure whilst standing under the shining patterns, signaling the gravity of the upcoming declaration. She formally announces that hero magic, formerly idea misplaced, will currently be taught directly to the current generation starting today. Radiant symbols and an enormous arcane clock materialize overhead, visually affirming that a historic educational shift has begun. Age-old records describe how the Grand Mage systematized hero magic employing principles drawn from nature, life, and elemental forces.
The structured framework is presented as efficient and refined, yet notoriously challenging, demanding exceptional talent and discipline from its practitioners. As the explanation ends, Leo raises his hand to question the unresolved restriction of hero magic, signaling that further truths remain concealed. Chloe Muller assuredly identifies the concept as a hero skill, drawing focus from close-by classmates as she remains under the open sky of Lumaine Academy. A radiant illustration forms overhead, depicting how inheriting a hero's reward grants access to a unique magic unlike ordinary elemental techniques. Professor Ren acknowledges Chloe's reply, confirming her understanding whilst the encircling pupils absorb the significance of such rare power. With composed authority, Professor Ren explains that mages have researched methods to convert hero skills into widely usable magic for generations. Blue magical energy spirals from his hand as he clarifies that this refined system is currently recognized as hero magic. He further states that what was formerly limited to chosen heroes has been reinterpreted so ordinary mages may attempt to learn it. Pupils react with mixed shock and excitement, whilst Leo remains thoughtful, understanding the complexity hidden behind the simplified explanation. Professor Ren announces that class will start instantly and that he will personally evaluate each pupil's magical leaning. Leon crosses his arms and proposes a magic duel as the most direct method to assess practical combat capability. Chloe supports the suggestion, adding that such duels will likewise reveal who can properly handle hero magic under pressure. When Professor Ren asks for a volunteer, pupil Ileana eagerly raises her hand, stepping ahead lacking hesitation. The academy field clears as pupils gather about the dueling earth, murmuring about the upcoming departmental competition. Professor Ren announces that a unique instructor has been invited to supervise the match, surprising both Ileana and the observing class. From the academy gate, a lone figure walks across the radiant entrance, his silhouette framed by immense light. Carl Thomas approaches the field quietly, telling Ileana not to tense up before challenging her to confront him with all things she has. Throughout the academy field, Professor Ren permits Ileana and Carl Thomas to demonstrate any magic they wish as the duel officially starts. Lacking hesitation, Ileana channels refined mana into her blade technique, resolved to seize the initiative before Carl can react. Blazing arcs of shining blade descend in radiant streaks, encircling Carl in a storm of compressed golden glow. Steady composure defines Carl's stance as the luminous blades crash towards him with explosive brilliance. Scattered fragments burst outward upon impact, yet the broken pieces strangely remain suspended rather of fading into mana. From the spectator's line, Kyle silently observes the anomaly, identifying that ordinary spells should have previously dissipated. A faint shift crosses Carl's look when he senses the lingering energy circling his position. Measured analysis from Kyle follows, clarifying that the shattered blades are sustaining form regardless structural collapse. Murmurs ripple across the crowd as pupils grasp that this exceeds conventional magical behavior. Resolute resolve drives Ileana to exert tighter command, forcing the suspended shards to reverse direction simultaneously. Attentive scrutiny from Professor Ren confirms that her manipulation reflects disciplined mastery developed across rigorous training. Violent bursts of pink and gold streak throughout the sky, converging formally more upon Carl in coordinated precision. Overhead, intersecting beams cascade downward like a radiant net, intensifying the pressure about Carl's unmoving figure. Steady footing prevents him from retreating as the luminous torrent engulfs his silhouette in blinding brilliance. When the last surge detonates versus his guard, the duel's genuine depth becomes apparent, signaling that greater power remains unrevealed. Carl watches the shining fragments with narrowed gaze, struggling to understand how Ileana can sustain such strength across a human body. Vivid green currents coil about Ileana as her red hair whips upward, signaling the activation of a rare and unstable power. Recognition dawns throughout the field when observers identify the technique as the Fairy King's magic, known as mirror power. Lofty overhead the arena, Ileana hovers within a sphere of swirling mana while students stare upward in disbelief. Abrupt pulse erupts from her position, forcing Carl to brace as compressed energy expands outward. Kyle studies the phenomenon cautiously, noting that the spell resembles superior hero magic yet behaves with distinct precision. Dust scatters under Ileana's boots as she stabilizes her stance, maintaining command over the amplified magic. Carl evaluates the pressure building in the air, sensing that the assault has reached a threshold comparable to high-level spells. Steady focus settles over Ileana's look as she gathers the swirling strands into a concentrated point. Her name echoes throughout the arena whilst the spiral of pink and gold energy tightens about her raised fist. With decisive motion, she drives the condensed strength ahead, unleashing a radiant surge that mirrors and multiplies incoming power. Splendid streams streak throughout the sky, illuminating Carl's silhouette as the copied magic rebounds with immense intensity. When the glow eventually fades, Carl remains unharmed, acknowledging the display with measured approval. Professor Ren calls for the following participant, shifting the class's focus towards the awaiting challengers. Kyle, known publicly as Leo Plav, steps ahead quietly, confirming his readiness as the following duel prepares to begin. He remains before a radiant mirror construct as age-old star patterns awaken beyond him, signaling the activation of superior star magic within the arena. Splendid green and gold currents spiral outward from his position, forming layered magical circles that compress energy with directed precision. Observers realize that he is invoking mirror power in combination with star-aligned mana, merging two high-tier systems seamlessly. An enormous stellar burst ignites overhead the field, expanding into a constellation-like formation that illuminates the academy grounds. From within the shining structure, Kyle channels multiple star sigils simultaneously, directing them in coordinated trajectories throughout the sky. Spectators recognize that casting numerous spells at formally requires extreme command, distant beyond the level of ordinary first-year students. Golden fragments orbit his raised hand as celestial diagrams rotate beyond him like a moving astral map. Compressed starlight condenses into focused streams, reinforcing the mirrored magic rather than immense his body. By stabilizing both systems jointly, Kyle demonstrates mastery over star magic at a scale that confirms his genuine potential. Radiant magical bursts scatter throughout the training arena as layered spells collide mid-air. Kyle remains quietly at the center, whilst waves of energy surround the battlefield. Numerous spells advance from distinct angles, yet Kyle analyzes their structure whilst maintaining steady focus, observing how the magical formations react and weaken. With precise command, Kyle releases a counter technique that dismantles the incoming magic, causing the encircling spells to collapse and disperse before reaching him. The shattered magic fades into shining fragments whilst the arena stabilizes. Observers recognize that Kyle's command over spell disruption surpasses what normal academy pupils achieve. Different mighty burst of magic erupts close by, filling the air with glow and shockwaves as the training test intensifies around the arena floor. Regardless the immense display, Kyle stays composed, standing assuredly as the magical pressure spreads outward without forcing him to retreat. The explosion expands throughout the arena floor, creating an enormous flash that shakes the encircling space whilst fragments of energy scatter everywhere. Following the glow fades, Kyle confronts another student nearby. His rival studies him cautiously, realizing the freshman possesses extraordinary skill. Golden magical energy gathers about Kyle's body as he readies different spell, demonstrating steady confidence despite the intense battle environment. Lofty overhead the arena, blazing fire projectiles start raining downward, filling the air with destructive magic aimed straight at the battlefield. Kyle moves across the falling flames whilst evaluating the assault pattern, recognizing weaknesses hidden within the overwhelming barrage. Whilst remaining watch and shock, Kyle steps ahead beneath the storm of magic, preparing to confront the attack instead of avoiding it. Kyle launches himself ahead across the chaotic flames, breaking across the attack's formation while maintaining precise magical control. As the blazing spells collapse about him, the arena trembles from the power of the disrupted magic spreading outward. Standing firmly amid fading sparks and smoke, Kyle proves his exceptional ability, leaving evident evidence that his strength distant exceeds that of an ordinary academy freshman. A torrent of flames descends violently across the arena as Kyle is driven downward by the immense power of the assault pressing from above. Before the fire can fully consume him, a blazing wall erupts outward, forming a barrier that splits the raging explosion in half. Employing the brief opening created by the divided flames, Kyle propels himself ahead, slipping across the collapsing firestorm with precise timing. Different surge of heat gathers overhead as a concentrated burst of fire forms, spiraling downward in a destructive arc aimed straight at him. Rather than retreat, Kyle channels wind magic into the expanding blaze, altering its flow and disrupting the structure of the descending explosion. The redirected flames twist violently before detonating aside from him, scattering sparks throughout the arena floor, lacking inflicting damage. An enormous sphere of fire swells at the center of the war zone, radiating fierce glow while the pressure forces observers to shield their eyes. Within the blazing vortex, Kyle advances steadily, cutting across the unstable magic as fragments of flame spiral about his figure. The fiery construct shatters apart under his interference, bursting outward in a shockwave that leaves the arena trembling. As the explosion fades, Kyle lands firmly on the arena surface, the impact echoing throughout the quieted war zone. Watching pupils struggle to comprehend the outcome, identifying that he dismantled the clone and dispelled the spell across calculated interference rather than brute power.
Confronting the examiner afterward, Kyle remains composed whilst the evaluation concludes with restrained acknowledgement of his exceptional control. Afterward, sunlight filters across tall windows as the academy tower rises versus the evening sky, marking the finish of the examination. Within a silent office, an instructor reviews documents at a heavy desk whilst reflecting on Kyle's odd mastery displayed during the test. Within a sunlit office, senior professors observe the freshman results whilst reviewing reports assembled over the former 4 years at Lumen. Following examining the data, they conclude that this year's newcomers are exceptionally talented, surpassing most generations previously enrolled at the academy. A sealed document is presented, containing urgent intelligence regarding odd dungeon activity discovered within recent investigations. The report confirms that a hero dungeon has manifested, a rare and perilous structure requiring immediate strategic consideration from the academy leadership. Regardless the threat, worry rises over whether deploying pupils would be reckless given the unpredictable risks involved. Riven listens cautiously as the discussion shifts towards long-term patterns concealed within dungeon appearances over recent years. Suspicion emerges that someone connected to the academy may be influencing events from within, possibly linked to earlier incidents involving Saren. The atmosphere grows tense as the possibility of betrayal intertwines with the reappearance of the moving tower and shifting dungeon cores. When questioned for his judgment, Riven considers whether the current circumstances justify decisive preparation rather than cautious delay. Callian rises from his seat, declaring readiness to confront whatever crisis approaches, his resolve steady regardless uncertainty. With mutual understanding established, the two leaders agree to proceed jointly under a unified course of move. As sunset colors the horizon, they depart the chamber, signaling the beginning of their response to the rising threat. The next morning, an instructor announces that field training will commence instantly for the academy students. He explains that aspiring heroes must gain practical experience by confronting actual dangers occurring throughout the realm. Pupils react with surprise and excitement upon learning that successful field performance will likewise contribute academic credits towards their advancement. Throughout class, the instructor emphasizes that field training occurs in the actual realm and requires pupils to select missions appropriate to their abilities. He warns that poor judgment might cost lives, reinforcing that academy protection will not extend beyond campus boundaries. Following the announcement, pupils rush towards the bulletin board, crowding the hallway as they compete to secure desirable assignments. Kyle approaches the mission board quietly whilst remaining pushed past him, scanning the posted requests with measured focus. A specific mission draws focus due to its odd classification and the mention of a suspected curse tied to a remote substation. Though classmates question the value of such a task, Kyle studies the location cautiously, identifying concealed significance others fail to notice. He reflects on records describing this region as a former legendary city, whose further structure stays unexplored. Age-old accounts describe a war zone known as Gardathron, marking the beginning of a historic conflict 5,000 years earlier. Standing before the board, Kyle recalls that the land was where he and Ilias formerly met, realizing the mission connects straight to his distant former. Kyle advanced across the academy corridor, reviewing his schedule for mission practice when a rushing pupil collided with him, breaking his concentration and drawing close by focus. The fallen boy swiftly apologized whilst Kyle observed him quietly, noticing odd energy fluctuations about the student's uniform badge and sensing something abnormal within the hallway. As other pupils assembled at afar, Kyle stayed composed, quietly analyzing the strange presence that briefly pulsed before fading into the crowded corridor. Nearby in the building, Senior Representative Elena Gerion stood under the Blue Moon emblem whilst discussing her party's upcoming exploration of a hero dungeon. Beside her, the silver-haired youth listened as speculation arose regarding why the Blue Moon faction had emerged within the first-year building. A sharp glint crossed Elena's gaze as she concluded that their target must be within this section of the academy. Kyle confronted Elena straight when she neared, openly expressing her intention to recruit him for her dungeon expedition team. Lacking hesitation, Kyle declined the offer, stating that he could not participate in Senior Elena's party regardless the encircling shock. Whispers spread amid close-by pupils who could not believe a first year had rejected the prestigious Blue Moon invitation. Elena questioned his reasoning with visible curiosity rather than rage, maintaining her composed posture in front of the watching crowd. Kyle exposed he had previously selected a distinct location for his mission practice, presenting documents that confirmed his independent choice. Observers murmured anew, realizing that Kyle had quietly refused her authority, lacking hostility or hesitation. Turning aside, Elena declared she could proceed initial, leaving the corridor with her party while maintaining an unreadable expression.
Some upperclassmen suggested teaching Kyle a lesson, suspecting he had relied on an ability connected to obedience throughout the exchange. From afar, the silver-haired youth observed Kyle walk solo down the hall, aware that the confrontation had solely begun. Elena observed Kyle from afar, her gaze reflecting his figure as she silently repeated his name and evaluated the defiance he had shown earlier. Amusement touched her look as she considered the technique he employed, identifying it as bandit subjugation and linking it to an older regional incident. A document referencing the Queen's humiliation surfaced in discussion, prompting exaggerated reactions amid pupils who struggled to accept the implication. Within the classroom, Kyle sat close to the window whilst other first years whispered regarding his recent rejection of Elena's prestigious invitation. Sunlight filtered across stained glass as a formal notice described entry requirements for a forbidden archive linked to an age-old tower. Elena reflected separately that anyone capable of refusing her must possess odd confidence or concealed leverage. The next morning, an instructor confirmed that Kyle had requested practical leave, granting permission for departure beyond academy grounds. A teleportation circle activated in a distant rural region, carrying Kyle towards Gurun province under official authorization. Arrival in the countryside exposed silent fields and scattered homes, where he instantly sensed unfamiliar magical interference. An elderly priest neared Kyle beyond a minor chapel, clarifying that he had submitted a formal request concerning violent bandits. According to the priest, local villagers had endured repeated assaults, leaving trade routes unsafe and morale steadily declining. Kyle listened cautiously whilst recalling that this territory had formerly belonged to Gardthron, a name erased from common maps. Nearing the village gate, Kyle encountered guards who hesitated, uncertain whether he genuinely belonged to Lumarine Academy. Presenting identification, he clarified that resolving the bandit subjugation request was his assigned mission. Following brief scrutiny, the guards allowed him passage, marking the silent beginning of his independent operation. In a refined chamber, officials praised Kyle as an exceptional Lumarine hero candidate whilst discussing reports that described his decisive subjugation of bandits. Regardless offers to arrange a comfortable estate for investigation, Kyle rejected unnecessary hospitality and insisted on operating straight where the bandits were engaged. Unfolding an elderly map, he identified the ruins close an age-old castle as the settlement site, noting traces connected to forgotten protective lines. Kyle reflected that the region formerly formed part of Gardthron's outer defenses, suggesting the bandits had unknowingly occupied historically strategic Earth. A abrupt interruption broke the meeting as a messenger reported the arrival of additional hero candidates from different academy. Questioned regarding companions, Kyle quietly stated he had come solo, surprising the officials who expected a coordinated team. Heavy footsteps echoed across the hall as a representative from Seikun Academy formally introduced himself before the assembled authorities. Kyle observed the newcomer cautiously, wondering why Seikun's upperclassmen had emerged in a provincial issue of bandit suppression. A red-haired pupil named Runia then neared Kyle openly, drawing focus from nearby candidates. Runia greeted Kyle with familiarity, and he responded with restrained composure, maintaining polite afar regardless her energetic demeanor. Whispers spread that Kyle had formerly been an uninterested pupil in Lumarine, prompting curiosity regarding the extent of his abilities. Runia clarified she had likewise requested mission practice following hearing about bandits in the region. Kyle cautioned that the aura he sensed suggested more than ordinary criminals, indicating perilous forces behind the disturbances. Runia insisted on assisting, arguing that Seikun pupils might not ignore such threats within shared territory. With resolve, she departed initial towards the ruins, leaving Kyle to consider how this unforeseen alliance would alter his mission. Within the provincial manor, visiting hero candidates were obtained formally, but the Seikun representative insisted that solely one individual could be permitted to speak straight with the Lord. Following dismissing the remaining, he clarified that their stated purpose worried ecological inspection rather than simple bandit suppression, shifting the discussion's direction. He clarified that Gurun province contained rare natural resources and wildlife, requesting reduced restrictions throughout their investigation regardless the sensitive circumstances. Whilst the Lord considered the proposal, the representative emphasized cooperation and hinted that certain matters required discreet handling beyond public knowledge. Beyond, several academy pupils assembled in the garden, startled that Lumarine's first-year representative had been dispatched alone for such a task. Speculation spread that intelligence regarding an undiscovered hero dungeon might likewise exist in this region, raising doubts regarding the mission's genuine objective. Some observers criticized the choice to send a single junior pupil, interpreting it as arrogance or reckless confidence from Lumarine Academy. Remaining countered that Kyle's record suggested exceptional ability, noting his rapid advancement and odd achievements regardless his academic year. Focus shifted when Elena Geryon emerged unexpectedly, her aura signaling that internal academy tensions had followed the expedition. Nearing quietly, Elena confronted the situation under the pretense of routine interaction, though underlying resentment stayed evident. She referenced prior conflict lacking direct accusation, implying that unresolved matters yet lingered between her and Kyle. With a composed smile masking authority, Elena insisted submission in subtle terms, escalating the silent rivalry within Garun province. Several pupils stand confronting a lone girl in academy courtyard whilst tension rises. A anxious girl lowers her gaze as accusations spread, suggesting her class consistently fails compared versus rivals. An furious pupil steps ahead, challenging her worth, while others watch, expecting justification for her poor performance. A assured girl smirks coldly, asserting dominance as she decides to give the rival a humiliating opportunity. Energy erupts violently about her body as strength surges outward, immense the surroundings. An enormous shockwave explodes outward, destroying close-by structures, instantly leaving destruction beyond, as the attack concludes abruptly. Pupils afar react in shock, whilst debris scatters across the field and confusion spreads rapidly among witnesses. Two pupils point towards the source of destruction, identifying the attacker as tension escalates and focus shifts. The mighty girl remains smiling amid turmoil as her dominance becomes clear, and others hesitate before approaching. A mighty aura suppresses rivals as a figure emerges, asserting authority. The attacker reveals identity while standing over a beaten rival, establishing dominance. A composed figure watches quietly, identifying failure amid seniors and concluding intervention becomes necessary due to incompetence displayed. Flames spiral violently upward as Runia unleashes destructive magic, intensifying heat and strength throughout the warzone area. Terrified pupils attempt escape whilst explosions erupt, causing turmoil as fire consumes surroundings. Runia advances across flames mercilessly, amplifying destruction and forcing remaining rivals into finished submission without hesitation or restraint. Leo Plob observes silently, analyzing Runia's abilities whilst comparing similarities to known figures from distant former experiences. Ruined grounds stretch outward as destruction settles, highlighting immense damage and raising questions regarding the attacker's genuine identity. Leo Plov reflects deeply, sensing inconsistency within events and questioning how such strength emerges following countless years past. Leo Plov senses shadowy mana lingering close by, identifying traces of magic that should not exist within ruins. He studies the surroundings cautiously, concluding that Girathon was buried underground yet holds concealed unnatural activity. Realization strikes Leo Plov as he confirms the city was not entirely ruined and something stays concealed. Runia remains close, a minor fire at night, while Leoplav travels alone. She considers Leoplav's moves, thinking regarding his return, and wondering whether to advance him. Leoplav abruptly emerges beyond Runia, observing calmly as she reacts to his unexpected presence near ruins. He reflects on former events, recalling how Garathon was abandoned following disaster and eventually buried underground entirely. The survivors departed seeking fresh lands whilst the ruined city faded from history. Both stand close ruins at dusk, preparing to rest whilst uncertainty grows regarding hidden forces beneath Garathon. Haddon and Elena sit by the fire as Elena joked regarding Leo and Runia relationship. Runia reacts with surprise and embarrassment whilst Leo Plav observes silently, maintaining composure throughout the unexpected meeting. Elena introduces herself quietly, establishing aura whilst Runia responds nervously. Leo Plav explains the situation briefly, clarifying movements whilst Runia listens, startled by Elena's abrupt interest instead. Elena reveals her curiosity towards Leo Plav, prioritizing him over dungeon exploration, causing tension within the team dynamics. Runia becomes confused and alarmed, questioning the situation as uncertainty grows regarding missing senior members and shifting plans. Haddon explains casually that remaining departed, implying consequences whilst maintaining steady demeanor despite underlying implications within conversation. Leo Plav senses irregularities anew, silently noting that events are not aligning as expected within the unfolding situation. Haddon decides to proceed with limited members, confirming continuation of exploration whilst Elena closely engages. Elena gathers information regarding an undiscovered hero dungeon, planning moves with subtle strategic intent. She advises Haddon to monitor juniors closely, revealing knowledge regarding the concealed dungeon location. Plans form to explore jointly as Leo Plav stays focused, prioritizing his mission regardless growing group involvement. Elena claims responsibility for resolving issues, presenting results assuredly whilst remaining react with mixed silent responses. Leo Plav reflects silently as the situation shifts unexpectedly, realizing cooperation has shifted into subtle competition amid participants. Runia strengthens her resolved not to lose whilst setting her aim to discover the hero dungeon first. Leo Plav moves swiftly towards a distant aura, reacting instinctively as something odd appears within the forested area. Elena identifying abnormal capability and questioning his genuine level beyond a typical pupil. Remaining notice his knowledge exceeds theory, sensing familiarity whilst uncertainty grows about Leoplav's sudden behavioral change. Elena teases Leoplav playfully, observing his demeanor change from composed pupil to someone appearing more careless. She laughs loudly close by whilst Leoplav stays calm, redirecting focus toward the ongoing exploration objective. Leoplav warns Runia regarding reacting mana, emphasizing threat whilst maintaining leadership and awareness within the ruins. Runia reports rearward to Haddon, confirming exploration progress whilst the team regathers under tense and watchful conditions. Elena asserting superiority whilst challenging Haddon indirectly and revealing confidence across subtle provocation. Haddon responds quietly, lacking aggression, maintaining composure whilst asserting his thorough approach against implied criticism confidently. The team confirms no immediate threats, observing surroundings cautiously whilst maintaining cautious movement through the unstable ruins. Hadin leads Runia ahead, deciding to proceed as conditions remain stable though underlying tension proceeds building. Leoplav and Elena observe interactions silently, noting Hadin's endurance whilst evaluating team dynamics during the expedition. An abrupt impact startles Leoplav as energy shifts violently, drawing focus. The team gathers swiftly as a shining formation appears, revealing a powerful warp gate activating beneath ruins. Arcane energy spirals intensely, pulling surroundings inward. Leoplav analyzes the structure, identifying it as Girathon's warp gate and noting its unforeseen preceded operation. He concludes the city was not entirely ruined, as the gate's functionality proves remnants yet exist underground. Complex magical patterns expand outward, indicating age-old systems yet functioning and hinting at further hidden structures below. Haddon observes cautiously, struggling to interpret the age-old magic whilst identifying its complexity far beyond modern understanding. Leoplav explains quietly that he recreated a temporary gate following studying the formula and confirming different entrants. The team gathers before the gate, preparing to enter whilst uncertainty stays about its destination and hidden dangers. Leoplav approaches cautiously as Elena gestures ahead, prompting him towards the activated warp gate. He observes the structure closely, questioning whether Girathon yet exists under Earth despite destruction long ago. Elena places her hand versus the gate, triggering energy flow as the age-old mechanism responds instantly. The team reacts in shock as the gate activates fully, releasing fierce glow and forming a stable passage. A system emerges announcing Hero Records opening, revealing concealed information tied to Girathon's forgotten history. A fresh realm interface displays chapter details, confirming entry point whilst signaling the beginning of deeper exploration. The warp gate activates violently, engulfing the team in glow as unknown energy pulls them into different world. A system interface emerges, identifying the location as a hero realm connected to an age-old dungeon structure. Leoplav identifying the chapter setting whilst remain confused by sudden environmental changes. The team surrounded by towering structures and mechanisms indicating an age-old system. Leoplav analyzes surroundings, sensing familiarity as concealed systems reactivate and acknowledge their unforeseen arrival within ruins. A fresh interface confirming the dungeon operates under structured conditions requiring progression across tasks. Leoplav studies the objective silently, concluding that the dungeon requires completion before allowing any form of exit. Abrupt motion causes uncertainty as one member stumbles, disrupting formation and creating tension within the unfamiliar environment. Leoplav stays composed, observing silently whilst evaluating both the system and companions adapting to fresh conditions. A youthful girl named Luna emerges within a vision, surrounded by glow as Leoplav observes quietly. The environment shifts into a prologue sequence, presenting fragments of a former timeline connected to Luna's history. Leoplav realizing he has entered a reconstructed memory as professor named Arkant. Leoplav identifies the setting as a possession-type hero realm, where individuals inhabit historical figures' bodies. A figure named Arkant Ubisha emerges, recognized as Luna's instructor and an crucial influence in her life. Leoplav understands Arkant's role deeply, acknowledging his significance as a father like aura within Luna's former. The sight shifts abruptly as Luna reacts, noticing Leoplav's aura while confusion spreads within the memory. Leoplav analyzes the situation cautiously, realizing the timeline may not pursue original events as expected. He concludes the current Luna differs from her genuine self, indicating the memory has been altered unnaturally. Luna enters Arkant's room respectfully, requesting permission to study as Leoplav observes events. Arkant acknowledges her aura quietly whilst the environment reflects a peaceful academic setting. Abrupt interruption startles Luna as unforeseen motion shifts attention. The chair she seated was broke. Leoplav considers remaining within the illusion, observing irregularities forming within memory. He recognizes the dungeon merges with reality over time, distorting events and separating the original timeline from truth. A violent distortion erupts, signaling the beginning of collapse as the memory starts transforming into something perilous. A catastrophic vision emerges, displaying destruction spreading as monsters cross into reality from the collapsing dungeon environment. Leoplav recalls Luna's achievements, identifying the timeline corresponds to a critical period before major historical events. He confirming awareness whilst questioning his aura within this altered and unstable reconstructed realm. Leoplav encounters a pupil who urgently explains disruptions occurring, indicating escalating tension. The pupil reveals classes halted as protests rise, displaying instability spreading amid students due to dissatisfaction. Leoplav recognizes he must act as Archant, understanding responsibilities required to maintain balance within the hero realm. They advance swiftly across corridors as Leoplav follows, recognizing the setting as Varharlun from ancient history. He recalls it as a prestigious academy city where solely selected elves might enroll and receive elite training. The scale of the academy becomes evident as structures tower, emphasizing its importance. Leoplav arrives late to a gathering, confronting a crowd of pupils previously angered by his absence. Pupils express dissatisfaction collectively, asserting expectations whilst challenging the authority of their assigned instructor. Tension escalates further as one figure steps ahead aggressively, confronting Leoplav and questioning his capabilities straight. A pupil leader named Herkian confronts Archant, expressing distrust towards leadership within academy grounds. He demands accountability, rallying pupils whilst dissatisfaction spreads rapidly, turning organized protest into unified opposition. The crowd supports Herkian loudly, insisting on replacing Archant. Leoplav, currently Archant, observes quietly, questioning the demand whilst analyzing motivations behind the sudden organized protest. Herkian introduces himself assuredly, establishing status whilst Leoplav recalls his identity. Recognition shocks Leoplav, remembering Herkian as a future traitor whose moves led to devastating consequences historically. Leoplav recalls Herkian's betrayal, where he slaughtered his own kin and seized command across violent rebellion. Regardless realizing the future, Leoplav restrains himself, maintaining composure whilst preparing to handle the situation carefully. He questions Herkian straight, seeking the genuine cause behind protest while suspecting deeper motives hidden beneath actions. Herkian questioning Archant's authority whilst accusing him of protecting someone considered disgraceful within academy. Leoplav observing cautiously as Herkian provokes further by escalating accusations towards Luna's reputation. The confrontation intensifies as pupils react, creating division whilst tension rises sharply between authority and opposition. Herkian grows aggressive, asserting dominance while stepping ahead and attempting to intimidate Archant across direct confrontation. Leoplav observes irregular reactions, realizing Herkian's hostility stems from further motives rather than simple dissatisfaction. The situation destabilizes further as pressure builds, pushing both sides towards an unavoidable conflict within the academy. Herkian openly trials different Professor Zira, demanding repetition whilst escalating conflict into a direct confrontation before witnesses. Leo proposes a duel, asserting superiority and attempting to publicly prove Archant's incompetence across combat. Herkian accepts quietly, permitting the duel whilst maintaining command and preparing to confront Zira directly. He identifying refusal could worsen tension whilst maintaining authority within unstable academy environment. Herkian reacts with surprise, noticing odd decisiveness as Zira breaks from Archant's expected cautious behavior pattern. Suspicion grows within Herkian as he questions Zira's willingness, sensing something fundamentally distinct regarding his rival. The site shifts to a towering structure, representing Varharlun's celestial ward, where mighty magic governs the surroundings. A figure channels immense magical energy, demonstrating command over celestial forces whilst the environment reacts dynamically. The atmosphere intensifies as a fresh figure emerged, with named Piva. Peoples gather in huge numbers, forming a crowd as tension rises. Herkian declares his intent to prove superiority, directing hostility towards Zira whilst asserting dominance publicly. Leoplav stays composed, preparing mentally as the duel starts, maintaining steady focus despite overwhelming pressure surrounding. Herkian releases mighty green mana, expanding energy outward violently as his power overwhelms the warzone environment instantly. Observers recognize his immense strength, noting his exceptional status whilst Leoplav remains unaffected by the display. Leoplav analyzes quietly, concluding Herkian's power exceeds expectations yet identifying limitations within his reckless energy output. Historical reflection emerges, clarifying stagnation leads to corruption whilst emphasizing context before the calamity shaped current events.
Herkian hesitates briefly, uncertain how to proceed as Zira's steady response disrupts his expectations entirely. Zira counters decisively, unleashing directed energy, demonstrating superior mastery whilst shifting momentum firmly in his favor. Herkian is struck rearward unexpectedly as Zira releases aura, surprising everybody observing the duel's progression. Peoples react in uncertainty, questioning the use of aura since it should not exist within this era. Leo Plav analyzes quietly, realizing the original Archant not once employed aura, making this ability completely unfamiliar here. The magic evolution, stating aura solely emerges following calamity, while earlier eras relied solely on magic. Herkian refuses to accept overcome, insisting his strength stays superior while gathering more mana aggressively. He unleashes intensified energy, channeling immense power in an attempt to crush Zira entirely. Zira observes quietly, acknowledging the enormous mana but identifying flaws within Herkian's inefficient control. He counters effortlessly, demonstrating superior technique as his refined aura surpasses raw strength across precision and command. A mighty impact follows, immense Herkian instantly as Zira secures dominance within the ongoing duel. Herkian collapses under pressure, struggling to stand as Zira observes silently, maintaining command over Warzone situation. Herkian questions Zira's abilities, realizing his rival's strength differs entirely from expected magical techniques used before. He starts identifying similarities to legendary figures, sensing Leo Plav's aura resembles someone far beyond ordinary students. Attempts a desperate assault, Herkian lunging ahead recklessly regardless injuries while releasing violent energy toward Leo Plav. Zira counters instantly, immense him anew and forcing Herkian to the earth before resistance continues further. Leo Plav as Archant intervenes abruptly, stepping between them and halting the duel. Zira refuses assistance initially, displaying pride regardless overcome while Leo Plav remains calm. Leo Plav reveals his identity silently, preparing to explain further truths whilst acknowledging the risks of extended conflict. The duel ends officially as orders are provided, removing Herkian whilst Leo Plav directs remaining for next actions. Leo Plav directs Zira to pursue, leading him towards Archant's private room. They advance across corridors as Leo Plav reflects on assembled information, planning to guide Zira carefully forward. A concealed observer watches silently, suggesting different aura interfering within the reconstructed hero world environment. Within the room, Zira questions inconsistencies whilst Leo Plav starts analyzing deeper connections. Leo Plav recalls historical details, identifying this timeline represents events before the calamity, where critical changes started. Zira listens closely as Leo Plav explains implications, suggesting the current realm differs from expected original events. Luna's illusion emerges, symbolizing a further layer connected to her genuine influence within the world. Leo Plav concludes this is Luna's realm, identifying her as its origin and confirming its significance to history. Zira demands proof, displaying question whilst the situation grows more complex with hidden truths gradually revealing themselves. Leo Plav describes meeting the professor, recalling an immense aura. The description exaggerates traits, mixing admiration and uncertainty, suggesting distorted perception. Time passes rapidly within the realm, indicating instability as events compress unnaturally throughout extended durations. Leo Plav observes interactions, realizing characters behave differently whilst Zira struggles understanding inconsistencies. He explains partially, confirming the realm belongs to Luna whilst emphasizing it exists before the calamity occurred. The explanation reveals structural rules, suggesting missing elements influence behavior and prevent events from next expected outcomes. Leo Plav questions the realm's condition, noting unnatural stability regardless missing features necessary. Zira responds with knowledge regarding star magic, clarifying its rarity and absence within standard academy teachings. Leo Plav theorizes conditions required, concluding the realm stays incomplete lacking Luna's star magic properly manifesting. A messenger arrives urgently, informing Leo Plav that the principal has requested his aura. Leo Plav questions the cause, realizing the situation likely connects to recent events involving conflict within academy grounds. The messenger reveals Zira's detention command, indicating loftier authority involvement and escalating consequences. Zira accepts temporarily, displaying restraint whilst Leo Plav identifying deeper complications emerging within the controlled environment. Leo Plav reflects silently, acknowledging the situation is becoming increasingly complex as concealed forces start influencing outcomes. He decides to meet the principal straight, taking initiative whilst maintaining command over unfolding circumstances within the academy. Leo Plav travels towards the central tower, nearing the highest authority structure within the academy's vast architecture. He arrives at the entrance, where the guard directs him within, marking transition into a more restricted region. Leo Plav enters solo, sensing isolation as the environment shifts, preparing for an crucial encounter forward. Leo Plav enters an enigmatic chamber, sensing immense energy. A radiant staff emerges before him, recognized as an artifact tied to events before the Calamity era. The staff resonates strongly, indicating a connection to Luna whilst confirming its importance within the realm's history. Visions emerge displaying Luna chosen by the staff, marking her as significant within the unfolding historical narrative. The sight shifts to tragedy, revealing former destruction and hinting at suffering that shaped future events profoundly. Leo Plav observes cautiously, identifying patterns whilst confirming this sequence holds crucial information about the world. A divine aura manifests, suggesting Luna's connection to loftier strength and confirming extraordinary influence within the world. Leo Plav reflects on the timeline, identifying this as the era before Calamity, where critical changes started. He concludes the realm requires divine existence, realizing its absence could contradict the system sustaining this reality. In an age-old era when divine beings strode openly amid humanity, the realm revolved around celestial authority and unseen cosmic systems governing mortal fate. Within a towering structure under the night sky, a silver-haired youth named Kyle observes the heavens. Aware that transcendental entities shaped history long before disaster struck, Kyle readies himself to confront truths concealed beyond the limits of ordinary understanding. Seated upon a radiant throne, under symbols of opportunity and divinity, Kyle is portrayed as one who surpassed common sense and stood equal to beings worshipped as gods. Beyond the era of catastrophe, transcendental beings manipulated mortal destinies freely, descending into the human realm lacking restriction or accountability. Extending his hand towards humanity, Kyle recalls how those loftier existences formerly interfered directly with the world. Within the Academy Hall, Kyle formally acknowledges the aura of a grand entity whilst maintaining composure befitting someone who has witnessed divine power firsthand. As radiant energy gathers overhead his palm, the encircling space distorts, revealing that knowledge and authority formerly restricted are no longer entirely sealed from him. From the heights of the Grand Chamber, unseen forces observe Kyle cautiously, aware that he perceives the structure of the record system governing this realm. Questioning the limits placed upon transcendental beings, Kyle trials the unseen administrators who claim authority over knowledge and cosmic balance. Identifying irregularities within the system, he analyzes how records have been altered, concluding that interference has occurred deliberately rather than by error. With steady confidence, Kyle exposes flaws within the record framework, confirming that his understanding exceeds what the system anticipated. But abrupt manifestation interrupts the chamber, introducing itself as an overseer figure, claiming jurisdiction over the academy and its concealed mechanisms. Presenting himself openly, Kyle remains firm before the declaration, identifying himself lacking hesitation regardless the tensions surrounding the revelation. When the topic of the record system arises, Kyle focuses intently, ready to dismantle the concealed structure that formerly erased his existence from history. Kyle quietly defines the hero record as a power capable of recreating the former, presenting it not as myth but as an operational authority shaping reality itself. The silver-haired youth listens cautiously, realizing his understanding stays incomplete regardless witnessing fragments of the system's structure within the academy. From overhead the circular hall, an unseen aura explains that granting access to the record system could disrupt balance, implying its function extends beyond simple knowledge preservation. Standing under cascading glow, Kyle questions how much the overseer genuinely understands regarding the hero record's origin and its divine architects. Age-old imagery reveals gods creating trial worlds, rewarding those who evident them, suggesting the record system evaluates existence across structured trials. Identifying the implications, Kyle concludes such a mechanism might not have been designed by a single god but by a collective strength exceeding ordinary divinity. With analytical composure, Kyle reflects on what he achieved in the former, measuring his deeds versus the scale of the system observing him. He recalls saving the realm throughout catastrophe, yet internally reframes the triumph as an act of defiance rather than simple heroism. An abrupt reaction from the unseen aura signals shock, as the magnitude of Kyle's prior accomplishments trials their expectations. Night spreads throughout the city as the discussion shifts towards humanity's vulnerability when abandoned by gods and departed lacking celestial protection. Kyle acknowledges that he did not stand solo, implying cooperation with companions who shared the burden of confronting destruction. The question arises why divine beings withdrew, prompting speculation regarding an existence rivaling gods and operating beyond mortal reach. A monstrous silhouette manifests versus a crimson horizon, symbolizing a being comparable to gods, yet detached from both glow and gloom. Kyle proposes that if the realm represents glow, then this immense entity embodies pure darkness opposing cosmic order. As energy surges violently within the academy chamber,
the legend of Elder Days resurfaces, hinting that age-old myths concealed truths regarding this catastrophic power. An age-old mechanical overseer is exposed as the power maintaining balance, its purpose preventing either gods or mortals from destroying existence entirely. When divine beings started creating trial worlds and rewarding success, gloom appeared simultaneously, growing stronger alongside their expanding authority. Kyle recognizes that this abyssal strength evolved as a counterweight, a void born to mirror the gods and preserve equilibrium across opposition. The unseen aura explains that if glow represents the structured realm, then the catastrophic entity Kyle confronted embodies its absolute inverse. Black tendrils coil across the academy chamber as Kyle acknowledges he confronted that calamity straight and achieved what even gods failed to accomplish. Regardless losing fragments of his memory afterward, he accepts that forgetting does not erase the scale of what he formerly overcame. Within the Grand Hall, Kyle reflects on his former rage over being forgotten but chooses rather to focus on unfinished responsibility. His objective becomes evident as he declares the Finnish annihilation of Erebos, rejecting any compromise or containment. The silver-haired youth's resolve unsettles the overseer, who recognizes that Kyle's resolve surpasses ordinary heroism. Confronted with the possibility of reliving immense suffering, Kyle quietly confirms his willingness to endure that burden formerly again. Moonlight filters across the academy ceiling as he states his choice, lacking hesitation, grounding his conviction in deliberate choice. A faint smile emerges, signaling acceptance of the path forward, regardless of the consequences awaiting him. The overseer admits the gods shaped the realm for a cause, implying the hero record contains authority beyond administrative command. As age-old script responds to Kyle's aura, it becomes evident the hero record system reacts uniquely to him. The truth surfaces that the hero record itself was originally meant to belong to Kyle, binding his existence to the realm's foundation. The overseer reveals that solely Kyle can receive unique rewards, as the hero record recognizes him differently from every other beings. Golden glow condenses overhead the academy floor, forming a staff forged purely from accumulated knowledge rather than physical material. Though aware it may be considered a divine treasure, Kyle accepts the staff quietly, understanding it will support his coming combat. A surge of blue radiance erupts as the artifact acknowledges him, confirming that the age-old weapon has chosen its rightful master. The overseer admits that gloom has previously fallen upon the realm, limiting how much guidance can be offered from beyond. With a composed smile, Kyle receives a last blessing, aware that future trials will depend on his own power. Distant from the academy, a silent city glows warmly at night, its tranquil streets disguising corruption spreading under the surface. A woman named Vinner, possessed by a Tartarus demon, gathers allies and warns them not to lower their guard. Elven figures who formerly fought commanders debate rumors of intruders from the Hero Academy entering their domain. In a dim courtyard, suspicion grows as they speculate that a dungeon raider has infiltrated their territory. Vinner orders Sarman to eliminate a named prisoner if an opportunity arises, revealing calculated hostility towards potential threats. One elf questions whether solely a single raider exists, sensing a broader operation unfolding in secret. Nearby, a sinister power declares that all things within its reach will burn and collapse into despair. A monstrous red aura manifests beyond shadowed figures, announcing the revival of a sealed demon. As terror spreads across the narrow streets, the ominous being proclaims that history itself must be rewritten across destruction. Leo studied fragmented hero records whilst age-old constellations exposed separated kingdoms protecting different races across continents from forgotten disasters. Professor Akint investigated damaged archives because missing historical pages suggested deliberate manipulation encircling legendary hero Kyle from age-old authorities. Leo suspected Academy founders divided Erebus intentionally, concealing perilous truths under preserved records, protecting influential families from public discovery. Professor Akint entered forbidden corridors searching Tartaros evidence whilst distorted shadows surrounded abandoned passages under underground prison chambers. Leo planned rescuing Luna and Elena before corrupted officials discovered concealed investigations connected towards forbidden archive secrets. Luna neared Professor Akint nervously because unforeseen royal celebrations created uncomfortable memories regarding influential elves encircling Urgen. Luna clarified King Urgen's birthday celebration attracted crucial nobles whilst crowded streets overwhelmed ordinary academy students during festival preparations. Leo recognized Luna lacked invitation
invitations regardless royal festivities, welcoming countless elves gathering under illuminated plaza decorations. Professor Akint observed distant fireworks silently, whilst Luna concealed disappointment beyond steady expressions overlooking crowded capital streets. Luna requested accompanying Professor Akint because royal celebrations highlighted rising afar, separating ordinary pupils from nobility. Leo recalled Luna earned recognition across relentless dedication regardless lacking noble ancestry or influential political connections within Serun. Professor Akint suspected altered histories erased previous royal support records, creating contradictions encircling Luna's forgotten invitation from Urgin. Luna questioned missing invitations nervously whilst Professor Akint recognized historical timelines encircling kingdoms gradually became unstable. Leo discovered recent events differed entirely from recalled history, suggesting mighty entities manipulated reality behind civilization without public awareness. Professor Akint concluded changing hero records affected present circumstances straight, allowing forgotten disasters returning throughout continents across corrupted histories. Leo recalled tranquil academy memories before enigmatic gloom consumed surrounding regions and destroyed countless historical records across neighboring kingdoms. Professor Akint recognized perilous dimensional disturbances close by whilst investigating whether Tartaros infiltrated protected celebrations beneath illuminated architecture. Leo observed exploding fireworks silently whilst concealed enemies neared unnoticed, threatening Luna alongside unsuspecting festival visitors through concealed pathways. Nearby, Hayden regretted careless investigations because underground prison conditions exposed horrifying cruelty concealed under elven authority structures for many generations. An elf girl neared Haden cautiously whilst chained prisoners stayed silent nearby, creating confusion regarding unfamiliar social customs. Haden listened cautiously following Marin, identified herself proudly as enslaved property serving influential elves throughout encircling territories without resistance. Hayden questioned Marin repeatedly because half-elven slavery contradicted historical records preserved within Seren libraries entirely for respected scholars. Marin replied innocently whilst describing ordinary discrimination, revealing slavery stayed accepted throughout elven cities without meaningful opposition from authorities. Hayden observed imprisoned half-elves silently, realizing distorted histories transformed previous alliances into systematic oppression throughout multiple generations within Serun. Marin described slavery naturally, causing Haden immense shock regarding shifted morals amid modern elven society across every noble house. Hayden recalled age-old cooperation between races, yet prison chains demonstrated corrupted traditions replacing honorable leadership throughout kingdoms entirely. Marin pursued Hayden silently whilst dangerous revelations surrounding enslaved half-elves threatened destabilizing concealed political foundations beneath Serun. Haden assaulted abusive guards instantly following witnessing prisoners suffering beneath brutal punishment inside underground elven cells. Marin trembled silently whilst prison officials defended slavery openly, claiming uneducated servants deserved constant discipline from noble overseers. Professor Akint intervened angrily because careless violence versus imprisoned half-elves exposed widespread cruelty normalized throughout modern Serun society. Hayden neared suspicious strangers cautiously whilst enigmatic purple energy distorted prison corridors surrounding terrified captives beneath hidden underground chambers. Unknown attackers threatened execution, unless Haden abandoned Serun instantly, revealing perilous connections towards Tartaros operating secretly beneath kingdoms. Professor Akint recognized Tartaros, instantly following witnessing forbidden dimensional magic spreading violently throughout prison walls. Blue magical chains shattered violently following, Haden unleashed concentrated energy assaults versus prison barriers restricting terrified half-elven prisoners close by. Explosive purple flames collided repeatedly with Haden's assaults, destroying prison structures whilst panicked captives escaped encircling corridors immediately swiftly. Professor Akint readied protective magic cautiously, while overwhelming Tartaros energy consumed underground chambers beneath collapsing prison foundations completely violently. Elena appeared across violent magical explosions abruptly, shocking Haden while corrupted dimensional energy destroyed nearby prison barriers. Hayden recognized Elena instantly because immense magical pressure encircling her surpassed previous encounters inside dangerous underground prisons. Elena mocked Hayden's weakened appearance quietly whilst enigmatic butterflies surrounded collapsing corridors beneath spreading purple dimensional distortions. Elena praised Haden's improving power casually, whilst Marin observed silently beside shattered prison cells under underground corridors. Hayden recognized she directed unfamiliar magic abilities, creating perilous uncertainty regarding hidden powers connected toward dimensional distortions. Elena comforted frightened Marin gently whilst admitting temporary possession over different body throughout violent confrontations against cruel prison authorities. Marin compared Elena towards heavenly beings, nervously following, witnessing shining wings and enormous magical energy surrounding underground prison corridors. Elena instructed Marin cautiously whilst enigmatic transformations spread across surrounding darkness damaged prison foundations during unstable dimensional disturbances. Hayden glared angrily towards injured enemies close by whilst Elena remained unconscious beneath destroyed prison corridors following exhausting magical confrontations. Elena threatened foe assuredly whilst overwhelming magical pressure surrounded collapsing prison corridors beneath dangerous dimensional distortions spreading rapidly everywhere. Hayden recognized Elena instantly because legendary hero candidates possessed extraordinary abilities separating them entirely from ordinary academy pupils everywhere. Her ruthless confidence reminded Hayden painfully regarding immense differences existing between talented heroes and struggling survivors throughout dangerous conflicts. 2 years earlier, Academy representatives organized magical duels determining prestigious rankings between talented pupils throughout Lumini's respected magic department. Hayden tested Elena arrogantly because her dismissive attitude wounded his pride before crucial Academy spectators encircling nearby battlefields. Elena observed Hayden quietly whilst mighty magical currents formed instantly, revealing overwhelming combat talent beyond ordinary Academy standards. Hayden collapsed instantly following Elena's devastating assault, shattered protective magic before shocked Academy crowds watching nearby tournament grounds. Academy officials declared Elena victorious instantly, whilst Hayden stayed defeated beneath destroyed battlefield structures surrounding countless observing students. Hayden recognized certain individuals possessed natural heroic destinies, creating unthinkable barriers, separating ordinary fighters from legendary warriors. Elena unleashed immense dimensional magic assuredly, whilst corrupted prison structures collapsed beneath violent purple explosions surrounding enemies. She mocked ordinary hero candidates mercilessly because legendary warriors possessed incomparable power beyond Academy standards throughout perilous confrontations. Hayden struggled desperately versus Elena's assaults whilst destructive magical pressure shattered surrounding corridors beneath underground prison foundations. Elena tested unseen enemies arrogantly, demanding mighty legion commanders rather of weaker demonic opponents surrounding prison corridors. Purple dimensional chains expanded violently throughout underground chambers whilst immense magical explosions consumed nearing enemies. Elena smiled fearlessly before disappearing briefly, leaving ruined prison corridors illuminated under fading dimensional particles encircling terrified survivors. Hayden protected Marin cautiously whilst Elena instructed frightened prisoners keeping their gaze closed during dangerous magical confrontations nearby completely. Marin unsealed her gaze nervously following Elena's reassurance, witnessing overwhelming magical destruction surrounding collapsing underground prison corridors, silently everywhere. Elena's superior assuredly towards remaining enemies, while Hayden followed immediately beside glowing dimensional energy illuminating surrounding darkness violently. Servants escorted disguised Lunia across Lady Sergia's mansion, whilst instructors repeatedly corrected her posture and facial expressions before festivities started. Lunia maintained Sergia's noble appearance cautiously whilst exhausted attendants adjusted expensive clothing beside grand staircases throughout preparations. She compelled elegant smiles continuously regardless mounting pressure encircling Sergia's identity before important aristocratic celebrations commenced inside noble headquarters. Nobles praised Lunia's transformed appearance sincerely whilst concealed frustration became because unfamiliar etiquette constantly restricted personal freedom during ceremonies. Palace workers rapidly readied Sergia's accessories and cosmetics, whilst Lunia observed crowded chambers packed with demanding attendants nearby anxiously. Lunia endured relentless preparations silently whilst immense fatigue spread throughout decorated halls occupied by endlessly working servants before ceremonies. Lunia observed odd treatment instantly after numerous maids surrounded her carefully despite entering aristocratic society under false identities. Memories concerning age, old elven royalty disturbed Lunia deeply, whilst concealed truths surrounding Sergia's background gradually became increasingly dangerous. Lunia questioned her current circumstances fearfully whilst enigmatic visions connected Sergia's position towards forgotten ancient elven monarchy and bloodlines. Lunia pursued attendants towards Ergen's audience chamber whilst memorizing royal instructions concerning restricted elven ceremonial traditions. Anxious servants clarified concealed passages reserved exclusively for visiting elf monarchs, whilst Lunia struggled maintaining controlled breathing. Lunia entered magnificent corridors nervously whilst questioning Sergia's perilous identity deception encircling ancient elven royalty and political conspiracies internally. Palace instructors insisted flawless etiquette before Lunia greeted distinguished nobles connected straight towards influential elven governmental authorities during ceremonies. Lunia observed massive palace decorations cautiously whilst wondering whether encircling aristocrats recognized Sergia's suspicious behavioral differences. Unusual red energy abruptly erupted throughout palace corridors whilst Lunia immediately sensed unfamiliar magical pressure approaching. Violent magical distortions ruined close by surroundings instantly, whilst terrified nobles witnessed horrifying crimson manifestations consuming enormous corridors completely. Lunia examined shattered palace walls cautiously, whilst enigmatic destructive energy proceeded spreading across ceremonial chambers without explanation everywhere nearby. Unknown creatures appeared under collapsing structures, whilst Lunia confronted terrifying appearances connected toward forgotten ancient elven disasters secretly returning. Lunia sensed frightening magical pressure abruptly returning, whilst confused attendants questioned Sergia's frightened reaction beside palace corridors. She pursued anxious attendants cautiously toward luminous pathways hidden beneath enormous palace structures connected directly towards sacred dimensions. Enigmatic white-haired royalty welcomed disguised Lunia formally, whilst age-old surroundings inside Baharhan's world tree revealed unfamiliar architecture. Elf King Ergen questioned Lunia gently whilst maintaining suspicious observations regarding Sergia's odd behavior throughout formal birthday greetings. Lunia replied cautiously before immense crimson energy abruptly surrounded her body, while hidden memories resurfaced uncontrollably beneath palace floors. Violent magical disturbances spread rapidly throughout ceremonial grounds, whilst horrified nobles witnessed perilous crimson power consuming hallways. Lunia instantly recognized Baharhan's sacred dimension concealed catastrophic secrets connected straight toward ancient elven monarchy and forbidden rituals permanently. Shadowy crimson patterns covered encircling corridors continuously, whilst unstable magical forces distorted nearby structures beneath collapsing dimensional barriers. Terrified, Lunia observed spreading destruction silently, whilst questioning Sergia's concealed identity connected towards dangerous ancient powers beneath Baharhan. Crimson energy surrounded Ergen abruptly, whilst Lunia recognized horrifying magical patterns resembling forbidden Tartarus monsters from age-old records. She denied frightening suspicions internally because shattered corridors exposed identical destruction witnessed previously throughout catastrophic battles against Erebos. Old crimson manifestations consumed ceremonial pathways, whilst concealed voices repeatedly identified approaching disasters connected directly toward Erebos. Professor Akint questioned Baharhan cautiously whilst discussing distorted historical records connected towards perilous magical investigations involving ancient elves. Baharhan admitted immense uncertainty regarding magical research because inconsistent evidence continuously contradicted accepted historical truths encircling powerful civilizations. Suspicious magical discoveries compelled Baharhan towards perilous conclusions, while hidden documents suggested historical manipulation surrounding legendary heroes. Luna observed Akint's unsettling look cautiously, whilst crimson distortions expanded continuously throughout sacred palace structures beneath Baharhan. Shadowy magical pressure intensified rapidly, whilst terrified nobles evacuated collapsing ceremonial grounds occupied previously by influential elven authorities close by. Luna recognized concealed truths encircling Sergia connected directly toward ancient catastrophes capable of destroying entire kingdoms without resistance. Leo recognized Tartarus deliberately targeted Luna because age-old enemies feared heroes capable of destroying corrupted worlds permanently. Professor Akint gently named Luna ahead whilst observing her anxious expression beneath shimmering magical lights inside. Leo promised Luna extraordinary happiness assuredly, whilst remembering forgotten conversations shared jointly centuries before devastating wars erupted across continents. Leo recalled Luna's age-old nickname cautiously, whilst brilliant magical constellations illuminated surrounding ceremonial chambers beautifully during celebrations that night. Age-old phrases resurfaced within Leo's memories, whilst dazzling celestial magic surrounded Luna under enormous palace structures completely. Luna accepted Leo's invitation happily, whilst colorful magical fireworks illuminated massive realm tree branches above crowded celebrations throughout Baharhan. Leo observed Tartarus corruption spreading secretly whilst determining perilous enemies, yet manipulated heroic bloodlines across kingdoms constantly from shadows. Luna celebrated peacefully beside Leo whilst crowded festivities concealed frightening threats connected towards ancient Tartarus remnants nearby within Baharhan. Leo resolved eliminating Tartarus entirely personally, whilst preparing future battles against hidden enemies threatening innocent civilizations everywhere. Lunia greeted encircling nobles cautiously, whilst trembling hands revealed lingering fear connected toward terrifying audience chamber incidents earlier. Immense anxiety consumed Lunia internally because unusual crimson distortions stayed visible exclusively before frightened eyes throughout crowded celebrations. Luna neared Sergia gently, whilst familiar voices instantly calmed Lunia's fears surrounding dangerous magical disturbances across Baharhan. Lunia recognized Luna instantly, whilst forgotten memories concerning Baharhan's sacred realm resurfaced plainly beneath colorful ceremonial lights. Luna introduced herself formally, whilst splendid magical constellations illuminated encircling palace gardens connected toward ancient legendary bloodlines. Close by nobles observed silently, whilst Lunia cautiously examined Luna's mysterious presence connected directly toward forgotten celestial histories within Baharhan. Lunia recognized Bahar Hun originally belonged towards Luna following witnessing extraordinary magical phenomena surrounding ancient celestial powers nearby during celebrations. Luna exposed her genuine title proudly whilst massive magical constellations illuminated ceremonial grounds beneath sacred world tree branches beautifully tonight. Quiet tensions surrounded assembled nobles whilst Lunia carefully processed Luna's revelation regarding forgotten progenitors connected toward Bahar Hun's ancient foundations. Luna questioned unforeseen intrusions nervously while suspicious nobles recognized unidentified guests entered Bahar Hun's celebrations without official invitations. Age-old elf authorities accused Professor Akint instantly because concealed enemies continuously infiltrated sacred ceremonial grounds throughout Bahar Hun. Tense confrontations erupted between Akint and suspicious nobles whilst perilous accusations concerning concealed infiltrators spread rapidly throughout celebrations. Professor Akint exposed corrupted intentions assuredly whilst identifying familiar Tartarus influence hidden beneath Bahar Hun's respected elven authorities secretly. Furious elven officials threatened severe punishment instantly because Akint interfered continuously versus concealed conspiracies controlling Bahar Hun secretly beneath ceremonial. Bahar Hun's vice principal exposed perilous ambitions proudly whilst terrifying magical pressure surrounded nearby ceremonial gardens. Corrupted crimson strength erupted violently whilst concealed Tartarus influence transformed nearby surroundings into destructive infernal manifestations throughout Bahar Hun. Elven authorities mocked Professor Akint arrogantly, whilst believing ordinary instructors lacked strength against overwhelming Tartarus corruption spreading rapidly. Corrupted enemies promised destroying heroic civilizations entirely, whilst frightening infernal flames consumed Bahar Hun's ceremonial grounds before horrified witnesses. Professor Akint restrained murderous intentions cautiously because crowded celebrations prevented immediate retaliation versus corrupted Bahar Hun authorities encircling Luna. Luna informed Akint nervously that Sergia's odd kindness contradicted previous memories concerning hostile aristocratic behavior. Akint instantly suspected Lunia's disguised identity whilst recalling Sergia's former cruelty towards Luna throughout earlier encounters repeatedly within Bahar Hun. Professor Akint greeted disguised Lunia respectfully whilst observing anxious reactions concealed beneath elegant aristocratic manners during celebrations. Lunia questioned Akint cautiously regarding Lemurn because forgotten memories connected straight towards enigmatic celestial histories surrounding Bahar Hun. Leo concealed crucial historical truths cautiously whilst recognizing Lunia's dangerous connection toward ancient heroes opposing Tartarus across civilizations. Lunia questioned Akint cautiously regarding Lemurn before abruptly identifying Leo concealed beneath Professor Akint's disguised appearance. Leo confirmed knowledge concerning Lemurn quietly whilst realizing Luna's unforeseen royal status complicated dangerous investigations across Bahar Hun. Ergin's abrupt arrival interrupted conversations instantly, whilst suspicious nobles carefully observed Leo, Luna, and disguised Lunia nearby silently cautiously. Celebrating nobles welcomed Prince Ergin enthusiastically, whilst magnificent palace gardens illuminated crowded festivities throughout Bahar Hun under shimmering constellations beautifully. Lunia accompanied Professor Akint nervously whilst observing Ergin's formal greetings towards assembled aristocrats surrounding ceremonial banquet tables. Ergin thanked attending nobles respectfully whilst concealed tensions encircling Tartarus investigations remained concealed beneath peaceful celebrations. Luna encouraged Professor Akint assuredly because Ergin's sponsorship resolved crucial magical research opportunities throughout Bahar Hun's academic institutions permanently. Lunia neared Leo courageously whilst requesting shared dances under dazzling celebrations illuminating enormous world tree branches across Bahar Hun beautifully. Leo stayed between Luna and Lunia cautiously whilst concealed conspiracies surrounding Tartarus threatened peaceful festivities across Bahar Hun. Leo accepted Lunia's dance invitation politely whilst Luna observed awkward reactions encircling crowded ceremonial banquet tables. Lunia confirmed Leo's concealed identity cautiously whilst questioning accumulated discoveries concerning Bahar Hun's unfamiliar historical timeline internally beside celebrations. Leo investigated distorted historical conditions cautiously whilst dancing beside Lunia under shimmering magical constellations throughout ceremonial halls beautifully. Leo recognized Bahar Hun existed before calamities occurred because youthful Luna's aura confirmed altered historical timelines surrounding ancient civilizations. Lunia listened cautiously whilst Leo clarified Luna originally created powerful star magic before recorded histories existed across kingdoms. Luna celebrated happily close by, whilst Leo analyzed perilous historical inconsistencies connected toward Bahar Hun's distorted magical foundations internally. Leo discovered star magic stayed non-existent currently, whilst investigating age-old records connected toward Bahar Hun's undeveloped magical systems internally. Lunia sensed Tartarus corruption close by instantly, whilst observing suspicious magical disturbances spreading secretly throughout crowded ceremonial celebrations within Bahar Hun. Leo denied familiar Tartarus origins cautiously because concealed enemies within Baharhan differed significantly from previously encountered age-old corrupted forces. Leo clarified corrupted outsiders infiltrated Baharhan secretly, whilst shattered star magic fragments exposed dangerous dimensional intrusions nearby. Lunia accepted Leo's conclusions nervously, whilst frightening shadows encircling Erebus gradually emerged beneath Baharhan's hidden ceremonial structures. Leo cautioned Lunia cautiously before detecting immense Erebus corruption spreading throughout Baharhan beneath concealed dimensional barriers nearby rapidly. Violent magical energy erupted abruptly whilst enigmatic attackers unleashed destructive blue magic throughout crowded Baharhan streets nearby during investigations. Concealed enemies launched rapid magical assaults continuously whilst frightened civilians observed destructive battles spreading throughout damaged streets. Leo pursued escaping enemies aggressively whilst realizing corrupted invaders threatened Baharhan's residents under concealed Tartarus influences secretly everywhere permanently. Suspicious magical explosions devastated close-by streets whilst authorities struggled containing perilous destructive forces spreading rapidly throughout Baharhan entirely silently nearby. Local residents panicked continuously because uncontrollable magical battles endangered innocent civilians trapped throughout damaged Baharhan districts close by throughout evacuations. Leo recognized concealed Tartarus conspiracies endangered Baharhan entirely whilst preparing immediate retaliation against corrupted infiltrators permanently without hesitation. Suspicious figure criticized heroic ideals arrogantly whilst corrupted Tartarus followers secretly wandered perilous streets under Baharhan silently. Corrupted pupils mocked Elena cruelly whilst treating ordinary civilians like insignificant insects under dangerous Tartarus influence everywhere nearby secretly. Concealed Tartarus followers exposed frightening intentions openly while promising catastrophic destruction beneath Baharhan through awakening forbidden gods permanently soon. Corrupted followers laughed hysterically whilst declaring inevitable deaths awaited Baharhan's residents under Tartarus influence spreading rapidly everywhere continuously silently. Perilous cultists worshipped enigmatic gods fanatically whilst terrifying crimson energy surrounded nearby streets beneath Baharhan completely silently. Concealed conspirators declared nearing divine awakenings confidently while spreading fear throughout damaged Baharhan districts beneath corrupted Tartarus influence. Alana confronted corrupted followers cautiously whilst instantly identifying Erebus behind dangerous cult activities spreading throughout Baharhan secretly nearby silently. Furious cultists rejected Erebus accusations aggressively whilst shadowy corrupted energy distorted close-by streets beneath Baharhan continuously during dangerous confrontations. Elena stayed fearless regardless immense corruption while cultists surrounded surrounding streets beneath Baharhan threatening catastrophic destruction. Elena mocked corrupted cultists assuredly whilst immense purple energy distorted nearby streets beneath Baharhan during dangerous confrontations. Furious cultists threatened Elena violently whilst frightening corrupted magic spiraled throughout damaged streets under Baharhan continuously. Elena readied protective magic instantly while dangerous purple manifestations surrounded nearby cultists beneath collapsing Baharhan streets during fierce confrontations. Corrupted magical creatures assaulted violently whilst close-by civilians desperately protected injured companions beneath collapsing Baharhan districts continuously nearby. Hadin recognized perilous cultists targeted innocent residents whilst destructive magical explosions devastated surrounding streets beneath Baharhan rapidly continuously. Enigmatic enemies threatened brutal retaliation assuredly whilst overwhelming corrupted energy consumed nearby streets beneath Baharhan during violent battles. Frightening cultists exposed horrifying histories proudly whilst claiming responsibility regarding countless murdered hero candidates throughout previous centuries secretly permanently. Corrupted followers summoned bone-eating Viner assuredly whilst crimson magical energy engulfed encircling streets under Baharhan continuously nearby completely silently. Witnesses recognized legendary demonic threats instantly whilst frightening bone-eating Viner manifested throughout ruined Baharhan districts beneath overwhelming corrupted energy. Hadin protected frightened Marin, whilst corrupted cultists readied perilous magical attacks throughout damaged Baharhan streets nearby silently completely. Corrupted enemies mocked Elena arrogantly, whilst frightening purple magic surrounded close-by streets beneath Baharhan continuously during violent confrontations. Hadin recognized perilous sacrifices threatened innocent civilians whilst destructive magical pressure intensified throughout damaged Baharhan districts rapidly completely. Violent pink magical energy erupted abruptly whilst corrupted cultists recognized Elena Jaron under overwhelming destructive attacks nearby during confrontations. Elena confronted frightening enemies aggressively whilst perilous magical explosions devastated surrounding Baharhan streets beneath collapsing corrupted structures continuously. Corrupted cultists reacted fearfully whilst identifying Elena's immense magical abilities capable of destroying dangerous Tartarus followers permanently nearby. Marin witnessed horrifying black manifestations spreading rapidly whilst corrupted cultists celebrated enigmatic divine voices throughout Baharhan continuously close by silently. Corrupted followers praised forbidden gods enthusiastically whilst immense shadowy magical energy consumed encircling streets beneath Baharhan completely during violent confrontations. Elena recognized frightening divine influences directed corrupted cultists while preparing dangerous battles against overwhelming Tartarus manifestations permanently. Perilous monsters appeared abruptly while Leo immediately recognized Erebus corruption spreading throughout Baharhan beneath collapsing dimensional barriers. Leo confirmed Erebus existed physically within Baharhan, whilst frightening magical pressure overwhelmed close-by ceremonial grounds continuously during dangerous confrontations. Age-old Erebus flames distorted encircling palace structures whilst hidden Tartarus corruption spread rapidly throughout Baharhan nearby completely. Lunia observed Leo's appearance changing abruptly whilst overwhelming magical disturbances restored hidden original identities throughout Baharhan nearby silently completely. Leo recognized perilous transformations affected encircling individuals while mysterious magical reactions spread rapidly throughout ceremonial grounds nearby. Lunia questioned frightening changes nervously whilst concealed Erebus corruption intensified beneath Baharhan throughout collapsing magical barriers completely. Crimson Erebus flames erupted violently whilst confused nobles witnessed frightening magical manifestations consuming encircling palace structures nearby completely. Leo insisted explanations instantly whilst corrupted magical forces surrounded frightened nobles under Baharhan during chaotic confrontations nearby silently completely internally. Terrified witnesses recognized unfamiliar humans abruptly whilst perilous Erebus corruption threatened Baharhan throughout collapsing ceremonial grounds permanently. Leo recognized collapsing conditions threatened Baharhan entirely whilst Lunia concerned disappearing timelines erased Luna's existence permanently nearby. Furious nobles accused enigmatic intruders instantly whilst corrupted magical distortions spread rapidly throughout collapsing ceremonial grounds nearby continuously. Luna observed collapsing dimensions helplessly whilst realizing Baharhan's age-old realm faced complete destruction beneath Erebus corruption permanently nearby silently internally. Leo's original appearance confused Luna instantly whilst concealed magical transformations erased Professor Akin's identity throughout Baharhan close by silently internally completely. Luna questioned unfamiliar Leo cautiously whilst perilous dimensional instability proceeded spreading throughout collapsing Baharhan ceremonial grounds nearby. Luna searched desperately for Professor Akint whilst concealed transformations entirely altered identities throughout collapsing Baharhan silently. Luna searched the crowded academy ballroom nervously, realizing Professor Akint disappeared whilst nobles proceeded celebrating encircling ceremonies. Leo observed frightened guests beside shattered windows, understanding perilous distortions previously spread beyond academy defenses throughout kingdoms. Leo abandoned dungeon priorities instantly, deciding Luna's survival required confronting Erebus before collapsing magic ruined civilization permanently throughout continents. Leo activated age-old magic circles cautiously, revealing forbidden energy capable protecting Luna whilst sealing catastrophic dimensional corruption permanently everywhere. Luna witnessed immense strength encircling enormous explosions below, realizing Leo prepared sacrificing everything against Erebus without hesitation for humanity. Splendid magical impacts consumed encircling structures entirely, forcing terrified witnesses retreat silently while unpredictable energy storms expanded rapidly. Leo requested Luna's assistance seriously, understanding restored legendary weapons represented humanity's remaining opportunity versus nearing destruction throughout imminent catastrophes. Leo handed Luna the age-old folium cautiously, trusting her abilities regardless dangerous consequences threatening countless innocent civilians across nations. Luna recognized the legendary artifact instantly, realizing Leo's desperate strategy insisted different impossible battle against Erebus soon for survival. Luna sensed the relic responding violently towards Leo, whilst unfamiliar emotions confused her guarded thoughts throughout dangerous circumstances. Enigmatic voices cautioned Luna versus trusting humans, yet Leo's presence continued weakening her suspicions. Leo requested assistance silently beside shining constellations, causing Luna accepting perilous responsibilities despite overwhelming uncertainty. Luna accepted folium assuredly, deciding supporting Leo stayed necessary regardless Academy officials questioning suspicious circumstances surrounding legendary relics. Close-by professors observed Luna cautiously, realizing intruders somehow obtained sacred artifacts whilst Academy security collapsed repeatedly during emergencies. Worried nobles monitored Leo and Luna secretly, believing concealed conspiracies previously influenced catastrophic events threatening countless innocent citizens worldwide. A frightening entity promised inevitable destruction assuredly, considering incomplete divine powers sufficient eradicating humanity before resistance strengthened permanently entirely.
Lunia observed Leo and Luna jointly close by, misunderstanding their growing partnership while uncertain feelings distracted important battlefield investigations badly. Leo suggested confronting Erebus instantly, stunning Lunia because his playful confidence replaced previous hesitation entirely before everybody present. Leo quietly clarified Erebus stayed incomplete, causing Lunia questioning terrifying assumptions surrounding catastrophic destruction threatening everyone. Lunia listened cautiously whilst crimson distortions weakened close-by barriers, realizing Erebus lacked overwhelming divine authority despite spreading corruption everywhere. Luna instantly regained confidence, believing merged power alongside Leo finally created opportunities defeating Erebus before irreversible devastation emerged worldwide. Luna proudly displayed Folium before astonished classmates, declaring humanity yet possessed realistic chances surviving Erebus across cooperation jointly. Lunia descended dramatically beside academy corridors, preparing formal introductions whilst observing suspicious pupils gathering about legendary relics. Unusual magical currents surrounded Luna silently, emphasizing her rising importance throughout dangerous conflicts threatening kingdoms beyond academy territories. Luna excitedly introduced herself towards Lunia repeatedly, immense confused surroundings whilst Leo observed awkward interactions quietly beside classmates. Leo introduced himself assuredly proudly, believing his reputation previously spread widely regardless surrounding students reacting with complete disbelief immediately. Luna proceeded celebrating personal achievements carelessly, leaving Lunia speechless whilst misunderstanding Leo's ridiculous confidence entirely beside everyone. Lunia blushed uncontrollably beside Leo, realizing legendary descendants emerged surprisingly ordinary regardless carrying humanity's perilous future together against Erebus. Leo observed silently, remembering someone familiar whilst concealed memories resurfaced across her expressions and confident behavior. Leo clarified monstrous gloom spreading under the world tree, prompting Luna and Lunia preparing immediate counterattacks together. Leo unsealed enormous academy gates assuredly, announcing dangerous monsters awaited beyond corridors despite Luna's nervous excitement surrounding heroic missions. Luna accepted frightening risks enthusiastically, believing legendary adventures beside Leo represented meaningful opportunities proving personal courage versus immense enemies. Abrupt disturbances interrupted preparations entirely, causing Luna and Lunia noticing frightening abnormalities emerging throughout darkened academy structures. Countless grotesque monsters flooded academy hallways aggressively, forcing terrified pupils retreating whilst Lunia questioned Erebus's rising influence everywhere instantly. Leo stayed composed throughout turmoil, explaining Erebus transformed surrounding territories into demonic nests overflowing with corrupted creatures. Luna unleashed perfected flames fearlessly, preparing direct combat versus invading monsters whilst protecting close-by students from catastrophic casualties alone. Luna praised Leo's immense abilities seriously, deciding proving her usefulness stayed necessary during dangerous battles against invading monsters. Luna unleashed mighty resonance magic proudly, astonishing Lunia while splendid energy surrounded corrupted enemies throughout shattered academy corridors. Enormous magical currents assembled under Luna carefully, creating destructive formations capable of overwhelming corrupted monsters approaching their positions rapidly. A gigantic explosion illuminated ruined buildings entirely, forcing Leo observing unusual magical pathways appearing throughout distorted academy structures. Leo identified concealed traces instantly, believing enigmatic disturbances would eventually reveal Erebus's exact location beneath surrounding corrupted territories. Leo accepted leadership responsibilities naturally, causing Luna next assuredly whilst dangerous investigations continued deeper inside ruined academy grounds. Luna strengthened Leo employing mighty enhancement magic, encircling his body with countless glowing symbols amplifying swordsmanship dramatically. Leo recognized legendary support magic instantly, remembering age-old warzone victories achieved beside Luna before devastating wars ruined peaceful civilizations. Leo rushed towards nearing enemies fearlessly, gripping shining weapons tightly while corrupted monsters advanced aggressively through shattered streets. Leo sliced charging monsters effortlessly, demonstrating immense swordsmanship whilst corrupted creatures collapsed violently throughout ruined academy corridors. Luna praised Leo excitedly, realizing his combat abilities improved dramatically beyond legendary stories encircling heroic warzone achievements previously recalled worldwide. Lunia observed silently beside Luna, acknowledging Leo mastered supportive magic alongside destructive combat techniques across relentless perilous experiences. Lunia unleashed spinning crimson flames aggressively, creating devastating assaults tearing across corrupted monsters encircling academy structures rapidly without hesitation. Explosive fire techniques overwhelmed close-by enemies, allowing Lunia pushing advancing monsters backward throughout shattered battlegrounds aggressively across immense destructive force. Luna observed Lunia proudly throughout combat, identifying impressive magical command despite reckless battlefield behavior surrounding dangerous encounters nearby continuously. Luna refused remaining useless beside companions, deciding demonstrating personal magic abilities became necessary throughout perilous academy battles instantly versus corrupted monsters. Luna summoned unstable fireballs nervously, confusing Lunia because harmless magical flames emerged surprisingly tiny beside encircling catastrophic destruction everywhere. Abrupt monstrous screams interrupted awkward silence entirely, forcing Leo, Luna, and preparing immediate protective moves together against approaching enemies nearby. Luna smirked assuredly before multiplying explosive fireballs rapidly, immense encircling monsters through straightforward destructive magic. Numerous blazing projectiles descended violently upon corrupted creatures, causing enormous destruction whilst Leo observed Luna's rising magical control. Leo praised Luna's simple destructive spell honestly, identifying immense efficiency regardless lacking complicated magical structures. Luna ordered Leo aside assuredly, preparing different immense magical barrage against approaching monsters surrounding shattered academy territory. Golden flames descended endlessly throughout battlefields, devastating corrupted enemies whilst Lunia witnessed legendary progenitor powers unfolding. Lunia stared upward speechlessly, realizing Luna possessed frightening magical capabilities surpassing ordinary academy standards across unbelievable destructive power. Explosive flames illuminated ruined grounds entirely, leaving encircling monsters annihilated whilst Leo and Lunia observed Luna proudly nearby. Luna celebrated triumphantly, lacking understanding Lunia's uncertainty, remaining entirely unaware regarding unexpected emotional reactions surrounding battlefield admiration nearby. Leo praised Luna warmly afterward, patting her head proudly whilst exhausted companions recovered beside ruined academy corridors jointly. Luna argued playfully beside Leo, demanding recognition whilst both ignored encircling turmoil throughout damaged academy grounds completely. Lunia observed their familiar behavior, realizing Leo and Luna resembled reunited companions carrying countless memories from forgotten battlefields jointly. Leo patted Luna's head casually, accepting exaggerated compliments whilst concealed trust strengthened naturally between legendary allies throughout recovery. The corrupted Tartarus follower charged violently across collapsing gloom whilst unstable purple energy scattered across ruined surroundings during battle. Elena observed the nearing creature cautiously whilst glowing magic gathered rapidly around her prepared defensive barrier against impact nearby. Hayden analyzed the war zone silently as violent magical pressure expanded continuously from the corrupted foe close by, without hesitation visible. The Tartarus follower released concentrated gloom assaults aggressively whilst Elena maintained steady movements beside cautious Hayden. Massive corrupted energy descended abruptly towards both fighters while surrounding shadows twisted violently across damaged empty terrain. Elena recognized Erebus' strength emerging dangerously within assaults, while Hadin noticed the enemy becoming significantly faster during combat. Enormous gloom tendrils surrounded Elena entirely, while the Tartarus follower prepared another destructive attack beneath distorted skies filled overhead. Elena strengthened her protective barrier instantly, whilst compressed corrupted energy crashed downward versus surrounding magical defenses during impact. Hadin witnessed immense destructive strength nearing relentlessly while Elena struggled carefully against unstoppable corrupted darkness attacks nearby. The Tartarus follower mocked Elena assuredly whilst corrupted gloom spiraled downward rapidly through shattered skies. Elena endured painful pressure silently as violent magical explosions illuminated collapsing surroundings under immense corrupted energy waves. Radiant protective magic expanded fiercely about Elena while destructive darkness scattered violently across distorted battlefield areas. Hadin observed the fading realm anxiously whilst fragmented surroundings disappeared gradually across unstable dimensions surrounding nearby survivors. A frightened pupil observed collapsing scenery helplessly as enigmatic dimensional cracks consumed remaining structures throughout empty surroundings extremely. Hadin recognized their triumph shifted nothing because the entire world continued collapsing despite defeating corrupted enemies completely already nearby. Elena observed shining signals cautiously whilst brilliant golden light appeared suddenly above distorted skies surrounding dangerous dimensional fractures. Hadin grasped the enigmatic signal instantly while Elena prepared investigating dangerous locations connected directly toward collapsing dimensional disturbances. Elena stayed beyond assuredly beside approaching darkness while Hadin departed quickly toward vulnerable students requiring immediate protection. Elena trusted Hadin entirely whilst corrupted monsters neared aggressively across collapsing streets filled with unstable magical fragments. Hadin raised immense purple magic assuredly whilst observing hidden enemy movements surrounding damaged battlefield areas beneath darkened distorted skies. Elena accepted Hadin's choice quietly before charging straight toward remaining Tartarus followers hiding beneath spreading corrupted smoke. The corrupted foe concentrated perilous energy rapidly whilst strange symbols illuminated violently across expanding dimensional distortions. Hadun detected unfamiliar strength instantly following enigmatic green light sliced directly through corrupted darkness surrounding frightened enemies unexpectedly. Age-old magical letters emerged abruptly while enormous dimensional energy consumed surrounding darkness around confused corrupted followers. Hadun sensed familiar energy cautiously whilst mighty winds surrounded his body across unstable dimensions filled with glowing magical symbols. An enormous dimensional gate unsealed violently whilst fiery orange light descended rapidly toward ruined battlefield areas beneath shattered surroundings. An unfamiliar warrior appeared assuredly from collapsing dimensions whilst Hayden observed silently beside spreading destruction covering nearby ruins. Luna sprinted across collapsing corridors whilst blazing assaults illuminated surrounding walls and terrified students fleeing. Leo guided exhausted survivors cautiously throughout damaged hallways, whilst mysterious explosions shattered distant chambers beneath unstable magical pressure. Lunia struggled matching Leo's remarkable movements because his combat awareness resembled experienced veterans regardless immense surrounding danger. Leo reached the audience chamber swiftly, whilst fiery energy assembled around his weapon preparing devastating magic attacks immediately inside. A frightening woman blocked their progress abruptly while crimson magical pressure spread violently across enormous corrupted surroundings beneath them. The corrupted guardian observed intruders coldly whilst massive gloom gathered beneath towering structures surrounding dangerous dimensional distortions. Lunia stayed readied beside Luna cautiously while expanding magical circles surrounded the chamber with overwhelming destructive energy everywhere nearby. Leo confronted the corrupted woman straight whilst blazing golden flames erupted fiercely throughout shattered floors. The massive war zone trembled violently whilst approaching magical forces threatened everyone remaining inside the corrupted chamber. The corrupted guardian assaulted furiously whilst blazing crimson flames surrounded Leo throughout collapsing chamber floors beneath violent magical pressure. Leo ignored threatening words quietly whilst destructive assaults shattered nearby ground across unstable surroundings filled with spreading corrupted darkness. The corrupted woman released concealed power instantly while overwhelming magical energy distorted surrounding space. Massive corrupted strength erupted abruptly whilst the Guardian praised divine strength granted through dangerous Erebus energy surrounding nearby battlefield areas. Leo confronted immense gloom fearlessly whilst blazing flames protected allies standing behind him throughout collapsing corrupted surroundings. The corrupted Guardian laughed assuredly whilst distorted black energy expanded violently towards Leo across unstable battlefield surroundings. Explosive flames collided fiercely versus corrupted gloom whilst massive magical pressure shook surrounding chamber walls continuously during destructive combat nearby. Leo unleashed mighty crimson flames assuredly whilst Lunia's scorching heat strengthened surrounding magical attacks against corrupted enemies. Lunia clarified her Phoenix Contractor abilities quietly whilst blazing magical flames continued spreading across damaged battlefield surroundings nearby. Lunia sensed unfamiliar mana instantly whilst splendid crimson flames surrounded Leo across collapsing chamber corridors filled with debris. Luna's voice echoed abruptly whilst massive corrupted darkness consumed surrounding hallways beneath distorted magical symbols glowing constantly nearby. Leo endured immense pressure silently whilst violent crimson energy expanded rapidly throughout damaged surroundings beneath collapsing dimensional distortions. Lunia and Luna observed cautiously whilst enigmatic corrupted writings illuminated darkened corridors encircling approaching Erebus manifestations nearby. The corrupted aura welcomed Leo mockingly whilst massive darkness spread aggressively across ruined pathways beneath distorted dimensional structures. Violent corrupted energy assembled rapidly whilst frightening magical pressure consumed surrounding floors beneath endless darkness spreading throughout nearby corridors. Lunia observed Leo's trembling hands cautiously whilst lingering copied flames faded gradually across damaged chamber surroundings completely. Leo clarified the copied flames quietly whilst golden magical energy gathered slowly across his injured hands. Lunia neared Leo assuredly whilst fading magical pressure disappeared completely across ruined corridors beneath collapsing dimensional distortions. Luna stepped ahead assuredly whilst enormous golden magic circles illuminated collapsing surroundings beside shocked Leo and Lunia. Radiant magical energy exploded violently about Luna whilst fragmented debris scattered rapidly across damaged chamber floors. Luna and Leo stared speechlessly whilst Luna released immense strength confidently across distorted surroundings filled with blinding magical radiance. Luna strode proudly throughout ruined floors whilst mysterious black structures remained completely untouched beneath collapsing magical pressure. Luna observed the untouched structure cautiously whilst uncertainty spread rapidly across damaged surroundings beneath fading magical distortions. Leo prevented Luna from nearing recklessly whilst unstable magical energy proceeded spreading dangerously across collapsing chamber corridors. Lunia recalled Luna's storybook legends emotionally, struggled helplessly versus immense excitement encircling mysterious ancient heroes nearby completely. Luna declared immediate revenge passionately whilst dragging exhausted Lunia aggressively throughout tranquil surroundings beneath fading dimensional distortions nearby silently. Leo observed the chaotic argument silently whilst Luna's energetic behavior overwhelmed exhausted companions throughout damaged surroundings recovering. Lunia unleashed violent energy towards Erebos fragments whilst Leo observed cautiously beside frightened students inside Academy Hall. Luna cautioned anxious classmates because Lunia entirely ignored restraint whenever dangerous enemies provoked her unstable emotions. Leo abruptly struck Lunia employing secret techniques, instantly stopping reckless attacks before surrounding structures suffered serious damage from explosions. Confused pupils assembled about unconscious Lunia while Leo defended his actions against accusations from shocked classmates nearby inside classrooms. Luna angrily confronted Leo lacking hesitation, grabbing his uniform collar whilst demanding explanations regarding Lunia's painful condition before witnesses. Leo criticized Luna's uncontrolled behavior, clarifying emotional reactions solo might never defeat monstrous Erebos fragments threatening everyone. Luna eventually released Leo's collar following identifying his calm expression and surprisingly reasonable judgment regarding dangerous situations. Leo questioned Luna silently because her immense magic strangely failed versus weakened Erebos fragments regardless tremendous magical strength previously. Leo cautiously analyzed Erebos fragments, realizing odd resistance prevented Luna's magic from functioning normally versus corrupted enemies. The surviving fragment insulted Leo arrogantly whilst corrupted energy transformed encircling ruins into horrifying purple distortions. Twisted creatures appeared beside Erebos fragments condemning humanity angrily before charging violently towards exhausted pupils across battleground. Lunia abruptly descended across exploding magical glow, terrifying corrupted monsters before brutally crushing advancing enemies beneath overwhelming attacks. Elena neared cautiously beside Luna, expressing relief following confirming Leo and Lunia survived dangerous battles without severe injuries. Luna questioned Elena regarding enigmatic nebula origins whilst damaged academy floors proceeded shaking beneath scattered Erebos fragments repeatedly. Elena introduced herself politely whilst Lunia observed suspiciously, sensing odd reactions encircling Leo during chaotic battlefield investigations silently. Lunia concerned briefly because Elena hugged Leo enthusiastically, though Luna observed strange magical sensations surrounding everyone around them constantly. Leo ignored distractions before identifying massive Erebos stays under shattered ground, immediately alarming nearby students and teachers alike. The enormous Erebos fragment proceeded moving underground silently, spreading corrupted energy throughout damaged academy ruins under frightened survivors. Elena recognized sleeping Erebos fragments instantly, whilst Leo clarified terrifying gods supposedly resembled monstrous corrupted creatures exactly to humanity. Leo readied mighty magic assaults confidently because dormant Erebos fragments remained vulnerable before complete awakening beneath Academy ruined grounds. Elena targeted corrupted monsters relentlessly whilst swirling magical energy surrounded massive Erebos fragments under shattered Academy corridors. Elena mocked striking villains briefly before launching destructive assaults straight against advancing corrupted creatures surrounding nearby survivors. Corrupted monsters desperately resisted Elena's immense magic whilst massive pressure distorted battleground surroundings beneath collapsing academy structures. The surviving fragment condemned humanity furiously whilst corrupted creatures protected weakened Erebos fragments from Elena's relentless magical assaults. Elena threatened destroying Erebos permanently whilst enormous red energy expanded dangerously under frightened students observing battlefield destruction. Lunia observed massive explosions nervously because immense destructive power exceeded expectations despite previous encounters against dangerous Erebos fragments. Luna stayed steady, silently assuredly observing battlefield devastation while corrupted energy continued spreading beneath damaged academy ruins without hesitation. Enormous Erebos gaze awakened under academy ruins while Leo, Elena, and Luna witnessed terrifying corrupted energy spreading everywhere. Corrupted shadows assembled rapidly before transforming violently into monstrous humanoid figures surrounded entirely by immense crimson flames. The awakened creature unleashed destructive assaults instantly, causing massive explosions throughout shattered academy ruins beneath frightened surviving students. Corrupted followers praised awakened Erebos fanatically whilst monstrous creatures descended aggressively towards remaining pupils across ruined academy grounds. The corrupted leader insisted worship arrogantly whilst condemning legendary heroes responsible for sealing Erebos fragments under ruined battleground. Leo confronted corrupted enemies quietly regardless overwhelming pressure because terrifying crimson flames continued expanding across surrounding battlefield ruins. Massive destructive power erupted abruptly while corrupted creatures attacked aggressively against survivors struggling desperately beneath collapsing academy ruins everywhere. Crimson energy surrounded awakened Erebos fragments continuously whilst horrifying pressure distorted warzone surroundings beyond normal magical understanding entirely. Violent impacts shattered corrupted energy instantly, creating massive shockwaves throughout academy ruins whilst survivors observed warzone destruction. Awakened Erebos neared aggressively whilst immense crimson energy terrified nearby survivors observing battlefield destruction silently. Corrupted creatures assembled beside awakened Erebos continuously, increasing frightening pressure encircling Leo, Elena, Luna, and frightened students. Lunia trembled beside Elena because immense destructive energy convinced her survival chances disappeared entirely throughout terrifying confrontations against Erebos. Lunia regained composure gradually whilst observing massive magical formations surrounding academy ruins beneath continuously expanding crimson energy. Elena analyzed Erebos cautiously before realizing weakened fragments yet produced immense destructive pressure despite incomplete awakening beneath academy ruins. Enormous magical formations illuminated shattered battlegrounds brightly whilst survivors struggled maintaining composure versus terrifying Erebos pressure during confrontations. Elena admitted helplessness honestly because immense Erebos pressure prevented effective counterattacks versus rapidly expanding corrupted energy entirely. Luna searched anxiously before noticing Leo standing straight before awakened Erebos regardless immense destructive pressure surrounding battleground ruins dangerously. Crimson energy surrounded Leo violently whilst resolved expressions exposed complete readiness confronting awakened Erebos directly despite overwhelming battlefield destruction. Leo, Elena, Luna, and Lunia witnessed frightening Erebos legends resurfacing whilst immense crimson pressure consumed surrounding academy ruins. Age-old memories described catastrophic destruction unleashed previously whenever Erebos awakened versus humanity throughout devastated kingdoms throughout forgotten historical wars. Frightened pupils questioned survival possibilities whilst corrupted Erebos fragments expanded dangerously under collapsing academy battlegrounds. Elena feared immense Erebos strength deeply whilst survivors struggled understanding impossible odds surrounding terrifying corrupted fragments nearby during confrontation. Leo assuredly declared destroying Erebos stayed obvious regardless terrifying battlefield pressure surrounding frightened survivors throughout collapsing academy ruins. Elena stared silently towards Leo because his fearless resolve strangely inspired confidence regardless overwhelming dangers surrounding everyone. Lunia observed Elena behaving unusually steady whilst observing Leo facing awakened Erebos directly beneath collapsing academy battlegrounds nearby. Elena recalled previous giant incidents, eventually understanding pupils admired fearless heroes confronting impossible disasters despite terrifying overwhelming destructive battlefield. Elena smiled assuredly because Leo's resolve convinced her surviving frightening confrontations versus awakened Erebos remained completely possible despite overwhelming danger. Abruptly, Hadin returned alive beside Elena whilst massive Erebos fragments continued spreading terrifying corrupted energy across ruined battlegrounds. Hadin reacted with finished shock following learning awakened corrupted monsters actually originated from terrifying legendary Erebos fragments. Elena questioned Hadin cautiously regarding possible alliances whilst frightened survivors proceeded observing awakened Erebos fragments close by silently throughout ruined battlegrounds. Elena instantly halted unnecessary conversations before demanding strategies versus awakened Erebos threatening everyone throughout collapsing academy battlegrounds. Leo assigned combat positions cautiously whilst Luna prepared frontline support against overwhelming Erebos attacks approaching survivors rapidly. Hadin interrupted Leo's strategy discussion cautiously because proposed formations placed Luna dangerously near towards awakened Erebos assaults nearby. Hadin questioned perilous formations seriously whilst summoning magical weapons cautiously versus overwhelming Erebos attacks approaching academy survivors nearby continuously. Leo clarified frontline fighters required sufficient power surviving direct Erebos assaults before protecting vulnerable supporters nearby during battles constantly. Luna assuredly volunteered instantly beside Leo whilst shocked survivors realized frontline responsibilities required overwhelming courage against awakened Erebos fragments. Awakened Erebos readied devastating assaults whilst Leo organized survivors carefully throughout collapsing academy battlegrounds beneath overwhelming corrupted crimson pressure. Leo cautioned everybody instantly because dangerous black flames escaping Erebos fragments could destroy surrounding survivors instantly during confrontations. Massive black spikes erupted violently throughout shattered battlegrounds whilst survivors desperately avoided destructive attacks launched directly from awakened Erebos. Luna charged fearlessly towards awakened Erebos before unleashing mighty hellfire assaults directly against corrupted monstrous fragments nearby continuously. Explosive hellfire collisions illuminated ruined academy battlegrounds brightly whilst corrupted Erebos fragments resisted Luna's immense magical assaults violently. Frightening shockwaves spread rapidly throughout shattered battlegrounds whilst survivors observed Luna confronting awakened Erebos straight without hesitation. Unusual magical visions emerged abruptly whilst mysterious voices questioned whether legendary heroes truly disappeared completely from humanity throughout history forever. Leo proceeded battling awakened Erebos relentlessly whilst distorted memories referenced forgotten heroes concealed beneath ruined academy battlegrounds constantly. Enigmatic voices eventually addressed Leo straight using forgotten heroic names while overwhelming corrupted energy surrounded shattered battlegrounds silently. Crimson Erebos flames consumed ruined battlefields entirely, frightening surviving pupils while unstoppable destruction spread rapidly across academy grounds. Leo resisted immense black flames solo, revealing enigmatic powers capable of surviving attacks destroying ordinary warriors instantly. A blazing golden assault pierced Erebos fragments violently, forcing corrupted creatures backward under collapsing academy structures instantly during combat. Leo confronted age-old flames assuredly whilst mysterious memories regarding Kyle and special attributes resurfaced within dangerous battles suddenly again. Informer, Kyle clarified Leo possessed odd non-attribute mana, lacking special properties yet surpassing ordinary magical classifications entirely, completely. He exposed Leo's mana stayed purer than remaining, allowing impossible growth beyond traditional magical limitations naturally. Leo listened silently beside burning campfires whilst enigmatic explanations regarding pure mana shifted his previous assumptions completely that night. The warrior described purity as limitless potential, clarifying exceptional mana adapted perfectly towards every possible magical discipline naturally available. Leo eventually grasped his extraordinary abilities originated from pure mana, confirming his status amid mighty all-class warriors permanently worldwide. The warrior clarified Leo's mana resembled limitless energy, capable of becoming every magical attribute naturally across growth entirely. Leo reflected silently beside campfires, whilst age-old memories resurfaced regarding perilous powers hidden within his extraordinary mana. Corrupted Erebos energy abruptly infected Leo's transformed mana, creating frightening black flames spreading violently throughout surrounding battlefields. Golden magical circles surrounded Leo instantly whilst immense mana erupted powerfully versus corrupted Erebos flames nearby. Leo concentrated intensely before releasing devastating glow assaults, entirely overwhelming corrupted enemies surrounding ruined academy grounds nearby violently instantly. Splendid explosions illuminated battlefields entirely whilst Leo's transformed mana ruined corrupted Erebos flames, threatening surviving students completely. Divine magical assaults descended rapidly towards corrupted Erebos fragments, crushing massive monsters beneath overwhelming destructive energy instantly. Lunia and Elena observed silently whilst Leo's extraordinary magic proceeded dominating terrifying Erebos fragments surrounding academy ruins completely nearby. Leo charged fearlessly towards weakened Erebos fragments, preparing decisive assaults before corrupted monsters recovered power completely again nearby. Leo ordered Lunia instantly whilst brilliant magical circles surrounded corrupted monsters across collapsing academy ruins. Lunia unleashed concentrated flames straight towards Erebos fragments, creating explosive impacts illuminating shadowy battlefields beneath terrified surviving students. Corrupted Erebos creatures resisted Lunia's assaults unexpectedly whilst observers questioned unusual connections between heroic powers and fragments. Nervously, Luna suggested Lunia's flames resembled legendary heroes' powers, alarming Leo significantly throughout perilous warzone investigations nearby immediately. Leo recognized uncontrolled flames might ruin everyone, causing serious concern throughout collapsing academy corridors during battles unexpectedly completely. The monstrous fragment endured direct assaults continuously whilst scorching temperatures increased violently throughout ruined academy grounds surrounding exhausted survivors. Lunia activated sacred family flames fearlessly, encircling massive Erebos fragments with immense firestorms beneath dark crimson skies. Blazing holy fire consumed corrupted monsters aggressively whilst Lunia superior assuredly through dangerous explosions surrounding shattered academy ruins. Elena restrained Lunia cautiously because expanding flames threatened close-by survivors, regardless weakened Erebos fragments struggling against overwhelming magical destruction. Elena restrained Lunia whilst analyzing perilous flames encircling corrupted battlefields beneath collapsing academy ruins nearby during combat situations. She exposed forbidden sacrifice magic transferred unbearable wounds straight towards casters, terrifying Lunia immediately during dangerous battlefield.
Sacred flames surrounded both fighters entirely, whilst Elena clarified age-old elven magic originated from powerful Lunia family ancestors generations ago. Elena described ultimate sacrificial magic quietly, clarifying casters permanently inherited painful injuries originally intended for chosen targets throughout battles. Hadin readied silently close by, whilst Elena strengthened Lunia's phoenix flames using dangerous sacrificial powers against Erebos fragments continuously. Elena cautioned Lunia cautiously because ordinary bodies eventually collapse entirely once sacred phoenix flames burn excessively beyond physical limitations. Lunia confronted frightening Erebos fragments straight whilst overwhelming sacred flames consumed surrounding battlefields beneath collapsing academy ruins completely. Elena smiled assuredly whilst confirming destructive flames reached perilous limits capable of defeating corrupted Erebos fragments permanently during combat. Hadin reacted nervously towards Elena's reckless sacrifices, realizing perilous consequences threatened everybody nearby despite weakening Erebos fragments. Elena encouraged Lunia, demanding larger flames whilst corrupted Erebos creatures towered menacingly throughout destroyed academy battlefields everywhere. Lunia endured immense pressure silently whilst Elena tested her determination against terrifying Erebos fragments during dangerous combat situations. Sacred flames exploded violently about Lunia instantly, forcing corrupted Erebos monsters backward under collapsing academy ruins throughout combat completely. Massive flaming assaults surged throughout shattered battlefields while Lunia advanced fearlessly against corrupted Erebos fragments nearby continuously. Elena praised Lunia assuredly, claiming extraordinary power previously surpassed ordinary academy students despite dangerous sacrifices situations. Corrupted Erebos creatures launched devastating counterattacks abruptly, spreading destructive crimson energy throughout collapsing academy corridors. Leo activated enigmatic blue mana instantly whilst distorted magical energy surrounded battlefields under collapsing academy ruins nearby during combat. Mighty blue currents erupted violently about him, immense corrupted Erebos attacks threatening exhausted survivors nearby continuously during dangerous battles. Leo charged ahead instantly across collapsing battlefields, preparing decisive attacks against corrupted Erebos fragments surrounding nearby survivors. Hadin unleashed legendary blue mana violently, shaking ruined battlefields whilst preparing immense attacks against corrupted Erebos fragments. Hadin analyzed enigmatic magical calmness cautiously, realizing perilous enemies could not withstand repeated defensive techniques during combat situations. Exhausted, he admitted weakened conditions openly whilst recovering from devastating battles versus corrupted Erebos fragments entirely alone. Leo requested Luna strengthen Lunia's flames instantly, confusing close-by pupils watching dangerous battlefield conditions worsen rapidly around everyone. Luna reacted nervously because combining supportive magic with Lunia's immense flames exceeded ordinary magical theories taught previously within academies. Leo insisted unthinkable solutions assuredly, while desperate survivors continued resisting corrupted Erebos fragments surrounding collapsing academy ruins. Luna reviewed complicated magical theories mentally, realizing combining incompatible flames required unthinkable calculations beyond ordinary magical understanding beforehand. Encouraged by Leo's confidence, Luna readied supportive magic cautiously regardless terrifying risks surrounding unstable battlefield conditions nearby continuously. Leo observed Luna silently whilst sensing extraordinary magical changes developing about her throughout dangerous battlefield preparations completely. Luna abruptly grasped unthinkable magical theories completely, astonishing nearby students while Leo observed proudly during dangerous battlefield. Luna accepted Leo's strategy assuredly, realizing unthinkable combinations became achievable across unconventional magical calculations during desperate combat situations. Encouraged by Leo's trust entirely, Luna readied perilous support magic carefully despite overwhelming battlefield pressure surrounding exhausted survivors. Luna confronted corrupted Erebos fragments straight whilst concentrating intensely upon unstable magical formulas throughout dangerous battlefield conditions nearby. Splendid magical energy assembled rapidly about Luna, causing familiar age-old formulas researched previously to resurface unexpectedly within memories suddenly again. Luna recognized enigmatic magical patterns instantly, realizing forgotten theories connected perfectly with Leo's unthinkable battlefield strategies completely. Luna unleashed extraordinary magic brilliantly, combining age-old theories with immense strength against corrupted Erebos fragments surrounding survivors completely. Corrupted Erebos creatures reacted violently versus Luna's transformed magic whilst warzone destruction intensified throughout collapsing academy ruins continuously. Hadin shouted towards Luna urgently because unstable magical reactions threatened close-by survivors regardless weakening corrupted Erebos fragments continuously. Leo refused retreat entirely, whilst immense golden magic surrounded collapsing battlefields beneath corrupted Erebos fragments continuously. Splendid protective magic expanded rapidly about Leo instantly, blocking frightening crimson attacks threatening exhausted survivors nearby. Golden assaults collided violently versus corrupted Erebos fragments, illuminating shattered academy ruins under overwhelming destructive magical explosions. Leo endured devastating assaults straight whilst Luna watched nervously beside collapsing academy ruins during dangerous battlefield conditions continuously. Extraordinary magical records activated abruptly about Luna, releasing enigmatic silver divine powers throughout collapsing battlefields beneath frightened survivors immediately. Age-old silver divine magic overwhelmed corrupted Erebos fragments violently, protecting exhausted survivors throughout ruined academy grounds continuously. Luna awakened extraordinary silver divine powers entirely, astonishing close-by companions whilst magical records illuminated collapsing academy ruins continuously. Leo's superior assuredly beside awakened Luna whilst miraculous silver light spread throughout dangerous battlefield conditions surrounding exhausted survivors. Miraculous silver powers descended brilliantly throughout shattered academy ruins, immense corrupted Erebos fragments threatening close-by survivors completely forever. A shadowy foe unleashed an enormous assault, but Leo reacted immediately, concentrating his power before the impact reached his position. Splendid energy collided in midair, creating a violent explosion that shook the war zone whilst the encircling ground shattered from the overwhelming force. Rather of retreating, Leo stayed composed following enduring the blast, cautiously watching his opponent for the next movement without losing focus. Simultaneously, close-by pupils witnessed the fierce combat from a distance as a blazing sphere of magic continued growing above the battlefield. Resolve packed the youthful mage as she assembled every remaining ounce of magical power, refusing to stop despite her exhausted condition. Completing the spell, she launched the massive fireball towards the foe, hoping the merged attack would finally break the monster's defense. Before the flames faded, the destructive spell struck the war zone with tremendous power, sending fire throughout the surrounding area. Though engulfed by the explosion, the shadowy foe survived and rushed ahead through the burning flames with relentless determination. Watching the charge, Leo instantly readied different counterattack while maintaining his position against the advancing threat. Golden glow surrounded the youthful mage as she released different bursts of magic, reinforcing Leo during the decisive exchange. Instants afterward, the enemy's immense presence disappeared, leaving only fading light and drifting fragments across the battlefield. Relief spread amid the pupils following confirming the dangerous battle had finally ended without further casualties. Following the triumph, the exhausted team celebrated together as cheerful teasing replaced the tension that had filled the battlefield. Smiles returned whilst everybody recognized they had successfully defeated the powerful monster through teamwork, courage, and unwavering trust. Eventually, the companions thanked one different before leaving the devastated war zone jointly, satisfied that their difficult mission had ended in success. Lady Luna accepted Leo's respectful gratitude with a warm smile before encouraging him to treat their hard-earned triumph as a shared achievement. Startled by her friendly attitude, Leo relaxed as Luna pulled everybody jointly, identifying them as comrades who had fought side by side. Watching the cheerful gathering, the encircling pupils praised the reunion whilst realizing the legendary Lady Luna had become unexpectedly approachable. Close by, Chelsea smiled regardless her injuries, silently appreciating the unforgettable scene after surviving the dangerous battle alongside her classmates. Reflected in Chelsea's gaze, Leo neared across the fading flames with visible exhaustion whilst carrying the marks left by the fierce confrontation. Lacking seeking praise, Leo quietly extended his injured hand, displaying worry for Chelsea before thinking about his companions instead of himself. Embarrassed by the gesture, Chelsea reminded Leo to be more cautious whilst noticing that his wounds emerged distant worse than hers. Remaining composed, Leo dismissed his injuries because enduring agony carried him different step nearer to completing his long-awaited ultimate spell. Curiosity spread throughout the team as everybody questioned the mysterious magic Leo had pursued through countless difficult battles. Tilting her head with curiosity, Luna eagerly requested an explanation whilst the remaining assembled around to hear Leo's remarkable objective. Stepping ahead assuredly, Leo readied to reveal his secret as anticipation filled the quiet battlefield after the exhausting conflict. Unexpectedly, Luna and different companion reacted with astonishment following identifying that Leo's goal involved the legendary progenitor's ultimate magic. Grinning proudly, Leo exposed that his ultimate spell could merely make beautiful flowers bloom across the land. Finnish silence pursued the announcement as every listener struggled to understand why such an ordinary spell deserved years of attempt. Simultaneously, Leo ignored their confused expressions, remaining satisfied because his personal dream mattered more than everybody else's expectations. Luna eagerly declared that she desired to accompany Leo and his allies beyond the hero record, hoping to explore the beyond realm together.
Hearing her request, the remaining exchanged uncertain glances because they grasped the hero record's pursued rules that might not be ignored. Confronting Luna, Leo gently refused her wish, clarifying that every hero record possessed its own path and might not leave its destined place. Uncertainty packed Luna's look as she struggled to accept that their journey together had already reached its unavoidable conclusion. Rather than offering false faith, Leo quietly reminded her that both of them carried distinct responsibilities that neither might abandon. Silence settled between them before Luna gradually accepted his words, realizing their farewell had become inevitable regardless her reluctance. Smiling reassuringly, Leo promised that Luna could eventually meet companions who could proceed supporting her throughout the future. Simultaneously, he encouraged her not once to think she was alone, because countless people would someday walk beside her. Hero Record declared Luna's finished chapter, signaling that the restored realm had reached a peaceful ending. Shadowy space surrounded them as the finished Hero Record gradually dissolved, separating Leo and Luna following their meaningful adventure jointly. Golden glow assembled between their outstretched hands before transforming into a minor shining flower that preserved the memory of their meeting. Before disappearing entirely, both silently accepted their farewell, realizing destiny could guide each toward a different future. The radiant flower stayed in Luna's hands as Leo entrusted her with faith for the realm that awaited beyond the finished record. Prophecy declared that Luna could save countless lives and earn everlasting respect as the future progenitor of the nebula. Leo encouraged Luna to advance ahead, lacking losing heart, before quietly departing from the hero record. A splendid magic circle activated as Luna's finished hero record released its last glow before the surrounding world gradually dissolved into silence. Smiling gently, Luna accepted their farewell whilst the restored hero record closed, marking the finish of her long-forgotten legend. Instance afterward, Leo returned to reality carrying an enigmatic folium, preserving the last memory left behind by Luna's completed journey. Gloom faded as Leo and his companions regained consciousness within the academy, confirming they had successfully exited the hero record jointly. Cautiously examining the worn folium, Leo observed its damaged appearance but concluded the age-old item stayed mostly intact despite countless years. Startled by the odd object, the remaining instantly recognized the folium and questioned why Leo possessed such a valuable relic. Lacking hesitation, Leo activated the age-old folium, causing shining green symbols to spread throughout its surface before magical energy gathered. Astonishment packed everyone's confronts following realizing Leo had become the initial person ever to fully restore a ruined hero record. Simultaneously, his classmates joked that Siron Academy could eagerly compete to recruit Leo following witnessing another unbelievable accomplishment. Before anyone might proceed celebrating, Leo observed a familiar figure standing silently in the distance while holding a distinctive staff. Identifying the appearance, he instantly named out Luna's name, struggling to think she had somehow appeared outside the hero record. Rather, his companions directed his focus nearby after discovering several legendary heroes had unexpectedly gathered nearby. Standing jointly before everybody, the legendary heroes created an immense presence that left the surrounding students completely speechless. Uncertainty spread throughout Leo's confront as he cautiously observed every familiar figure, wondering how the impossible gathering had become reality. Watching the extraordinary reunion unfold, the team recognized a distant greater mystery had begun after the hero record's completion. Chelsea hurried towards the enigmatic gathering following noticing an odd light, sensing something impossible had appeared before the legendary heroes' statues. Shock swiftly replaced her curiosity as a shining figure gradually appeared, standing under the towering monument with an unmistakable heroic presence. Eventually, the splendid glow faded, revealing Kyle himself before the astonished witnesses, leaving Chelsea frozen following recognizing the legendary hero of the beginning. A female pupil discovered an age-old memorial and questioned whether the forgotten legendary hero had genuinely existed before history erased every trace. Excitement spread as she named Leo towards the monument, believing the enigmatic inscription deserved immediate focus before anyone overlooked its importance. Nearing the stone, Leo silently examined the engraved names and recognized Kyle amid the honored heroes, leaving him entirely stunned. Simultaneously, close-by pupils observed Leo's unusual reaction while sensing the monument carried a deeper meaning than anyone had previously realized. Fragments of forgotten memories resurfaced as Leo recalled Kyle's sacrifices and grasped the monument honored heroes recalled solely across fading records. Abruptly, a mighty disturbance interrupted the silent atmosphere, forcing everybody to abandon their thoughts as dangerous magical energy spread across the chamber. Focus shifted towards an unusual circular device after a dormant warp gate unexpectedly activated with overwhelming magical power. Splendid energy expanded throughout the hall whilst floating debris surrounded the gate, confirming the unstable portal threatened everybody standing nearby. Leo readied himself before the uncontrolled phenomenon might unleash an even larger disaster upon the academy. Urgent warnings echoed across the chamber as the unstable gate pulled encircling objects towards its rapidly expanding vortex. Protecting the close-by pupils became Leo's priority whilst powerful magical energy gathered around him to resist the dangerous force. Resolve packed his look as he confronted the chaotic portal, risking himself to prevent further destruction before everything collapsed. Warm sunlight entered a silent hospital room, where Leo gradually regained consciousness following surviving the catastrophic incident. Principal Kalyan stayed beside the bed, ensuring Leo rested whilst cautiously monitoring his recovery from the severe magical injuries. Eventually, Kalyan clarified that even a fragment of Erebus's flame flower nearly claimed Leo's life, making his survival nothing short of remarkable. Principal Kalyan exposed that Leo's discovery had spread throughout the realm, notably the shocking evidence proving a surviving legendary hero once existed. Quietly rejecting the focus, Leo focused on the newspaper describing Kyle as the forgotten grand hero eventually acknowledged by historical records. Following displaying the article, Kalyan questioned whether Leo possessed any connection to the enigmatic hero of the beginning. Rather of answering instantly, Leo listened whilst Kalyan explained scholars had dismissed every rumor about Kyle's legendary all-class abilities. According to history, individuals thought such immense talent was impossible because no individual could master every discipline. Recalling his previous life, Leo silently recalled Kyle genuinely possessed unmatched abilities that surpassed ordinary heroes and common understanding. Cautiously, Kalyan questioned Leo straight whether he had inherited the hero of the beginning's extraordinary power. Smiling casually, Leo denied the assumption whilst avoiding unnecessary suspicion encircling his genuine identity and hidden memories. Simultaneously, he resolved revealing solely limited strength would prevent powerful organizations from investigating him before he recovered completely. Silent resolve guided Leo as he concluded exposing fragments of his previous life's abilities could be enough for now. Different discussion shifted towards a research club devoted to uncovering the truth beyond the hero of the beginning. Lacking hesitation, Leo accepted the invitation because joining the investigation offered the perfect opportunity to learn concealed historical secrets. Reflecting cautiously, Leo recognized history recalled solely one confirmed all-class hero, making Kyle's forgotten legacy increasingly suspicious. Satisfied with Leo's response, Kalyan finished the questioning and encouraged him to proceed resting until his condition fully stabilized. Before leaving, the principal instructed Elena Geron to remain close by, ensuring Leo recovered safely whilst future mysteries gradually unfolded. Whilst visiting Leo's hospital room, Elena smiled and teasingly suggested he might secretly be the legendary hero of the beginning, catching him entirely off guard. Lacking displaying any hesitation, Leo firmly denied her playful suspicion, yet Elena stayed unconvinced because his odd actions continued raising questions in her mind. Curious regarding her confidence, Leo questioned why she thought such an unthinkable idea, prompting Elena to pause before revealing the reason behind her intuition. Gently tapping Leo's forehead, Elena admitted her conclusion came from a woman's intuition rather than evidence. Rather of arguing further, she accepted his refusal to explain, and promised she could not pressure him into revealing any concealed secrets. Changing the conversation, Elena questioned why Leo had desired to meet her. Following thinking cautiously, Leo confessed he wished to enter Lumen Academy's forbidden library and investigate the long-hidden hero records preserved within. His genuine objective involved uncovering forgotten historical documents that might explain why every record connected to Kyle had mysteriously disappeared throughout the centuries. Elena grasped its importance and promised she could try her finest despite the Academy's strict restrictions. Before leaving, Elena admitted she might not guarantee success because access depended upon Academy authorities rather than her personal influence solo. Watching her depart, Leo silently reflected upon Kyle's erased legacy, wondering who possessed enough authority to remove such remarkable achievements from history. Radiant morning sunlight shortly covered the Academy grounds, signaling Leo's recovery had finished and ordinary pupil life was finally beginning again. Leo instantly attracted countless curious pupils following news of his extraordinary accomplishments spread across the entire campus. Excited classmates surrounded him with endless questions regarding defeating Nebula's progenitor, meeting Lady Luna. He recognized his tranquil academy routine had become distant, more complicated after earning widespread recognition. The instructor entered the classroom and declared that every first-year pupil could shortly participate in an exchange program with another prestigious academy. Confused classmates instantly questioned the unforeseen announcement, wondering why their academy could cooperate with long-standing rivals following years of fierce competition. Standing before the class, the instructor introduced the three prestigious academies that had tested Lumine Academy's unmatched reputation for generations. Age-old rival academies formerly competed versus Lumen to prove their superiority, yet none succeeded in breaking its dominance over hero education. Eventually, those respected institutions abandoned direct competition and accepted talented applicants who failed to enter Lumine rather of confronting it. Walking across the hallway afterward, several pupils clarified the exchange program mainly served political interests rather than simple educational cooperation between schools. Different pupil exposed Lumine's reputation had suffered following several major incidents during the previous semester, damaging public confidence throughout the kingdom. Rather than criticizing the academy openly, everybody agreed the exchange program had been arranged to restore Lumine's public image before larger problems appeared. An upperclassman neared Leo and politely requested a private conversation regarding an crucial issue outside the classroom. Afterward that morning, Leo pursued the mysterious student toward Louveria City's famous clock tower. Reaching the upper floor, splendid magical glow illuminated the chamber as a massive gateway gradually opened before Leo's astonished eyes. He cautiously observed the unfamiliar surroundings whilst remaining alert for unforeseen dangers hidden beyond the portal. Cold blue glow packed the vast hall as Leo silently pursued his guide, cautiously examining every detail inside the mysterious location. Abruptly, an enormous black dragon emerged before him, instantly recognizing Leo without hesitation despite their first meeting in his current life. Shock crossed Leo's confront following hearing the dragon address him with certainty, making him question how the age-old creature recalled his forgotten identity. Leo entered a magnificent chamber and recognized the genuine King of Wisdom should have stayed concealed from every race outside the ancient dragons. Identifying the enigmatic figure before him, Leo grasped he had arrived before an individual whose authority surpassed ordinary dragons and mighty rulers. Eventually, the Dragon Lord emerged upon the grand throne as everybody respectfully acknowledged the ancient ruler.